In October of the 48th year of the Hidden Leaf Village, during this golden autumn season, a pall of sorrow enveloped the village. The preceding night had descended upon the villagers like a haunting nightmare. Under the full moon, in the stillness of the night, the fearsome and wrathful Nine-Tails Fox abruptly emerged, descending upon the Leaf Village, which had only just emerged from the ravages of war and was in dire need of recuperation. Faced with the unstoppable behemoth, the valiant ninjas of the Leaf Village, who had achieved great feats on the battlefield, desperately attempted to keep the creature at bay, sacrificing their very flesh and blood to protect the peace and tranquility of their home. However, it soon became apparent that their efforts were futile, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant shaking a tree. Ordinary ninjas were utterly powerless against the Nine-Tails. The critical moment when the village was crumbling, houses collapsing, and the populace suffering devastating losses, the hero who had risen during the Third Shinobi World, war known to the enemy as the Yellow, flashed the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, arrived just in time. After a fierce battle, Minato and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, managed to seal the Nine-Tails once more. However, the young fourth Hokage and his wife paid the ultimate price, sacrificing their lives. Following a series of wars and calamities, the Leaf Village found itself in an unprecedented crisis. Yueqian Heya Zhang Yue, date of birth, July 13th. 45th year of the Leaf, age, 3 years and 3 months, body, 38 strength, 8 speed, 33 skill, 96 chakra, 24 spirit, 88 skills. None. In a relatively intact, traditional Japanese house in the northeast corner of the Leaf Village, Zhang Yue lay on a tatami mat, staring in bewilderment at an interface reminiscent of game attributes. Glancing down at his soft, delicate hands, he instinctively pinched his left arm, feeling a faint sting, a shiver course through his body, and he finally confirmed, "Is this some sort of joke? I have truly traversed into another world, or perhaps my soul has crossed over." Zhang Yue puffed up his cheeks, wearing a look of exasperation. Though the 3 or 4-year-old child appeared adorable, inside, Zhang Yue felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The 45th year of the Leaf. Does this mean I've crossed into the world of Naruto? He muttered to himself, lost in thought. Why'd it have to be Naruto? One village's downfall isn't enough. There are all sorts of psychological and physiological quirks, and I am utterly unfamiliar with the ensuing plot. This is going to be quite the challenge. Moreover, what year is the 45th year of the Leaf? Was the protagonist even born yet? Am not well versed in the year 45, let alone the 45th year of the Leaf. With these thoughts, Zhang Yue felt tears welling up, tossing and turning on the tatami mat, unable to find peace. As time passed, no one came to check on him, and Zhang Yue lamented the absence of any adult in the household. Is there really no grown-up in this house? Leaving a 3 or 4-year-old child alone at home, this is truly concerning. Just as Zhang Yue was wallowing in boredom and contemplating climbing down from the tatami mat for a new adventure, he heard voices conversing outside the door. Upon hearing their voices, Zhang Yue breathed a sigh of relief, perhaps inheriting the memories of the young boy Yueqian Heya. He found himself surprisingly able to comprehend Japanese, that he was aware that his former self was ignorant, familiar, only with a few common phrases used by the well-known Japanese teacher, which are widely recognized among his male peers. Surely, this must be the home of the young Chunin, Uchiha? A middle-aged man's deep voice resonated. Indeed, Yamashiro-senpai, this is the place. Yukaha-senpai's wife tragically passed away during childbirth, and now there should only be a child of about 3 or 4 years left here, named Uchiha Kanzuya, replied a young girl's voice. Uchiha was a classmate from my ninja academy. We graduated together and even fought on the battlefield. He saved my life back then. How many years have flown by, and now this? The man known as Yamashiro-senpai seemed to reminisce about days gone by. After a moment of reflection, he solemnly added, Uchiha died fighting for the village. We must ensure his child is well cared for. Let us enter. There are pressing matters in the village that require our attention. This is not the time for sentimentality, Yamashiro remarked as he pushed the door open. At this moment, Zhang Yue, he should be referred to as Uchiha Kazu, was still somewhat bewildered. Although the conversation provided little information, it was evident that his predecessor's parents had both perished, leaving the young child an orphan. The notion of being an orphan conjured images of the sinister Danzō from Naruto, who coerced children from orphanages to join the route, subjecting them to various constraints and treating them as mere tools and weapons, devoid of freedom. He also thought of the repulsive Orochimaru, who captured many unfortunate children to serve as test subjects, subjecting them to nefarious experiments and grotesque modifications, keeping them in nurturing capsules, neither alive nor dead, as if foreseeing his own ghastly fate of being vivisected and suspended in a preservation jar. Uchiha Kazuya shivered involuntarily, a wave of goosebumps cascading over him. Just then, Yamashiro Kaichi entered the bedroom and spotted a small child crouched on the tatami mat, gazing at them with fear etched across his face. Noticing Kazuya's frightened demeanor, Yamashiro Kaichi paused momentarily, then realized that the child was likely terrified by their unexpected intrusion. After a night of battle and chaos, they bore visible signs of their ordeal. Appearing rather disheveled, he approached the child swiftly, his expression softening, and gently inquired, "You must be Uchiha Kazuya. I'm a friend of your father's. My name is Yamashiro Kaichi." Upon hearing Yamashiro's question, Kazuya snapped back from his horrific imaginings of the future. He quickly deduced that he should act like a frightened child in the presence of strangers. How should a child express fear? He thought internally, feeling at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. Of course, a child can simply cry at any moment, and that would prevent them from asking any questions. Upon contemplating this, Yueqian Kazuya silently commended himself, and then, with a sudden resolve, pinched his thigh with considerable force, like a child unleashing a latent talent. He erupted into tears with a heartfelt wah. His sobs were uncontrollable, cascading like rain, and his voice strained, evoking sorrow in all who heard him. The distinguished future executive of the wood industry, Yamanaka Ino, found himself utterly at a loss in the face of the weeping child. After futile attempts to console him, he turned to the kunoichi behind him for assistance. "Kurenai, please think of something quickly. This child simply cannot stop crying." "Allow me to give it a try," Kurenai responded, hastening forward. She mimicked the gentle techniques she had observed in the past for soothing children, carefully lifting Kazuya into her embrace. She tenderly patted his back while softly whispering, "Oh, Kazuya, be a good boy, do not cry. This uncle and sister are friends of your father. They mean you no harm." Kazuya obediently nestled into Kurenai's arms, but his mind was far from contemplating the warmth of her embrace. As he wept uncontrollably, a realization struck him. "I never expected this blonde ninja to be Yamanaka Ino, a high-ranking official in the wood industry and the father of Yamanaka Ino, and this kunoichi with eyes as beautiful as rubies, known as Kurenai, must be the esteemed special genin of the future. If I can forge a connection with them, my days in the wood industry will surely be much safer." Kazuya silently resolved, steeling himself to embrace these formidable figures. As the crimson hues of the setting sun enveloped them, Kurenai Yuhi gently soothed the weeping Kawaki Uchiha, while Kai Uchiha swiftly organized the remnants left behind by the late Uchiha Kiyoshi, having been merely a young nin during his lifetime, and burdened with the responsibility of raising his son alone. Kiyoshi's legacy was not substantial. Aside from essential ninja tools and scrolls, he had bequeathed approximately 300,000 yen and a dilapidated house. Although 300,000 yen may seem considerable, in a world where a bowl of noodles costs 100 to 200 yen, it is hardly a fortune, roughly equivalent to the purchasing power of 20 to 30,000 in a past life. After a prolonged silence, as Kawaki gradually quieted from his tears in Kurenai's embrace, Kai Uchiha spoke softly to her. "Kurenai, I have completed the organization of Kiyoshi's belongings. The ninja tools and scrolls must be taken back for safekeeping, to be returned when this child enrolls in the Ninja Academy. With Kiyoshi's pension, this inheritance should suffice for Kawaki until his graduation from the academy. However, how will Kawaki manage? He is far too young to live independently, and given that Kiyoshi had no remaining relatives in the village." Kurenai looked at Kai with concern and inquired, "If no one is willing to adopt this child, he may very well be sent to an orphanage," Kai replied, furrowing his brow with worry. After the years of war and the recent calamity of the Nine Tails, the village is overwhelmed with orphans. Finding a family willing to adopt him will be exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing the possibility of being sent to an orphanage, Kawaki, who had only just settled into silence, erupted into a fit of desperate cries. No, I don't want to go to an orphanage. I want my dad. Boo-hoo, you bad people, let me go. Dad, come back. In his state of helplessness, Kawaki acted as if he were oblivious to the conversation between the adults, instead pretending that Kiyoshi was still alive, wailing uncontrollably. Though Kawaki felt a sense of shame for his outburst, the thought of being sent to an orphanage and potentially facing a future fraught with hardship and adversity overwhelmed him with sorrow, rendering him speechless. There, Kawaki. Do not cry. We shall not send you to an orphanage, Kurenai reassured him, but the moment she calmed him, he began to sob anew. The young Kurenai was on the verge of tears herself. While continuing to comfort Kawaki, she urgently turned to Kai, asking, "What should we do, Kai-senpai?" Kawaki is crying again. Kai, distressed by the child's tears, found himself at a loss for solutions. He was reminded of his own newborn daughter, who also cried at the slightest provocation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps finding Ino a playmate would be beneficial. Kawaki is a few years older, and as an older brother, he might be able to protect her. Moreover, since Kiyoshi once saved my life, it is only fitting that I care for his orphan child. Contemplating this, Yamamoto Kaichi gently tousled the hair of the curious Yuki Kanzuya and softly reassured him, "All right, little one, no more tears. We shall not go to the orphanage. Instead, you will stay at your uncle's house, where a little sister will be there to play with you." Really not going to the orphanage? Yuki Kanzuya feigned surprise, but then, as if struck by a thought, pouted mournfully, "But I still cannot go to my uncle's house. Father told me to wait at home for him. If I go to your house, he won't find me when he returns. I must wait for father at home." At the tender age of 16, Yuhi Akane was filled with emotions. Hearing Yuki Kanzuya's words and envisioning the countless faces of villagers recently bereaved, she was suddenly overcome with tears. Maternal love surged within her as she tightly embraced the boy in her arms, fearing that he would be heartbroken upon learning of his father's death. She looked at Yamamoto Kaichi with a pitiful gaze. Yamamoto Kaichi empathized deeply, for the people of this world had endured too much sudden loss. Realizing that Yuki Kanzuya was still unaware of the passing of his father, he chose not to reveal the truth and, maintaining a faade of ease, said, "Your father has been assigned an important task far away, which is why he entrusted me with bringing you to live at my home for a while. When he returns, he will definitely come to fetch you. There is no need to worry about him not finding you." Relieved that Yamamoto Kaichi was willing to take him in, Yuki Kanzuya felt a sense of safety, knowing that as long as he resided in Yamamoto's home, he would be secure until he graduated from ninja school. This provided him ample time to contemplate his future. However, life, much like a performance, relied heavily on acting, and Yuki Kanzuya resolutely embraced the path of shamelessness. "Really? Then how long must I stay at my uncle's house before father comes to pick me up?" Yuki Kanzuya inquired with a hint of distress. In response, Yamamoto Kaichi continued to comfort him. "The task assigned to your father is of great importance and will take a considerable amount of time to complete. However, as long as you are well behaved, I believe that once he returns, he will come straight to my house to bring you back home." Feigning deep thought, Yuki Kanzuya finally replied, "All right then, I will stay at my uncle's house for a few days, and I promise to be good." With Yuki Kanzuya settled, both Yamamoto Kaichi and Yuhi Akane sighed in relief. Indeed, dealing with a mischievous child was quite a challenge. "Akane, I will leave the matters here to you. I will take this child to handle the adoption procedures, and then ensure he is settled," Yamamoto Kaichi said, his spirits lifted by having adopted a charming child. He eagerly lifted Yuki Kanzuya in his arms and turned to Akane. "Yes, that sounds good, Kaichi-senpai. You can leave everything here to me," Yuhi Akane replied cheerfully, tousling Yuki Kanzuya's little head as she instructed. "Kanzuya, you must be good and also learn to take care of little Ino. You mustn't bully her, understand? Rest assured. Sister Akane, I will protect little sister well," Yuki Kanzuya declared with a determined look on his rosy face, his voice sweetly earnest. "And you must remember to come visit me, for I will surely miss you. Indeed, Sister Hong will miss you too. When the time comes, I shall seek you out to treat you to delicious food," exclaimed Yueqian Heya. With a wave of his arm, he called out, "It's a promise, Sister Hong." "Thank you, Sister Hong. In the future, I will surely rescue Asuma Saratobi, that great smoker, and I will not allow you to endure the tragedies depicted in the manga." Resting on Yamashiro Kai's shoulder, Yueqian He silently resolved to himself. He understood that without the delicate consideration of Ziairi Hong, Yamashiro Kai might not have contemplated the daily struggles of a child like him. Consequently, he could have been sent to an orphanage, and his future would have become exceedingly uncertain. Such kindness could be deemed a life-saving grace, and it must be repaid. Perhaps it was a result of the recent attack by the Nine Tails, but the atmosphere in the wood village was tense and the scrutiny rigorous. It took quite a while for Yueqian He to complete the adoption procedures with Yamashiro Kai's assistance. Yueqian He couldn't help but remark, "I never imagined that handling paperwork in the wood village would be more troublesome than in my homeland. Thankfully, Yamashiro Kai has connections. Otherwise, who knows how long this would have taken. Now we can return home. Soon we shall see Ino-chan. Are you excited?" Yamashiro Kai cheerfully inquired. It seemed that the lengthy adoption process had been a torment for him as well, and now that it was concluded, he felt a sense of relief akin to escaping from a long ordeal. "Yes, I am looking forward to it," Yueqian He replied, then curiously asked, "Uncle Yamashiro, can Ino-chan talk yet?" "Haha, she cannot speak just yet. Ino has only recently been born. However, I believe she will learn soon. And I will count on you to teach her well." Yamashiro Kai chuckled jovially. "Is that so? I will certainly teach her well. Before long, Ino will be able to converse with me," Yueqian He expressed with enthusiasm. "By the way, Uncle Yamashiro, are there others in your family?" he asked, curiosity mixed with a hint of apprehension. Yamashiro Kai, sensing Yueqian He's nervousness, reassured him with a beaming smile. There is Ino's mother, named Yamashiro Keiko. You may call her Auntie Keiko. She is a very gentle person and will warmly welcome you. Besides, she can prepare many delicious dishes." Upon hearing this, Yueqian He feigned a moment of contemplation before expressing a hint of melancholy. "I have never met my mother. However, my father has shown me pictures of her. She was very beautiful, and she could cook many delightful meals, certainly 100 times better than what my father makes." The young Yueqian He held a deep-seated grievance regarding the food prepared by his father, Yueqian Qing. Yamashiro Kai playfully tousled Yueqian He's hair and laughed heartily. "From now on, consider Auntie Keiko as your mother. She will undoubtedly prepare many delicious meals for you." "Really? That would be wonderful," Yueqian He exclaimed, his face brimming with anticipation. He added, "Uncle Yamashiro, you are so handsome. I bet Auntie Keiko is also very beautiful." "Haha, of course, you will soon meet her," Yamanaka Hachi said with a smile. "Kanzuya's words are so sweet. Huizi will surely adore you." As they chatted and laughed along the way, this allowed Uchiha Kanzuya to gain considerable insight into the Yamanaka family. While Hachi was quite pleased with Kanzuya's maturity, the child displayed an understanding beyond his years, hardly resembling a mere 3- or 4-year-old, seemingly devoid of any worries. This alleviated much of Huizi's burden, for having 2 unruly children at home would indeed be a daunting prospect. It appeared that Kanzuya not only required no supervision but could likely assist Huizi considerably. However, Hachi did not dwell too much on Kanzuya's maturity in these turbulent times. Countless children had been forced to grow up quickly due to their hardships. He pondered the difficulties this single-parent's child must have faced, which only intensified his concern for Kanzuya. As a jonin of Konoha, Yamanaka Hachi was remarkably swift, even while deliberately moderating his pace to accommodate Kanzuya. They soon arrived at the flower shop near the Konoha hospital. "Huizi, come out and see." Upon reaching the entrance, Hachi gently set Kanzuya down, grasping his hand as he called out to the shop, as if he could hardly contain his excitement to showcase some treasure to Huizi. Perhaps drawn by the commotion outside, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to a mature Ino emerged from the shop. Her radiant golden waves cascaded freely over her shoulders, and her clear, bright blue eyes sparkled like the heart of the ocean against her delicate, oval face. Her elegantly arched willow leaf brows framed long, fluttering lashes, enhancing her beauty. With skin as flawless as porcelain, imbued with a healthy blush, she cradled a swaddled infant in her arms. The soft glow of the setting sun bathed her, emanating an aura of maternal warmth. Uchiha Kanzuya, an orphan in both past and present, stood transfixed, gazing at the smiling Huizi before him, as if he were witnessing a mother-long scene in dreams come to life before his very eyes. "Huizi, this child is Uchiha Kanzuya, the son of a friend of mine, and he will be staying with us. Please help organize a room for him," Hachi said cheerfully, looking at his beautiful wife with concise words. Huizi, taken aback by Hachi's words, inquired with a hint of confusion, who is this child?" "This is the child of Uchiha Aoshi, a nin who has gone out of the village on a mission. He entrusted me with Kanzuya. So he will be staying with us for a while, Hachi explained, subtly signaling to Huizi. Understanding the implications of her husband's glance and the recent calamity they had endured, the astute Huizi quickly deduced the situation and responded, "All right. I will prepare a room for Kazuya." In the mountains, Yamashita Kaichi nodded in satisfaction, then turned to speak softly to Uchiha Kazuya. "Kazuya, please stay here with Aunt Keiko. Uncle Yamashita has some matters to attend to, but I will return by evening. You must be tired today. Once Aunt Keiko prepares your room, you can rest a bit." All right. Thank you, Uncle Yamashita. I will be good and stay here. If you have things to do, please go ahead," replied a slightly dazed Uchiha Kazuya, quickly regaining his composure. The Hidden Leaf Village was currently in a tumultuous period, following the recent passing of the fourth Hokage. As a high-ranking shinobi of the village, Yamashita Kaichi was exceptionally busy at this time. Sensing Kazuya's understanding nature, he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, exchanged a quick greeting with Keiko, and swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to depart. Once Kaichi had left, Yamashita Keiko approached quickly, gently crouching down. One hand cradled Ino while the other softly grasped Kazuya's hand. With a warm smile, she said, "Hello, you must be Uchiha Kazuya. I will call you Kazuya then. I am Yamashita Kaichi's wife, Keiko. You may call me Aunt Keiko." Kazuya promptly responded, "Hello, Aunt Keiko. I am Uchiha Kazuya. I look forward to your guidance." "And I look forward to guiding you as well, Kazuya," Keiko replied with a smile. "What a polite child you are. Now, shall we go inside? Annie will help you tidy your room right away." "Thank you, Auntie. I am in no rush. Please take your time," Kazuya replied hastily. Keiko laughed lightly. "Let us go upstairs now. I'll prepare your room, and you can take the opportunity to rest a bit before dinner. I imagine you are quite tired today. Children need plenty of sleep to grow strong." The Yamashita family's flower shop had 2 stories. The ground floor served as Keiko's flower shop, while the second floor was the family's residence. The upper level consisted of 2 rows of 3 rooms, totaling 6 rooms that faced each other. Since only the Yamashita family lived there, and with Ino just born, she shared a room with Kaichi and Keiko. Thus, aside from 2 rooms used for storage, 3 rooms were currently vacant. Keiko led Kazuya upstairs, pointing to the 3 empty rooms. "These rooms have always been unoccupied but are regularly cleaned. So all we need to do is open the windows for ventilation and arrange the bedding. It's quite simple." Upon entering the chosen room, Kazuya found it to be impeccably clean, so pristine that it could be described as spotless. There was no unpleasant odor, indicating that the room was frequently maintained and aired out. The spacious room included a bathroom and a restroom, making it exceptionally convenient. Yueqian Kazuhisa felt immensely satisfied. This room was far superior to his previous one. Although his former room could not be described as particularly filthy, it was certainly disordered, as it is quite challenging for a single father to maintain a tidy space. "Kazuhisa, come over here and take a look. If you open the window, you can see Hokage Rock, and the statue of the first Hokage is facing us directly." Keiko Yamaguchi called out while opening the window and beckoning Kazuhisa to join her. "Really?" Kazuhisa exclaimed, rushing over and straining on tiptoe to peer outside. The magnificent Hokage Rock came into view, appearing particularly grand in the golden glow of the setting sun. Experiencing such a breathtaking landscape, which he had only seen in anime, Kazuhisa couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's truly magnificent. This is my first time seeing Hokage Rock. Aunt Keiko, is that the great first Hokage over there?" Seeing Kazuhisa's delightful expression, Keiko smiled warmly and replied, "Indeed, that statue is of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Behind him are the statues of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. How magnificent. I wish I could be up there so that everyone could see me," Kazuhisa remarked wistfully. "Well then, Kazuhisa, you must work hard," Keiko encouraged, her eyes shimmering with heartfelt affection. "If you wish to have your statue carved up there, you must first become someone as great as these Hokages." "Yes, I will certainly strive with all my might," Kazuhisa declared with unwavering resolve. Although Keiko harbored some skepticism regarding the lofty aspirations of an ordinary child, she chose not to dampen his enthusiasm. Instead, she bent down and patted Kazuhisa's shoulder, smiling as she said, "Then let us cheer you on. Auntie will be here to supervise you." Thus began Kazuhisa's nurturing journey at the Yamaguchi household, enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere. With Kazuhisa's diligent assistance, the room was swiftly organized. Initially concerned that he might hinder her efforts, Keiko had hesitated to allow him to help. However, Upon witnessing Kazuhisa adeptly folding blankets, she acquiesced to his assistance. Very well, this will do, she said approvingly. Here's the key to your room. You must keep it safe. Satisfied with the tidied space, Keiko threaded the key onto a string and handed it to Kazuhisa, smiling as she added, Now, you should take a moment to rest while I prepare dinner. I will call for you when it is time to eat. Kazuhisa promptly declined, stating earnestly, Thank you, Aunt Keiko, but I am not tired. I do not need to rest. I would like to help watch over Ino while you cook. Although Kazuhisa had shamelessly attached himself to Yamaguchi Kaiji for the sake of his own safety, he did not intend to be a burden or to take advantage of their hospitality. With his life now relatively secure, he hoped to contribute to the Yamaguchi family in any way he could, striving to minimize any inconvenience. Haha. It appears that Kawaki has already become quite the little gentleman. Very well then, let us proceed. Soon, Andy will entrust Ino to your care. Observing the earnest gaze of Kawaki, the understanding Keiko Yamamoto smiled with satisfaction. Knowing that Keiko understood his intentions, Kawaki felt an immense joy and replied with a smile. Andy Keiko, rest assured, I will take great care of little Ino. Although Kawaki's solemn assurance provided some comfort, Keiko could not entirely relinquish her worries about leaving Ino in his care. After all, Ino was still incredibly young, not yet a month old. Such a fragile child could not withstand any negligence. Furthermore, Kawaki himself was only a little over 3 years old, which prompted Keiko, while preparing the meal, to frequently glance back at Ino, who lay in her crib. However, each time she saw Kawaki gently rocking the crib and attentively observing Ino's movements, her anxieties began to ease. At that moment, Kawaki yearned to check his attribute panel to see what abilities his extraordinary talents might possess. Yet, he stifled that impulse, fearing that encountering any startling information could lead him to act recklessly, potentially endangering Ino. Thus, he devoted himself entirely to her care. Unexpectedly, caring for Ino had become his first task upon entering the world of Naruto. Nevertheless, since it was his inaugural mission, he resolved to accomplish it with utmost dedication, ensuring a splendid beginning to his journey. Kawaki silently motivated himself to fulfill the responsibility of looking after another infant. As he gazed at the little one lying obediently in the crib, half of her fist nestled in her mouth, drool trickling from the corner of her lips while she occasionally sniffled, he imagined the radiant blonde beauty that Ino would grow into. Kawaki chuckled to himself, thinking, I must capture this moment. It will undoubtedly serve as excellent leverage against Ino in the future. With utmost care, Kawaki wiped away Ino's drool and mucus, continuing to gently rock the crib while whistling a lovely tune, the melody of the little bug. Observing Ino listening quietly, it was evident she enjoyed it. Once Keiko finished preparing the meal, she quietly approached Kawaki from behind, standing still to enjoy the sweet sound of his whistling. Only when Kawaki noticed her did she bend down to ruffle his hair, her eyes twinkling with warmth as she said, Kawaki, you whistle beautifully. What tune is that? It seems Ino enjoys it as well. I'm not quite sure, but my father often whistled it for me, and I learned it without realizing. Kawaki cleverly attributed the melody to his father, Kawaki Aoi. Indeed, Kawaki was quite clever. Keiko, upon hearing this, did not delve deeper into the song but instead adjusted Kawaki's clothing and glanced at the sleeping Ino, smiling as she remarked, You are remarkable, Kawaki. Ino was not this well-behaved when I cared for her. Then may I help you look after Ino often? I shall exercise utmost caution, Yueqian Heya inquired eagerly. It was not that he harbored any particular feelings towards Ino. Rather, given Yueqian's tender age, he was unable to assist the Yamanaka family in any substantial manner, and overseeing Ino seemed to be the only task within his capacity. Of course, Aunt Keiko needs to manage the flower shop, and Uncle Kaichi is often away from home. So I will rely on you to look after Ino more in the future, Yamanaka Keiko said, smiling at the eager expression on Yueqian Heya's face. Haha, that sounds splendid, Yueqian Heya declared earnestly. Rest assured, Aunt Keiko, I promise to fulfill my duties. Hearing this, Yamanaka Keiko laughed joyfully and remarked, All right, Heya. Ino has fallen asleep, so there is no need to rock her anymore. Why don't you take a rest? Kaichi should be home soon, and we can have dinner shortly. As if summoned by her words, Kaichi Yamanaka appeared in the flower shop just as Keiko finished speaking. Keiko, you seem to be in high spirits. Is there something delightful that has transpired? He gently inquired, having returned home after a long day to find his wife smiling. Indeed, I simply feel that Heya is exceedingly mature for his age. He just did an outstanding job looking after Ino, Yamanaka Keiko replied with a smile. Though fully aware of his wife's admirable qualities, Kaichi Yamanaka initially harbored some concerns that Keiko might have differing opinions on her unilateral decision to take in Yueqian Kazuya. However, seeing her so happily engaged with him put his worries at ease. Haha, we ought to thank Kazuya, but let us hasten to dinner. I have been starving all day, Kaichi said, patting his flat stomach with a grin. Then you two should wash your hands quickly. The meal is ready. Keiko instructed Kazuya and Kaichi. All right, let us go, Kazuya. We shall wash our hands, Kaichi said, taking Kazuya's hand. The dinner was quite lavish, featuring sushi, grilled fish, steak, and fruits, alongside several stir-fried vegetables reminiscent of Chinese cuisine. Perhaps due to the hearty appetites of ninjas, the portions were remarkably generous. Gazing at the delectable spread before him, Yueqian Kazuya found it hard to restrain his salivation. Do you know how to use chopsticks? Keiko asked with concern. Kazuya quickly swallowed and responded, Yes, I eat with chopsticks at home. My father taught me. As Yamanaka Keiko handed him a pair of chopsticks, she remarked, Kazuya, you are truly remarkable. At such a young age, you seem to know everything, making beds, caring for children, and using chopsticks. What is so remarkable about that? I've been using chopsticks for 20 years, and isn't it common for a single person to know how to make a bed? Yueqian Kazuya silently critiqued. While shamelessly expressing, thank you for the compliment, Aunt Keiko, I still have so much to learn. I shall begin my meal now, he announced, following the local custom. Though he was unsure why such a phrase was uttered before dining, he echoed the sentiment along with the Yamanaka couple. Through the fragmented memories of his previous life, Yuichiro endeavored to recall the customs and etiquette of dining, striving to conceal any signs of his uncertainty. However, at merely 3 years of age, his knowledge was limited, compelling him to approach the meal with trepidation, fearful of revealing any flaws. In truth, the Yamashiro couple paid little heed to his performance. For a child of his age to eat independently was already commendable, and they did not nitpick the mastery of every social grace. Yet, Yuichiro's own apprehensions led him to suspect the scrutiny of others. There was no fault in his caution, as prudence often ensures safety, especially in the perilous and tumultuous world of ninjas. It would be a true calamity if he were mistaken for a spy. After all, Yamashiro Kaichi possessed the ability to delve into memories, and should curiosity compel him to explore Yuichiro's recollections, it could spell disaster. Yuichiro, how do you find the dishes prepared by your aunt? Inquired Yamashiro Keiko with a warm smile. Delicious. It surpasses my father's cooking by 100-fold, Yuichiro replied, dutifully flattering her. Ah, is there anything you particularly enjoy, dear? I can prepare it for you in the future, Keiko continued, her eyes twinkling with kindness. Yuichiro feigned contemplation and replied, but I never liked what my father made, so I'm not sure what I particularly enjoy. However, I adore everything you've cooked today. So I'm certain I'll like whatever you decide to make. This child is indeed perceptive and astute, seemingly intent on causing no inconvenience to anyone, Keiko mused inwardly. Very well, but if you ever encounter a dish you truly relish, do let me know, so I can understand your tastes better, she advised. I will remember, thank you. Aunt Keiko, Yuichiro responded with a bright smile. The dinner unfolded in a light-hearted and pleasant atmosphere. Due to his tender age and modest appetite, Yuichiro soon finished his meal, neatly arranging his utensils and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, uncle and aunt. I have enjoyed my meal. Noticing the weariness etched on Yuichiro's face, Keiko gently remarked, You must be tired, dear. If you feel sleepy, you may return to your room to rest. I have already prepared your necessary items. By the way, Yuichiro, just now, Red brought your clothes and belongings to me. I will take them up shortly, Kaichi added with a smile. Yuichiro nodded in acknowledgement. All right, thank you, Uncle Yamashiro. I shall head to my room for a rest. Please enjoy your meal. Go ahead, take care on the stairs, and don't trip, Keiko advised with tender concern. I will be careful. Once back in his room, Yuichiro gently closed the door and, after a moment of thought, cautiously shut the window as well. Having completed these tasks, he eagerly turned his attention to examining his attribute panel. During the daylight hours, he had discreetly attempted to activate the attribute panel numerous times, discovering that it manifested directly within his vision or consciousness, invisible to anyone but himself. With a mere shift in thought, the attribute panel could appear or vanish, rendering it remarkably convenient. Yueqian Heya, born on the 13th of July in the 45th year of Konoha, was 3 years and 3 months old, with attributes: body, 38, strength, 8, speed, 33, spirit, 96, energy, 24, mind, 88, Skills, none. The data panel remained unchanged from before, displaying only a few rudimentary figures, with no fluctuations in the data. System sprite? Voice assistant? Is anyone there? Yueqian, he called out eagerly to the attribute panel, receiving no response to his heartfelt summons. He softly repeated, System sprite? Voice assistant? Is anyone there? As the adage goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. After a prolonged silence, Yueqian, he expressed his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, Come on, could it be that such a primitive system still exists? Not even a voice assistant. Others have already integrated with Master Song and Teacher Bodo. This will certainly hinder sales, a one-star review. Relying on oneself rather than external forces. Yueqian, he resolved to explore independently, devoid of the sprite's assistance. Well, the previous information is quite clear, my current identity and age. Now, I must comprehend what the attributes of body, strength, speed, spirit, energy, and mind represent, he mused. With that thought, Yueqian, he instinctively focused on the word body. Akin to selecting an item with a mouse and right-clicking, an explanatory line appeared beside the term. Body determines the strength of metabolism and the ability to resist damage. Ah, so that's how it works. It's quite similar to using a computer, utterly devoid of difficulty. Elated by the simplicity of the attribute panel's functionality, Yueqian, he swiftly perused the remaining attributes. Body determines the strength of metabolism, affecting the ability to resist damage and recover. Strength determines the explosive force of physical strength and the resilience of muscles and bones. Speed determines the quickness of bodily movements and the reaction time of the brain. Spirit determines the vitality of biological energy, influencing growth and development. Energy determines the vigor of life force, affecting the quantity and intensity of internal energy. Mind determines the strength of willpower, influencing mental fortitude. Just as Yueqian, he finished reading about mind, a line of red text appeared on the attribute panel. Reminder, 1. All attributes can be enhanced through training. 2. The 6 attributes complement each other. Please maintain relative balance. Otherwise, any unforeseen changes will be borne by the individual. Upon reading the reminder, Yueqian, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Attributes can be enhanced through training. If I remain diligent, surely I will grow stronger. I wonder if there is a limit to this enhancement. If it can be infinitely improved, I might eventually become invincible in the ninja world. At that moment, Yuichiro, embodying the essence of Uchiha Madara, envisioned confronting Kagaya Tsutsuki, delivering powerful strikes to the elderly care facility on South Mountain and delivering swift kicks to the kindergarten by the North Sea. He chuckled, contemplating whether they would regret their resurrection. Envisioning the scene of humiliating Madara before the unified ninja alliance, Yuichiro felt an overwhelming surge of primal energy within him, an intensity that threatened to burst forth. Yet, being seasoned by over 2 decades of life experiences, he quickly regained his composure, self-deprecatingly murmuring, Ahem, calm down. I am still but a fledgling, and humility is the path to follow. Perhaps I should not dwell on distant possibilities, especially given that this unreliable system lacks even a guiding sprite. As he perused the skills section, it indicated that he had yet to acquire any abilities and urged him to strive further. Frustrated by the display, Yuichiro pondered, what must I do to learn skills? I have mastered the arts of laundry, cooking, serving tea, and preparing instant noodles, yet I find myself devoid of any skills. While he was still preoccupied with thoughts of skill acquisition, a line of red text appeared on his attribute panel. Reminder, explore further for additional features. Ah, I did not anticipate more functionalities, he mused, but this notion of self-exploration feels rather deceitful. What if I uncover nothing? Is it due to my insufficient exploration or simply because this wretched system lacks any substantial features? Yuichiro lamented the apparent scheme of a subpar game designed to attract players, relieved that it was not a paywall to unlock further capabilities. But why did I unwittingly engage with this game? How did I find myself in the realm of Naruto? Complete with an attributes panel? After being transported to this tumultuous world, Yuichiro had harbored a sense of unease about the future. Yet, the dazzling jutsu, enigmatic genjutsu, and thrilling ninja confrontations held an irresistible allure for someone weary of the mundane, as evidenced by the subtle upward curve of his lips when he voiced his complaints. Deep down, he was quite pleased and eager for the adventure. I am so eager to test the effects of training on my attributes, he mused, eyeing the meager statistics displayed on his panel, brimming with anticipation. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Yuichiro, are you available? Keiji and I are coming in, called Yamashiro Hachi, interrupting his thoughts. Upon hearing Hachi's inquiry, Yuichiro promptly responded, "Uncle, Auntie, please come in. The door is unlocked." Hachi opened the door, entering with Yamashiro Keiji, who greeted him with a warm smile. "Yuichiro, how are you settling into your new room?" "Indeed, it is wonderful here. The bed is spacious and remarkably comfortable. And Annie has kept the room impeccably clean. Moreover, I can see several Hokage from the window. It's simply splendid." Yuichiro replied with evident joy, a broad smile adorning his face. "Hiki, that is reassuring. I was worried you might find it difficult to adapt." Yamashita Hachi, while reaching for a scroll, smiled and said, "This scroll contains the clothes and toys that your sister Hong has carefully organized for you. I brought them all over." "Wow, is this the scroll? I've only heard my father speak of it, but I've never seen one," Yuichiro commented, feigning curiosity. Yamashita Hachi, noticing the eager expression on Yuichiro's face, understood that children are invariably fascinated by anything related to ninjas. With a smile, he unfurled the scroll, performed a series of hand seals, and began retrieving the items within. All the while explaining, scrolls are quite commonly used tools. When you become a ninja, you will be able to use them as well. "Wow." Gazing at the plethora of clothes and toys before him, Yuichiro exclaimed, "How can so many things fit into such a small scroll? It's truly remarkable." "Uncle Yamashita, could you teach me how to become a ninja? I want to be a ninja too." After expressing his admiration, Yuichiro eagerly made his request. "Oh, and why do you wish to become a ninja?" Yamashita Hachi inquired with interest. At that moment, it was clear that profound philosophies were unnecessary, after all. Yuichiro was merely a 3- or 4-year-old child. After pondering briefly, Yuichiro excitedly replied, "If I become a ninja like my father and uncle, I can transform into various animals and even fly in the sky. That would be amazing. Haha. Moreover, I aspire to be a great person like the Hokage, so that my face can be seen by everyone." His face lit up with anticipation as he added, "Ha." Upon hearing Yuichiro's response, Yamashita Keiko beamed with delight and chuckled softly. Yamashita Hachi, finding the conversation amusing, guided him further. "The responsibility of the Hokage is to protect all the villagers, ensuring that everyone can live in peace. Therefore, becoming the Hokage is quite a challenging endeavor. I will certainly strive for that. Becoming Hokage is a promise between Aunt Keiko and me. My father always said that a true man keeps his word," Yuichiro declared, his adorable little face flushed with excitement, embodying innocence. "Ha ha ha. Very well then, future Hokage. Starting tomorrow, I, Yamashita Hachi, a jonin of Konoha, shall be your mentor." Yamashita Hachi laughed heartily, his joy evident. Yuichiro, seemingly in disbelief, quickly responded, "Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Yamashita." Having successfully found a path to learn ninjutsu, Yuichiro joyfully made a peace sign in his heart, eagerly anticipating what skills he might acquire tomorrow. However, as he contemplated this, he wondered if he would be able to learn any officially recognized techniques. Hearing that Yamashita Hachi was to begin instructing Yuichiro, Yamashita Keiko expressed her concerns, saying, "Hachi, do you think this is too soon? Yuichiro is only 3 years and 3 months old, which is much younger than most children who begin learning ninja abilities. I worry that refining chakra at such an early age might be detrimental to his health." In the mountains, Yahi spoke confidently, "Rest assured. I will begin by teaching some techniques that do not require chakra, then adjust the pace of learning according to Kazuya's grasp of the material." Kakashi started his training at the age of 3, and the results proved to be remarkably effective, though, of course, only for geniuses. "Very well. Kazuya is indeed quite precocious. I believe his capacity for learning is entirely sound. Furthermore, I can examine him daily, which allows my medical ninjutsu to come into play." Huiko expressed joyfully after listening to Yahi's explanation. Having attended to Huiko, Yahi feigned seriousness and said to Kazuya, "However, my expectations are exceedingly high, so be prepared. I will not go easy on you simply because of your age." Kazuya nodded earnestly and replied solemnly, "I will not disappoint you, uncle and aunt." Yahi, pretending to scowl fiercely, said, "Excellent. Now, Kazuya, make sure to rest early. There are some rather daunting training exercises awaiting you tomorrow." All right, don't frighten Kazuya." Huiko gently chided Yahi, then turned to Kazuya with a smile, "Make sure to rest well. If you need anything, just knock on the door. We shall return now." "Thank you, Auntie. Good night, Uncle and Aunt," Kazuya said sweetly. After bidding farewell to the Yahi couple, Kazuya lay excitedly on his bed, daydreaming of the future. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts and plans surged through his mind, yet just as quickly, he felt blank. the future still shrouded in a haze. In this dreamy reverie, Kazuya drifted into slumber, spending his first night after arriving at the Hidden Leaf Village. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, warming his face, while a lark sang merrily from the rooftop. Kazuya awoke from a fragrant dream enveloped in floral scents. Wow, that was a refreshing sleep. By the way, why hasn't my alarm gone off yet? It's not broken, is it? Oh no, I can't be late for work. Kazuya, initially still groggy, jolted wide awake at the thought of possibly oversleeping and instinctively reached for his phone by the bedside. Halfway through the motion, he realized, what am I doing? I've crossed over. Why would I still need to go to work? Startled, he rubbed his face and chuckled at himself. Checking the time, he saw it was not yet 7 o'clock. After contemplating, he resisted the urge to sleep in and promptly brushed his teeth, washed his face, dressed, and headed downstairs. At that moment, Yueqian had already risen, tending to the flowers in her shop under the morning sun, watering and removing pests. The flower shop was open, and pedestrians began to filter through the streets, all appearing hurried, as the Hidden Leaf Village remained overshadowed by the remnants of the Nine-Tails' destructive rampage. Uncertain of when tranquility would return. Good morning, Aunt Yueqian. Kazuya greeted cheerfully. Good morning, Kazuya. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Yueqian asked in surprise, knowing that children tend to be heavy sleepers. Haha, I slept very well last night. So I woke up feeling energetic and jumped out of bed. Seeing several watering cans nearby, Yuichiro said, and Keiko, allow me to assist you with watering the plants. The flower shop was a vivid tapestry of various blooms, their kaleidoscopic colors dazzling the senses, while the rich fragrance of flowers enveloped the air. Diligent bees had commenced their daily toil, and a few butterflies gracefully danced among the blossoms. Under Keiko's guidance in the garden, Yuichiro set down the watering can and diligently began to remove pests from the flowers, carefully pruning away dead branches and withered leaves. Initially intent on merely watering the plants, Yuichiro learned from Keiko that most flowers do not require daily watering. Many only need attention every 10 days to 2 weeks. Overwatering could prove detrimental, risking root rot, much like a person struggling to breathe underwater. Thus, it was unnecessary to water the flowers too frequently. Keiko gently ruffled Yuichiro's hair and smiled, explaining, pests feed on the flowers and leaves, and those that have been nibbled lose their beauty, hence the necessity of daily pest control. Moreover, dead branches and leaves not only detract from the aesthetic but can also transmit diseases to healthy blooms, necessitating their timely removal. With Keiko's mentorship, Yuichiro was invigorated, busily scouring the flower beds for pests and decaying foliage, soon capturing several insects. Amused, Keiko observed Yuichiro energetically navigating the flower shop, sometimes bending to part the blooms in search of hidden pests, soon glistening with sweat from his exertions. Yuichiro, with his gentle demeanor and fair complexion, possessed striking features. His chestnut hair clinging to his forehead from perspiration. His bright, expressive eyes often sparkled with mirth, and despite his youth, he exuded a charming, approachable aura, prompting a desire to tease him affectionately. All right, enough for now, Yuichiro. Come take a break. We wouldn't want you to tire yourself out, Keiko said joyfully, admiring the industrious Yuichiro. Thanks to your help today, our work has progressed remarkably well. Gazing at the fruits of their labor, Yuichiro laughed. Aha, Aunt Keiko. These little critters are truly elusive. I've only managed to catch 9. Remarkably, he had done quite well, capturing so many in such a short time. For these pests excelled at concealing themselves from view. Seizing the opportunity to impart wisdom, Keiko earnestly advised, Yuichiro, when you become a ninja, remember to learn from these little insects. Always be mindful of concealing yourself. Never be reckless, for a ninja whose presence is detected can be easily caught. Just like these pests. Yuichiro nodded solemnly, replying, Understood, thank you, Aunt Keiko. I will remember that. Observing the obedient and thoughtful boy before her, Keiko affectionately tousled Yuichiro's hair, smiling as she said, Now, go wash your hands. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Your hair is truly wonderful, so soft to the touch, she thought, reluctantly withdrawing her hand from his hair. Breakfast was exceptionally sumptuous. Yamashiro Keiko prepared delicious rice balls, grilled fish, toasted bread, and fried eggs, complemented by fresh milk, ample in quantity and exquisite in flavor, providing both satisfaction and enjoyment. After sharing the morning meal with Yamashiro Hachi and his wife, Yukichi was eager to inquire about ninjutsu, his eyes glistening with anticipation as he gazed intently at Yamashiro Hachi, clearing his throat, somewhat embarrassed to be caught staring. Yamashiro Hachi set down his teacup and smiled at Yukichi, saying, "Let's head to the backyard, you little rascal. I know you can hardly wait." "Thank you, Uncle Hachi. Let us go," Yukichi exclaimed joyfully, tugging at Yamashiro Hachi's hand and skipping toward the backyard. For every ninja, mastering ninjutsu and unleashing its power is paramount, with the foundation of such mastery lying in the refinement of chakra and the formation of hand seals. When it came time for instruction, Yamashiro Hachi shed his usual gentle demeanor, adopting a serious and stern expression, which naturally subdued Yukichi's excitement, compelling him to listen intently to his words. Yukichi raised his hand to interject, curiously asking, "Uncle Hachi, I've heard my father speak of chakra, but what exactly is it?" Chakra is a form of energy derived from the body's 130 trillion cells, a perfect fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy cultivated through extensive training and experience. However, you are still too young to refine chakra, so we shall not discuss it for now, Yamashiro Hachi replied, unfazed by Yukichi's interruption. "Today, I will teach you the formation of hand seals." Although slightly disheartened at being told he was too young to refine chakra, an enigmatic force he was deeply curious about, Yukichi's spirits lifted at the prospect of learning the hand seals. The formation of seals is a crucial procedure for activating ninjutsu, allowing one to channel chakra within the body. There are 12 hand seals in total, and each type of ninjutsu corresponds to a specific sequence of these seals. A ninja must complete the required hand seals in order within a certain time frame to successfully channel chakra and execute ninjutsu. Yamashiro Hachi paused, allowing Yukichi a moment to ponder. Before continuing, failure to complete the hand seals correctly or insufficient chakra will result in the failure of the ninjutsu. I will now teach you the basic 12 hand seals. You must memorize the gestures and corresponding names, Yamashiro Hachi instructed. "Are you ready?" "I shall begin." "I'm ready, Uncle Hachi," Yukichi replied, taking a deep breath with a solemn demeanor. "Do not be anxious. I will slow down, and even if you cannot memorize them in one go, that is perfectly fine." Yamashiro Hachi reassured him, sensing Yukichi's tension. Seeing Yukichi calm down, Yamashiro Hachi said, "Let us begin. Pay attention, the first hand seal is rat." With that, he demonstrated a gesture, both hands placed flat, thumbs overlapping, with the left thumb on top. Yueqian promptly emulated the movements of Yamanaka, attempting a similar gesture. Although it proved challenging and his fingers and wrists felt uncomfortable, under Yamano's guidance, Yueqian continually refined his technique until he adeptly executed the first seal, Zien. Next was the second seal, Cho, with the right hand horizontal and the left hand vertical. The Cho seal was relatively simple, as soon as Yamano demonstrated it. Yueqian replicated the gesture. With only a few pointers on the finer details, he swiftly mastered it. Yamano then devoted over 10 minutes to meticulously demonstrating the 10 seals: In, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu, Su, and Hai, correcting Yueqian's errors and shortcomings to ensure precision. After his initial attempt at completing all 12 seals, Yueqian felt a twinge of soreness in his wrists. However, this discomfort paled in comparison to the satisfaction of his accomplishments. At that moment, his attributes panel displayed a new skill, 1, Sealing, Proficiency 001. This change appeared after Yueqian had just finished learning the 12 seals, confirming that he could indeed acquire skills through study, and the learning process seemed straightforward. This successful acquisition of a skill indicated that he could similarly obtain skills in the future through learning. Overwhelmed with joy, Yueqian beamed with delight. Observing Yueqian's elation, Yamano quipped, "Hee, you seem quite pleased with yourself. Have you memorized all 12 seals?" Startled, Yueqian snapped back to reality and diligently recalled the details of the 12 seals. To his astonishment, the images of Yamano's recent guidance were vivid in his mind, and the methods of the seals were clear to him. This was likely the effect of having learned a skill through the attributes panel. He certainly did not possess an eidetic memory. "Yes, I remember them all," he confidently asserted, convinced he had fully grasped the correct formations of the 12 seals. "Very well. You appear quite confident," Yamano replied with a sly chuckle, producing a bamboo teaching stick from seemingly nowhere and striking the air with it twice. The swishing sound of the stick echoed ominously as Yamano pretended to threaten, "In that case, let us see you perform the 12 seals in order. If you make a mistake," despite feeling assured in his ability to execute all 12 seals correctly, the sight of the teaching stick made Yueqian uneasy. It inevitably reminded him of the grim experiences from his previous lifetime in school, where the teachers were rather harsh. Such memories were indeed unforgettable. With a deep breath, Yueqian Heya set aside his reflections and addressed Yamano. Uncle Yamano, I shall begin. Without waiting for Yamano's response, he positioned his hands before his chest, overlapping his thumbs with the left thumb on top, and confidently formed the first seal while vocally announcing its name, Zien. Without hesitation, he swiftly completed the intricate hand seals and announced their names, all within a brief span of just over half a minute. Yuichiro Uchiha successfully executed all 12 hand seals, albeit taking a little longer than expected. Nevertheless, the fundamental movements were executed with precision, though his gestures still appeared somewhat stiff during the sealing process. Yamamoto Kaichi was astounded by Yuichiro's performance. He had anticipated that even if Yuichiro could manage to perform the 12 movements, he would falter in certain details. To his surprise, Yuichiro managed to remember all the specifics after just one demonstration, which was truly remarkable. Well done, the basic movements are mostly correct, Yamamoto Kaichi said, feigning calmness despite his inner excitement. However, this is not particularly impressive. Your sealing speed is far too slow. More practice is essential. Concerned that Yuichiro might not take his words seriously, Yamamoto Kaichi earnestly instructed him, Yuichiro, pay close attention to my hand seals. Once he was certain he had captured Yuichiro's attention, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Yuichiro, who had just been reveling in acquiring the sealing skill, now looked on in astonishment at Yamamoto Kaichi's chest. It was not due to any revealing sight, but rather the whirlwind of illusions created by Yamamoto Kaichi's hands, moving so rapidly that it left Yuichiro bewildered. After a mere 5 or 6 seconds, Yamamoto Kaichi ceased his motions, exhaling lightly with an air of inscrutability, and casually inquired, How do you feel, Yuichiro? Yuichiro, his mouth slightly agape and still recovering from the shock of Yamamoto Kaichi's performance, stammered, Amazing. Really impressive. Huh? Do you know how many seals I just performed? Yamamoto Kaichi asked with a smile. No, not really. I only managed to see the first several seals clearly. The rest were too fast for me, Yuichiro replied. Oh, you could see the first several seals clearly? Yamamoto Kaichi asked, puzzled. Yes, Uncle Yamamoto. The first 15 seals were Hai, Su, Zi, Wu, and the 16th should be Chun. After that, I couldn't make out the rest, Yuichiro said softly, his tone tinged with disappointment for not being able to remember all the seals. What a talented child. His eyesight and memory are exceptional, Yamamoto Kaichi thought. To discern and recall 15 or 16 seals at such a speed is something that even many elite ninjas might struggle with. Reflecting on the seals he had performed, he found that all 16 seals reported by Yuichiro were indeed correct, leaving him deeply astonished. In revealing those 16 seals, Yuichiro himself felt a sense of confusion, fully aware that he had never possessed such capability before. Upon further reflection, he realized that after acquiring the sealing skill, he had become extraordinarily sensitive to the nuances of hand seals. Yuichiro couldn't help but think, perhaps I underestimated the significance of the attribute panel. This seemingly rudimentary advantage is not as disappointing as I once believed. Setting aside the astonishment within, Yamamoto Kaichi spoke solemnly. I have just spent 5 seconds forming a total of 26 hand seals, averaging approximately 5 seals per second. While this speed is indeed remarkable, there are still many who surpass me. I am aware that within the wood release, there are individuals capable of achieving 6 seals per second. And perhaps even faster practitioners exist. 6 seals per second? I recall that Uchiha Itachi could accomplish that, thought Okahara Kinzuya to himself. Taking a deep breath, Yamamoto Kaichi continued. As I have mentioned before, forming hand seals is a necessary procedure for casting ninjutsu. Thus, those who can seal more rapidly often gain the upper hand in combat. Given Okahara Kinzuya's consistently mature demeanor, our exchanges have become quite seamless. Consequently, Yamamoto Kaichi gradually adapted his communication style, treating him more like an adult rather than employing the cumbersome manner suitable for children. Thank you, Uncle Kaichi. I understand now, and I shall diligently practice my hand seals. I aim to surpass those who can achieve 6 seals per second. After all, I aspire to become Hokage. Okahara Kinzuya declared with a hearty laugh. Yamamoto Kaichi felt a deep sense of satisfaction upon hearing this, and replied with a smile. Haha, then you must first surpass me. In truth, Yamamoto Kaichi was modestly embellishing his own capabilities. His claimed 5 seals per second was a feat achieved under ideal circumstances, unattainable during combat where seals must be executed in a specific sequence, where he would likely manage around 4 seals per second. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, genuinely executed 6 seals per second in battle, highlighting a significant disparity between them. After imparting the techniques of hand sealing, Yamamoto Kaichi encouraged Okihara Kinzuya to practice a few more times. Once assured that he could correctly form 12 seals, he gently stated, "Now, Kinzuya, you may continue to practice on your own. Uncle Kaichi must attend to work, so please do not be lazy. I shall check on your progress when I return this evening." Okihara Kinzuya glanced at the skill panel and confidently replied, "All right, Uncle Kaichi, you go ahead. I will work hard, and I am sure you will be amazed when you return. I am looking forward to it. However, do not rush. When first learning to form seals, one's hands can easily become injured, so do not overexert yourself. If you feel discomfort in your wrists, be sure to stop," Yamamoto Kaichi advised with a smile. "Furthermore, if you have any questions, feel free to consult Keiko. Your Aunt Keiko is quite formidable. She was a chunin in the wood release." "Thank you, Uncle Kaichi. I will remember that." Once Yamamoto Kaichi departed, Okihara Kinzuya eagerly examined his attribute panel. To his surprise, not only had the skill section changed, but he also discovered an unexpected delight: God, 88004. Noticing the increase of 004 in the God attribute, Okihara Kinzuya quickly focused his attention on that number. Indeed, next to 004, a line of explanatory text appeared. Concentrated effort in tasks can enhance the God attribute. This increase was obtained through searching for insects among the flowers and observing the formation of hand seals. Laughter echoed as one reflected on the notion that unwavering focus could indeed cultivate the spirit. The methods for enhancing this essence need not be numerous. Practicing calligraphy, painting, playing chess, or mastering the piano could all serve as avenues for improvement. Even the art of ninjutsu demands such concentrated devotion, allowing one to hone skills while simultaneously nurturing the spirit, an endeavor that yields dual benefits. Upon encountering the various methods to elevate the spirit, a torrent of ideas surged within Yueqian, and he, eager to experiment immediately, longed to discern which approach might expedite his spiritual ascent. The allure of enhancing one's essence was simply too compelling. The spirit, after all, dictates the strength of one's will. A glance at the attribute panel reveals the critical importance of the spirit to humanity. In his previous life, Zhang Yue had dabbled in calligraphy, painting, chess, and music, alongside interests in advanced mathematics and martial arts, but invariably succumbed to fleeting enthusiasm, abandoning pursuits midway, and squandering precious time and energy. This tendency is perhaps a common affliction among ordinary individuals, serving as the very root of their ordinariness. In stark contrast, figures such as the steadfast Guy passionately from the world of Naruto endure grueling training with unwavering commitment, without formidable willpower. Maintaining such relentless perseverance over the years would be inconceivable. Not even a single day would one last. It is precisely through their indomitable spirit that ordinary individuals like Guy and Lee achieve extraordinary lives, culminating in moments that nearly altered the very conclusion of Naruto. Taking a deep breath to quell his fervor, Yueqian reminded himself to tackle life as challenges one step at a time, vowing not to repeat the mistakes of his past existence. After careful contemplation, he resolved to commence with calligraphy. It was the appropriate age for such an endeavor, and the requirements were minimal, merely ink, brush, and paper, or even no tools at all. Moreover, Japanese calligraphy is deeply rooted in Chinese tradition, often employing Chinese characters, suggesting that the cultural backdrop of the Naruto universe would bear similarities, thus reducing the complexity of learning significantly. With his decision made, Yueqian set aside his thoughts and devoted himself wholeheartedly to practicing hand seals, occasionally glancing at the skill proficiency displayed on his attribute panel with a sense of satisfaction. Although the progression was slow, after half an hour of relentless effort, his proficiency did rise to 0.5. Phew, my hands are sore and aching. Yet I've finally reached 0.5. It hasn't come easily, he mused aloud. Observing his hands tremble uncontrollably, he chuckled to himself. Who would have thought that something seemingly simple as hand seals would become so arduous after just half an hour? My fingers can hardly move now. It appeared that he could not continue any further for the moment. A break was in order. Perhaps he would visit Aunt Keiko to see if she needed assistance. Upon returning to the flower shop, Yueqian found Keiko embracing little Ino, engaged in conversation with a formidable woman sporting an explosion of curly hair, her face adorned with red paint. The two seemed to share a bond, albeit tinged with a hint of sorrow. Noticing Yueqian's entrance, Keiko quickly beckoned. "Yueqian, come here. Auntie has a little friend she would like you to meet." As I approached, I noticed a small child, Yuichiro, seemingly perplexed. It was then that I discovered a delicate little girl, her head peeking from beneath a lush camellia bush. Her face was adorned with red paint, and her hair was tied back in a playful ponytail, exuding charm and innocence. Keiko Yamanaka introduced her to Yuichiro. This is Aunt Inuzuka, and this is her daughter, Hanabi. You should call her sister. Yuichiro sweetly greeted Aunt Inuzuka. Hello, Aunt Inuzuka. Turning to Hanabi, he offered a shy smile, feeling rather awkward about addressing a little girl as sister. Yuichiro is the child of Aoshi Yukimura. As Keiko introduced him to the Inuzuka mother and daughter, she subtly signaled to Aunt Inuzuka to be cautious about revealing the news of Aoshi's demise to Yuichiro. Aunt Inuzuka understood and remarked, "Ah, so you are Aoshi's child. I remember seeing you when you were born. You must be a bit younger than Hanabi, such a lovely child." She then called to Hanabi, "Hanabi, come over and meet Yuichiro." Hanabi, a bit shy, hid behind the camellia, hesitating to approach. Yuichiro took the initiative, stepping forward with a smile. "Hello, I am Yuichiro. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hi, Hanabi stammered, her cheeks flushed. Nearby, 3 small gray puppies barked, seemingly greeting Yuichiro as well. Upon noticing them, Yuichiro, who had a fondness for dogs from his previous life, was instantly captivated and exclaimed, "Wow, how adorable. Are these your puppies? Do they have names?" At the mention of dogs, Hanabi relaxed, smiling as she replied, "Yes, they are the Greymaru brothers. This one is the eldest, this one is the second, and this one is the youngest." As she spoke, the puppies playfully licked her palms, eliciting delightful laughter from her. Yuichiro looked at Hanabi with envy, reaching out to pat the head of one of the puppies. "Are they brothers? No wonder they look so alike. How do you tell them apart?" Hanabi explained. "If you look closely, they do have differences. The eldest has a black spot on his hind leg, the second has the pointiest ears, and the youngest is the most mischievous." The youngest, seemingly displeased at being labeled the most mischievous, barked playfully, showing his teeth. Intrigued by the youngest reaction, Yuichiro asked, "Can they understand what you say? After spending time together, can you understand each other?" "Little Gray is very clever." Hanabi proudly lifted the puppy, rubbing her cheek against the youngest, her eyes sparkling with pride as she said, "Indeed, I truly envy you. How wonderful it would be if I had a dog of my own," Yuichiro said reluctantly as he set down the eldest puppy, his expression filled with longing. Unbeknownst to the speaker, the listener was deeply touched upon witnessing the affection that Yueqian Kazuya displayed towards the little dog. And recalling that he had recently lost his father and was now alone, Inuzuka cheerfully remarked, "Kazuya, I happen to have a small puppy that was just born. If you would like, I can give it to you." "Ah, really?" exclaimed Yueqian Kazuya, his eyes shining with delight. "Of course, I would love to have it. By the way, Aunt Keiko, am I allowed to keep a dog at home?" In the wake of his excitement, Kazuya quickly realized his current situation of living under someone else's roof and turned to Yamamoto Keiko for her approval. Yamamoto Keiko covered her mouth with a smile and replied, "Of course you can. I adore dogs too. However, your Aunt Sum has been reluctant to give me one." She shot a playful glare at Inuzuka-sum, as if to express her dissatisfaction. "Haha, that is wonderful. Thank you, Aunt Keiko, and thank you, Aunt Sum, for a dog lover. Receiving a beloved puppy is the ultimate joy. The dogs from the Inuzuka family have always been trained as ninja dogs, making them the finest companions." Overflowing with enthusiasm, Yueqian Kazuya expressed his gratitude with exuberance. Inuzuka-sum observed Kazuya's jubilant demeanor and smiled at Yamamoto Keiko before addressing Kazuya. "I will bring the puppy over in a few days. You must take good care of it." "Of course, Aunt Sum. I promise to keep it healthy and happy." Kazuya eagerly nodded in agreement. "By the way, what does the puppy look like?" Inuzuka-sum chuckled at Kazuya's curious and eager expression, saying, "It is a male Great Pyrenees. Entirely white and almost a month and a half old. It was born on September 1st. You can think of a name for it. I will bring it over in a couple of days, and then you can meet it." Upon hearing this, Kazuya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Completely enraptured by the anticipation of the puppy, "Kazuya, remember to regularly bring the puppy to Aunt's shop for checkups to ensure its health. If you notice any signs of illness, bring it here for treatment immediately. Do you understand?" Inuzuka-sum bent down to remind Kazuya earnestly. Seeing Kazuya nod seriously in agreement, Inuzuka-sum added with a sly smile, "In the future, you can often come to Aunt's house to interact with Hanabi. She is an expert in caring for dogs." It is uncertain whether children in this world truly mature early, but the 6-year-old Inuzuka Hanabi blushed deeply at her mother's words, her face nearly matching the color of her neck, while her head seemed to emit steam in embarrassment. She shyly lowered her gaze, occasionally stealing glances at Yueqian Kinzuya, embodying a coy demeanor. Kinzuya, feigning ignorance, looked at Inuzuka-san with a bemused expression and said with a smile, "That's fantastic. Soon, I can become an expert in caring for dogs as well." After agreeing to deliver the puppy the day after tomorrow, Inuzuka-san took a bouquet of white chrysanthemums and bid farewell, leading Inuzuka Hanabi away. As he watched Inuzuka's departure, clutching the white chrysanthemums, Yueqian Kinzuya felt a heavy heart. Today marked the day of burial for the heroes who perished during the Nine Tails incident, including the illustrious fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kinzuya's own father, the named Yueqian Aoshi. Although he had only recently traversed to this world and held no deep emotions for Aoshi, he was, after all, the biological father of this body. Yamashiro Kaichi attended the funeral. In an effort to shield Kinzuya from the news of his father's demise, Kaichi chose not to bring him along. Instead, he laid a bouquet of white chrysanthemums at Aoshi's grave and spoke to the tombstone about his plans for Kinzuya, hoping that Aoshi, in the afterlife, would find peace. "Kinzuya, you cannot afford to repeat this. You must take care of your body while training," admonished Yamashiro Keiko, her heart aching as she noticed Kinzuya's fingers swollen like little radishes. As she delicately employed medical ninjutsu to treat Kinzuya's fingers, she tirelessly urged him not to act recklessly again. Moved by Keiko's earnest demeanor, Kinzuya repeatedly assured her he would not dare to act so foolishly again. Yet, witnessing the resentment etched on Keiko's face, it seemed that Kaichi, who had been teaching Kinzuya the hand signs, might find himself kneeling on a washboard at home. "Aunt Keiko, are you using ninjutsu right now?" "My fingers feel quite comfortable." Kinzuya attempted to divert her attention, fully aware that she was utilizing medical ninjutsu. Indeed, this is medical ninjutsu, capable of treating various injuries and ailments. However, it requires exceptional chakra control to learn. Otherwise, one might not only fail to help, but could worsen the patient's condition. Keiko replied proudly, seemingly reveling in her past as a medical ninja, a feat not everyone could achieve. "Aunt Keiko, what is chakra control ability?" Kinzuya feigned ignorance. After a moment's thought, Keiko explained, "As the name suggests, chakra control ability is the skill of finely manipulating chakra. Techniques such as forming chakra scalpel or chakra threads demand immense chakra control. You are not yet of the age to learn chakra, but once you possess it, you will understand more clearly." Noticing Kinzuya's disappointment at being unable to learn chakra for the time being, Keiko smiled and added, "Do not rush, Kinzuya. Once you turn 4, you can begin your chakra training. If your chakra control ability is remarkable, Auntie can teach you medical ninjutsu." "Really? Thank you, Aunt Keiko. I will study diligently." Kinzuya exclaimed gratefully. Confident in his abilities given his attribute panel, Kinzuya felt assured that his future chakra control would be exceptional. Keiko chuckled lightly, playfully tapping Kinzuya's delicate nose, and said, "Oh, you are such a confident child. Very well, I shall await your arrival for lessons. Do not disappoint me." Thanks to Keiko's treatment, Kinzuya's fingers soon returned to near normalcy. However, he was now wary of practicing recklessly again. Although the attribute panel was present, his body remained a mere mortal vessel. Not data, it was still subject to the side effects of training. The day swiftly passed as Yuichiro engaged in honing his skill proficiency while also taking breaks to alleviate finger fatigue and tending to the little one, Ino. During subsequent practice sessions, Yuichiro no longer trained with the reckless fervor he initially displayed, practicing for half an hour without care. Instead, he opted to practice for about 10 minutes before pausing, no longer solely fixated on speed, but rather striving to perfect each movement, gradually familiarizing himself with the hand seal steps, minimizing extraneous actions in the sealing process, and slowly increasing his speed. By evening, Yuichiro realized that this methodical approach to training yielded proficiency gains that were not only steady, but even swifter in some respects. Within a mere day, he had elevated his hand seal proficiency to 31. He pondered the potential effects of reaching a proficiency of 100, reflecting that it need not be overly extravagant. If he could achieve a level akin to that of Itachi Uchiha, he would be thoroughly content. The mere thought of Itachi's dazzling speed and his impressive one-handed seal stirred Yuichiro's imagination, bringing a captivating smile to his face. Of course, his charm was enhanced by his striking resemblance to the handsome character Ryoma Ekizan from Prince of Tennis. Had he not possessed such looks, the descriptor might have been replaced with something less flattering, underscoring the notion that beauty is justice. Furthermore, Yuichiro discovered that this gradual approach to training allowed him to enter a state of focused concentration more readily than the previous relentless pursuit of speed. During that initial frenetic half-hour, his spiritual energy increased by 0.02. In contrast, during the more controlled training sessions, it surged by 0.18, combined with the 0.04 gained in the morning, bringing his total spiritual value to 88.024 by dinner time. Even more delightful for Yuichiro was the recognition he received from Keiko Yamanaka for his decision to learn calligraphy. Through Keiko's explanations, Yuichiro learned that in the Naruto world, set against the backdrop of Japan, there existed a plethora of calligraphy enthusiasts. In fact, 1 in every 4 or 5 individuals harbored such a passion. And Kaihei Yamanaka was an ardent aficionado. Rumor had it that the third Hokage himself was also a calligraphy lover, often shamelessly showcasing his works during the Seichnin exams. Keiko not only provided Yuichiro with an array of calligraphy brushes, rice paper, ink, and a copybook that Kaihei had kept at home, but she also volunteered to take on the task of teaching Yuichiro how to write. Upon learning during dinner that Yuichiro wished to learn calligraphy, Kaihei, the fervent calligraphy enthusiast, was overjoyed. He had intended to personally instruct Yuichiro but was unexpectedly preempted by his wife, leaving him sullen for the rest of the evening. After dinner, Kaihei had to step out for an errand, and once Keiko had lulled Ino to sleep and placed her in the crib beside them, she began to teach Yuichiro the art of calligraphy. The practice of calligraphy cultivates tranquility within individuals. Such serenity fosters wisdom and nurtures concentration, meticulousness, patience, and perseverance. The ultimate aim is to enhance one's overall character. Before embarking on this journey, Huiko Yamamoto earnestly conveyed to Kanzuya Ekizen, therefore, Kanzuya, when learning calligraphy, do not confine yourself to the rigid imitation of strokes. The essence lies in refining one's character, cultivating emotions, and broadening one's horizons. Kanzuya Ekizen wholeheartedly agreed with Huiko's sentiments, nodding in acknowledgement before eagerly opening the calligraphy book before him. Upon opening it, Kanzuya was astonished to discover that while Naruto typically employed the Japanese language, the calligraphy practice featured Chinese characters. As he gazed at the familiar small regular script on the page, a wave of excitement surged within him, and he couldn't help but jest internally. Indeed, our great Huaxia has made its cultural mark even in the world of Naruto. The text prominently displayed a small regular script version of 1,000-character essay, beginning with the words, heaven and earth, profound and yellow, the universe, vast and boundless. Overcome with emotion at the sight of these enchanting characters, Kanzuya found tears welling up in his eyes. He never anticipated that after his journey to another world, he would once again encounter the beauty of Huaxia's script, a treasure he had previously overlooked in his past life. Realizing that Huiko stood just behind him, he quickly composed himself, gently rubbing his eyes to wipe away the tears, all the while resolutely vowing to master calligraphy, not only to hone his spirit, but also to carry forth the cultural legacy of Huaxia in the Naruto universe. Kanzuya refrained from revealing his understanding of the 1,000-character essay to Huiko and, under her attentive guidance, began earnestly studying each character from the beginning. Even though he deliberately slowed his pace, Kanzuya's learning speed astonished Huiko. After all, pretending not to understand would only lead to exposure. It was better for Huiko to perceive him as a remarkably gifted student. As the name suggests, the 1,000-character essay comprises exactly 1,000 characters. Due to Kanzuya's intentional pauses on certain challenging characters, he took nearly 2 hours to complete the entire piece. Kanzuya is truly a genius. He memorized all the characters so swiftly. When I learned the 1,000-character essay, it took me several days, Huiko exclaimed with delight, her face radiating joy. Unsure of how to explain his quick mastery, Kanzuya feigned nonchalance and replied with a smile, "That must be because Aunt Huiko is such a great teacher. I bet you didn't have such an excellent instructor when you learned the 1,000-character essay." Upon hearing this, Huiko rested her chin on her hand, feigning deep contemplation, and nodded in agreement, laughingly stating, "Indeed, Kanzuya's rapid learning is primarily due to having such an exceptional teacher." With that, she burst into laughter. Kanzuya was taken aback by this side of Huiko, feeling a sense of relief, and playfully retorted, "While the quality of instruction is certainly a factor, I believe Aunt Huiko's teacher couldn't have had a student as outstanding as I am." "Umph, you little rascal, don't get too smug," exclaimed Keiko Yamanaka, feigning anger as she lightly tapped Kazuhito Ekizen's head from behind. "Now, let's begin learning the next step." In a relaxed atmosphere, Keiko guided him step by step. from standing posture to holding the brush, lifting it, and finally putting it to paper. After more than an hour, the attributes panel finally displayed a prompt indicating a proficiency level of 01 in the art of kaishu calligraphy, marking Kazuhido's successful acquisition of this skill. Phew! I have finally acquired the skill of calligraphy, he sighed in relief, even if it was limited to kaishu. He believed that he would surely learn other styles in the future. Now, it was just a matter of diligently practicing to enhance his proficiency. After nearly 4 hours, he had successfully gained the skill, and Kazuhido felt a sense of relief wash over him. Acquiring 2 skills in a single day at least indicated that his method of learning was effective. He thought that if he continued to follow this approach, he would be able to master more skills he wished to learn. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was already past 10 o'clock. Turning to the slightly fatigued Keiko behind him, he felt a surge of gratitude and guilt. He hastily set down the brush and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Aunt Keiko. I completely lost track of time, and I didn't realize it had gotten so late. Perhaps we should call it a day. You need some rest as well." "Very well. I believe you have grasped the basic techniques," she replied. "You can begin writing formally tomorrow. It is indeed late, so you should also rest early." Although feeling somewhat tired, Keiko derived a sense of accomplishment from teaching a child the fundamentals of calligraphy in just one evening. After Keiko left and having completed his evening routine, Kazuhido checked his attributes panel before bed. Kazuhido Ekizan, Zhang Yue. Body, 38. Strength, 8. Speed, 33. Spirit, 96. Chi, 24. Mind, 88036. Skills, 1. Seals, proficiency 31. 2. Kaishu calligraphy, proficiency 01. It appeared that his evening spent learning calligraphy had added 0.12 points to his mind value. He had gained 0.36 points throughout the day and learned 2 skills, leaving him immensely satisfied with the fruits of his labor. Soon, he drifted into slumber, filled with delightful visions of the future. Once a person's efforts manifest as tangible achievements, motivation naturally follows. The once lazy Kazuhido, shedding his previous lethargy, rose voluntarily before 6 o'clock to assist Keiko in tending to the flower shop. He busily weeded and caught bugs, his enthusiasm evident, and during breakfast, he beamed with joy as he observed the newly added 0.04 points to his mind value, reveling in his endeavors, which left Keiko feeling somewhat perplexed. "It seems you didn't slack off yesterday, but I heard you nearly injured your hand. Is that true?" After breakfast, Hachiro Yamanaka pulled Kazuhido to the backyard to assess his practice progress. Hachiro wore a sour expression that made it clear he was in a foul mood, likely due to Keiko's reprimand about Kazuhido's injury the previous day, and he seemed intent on taking it out on him. He was not inclined to invite misfortune upon himself, and promptly offered a sincere apology. "I am truly sorry, Uncle Yamashita. I became overly excited at the beginning yesterday and inadvertently overlooked your words, training for an excessive duration. I assure you it will not happen again." Observing the obedient and understanding demeanor of Yuichiro, Yamashita Kai found himself at a loss for words, his prepared admonishments dissipating into thin air. With a frustrated huff, he solemnly remarked, "It is good that you understand. All training must adhere to a gradual approach. Even the rotund members of the Akimichi clan did not achieve their stature overnight. Impatience is the enemy of training, so you must be mindful of this in the future." The wisdom of his words resonated with Yuichiro, who recalled watching anime in his previous life, where Akimichi Choji was invariably depicted indulging in an array of snacks and grilled meats. "Understood. I will remember." "Thank you, Uncle," Yuichiro responded joyfully, relieved to have escaped a reprimand. Despite Yamashita Keiko's scolding regarding Yuichiro's injuries, after assessing his progress in forming hand seals, Yamashita Kai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Yuichiro had already mastered the formation of 12 seals with remarkable ease, and his speed had notably improved, now achieving a stable rate of 25 seals per minute, which equated to roughly 1 seal every 25 seconds. At this stage, Yamashita Kai need not worry excessively about the upcoming practice. He only needed to occasionally check Yuichiro's speed to ensure he was not slacking off. Contemplating this, Yamashita Kai earnestly advised, "Yuichiro, there has been much happening in the village lately, and it has been challenging for me to attend to you. You must practice diligently and not become complacent, understood? Also, should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek Aunt Keiko's assistance." Yuichiro replied, "Of course, Uncle Kai. I will not be negligent, you can rest assured." Gently ruffling Yuichiro's hair, Yamashita Kai enticingly proposed, You are now 3 years and 3 months old. How about this? I promise that once you can form 4 seals in 1 second, I shall teach you how to refine chakra. What do you say? Really? Haha. That is wonderful. Yuichiro exclaimed, having long awaited the opportunity to learn about the enigmatic power of chakra. Upon hearing Yamashita Kai's assurance, he gleefully remarked, Uncle Kai, I will surely achieve the ability to form 4 seals in a second very soon. You must not go back on your word. Humph. How could I possibly go back on my word? A man must honor his commitments, Yamashita Kai replied sternly. However, let me make one thing clear. If you injure your fingers again due to practicing hand seals, this agreement will become null and void. And I cannot in good conscience teach you chakra. Do not worry, Uncle Kai. I have truly learned my lesson and will never repeat such mistakes, Yuichiro assured. Recognizing Yamashita Kai's concern about overexertion, he was now aware that a gradual approach would yield faster mastery and would not foolishly engage in thankless endeavors again. Yamashita Kai was indeed quite busy in recent days, and after tirelessly reminding Yuichiro, he hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Yuichiro continued his practice of hand seals and calligraphy while keeping an eye on Ino. Although it may seem tedious, Yueqian he also finds joy in it. He perceives himself as the protagonist of a nurturing game, reveling in the relentless pursuit of his aspirations as he witnesses the continuous rise of his attributes. This allure is irresistible, especially considering that the skills acquired in this game can be applied in reality, enabling him to impress and confront others with confidence. In truth, the primary reason most individuals abandon their endeavors midway is their uncertainty regarding the path they are traversing. Some begin to explore alternative routes, while others hesitate. And a few even retreat to the starting point. However, endowed with an attribute panel, Yueqian, he can clearly see the destination from the outset. In this scenario, as long as one is not mired in inertia, unwilling to take even a few steps, they are bound to reach the end. The only distinction lies in the pace of their journey. Currently, Yueqian he is eager to race toward the finish line to witness the different scenery and discern the path that lies beyond it. He has come to the realization that wasting time is akin to committing a crime, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to mastering 2 skills. His intense focus induces a sense of apprehension in Yamamoto Keiko, who fears he may become obsessed. Time seems to slip away unnoticed when one is fully engaged in their pursuits. Today, the flower shop's business is modest. Aside from occasional customers purchasing white chrysanthemums for unknown tributes, no other business has emerged. Following the recent turmoil caused by the 9 Tails, it is unlikely that anyone would be inclined to buy roses to confess their love. Nevertheless, it is anticipated that business will soon prosper, as villagers establishing new homes will inevitably seek ornamental bonsai to adorn their abodes. Yamamoto Keiko enjoys the tranquility, devoting most of her energy to nurturing and caring for Inoue while also teaching he calligraphy. However, he has already grasped the majority of the techniques, requiring only diligent practice to refine his skills. As night falls, Yueqian he stands before the window, observing the fervent construction efforts. Even with the assistance of ninjas, the extensive devastation wrought by the 9 Tails upon the lumber village will not be swiftly remedied. Moreover, the relocation of several clans, such as the Uchiha, cannot be accomplished in a short span. Ignoring the trifles that are temporarily irrelevant to him, Yueqian he diligently examines his attribute panel. It is indeed essential to engage in self-reflection, especially now that he possesses an attribute panel, an invaluable tool for self-understanding that should not be neglected or squandered. After a day's labor, his achievements surpass those of the previous day. Body, 38011. Strength, 8004. Speed, 33009. Spirit, 96021. Chi, 24007. Mind, 88024040. Sealing techniques. Proficiency, 3141. Regular script calligraphy, proficiency 0102. The slow increase in calligraphy proficiency, having risen only by 0.2 despite the extensive time spent studying, contrasted sharply with the 41-point increase in sealing techniques. This vast disparity leads Yueqian he to ponder the complexities behind skill proficiency growth, still uncertain of the underlying factors that influence it. Upon meticulously examining the attribute panel, Yueqian was astonished to discover that, aside from the divine abilities he had actively trained, other attributes had also experienced varying degrees of enhancement. It was only through reviewing the annotations that he learned these improvements primarily stemmed from the natural development of his body. Consequently, Yueqian did not dwell on this matter too much, as his age was still quite tender, rendering him unsuitable for rigorous physical training. His proficiency in hand seals stood at 72, and his current speed of performing hand seals approached 2 seconds per seal, a notable advancement. However, he still faced a considerable gap from Uncle Hai's expectation of achieving 4 seals within a second. To master the chakra refining technique, he recognized the need for continued effort. Encouraging himself, Yueqian mused that if he could increase his proficiency by 4 each day, he would likely reach 100 in just over 20 days. Yet, he harbored doubts about whether the difficulty of increasing proficiency would change later on. Setting aside these contemplations, Yueqian turned his gaze back to the divine attribute. His spirits lifting as he thought, I am merely 36 points away from a level up. Tomorrow, I should be able to achieve it. It took me 3 days. And while it cannot compare to those games where one achieves maximum level with a single strike, this pace is still quite acceptable. Tomorrow, and Inuzuka would be bringing over a puppy, which filled him with anticipation. However, he realized he needed to ponder a name tonight. Should it be something cute or something more imposing? Gazing at the shadowy silhouette of Hokage Rock beneath the hazy moonlight, Yueqian felt a surge of joy, brimming with hope for the promising tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the mountains, in the room of the Hai family, the couple was engaged in a hushed conversation. Keiko Yamashita furrowed her brow, her expression laden with worry as she said, Hai. Yueqian will inevitably learn about the passing of his father during the Chunin exams. Have you considered how to tell him? Upon hearing this, Hai rubbed his chin in distress, exclaiming, this is truly troublesome. I've been troubled by this matter for the past couple of days. So, have you figured out how to approach it? That child is remarkably astute. I fear we won't be able to conceal it for long. I have been dreading the moment he inquires about his father. Unsure of how to respond. With a sigh, Hai embraced Keiko, gently reassuring her, do not worry excessively. If he asks, let him come to me. I will handle it. What do you plan to do? Keiko inquired. Well, for now, let us postpone it, Hai replied with resignation. During our time at the Qingshi household, I mentioned matters regarding inheritance and compensation. That child is quite mature. In time, he will come to understand the outcome on his own. When he is mentally prepared, he will seek us out for clarification. At that point, sharing the truth with him should be less painful. After Hai spoke, a silence fell upon them. Keiko's lips twitched as if she wished to speak, yet lacking a better alternative, she acquiesced to Hai's approach. Deep down, she silently wished for Yueqian, hoping he would not be too sorrowful when the time came. The following morning, Yueqian rose early once more, diligently assisting Keiko with the flower shop, seemingly free from the laziness that had previously plagued him. Yueqian, you seem particularly cheerful today, with that constant smile on your face, Keiko teased, observing his content demeanor as he beamed throughout the morning. Yueqian, he also chuckled, ha ha ha, and Keiko, isn't Aunt Inuzuka supposed to bring the puppy today? I am overjoyed at the thought of meeting it soon. Seeing Yueqian Heya's cheerful demeanor, Yamamoto Keiko couldn't help but be influenced. Wearing a bright smile as she curiously inquired, oh, have you thought of a name for the puppy? Haha, I've decided to name it by D, which is quite memorable. I only thought of that name last night, Yueqian, he replied, scratching the back of his head with a grin. Upon hearing the chosen name, Yamamoto Keiko paused for a moment before responding, by D, huh? Quite splendid and powerful. I believe it will like it. By the way, you've been cooped up at home studying for the past few days without going out to play. That's not very good, Yamamoto Keiko remarked with a smile. It's too isolating. You should go out and mingle with other children. That's how you make friends. Reflecting on Yamamoto Keiko's words, Yueqian, he realized that perhaps he should indeed venture outside. Though he had no intention of befriending the snot-nosed toddlers, he was quite curious about the village of Mokuya. Thus, he cheerfully responded, all right, Aunt Keiko, I will make time to explore. That's the spirit. Playing with other children will alleviate many worries, Yamamoto Keiko said, meaningfully running her fingers through her hair. But do be cautious not to wander too far and avoid construction sites. Those areas are unsafe. Be careful while playing outside, Yueqian, he nodded, understood, Aunt Keiko. I will be careful. The flower shop remained as quiet as before, and Yueqian, he continued to diligently practice his calligraphy and seals. Though today he intermittently glanced toward the door, as if anticipating the arrival of Inuzuka Zuo with the puppy at any moment. His excitement rendered his practice less than satisfactory. Realizing his mindset was askew, he took a couple of deep breaths to calm himself before embarking on the arduous journey of honing his skills once more. Come out and take a look. And is bringing you a puppy. Inuzuka Zuo arrived promptly, not making Yueqian he wait long. bursting through the door around 9 in the morning while calling out energetically. Inuzuka Hana followed suit, shyly clutching a small gray dog in one arm, with another one resting atop her head, akin to the 3 gray pups. Upon hearing Inuzuka's voice, Yueqian Heya eagerly set aside his brush and rushed outside, causing Yamamoto Keiko to gasp in alarm, fearing he might stumble. Haha, look at this little puppy. Do you like it? Inuzuka exclaimed, brandishing the small white dog in her arms with a hearty laugh. Yueqian Heya immediately spotted the puppy being held aloft by Inuzuka. The puppy's entire form was wedge-shaped, with a slightly rounded head that did not appear clumsy. Its coat was a pristine white, thick and fluffy, while the fur on its face and ears was comparatively short. It bore a gentle, composed expression, exuding a regal demeanor akin to that of nobility. Its eyes, of medium size and almond shape, exuded a sense of cleverness, intelligence, and confidence. With just a glance, Yueqian Heya was profoundly enamored with the large white bear dog he would soon name by D. Wow, it's truly beautiful, Yueqian exclaimed, filled with surprise. Observing Yueqian's delighted expression, Inuzuka was assured that her decision to gift him the dog was indeed the right one. Such genuine affection could not be feigned. She was also confident that Yueqian would care for the dog with great devotion. So do you like it? She inquired, gently handing the dog to him. Cautiously receiving the dog, Yueqian locked eyes with the puppy for a moment, noticing its curious gaze, as if it were assessing its future master. Truly a clever little creature, he thought to himself. Nodding emphatically at Inuzuka, Yueqian joyfully remarked, "Thank you, Aunt Tsum. I absolutely love it. It's simply wonderful." Haha. I'm glad you like it. Have you decided on a name? Inuzuka asked with pride. By D, this is the name I pondered over all night. Yueqian replied with a smile before leaning down to the puppy, asking, What do you think, by D? Are you satisfied with that name? The puppy turned its face away, appearing indifferent, exuding an air of arrogance. Yueqian was unfazed. Instead, he chuckled. Haha, you certainly carry yourself with a certain flair befitting that name. With that, he gently began to stroke Bai Di's head, even giving it a neck massage. Under Yueqian's affectionate touch, the proud Bai Di displayed a content expression, as if praising its owner for a job well done. At that moment, Keiko Yamanaka emerged from the mountains, cradling Ino. Upon seeing the puppy in Yueqian's arms, she was equally enamored, exclaiming, Wow, what a beautiful dog. Its fur is as white as snow. Inuzuka watched with satisfaction as Yueqian played with the puppy, noting Bai Di's comfortable demeanor. He seems to really like you, doesn't he? This little one has always been cared for by Hina. You might consider learning from her, as it will make taking care of him easier, she suggested. Is that so? I'll certainly seek Hina's guidance then. Yueqian replied with a smile directed at Inuzuka Hina. Hina blushed shyly but quietly agreed. Observing Hina's bashfulness, Keiko smiled and said, Why don't you take Hina to the backyard to play? Hina can teach you some tips on caring for the dog while I chat with Aunt Tsum. I'll call for you both later. Let us go. I'll take you to the backyard, Yueqian responded, leading Inuzuka Hina outside. Once in the backyard, Hina set the 3 gray puppies down to play freely, advising them not to relieve themselves or destroy anything. Little Bai, or rather, Bai Di now, is quite clever. Don't be fooled by its small size. It's very easy to train, Hina said shyly, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Bai Di in Yueqian's arms. Recently accustomed to having his hair ruffled, Yueqian joyfully stroked Bai Di's head, curiously asking, So, what should I feed it now? I have brought some puppy formula, which should suffice for Bai Di for about a month. You can gradually introduce some meat into his diet, and after a month, he will be able to consume a variety of foods, such as meat and rice, and there will be no need to specifically provide him with puppy formula anymore. Inuzuka Hana, with an air of seasoned experience, imparted this wisdom. Oh, is there anything else I should be mindful of? Yukichi continued to inquire. Having raised dogs in his previous life, he was eager to understand if there were any particular considerations for dogs in the world of Naruto. Inuzuka Hana earnestly advised. You must take him for walks daily. Dogs require ample exercise to remain healthy. Be sure to clean up after him during your strolls. Furthermore, the Akita breed has a thick coat, so expect a significant amount of shedding, necessitating regular grooming. As for bathing, it need not be too frequent. Once every couple of weeks during his early days will suffice, as he will learn to groom himself as he matures. Through his conversation with Inuzuka Hana, Yukichi found that the general care for dogs was quite similar to his previous life. However, he noted that the dogs in the Naruto universe were remarkably astute, especially those trained as ninja companions, with some intelligent dogs even capable of speech. This newfound understanding filled Yukichi with heightened anticipation for Baidi. After a brief visit, Inuzuka Tsum and her daughter took their leave, but Tsum extended another invitation for Yukichi to visit their pet hospital. She emphasized the necessity of regular checkups for Baidi during his early developmental stages, to which Yukichi readily agreed. Once the Inuzukas departed and Yukichi found tranquility within himself, he resumed his practice of hand seals, achieving commendable results. When he paused to check Baidi's status panel, he was met with an unexpected delight. A notification appeared. A creature eligible for companionship has been identified. Would you like to confirm this creature as a pet? Current pet slot 1. Yukichi excitedly mused. This pet slot must be one of the additional functionalities the system hinted at before. I never anticipated uncovering a new feature so swiftly. I ought to express my gratitude to Inuzuka. Given the lack of alternative options and Baidi's exceptional qualities, Yukichi felt no hesitation in confirming the selection. Upon issuing the command, Baidi, who had been quietly nestled in his arms, wriggled slightly before settling back down. To Yukichi's astonishment, he noticed a new entry in the skills section of his status panel. Pet 1. Baidi. Birth date September 1st, 48th year of Konoha. Age 1 month and 13 days. Body 32. Strength 3. Speed 16. Spirit 54. Chakra 3. Intelligence 24. Skills none. Aside from some slightly inferior statistics compared to my own, it seems there is little distinction. Additionally, pets possess a skills section, though Baidi currently lacks any skills. I wonder what abilities he might acquire in the future? Yukichi pondered. Curiously, Yukichi lifted Baidi and examined him from various angles, noting no significant changes. He then attempted to engage Baidi, asking, Baidi, can you understand me? The little dog responded with the same haughty gaze, casting him a regal disdain. Feeling slightly disillusioned with the capabilities of the pet feature, Yueqian Heya also couldn't help but grumble. Aside from being able to view its attributes, it seems there's been no real change. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Free features are nothing but a trap. With the addition of a small puppy to his life, Yueqian Heya found himself with even more responsibilities. Beyond occasionally assisting Yamano Keiko in watching over Ino's little one, he had to tend to the puppy's needs as well. Fortunately, after being adopted as a pet, the White Emperor had become quite well behaved, either resting quietly beside Yueqian Heya or frolicking around the house. It neither relieved itself indiscriminately nor damaged any furniture. And when Yueqian Heya actively sought its company, it would joyfully scamper over to play without disturbing him during his focused practice sessions. After spending an afternoon together, Yueqian Heya felt fortunate to have such an obedient dog, which indeed alleviated his worries. After dinner, Yueqian Heya decided to take the White Emperor for a stroll outside. This would serve the dual purpose of walking the dog and allowing him to explore the wood industry village, as he had yet to properly tour the place after 3 days. His curiosity about Konoha village was palpable. After all, transitioning from reality to a secondary world was far more exciting than a mere overseas trip. Aunt Keiko, I'm taking White Emperor out for a walk, he informed Yamano Keiko while cradling the little white dog. All right, go ahead, Yamano Keiko replied with a smile, adding a reminder. But remember what I just told you. Don't wander too far, and make sure to return by 9 o'clock. Okay, Aunt Keiko, I'll remember, he assured her, as he sauntered to the flower shop's entrance. Yueqian Heya felt a twinge of anxiety about his poor sense of direction. It was manageable during the day, but finding his way back at night could prove challenging, especially since there were no police in the Hokage world. Hey, White Emperor, remember the sin of this place. I'll be counting on you to lead us back. He joked to the puppy trailing at his feet, not truly expecting a response. To his surprise, White Emperor seemed to comprehend his words, sniffing the air vigorously before turning to bark twice at Yueqian Heya, as if to indicate that it had indeed memorized the scent. Oh, aren't you supposed to not understand me? Yueqian Heya exclaimed in astonishment, squatting to pat the puppy's neck, a smile gracing his face. The little white dog disdainfully turned its head away, casting Yueqian Heya a look of regal contempt. Realizing the depth of expression in the dog's gaze, Yueqian Heya muttered under his breath, Damn, do the dogs in Konoha all have such personality? Let us not delve into how Yueqian Heya understood the dog's expression. Just look at the meme of regal disdain to see the striking similarity. Fine, I shan't hold this against you now. But if you can't find your way back later, I'll give you a smack. He playfully ruffled White Emperor's head before standing up and continuing on his way. To avoid getting lost, he cleverly chose to walk straight towards Hokage Rock. knowing that when it was time to return, he could simply head in the opposite direction. The poor navigator silently commended his own small stroke of ingenuity. Though referred to as a village, the wood industry village is expansive and densely populated. Even after enduring the devastation wrought by the Ninetales, the streets remain vibrant and bustling, truly embodying the wealth of the nation depicted in Naruto. After a considerable trek towards the Hokage Rock, Yueqian Heya also realized that his distance from it seemed unchanged. It was akin to chasing a distant mountain on horseback. Fortunately, Yueqian Heya did not feel compelled to reach the Hokage Rock. Instead, he enthusiastically began to appreciate the shops lining either side of the street. In his previous life, Zhang Yue, as an ordinary individual, lacked the financial means to travel to Japan, making this his first intimate encounter with traditional Japanese storefronts, filling him with curiosity. He could not decipher the shop names, all inscribed in Japanese, nor did he know their purposes, which deterred him from venturing inside. However, he did come across numerous establishments with Chinese characters in their signage, allowing him to infer their nature. For instance, a shop labeled with meat was undoubtedly a purveyor of meat, and not something else entirely. As Yueqian Heya strolled leisurely, savoring the streets of the wood industry, he occasionally entered shops bustling with patrons. He wandered through several bookstores and noodle shops, attempted to enter a gambling den but was halted by a guard, and eventually infiltrated a ninja tool shop. He had intended to handle the displayed shuriken and kunai but was swiftly ejected by the owner, likely due to his youth. A small white dog faithfully trailed Yueqian Heya, occasionally darting ahead only to pause and wait for him. If it noticed Yueqian Heya entering a shop, it would promptly return to his side, relieving him of any concern. Just as Yueqian Heya was enjoying his exploration, he suddenly became aware of several snot-nosed, grimy little ones stealthily following him, their eyes sparkling with envy as they gazed at the adorable White Emperor. Yueqian Heya pondered that these children were likely locals, drawn to the charming White Emperor, their furtive behavior reminiscent of a game of ninjas. He had no desire to engage with these mischievous kids and merely glanced at them before resuming his leisurely stroll. His demeanor, exuding a maturity unlike that of a child, made the little rascals hesitant to approach him. However, upon realizing that Yueqian Heya had noticed them, the boldest of the group mustered the courage to step forward with his companions. "Hey, who are you? I've never seen you around before," he inquired, projecting bravado despite a quivering tone, revealing a facade of bravado masking his trepidation. Though he had no intention of interacting with these youngsters, since they had approached him, Yueqian Heya smiled and replied, "Hello, my name is Yueqian Heya, and I've just moved here," perhaps emboldened by the presence of his companions. The leader disregarded Yueqian Heya's imposing aura and arrogantly declared, "So you're Yueqian Heya, huh? From now on, if you play here, you must call me boss like the others. And your dog must play with me too, understood?" After living for over 20 years, it is quite amusing to find oneself compelled by a mere child of 5 or 6 to assume the role of a subordinate. Yueqian Kazuya nearly succumbed to laughter, jesting. "Why should I acknowledge you as my leader? What makes you so remarkable?" The little boy, brimming with confidence, retorted, "Because I am the strongest here. No one can defeat me." Observing the child, Yueqian noted he appeared to be the eldest among them, taller and sturdier than his peers, which explained his self-proclaimed leadership. Recognizing the child's gullibility, Yueqian smiled and replied, "That's simply one to do. I cannot accept you as my leader. I believe that only the most formidable fighters can serve as subordinates, for true leaders need not engage in battle themselves. They merely instruct their subordinates to do so." The child pondered this assertion, finding it to carry a semblance of logic. He reflected on instances of conflict where he himself did not need to lift a finger, as his subordinates vanquished their opponents with ease. Indeed, a most exhilarating prospect. Noticing the excitement on the child's face, Yueqian understood his words had resonated. He continued to persuade. "Thus, I contend that only the most astute among us is worthy of leadership." The boy, quick on the uptake, declared, "Then I must be the smartest here. You should still call me your leader." "This cannot be," Yueqian replied, feigning contemplation. "You cannot simply declare yourself the smartest. Here is what we shall do. I will pose 3 questions, and whoever answers the most correctly shall be deemed the wisest among us, thus becoming our leader." The leading child, feeling somewhat uneasy at this proposition, attempted to maintain an air of indifference, bravely asserting, "Who is afraid? Go ahead and ask." Yueqian cast a disdainful glance at them, mirroring the expression of the White Emperor, commonly referred to as the king's contempt. With a slight smirk, he disdainfully remarked, "Let me make it clear. If none of you can answer my questions, it will prove I am the smartest, and you shall all acknowledge me as your leader." Seeing no objections from the group of unruly children, Yueqian chuckled and announced, I shall begin with the first question, starting with something simple, something even a 3-year-old could solve. Pay close attention. There exists a task that you can do, I can do, and we all can do. One person can accomplish it, but two cannot do it together. What is this task? Upon hearing that it was a question suitable for a 3-year-old, the children hurried to respond, fearing they would be outdone by mere toddlers. As they were all at least 4 years old. Yet, the more anxious they became, the more muddled their thoughts grew, leaving them in a state of confusion. Is there truly such a thing? Let me think carefully, one child with a watermelon-shaped head said, tapping his forehead. The only girl among them timidly raised her hand and inquired, is it something we have done? Indeed, it is something everyone has done, and some even do quite frequently. Yueqian replied with a smile. After a considerable time had passed, the little ones managed to utter a plethora of peculiar answers, though they were swiftly dismissed by their peers. Frustrated and eager to uncover the correct solution, they ultimately conceded. We cannot figure this out. You win this round. Please reveal the answer, the leading child pouted. Expressing his dissatisfaction, Yueqian Heya smiled faintly, unconcerned, and remarked, the answer pertains to dreaming. Dreaming, indeed. It is something everyone can do. Yet it cannot be shared between two individuals, lamented a chubby boy, frustrated with himself. How could I have missed such a simple answer? Oh, so it was dreaming. I cannot believe I overlooked that. Just yesterday, I had a terrifying dream that left me too frightened to sleep. Thankfully, my mother stayed by my side. The solitary girl recounted, her heart still racing from the memory of her nightmare. The leading child, however, remained unconvinced, stamping his foot in frustration, arms crossed defiantly. Humph. I thought it was something more complex. If I had a bit more time, I would have figured it out. I was almost there. Well, there are still 2 more questions to go. You must be quicker. If I reveal the answer before you do, you'll have to acknowledge me as the leader. Yueqian had teased, exuding confidence. But I suspect you 1T stand a chance with the more challenging questions ahead. Let us maintain the same level of difficulty. Don't underestimate us. Go ahead and pose your question. I'll answer it in no time. The leading child retorted, visibly annoyed by Yueqian Heya's smug attitude. All right. If you are so eager to accept me as your leader, I shall oblige. Now, listen closely. This is a riddle even a 3-year-old could solve. A blind man approaches the edge of a cliff. Why does he suddenly stop and turn back? Haha. I know this one. It's because someone called him from behind, right? The leading child responded swiftly, displaying a quick wit. Both the watermelon-headed boy and the girl simultaneously expressed disappointment, clearly having arrived at the same conclusion. Actually, no one called him. He chose to turn back on his own. Yueqian Heya stated, delivering the answer with a hint of cruelty. How frustrating. The leading child thought indignantly. My answer was correct, yet he claims I am wrong. I shall see what answer he provides next. With a simmering resentment, the child lost interest in further solutions. Oh, I've got it. Suddenly, the chubby boy burst into laughter, seemingly delighted by his own revelation. Is that so? Little fatty, when did you become so clever? Go on, share your answer. Let us see if it's correct. The watermelon head clearly doubted little fatty's ability to come up with an answer faster than himself, his tone laced with playful mockery. Sensing the skepticism from watermelon head, little fatty retorted with indignation. Humph, my answer is definitely correct this time. All right, if your answer is indeed correct, then hurry up and tell us. Who will know if you don't speak? Noticing the fire in little fatty's eyes, watermelon head realized he was no match for him and quickly conceded, though he still refused to admit defeat verbally. With a resentful glare at watermelon head, little fatty confidently declared, my answer is that the blind man remembered he left the gas on at home, so he suddenly turned back. Uffed, ha ha, fatty. Your answer is absolutely hilarious. Initially, watermelon head had some anticipation based on little fatty's confident demeanor, but when the answer was revealed, he burst into laughter. Hearing his companion's ridicule, little fatty's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and he hurriedly explained, Humph, what do you know? Once, my father took me to a temple fair, and halfway through, he suddenly remembered the gas was left on at home, then picked me up and ran back. That blind man must have been in the same situation. After explaining to watermelon head, little fatty eagerly turned to Yueqian and asked, is my answer correct, Yueqian? Observing little fatty's hopeful expression, Yueqian felt that directly telling him it was incorrect would be too harsh. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, well, how should I put it? Although your answer differs from the correct one, it is quite amusing. Perhaps it's not entirely impossible for a blind person to escape danger after suddenly recalling the gas was left on at home. although his answer was not validated. Little Fatty accepted this reality, scratching his round head and smiling. All right then, I'll think some more. I'm sure I can come up with the right answer. Riddles often adhere to certain patterns. Those who have played them frequently can swiftly pinpoint the direction of the answer, while novices may struggle. The answers are typically unexpected yet logical. The group of children, encountering riddles for the first time, pondered for a while but ultimately surrendered once more. Hee. This time the answer is quite simple. Look, a person who has lost one eye. Yueqian paused deliberately after lost one eye. Covering one of his eyes as he explained to the children, he can still see the cliff, so of course, he would turn back. Ah. So that is how it is. Ha ha ha, how did I not think of that? The children realized the truth and laughed in delight. After 2 riddles, the children's gazes towards Yueqian had unintentionally shifted to one of admiration. After all, they were just a bunch of snot-nosed kids. Handling them was quite easy. Do you want to try the third question? Yueqian Heya did not place much importance on the few children, having lived 2 lives. He found no pride in outsmarting a few small kids. The little ones, however, were eager to give it another try, finding Yueqian Heya's question rather intriguing. They envisioned the amusement of returning home to quiz their parents, imagining the sight of their mother and father, deep in thought and earnestly pleading for answers. Much to their delight. Yet, they were apprehensive about their own inability to respond, fearing that they would have to acknowledge Yueqian Heya as their leader. They noticed that he seemed even younger than themselves, and the thought of admitting him as their superior was quite humiliating. Thus, they exchanged hesitant glances, indecisive about their next move. Given your expressions, it seems you are reluctant to continue. If so, we shall leave it here, for I must return home as well. Yueqian Heya remarked with a smile, not genuinely intending to recruit these children as his followers. However, the boldest among the small group protested vehemently. That is not acceptable. Since we've started, we must finish. I am no coward afraid of losing. Indeed. Hurry and pose the next question, Yueqian Heya. We are not cowards. If we lose, we can always let you be the leader. Chimed in a chubby boy. Very well, since you have made your decision. I shall present the third question. Pay close attention. One day, a chubby boy and a watermelon-headed boy went fishing together. The chubby boy said to the watermelon-headed boy, "If you give me one of the fish you catch, my fish will be double yours. If I give you one, we will have the same amount. Pray tell, how many fish did each catch?" The solitary little girl, upon hearing the mention of the chubby boy and the watermelon-headed boy, glanced occasionally at her 2 companions, her small hand covering her mouth to stifle laughter. Yet, the glint in her crescent-shaped eyes revealed her struggle to contain her amusement. In contrast, the 2 boys dubbed Chubby and Watermelon-Headed were far from cheerful. They glared at Yueqian Heya with furrowed brows, while the watermelon-headed boy repeatedly raked his hands through his hair, as if wishing to transform his hairstyle immediately. Yueqian Heya, smiling broadly at the sight of the distressed little ones, cheerfully inquired, "So, did you grasp the question clearly? Would you like me to repeat it?" "Ah, I am on the verge of madness. How could I possibly know?" The leading boy exclaimed. "Hey, Chubby, Jintaro, do either of you know?" It seemed he could detect a hint of mockery in Yueqian Heya's calm tone. Frustrated, having nearly broken his fingers in vain attempts to solve the problem, he turned to Chubby and Watermelon-Headed, hoping for assistance from his peers in the scenario. I don't know either. I've never fished with Jintaro." The chubby boy replied, exchanging a glance of helplessness with his companion, Akiyama Jintaro. The problem posed indeed presents a degree of difficulty for these young children. Although the numbers involved are not substantial, the presence of 2 variables complicates the matter. The simplest approach to solving it would be through a system of linear equations, however. One could also arrive at a solution by trial and error, which could yield results swiftly. Observing that several of his companions were unable to answer, the leader of the group reluctantly conceded defeat, his head hanging low as he uttered, "You tell us the answer. We cannot figure it out." The solution revealed that the chubby boy possessed 7 fish, while the watermelon-headed child had 5, thus satisfying the 2 conditions of the problem. Yueqian Heya chuckled as he explained. After elucidating the solution, Yueqian Heya glanced at the sky, noting that dusk had fallen. Uncertain of the exact time, he feared that if he returned home late, Keiko Yamashita would worry. Thus, he addressed the group of children, saying, "All right, it is quite late. I must be on my way. You all enjoy yourselves." "Ah, big brother. Are you leaving so soon? I wanted to show you our secret base." The leader of the group was indeed quite trustworthy. Calling out to Yueqian Heya immediately after their agreement, demonstrating a potential to become a loyal follower. "Oh, you have a secret base?" Yueqian Heya, slightly teasing, responded, disregarding the term big brother used by the child. Yes, yes. Our secret base is in the garden next to the wood industry hospital. Big brother. Let us take you there. The chubby boy, eager to impress upon hearing Yueqian Heya's curiosity, spoke up first. Though intrigued by the wood industry hospital and tempted to see it, Yueqian He, mindful of the late hour and concerned that Keiko Yamashita would worry, declined, saying, perhaps another time. I truly must return home today. Let's save it for tomorrow. Then we shall accompany you home. By the way, where do you live? The leader of the group, exhibiting his potential as a devoted follower, swiftly suggested upon hearing Yueqian Heya's intent to depart. No need. I reside not far from here at the Yamashita flower shop. I can manage on my own. Yueqian He replied, wow, you live at the Yamashita flower shop? My home is in that vicinity too. I've been there before. That lady is very kind and even gifted me a flower, the only girl among them chimed in. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she smiled. Is that so? Indeed, Aunt Keiko is a wonderful person, Yueqian He responded with a smile. Upon hearing Yueqian He's refusal, the leader quickly insisted, no, it is our duty to protect you, big brother. Right, everyone? It appeared that he had garnered some respect from the others, as they all nodded in agreement. By the way, big brother, you probably don't know our names yet. I am Hirota Aoki, and we shall escort you home. On the way, I will introduce you to the others. The leader of the group introduced himself. After a moment's contemplation, Yueqian He acquiesced to Hirota Aoki's proposal, setting off with his newly acquired entourage of 5 young followers, brimming with enthusiasm. As they walked, the children chattered excitedly, introducing themselves, and Yueqian He learned more about his new companions. The leader, Hirota Aoki, was 6 years old and had just begun attending ninja school. Although due to the recent Nine Tails incident, school was still on break. The chubby boy was named Aikir Akasaka, aged 5, and the watermelon-headed child was called Kentaro Akiyama, also 5 years old. The only little girl named Ando Noriko, a little over 4 years old, approaching 5, mentioned that she had a 9-year-old brother, Ando Gon, who had been studying at the ninja school for several years. Additionally, there was a rather introverted child named Aoki Yuichi, a quiet soul with barely any presence, whose self-introduction was handled by Aoki Hirota. As they approached the Yamamoto flower shop, Wakizaka Kanzuya gratefully patted the shoulders of several young companions, cheerfully advising, all right. I'm home now. Thank you all, feel free to play, but remember to return early, don't stay out too late, and be careful not to get hurt. Haha. No need for thanks, boss, it's our duty, Aoki Hirota replied with a smile. By the way, boss, how about letting Noriko come to pick you up after dinner tomorrow? We can take you to our secret base for some fun. Seizing the opportunity to visit the woodworking hospital, Wakizaka Kanzuya happily agreed. All right. Then it will be a bit of a task for Noriko tomorrow. Oh, it's no trouble at all. My home is just up the road. Ando Noriko blushed and shyly responded, suddenly realizing that the 2 girls he had recently interacted with also spoke to him with flushed faces and shy expressions. Wakizaka Kanzuya felt a surge of delight, inwardly lamenting, being too handsome can be troublesome. It attracts too much attention. After bidding farewell to his friends, he joyfully returned to the Yamamoto flower shop, cradling the White Emperor in his arms. It was precisely 8:30. Half an hour before the 9 o'clock curfew set by Yamamoto Keiko. He meticulously washed the dirty paws of the White Emperor before letting it play on its own. Yamamoto Keiko was taking care of Ino when she noticed Wakizaka Kanzuya's return and gently greeted him. Kanzuya, how was your outing? It was quite enjoyable. I even met a few friends, and we've arranged to play together again tomorrow. He replied cautiously, approaching so as not to disturb the sleeping Ino. Hearing that Kanzuya had made friends brought a smile to Yamamoto Keiko's face, and as she observed him quietly watching Ino, she gently explained, Ino has just fallen asleep. She was crying quite a bit earlier. Aunt Keiko, when will Ino-chan start talking? Wakizaka Kanzuya inquired, genuinely puzzled. Having been an orphan in his previous life and a reclusive individual, he had little opportunity to interact with babies and had not sought knowledge about them, leaving him largely uninformed. Noticing Kanzuya's adorably perplexed expression, Yamamoto Keiko smiled knowingly and explained, typically, babies begin to speak in simple terms around 1 year old, though it can vary from child to child. Oh, isn't that still a long way off? Wakizaka Kanzuya feigned a troubled expression, scratching his head. By then, my father will return from his mission, and I will have to go home. Does that mean I won't be able to teach Ino-chan how to talk? Upon hearing his words, Yamamoto Keiko's heart skipped a beat, realizing that Wakizaka Kanzuya was unaware of the news of his father's passing. She smiled reassuringly. How could that be? Even if your father comes to take you back, you could always return to stay with Aunt Keiko. Thank you, Aunt Wheezy. I will certainly return often to teach my dear sister Ino how to speak. When Ekizan Kanzuya mentioned his late father, Ekizan Seishi, it was not to cause worry to Yamano Wheezy. He felt remorse for bringing it up intentionally, yet he felt compelled to do so. What child away from home does not yearn for their parents? If he resided in the Yamano household without ever mentioning Ekizan Seishi, and if Ekizan Seishi never came to fetch him, he would surely raise suspicions. Sister Ino's hair, golden like that of her uncle and aunt, suggests that she will undoubtedly grow to be as beautiful as Aunt Wheezy. To alleviate Yamano Wheezy's concerns and mitigate his own feelings of guilt, Ekizan Kanzuya swiftly shifted the conversation to the charming Ino. Upon hearing Kanzuya change the subject, Yamano Wheezy felt a sense of relief. She truly wished to shield Kanzuya from the cruel news of his father's passing, yet she did not wish to deceive him outright, hence her efforts to avoid the topic. Kanzuya is quite eloquent and, with his adorable appearance, will surely attract many admirers as he matures, Wheezy teased. By the way, I must return to my room to practice calligraphy. Good night, Aunt Wheezy and dear Ino. Unsure of how to continue the conversation, Kanzuya opted for a tactical retreat. Observing his hasty departure, Yamano Wheezy playfully admonished him, reminding him not to practice too late and to rest early, for nighttime is crucial for a child's growth. All right, Aunt Wheezy, I understand. Embracing his white panda, Kanzuya returned to his room to commence his study regimen, alternating between calligraphy and seal-making exercises. He discovered that practicing calligraphy for a time before engaging in seal-making effectively alleviated the fatigue in his right hand caused by prolonged pen holding. Focusing on both practices significantly contributed to his improvement. And witnessing the gradual enhancement of his attributes and skill levels after each round of practice filled him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Unlike in his previous life, where he often felt weary and inclined to give up, he was now brimming with motivation. As the attribute panel did not permit him to view the attributes of others, Kanzuya remained unaware of his own various levels and the capabilities of other ninjas, both low and high rank. However, it was certain that he was still a mere novice, as he bore no physical distinction from an ordinary 4-year-old child, just like the several younger companions he recruited today. He doubted he could best any of them in a fight due to his age disadvantage. One might wonder how Kanzuya could possibly be outmatched by a little girl like Akiko. One must understand that little girls can be quite fierce, and boys are typically no match for them. Thus, it appears the attribute panel merely reflects the physical attributes of the pre-transmigration Kanzuya without any enhancements to his capabilities. Glancing at the meager 8 points in strength on the attribute panel, Kanzuya felt the weight of his journey ahead. Yueqian Heya, attributes, body, 38023, strength, 8008, speed, 33019. Precision, 96043, Chi, 24015, Spirit, 89004. Skills, 1. Seal Formation, Proficiency 7240. 2. Calligraphy, Proficiency 0301. After 3 days of diligent study, he felt a surge of joy as he witnessed a slight enhancement in his spiritual attributes. Though this increment may seem trivial, envisioning the potential growth after a year at this pace, over 100 points, is exhilarating. What about 10 or 20 years hence? At merely 4 years of age now, he would be in his early 20s, a time often regarded as the pinnacle of life as vibrancy. Indeed, youth is the greatest asset. Furthermore, his proficiency in seal formation surged by 40 points, reaching a total of 112. He calculated that he could now execute 40 seals per minute, which translates to 1 seal every 15 seconds. Although his speed remains modest, such progress is undeniably remarkable. His calligraphy skill may appear to advance slowly in terms of proficiency, yet he perceives his development as profound. If a score of 100 represents the caliber of masters like Wang Shiji or Yin Jinqing, then improving at a rate of 0.1 daily could lead him to rival such grandmasters within a few years. There is little room for discontent regarding the future. As he brimmed with anticipation, time flew by swiftly, and another day passed in Heya's relentless pursuit of knowledge. Like a novice author obsessively refreshing a web page to check for new followers, he remained ever attentive to his attribute panel. However, unlike those fledgling writers whose follower counts might stagnate or even decline, Heya's attributes and skill proficiencies consistently rose, fueling his motivation to persevere. After dinner, He bid farewell to Keiko Yamamoto and, with his newfound friend, joyfully set out with Baidi. Upon arriving at the flower shop, he spotted the young girl, Nariko Ando, waiting in the crisp autumn breeze of October. The sky was exceptionally clear, and under the warm glow of the setting sun, the white clouds seemed to smile, while the air was suffused with the sweet fragrance of osmanthus, as if a soft ribbon were attempting to drape a tender garment over the girl clad in a short skirt and thin blouse. As he emerged from the flower shop, his figure caught the attention of Nariko Ando, who had been fixated on the entrance. A bright smile instantly illuminated her face as she lifted her skirt and dashed towards him, her small white legs in motion. Coming to a stop before he, Nariko took a breath and joyfully exclaimed, "Hey, you're out. I thought I was late. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Did you arrive before me?" He smiled and offered his apologies. Nariko, brushing aside her wind-tousled hair, replied with a grin, "Not at all. I just finished dinner and arrived only moments ago." "Come on, let's hurry," said Ando Nariko, pulling the hand of Yuichiro. "Gokita and the others should be waiting for us." At long last, they had awaited the emergence of Yuichiro, who, feeling somewhat resigned, replied, "You can just call me Yuichiro. It feels quite strange to be addressed as boss." "That won't do. Since we lost to you, we've acknowledged you as our leader, so of course, we must refer to you as boss," the stubborn little girl retorted, pouting in discontent at Yuichiro's suggestion. "Very well, it's up to you," Yuichiro acquiesced, then curiously inquired, "So where is your secret base? Is there anything fun there?" Upon hearing Yuichiro's question about the secret base, Ando Nariko's face lit up with excitement as she replied, "Boss, let me tell you. Our secret base is incredibly fun. It's right next to the Wood Industry Hospital, where there's a large training ground and a beautiful park. Often, the esteemed ninjas recuperating at the hospital come there to train. And Gokita and the others love watching them demonstrate their various ninjutsu techniques. And there's more. Our secret base is located within that very park, which has swings, a merry-go-round, and seesaws. It's so much fun." The little girl wore an eager expression, as if she wished to sprout wings and fly to the location with Yuichiro immediately. With Ando Nariko firmly grasping his hand, Yuichiro found himself quickening his pace involuntarily. The little girl chattered about the amusing and embarrassing incidents that had transpired at the secret base, and with her melodious voice, they soon arrived at their destination. The distance was not far. They had only taken a little under 10 minutes to jog there. However, having turned several corners along the way and not being able to properly memorize the buildings, Yuichiro, being somewhat directionally challenged, feared he would struggle to find his way back home. A group of younger companions had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. As soon as Yuichiro and Nariko appeared, they rushed over to greet them. Before they could reach Yuichiro, the leader, Aoshima Gokita, exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "Haha, boss. I've missed you so much. You won't believe it, but I quizzed my dad with your question last night. He thought about it all night and couldn't come up with an answer. When he woke up this morning, his eyes looked like a panda's. I only told him the answer because I felt sorry for him." Having finished his tale, Gokita burst into laughter again. "Ha, me too. My parents couldn't answer either." "You're just too clever, boss," chimed in the chubby boy and the one with the watermelon-shaped head, both eager to flatter him. "Boss, could you come up with a few more questions? I'd love to quiz my dad again." Seeing the hopeful expressions on the children's faces, Yuichiro smiled gently. "Of course, I have more questions. However, let us discuss them later. I'm quite curious about your secret base after hearing all that Nariko shared. Then let us first check out the training ground, and then go to the garden to play on the swings." Gokita proposed eagerly. "I just spotted a high-ranking ninja over there. Perhaps we'll witness some impressive ninjutsu." Yueqian and Yi, eager to witness authentic ninjutsu, nodded in agreement to Hirota's proposal. However, he noticed a slender, dark-skinned boy among his companions and curiously inquired, "Hirota, is he one of your friends?" "Oh, I completely forgot to introduce him to the boss. How careless of me," Hirota exclaimed, tapping his forehead in frustration. "Boss, this is Akiohara, 5 years old and my neighbor. He has always played with us. And I've invited him here because he wishes to become your little brother as well. Go on, greet the boss." Hirota gently nudged Akiohara. "Hello, boss. I am Akiohara. I look forward to your guidance," the newly introduced boy declared loudly. "Very well, let us play together from now on," Yueqian and Yi said with a smile, patting Akiohara's arm. Akiohara was slightly taller than Yueqian and Yi but stood before him with utmost respect, resembling a young recruit awaiting inspection, which was quite amusing. "Now, to the training ground. Let's move." With a commanding voice, Yueqian and Yi led the 7 exuberant children toward the training area. The training ground, adjacent to the wood industry hospital, appeared spacious, flanked by rows of maple trees. The leaves had been painted crimson by the autumn breeze, and as the wind swept through, countless leaves detached from their branches, dancing gracefully through the air. The ground was adorned with a vibrant carpet of red foliage, and a few mischievous children intentionally kicked the leaves, laughing heartily as they soared into the sky. Yueqian and Yi, accompanied by his little brothers, joyfully walked upon the red-strewn path, relishing the gentle chill of early autumn. The crunch of fallen leaves beneath their feet resonated as they proudly held their heads high, as if preparing to face a dazzling spotlight. "Boss, look over there. I just spotted that esteemed Jainin." Hirota excitedly pointed towards a ninja wielding a blade. Though there was still some distance, Yueqian and Yi could clearly see the ninja practicing with his sword, a fortunate encounter, indeed, to witness a Jainin's prowess. Hastily, Yueqian and Yi approached the Jainin, who stood with his sword held at chest level, eyes closed in concentration. Curiously, he asked Hirota, "How do you know this individual is a Jainin? I overheard other ninjas mentioning it, and we have encountered this Jainin before," Hirota replied cautiously, as if fearing to disturb the focused ninja. Upon hearing this, Yueqian and Yi observed several other ninjas nearby, also focused on the sword-wielding Jainin, and asked, "Are these ninjas over here also Jainin? They all seem to wear the same attire. I don't know all of them, but I believe a few among them are Nin," Hirota said, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at the ninjas. "If only I could become a Nin and wear such splendid attire." Ekizan Kanzuya observed the several Nin around him. Noting their sudden shift to a state of heightened tension and focus, their eyes fixated intently on the armed Jainin. Their rapt attention resembled that of tourists on the shores of Loch Ness, anxiously awaiting the emergence of the fabled monster from the depths. Sensing that something momentous was about to transpire, Kanzuya dared not be complacent and swiftly directed all his concentration towards the wielding Jainin. Whether it was merely an illusion, he felt the very air around him gradually solidifying, making each breath increasingly laborious. Goosebumps prickled his skin, the sensation intensifying with each passing moment. In that instant, the armed Jainin abruptly opened his eyes, and it was as if 2 bolts of lightning surged forth from his gaze. Even without being directly in front of the Jainin, the faint electricity radiating from his peripheral vision sent a fierce shiver down Kanzuya's spine, as though struck by thunder. The Jainin's actions did not cease there. He slowly raised his weapon above his head, his form growing ever more imposing with each motion. As the blade reached its zenith, Kanzuya felt as if he had lost sight of the man entirely, replaced instead by the image of a towering mountain. In that moment, he was transported back to a past life, standing at the foot of Mount Tai, gazing up at its peak and realizing his own insignificance, akin to an ant. As the Jainin brought his sword down, it cleaved through the air with the ferocity of a lightning strike. And the mountain in Kanzuya's vision seemed to collapse like a house of cards. A vast shadow loomed over him, suffocating his cries of terror, which were trapped deep within his throat, and despair descended like a shroud, leaving him no avenue of escape. Kanzuya stood frozen in place, helplessly awaiting the grim decree of death. Once the Jainin had completed his strike, he remained still, contemplating the profundity of that momentous blow. After a considerable pause, he sheathed his sword with a serene smile, exuding an air of tranquility. Witnessing Miyamoto Musashi return his blade to its scabbard, the surrounding Nin hastily approached, eager to flatter him, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Jainin Miyamoto. That strike was a stunning revival of the legendary might of Konoha. Another superlative swordsman has emerged." Indeed, indeed. Even from a distance, I felt as though I could be cleaved in two at any moment. They continued, though Musashi Senpai faced the Nine Tails and sustained injuries. One must consider the silver lining. Without the pressure from the Nine Tails, he might not have developed such a formidable technique so swiftly. Musashi smiled faintly, taking little heed of the flattery from the Nin. As a swordsman who had witnessed the prowess of the White Fang, he understood all too well the true terror of that legendary fighter. The strike he had just executed, a culmination of hours spent gathering his energy, was merely a semblance of the techniques employed by the White Fang during combat. "I still have a long way to go," he mused, gripping the hilt of his sword with confidence. "However, I shall not stop here." Musashi possessed a pride inherent to his identity as a swordsman. Even though he recognized that he currently fell short of the White Fang's legacy, he firmly believed that one day he would surpass that pinnacle, scaling the heights of the swordsmanship path. At that moment, Yueqian Kazuya felt a wave of darkness wash over him, finally snapping back to reality from the terrifying sword intent. He found himself lying on the ground, struggling to support his body with trembling hands, drenched in sweat, his hair clinging to his face. Before him, a myriad of phantoms intertwined. He seemed to see Ando Nariko weeping, and the anxious faces of Aoshima Hirota and others shaking his body. In his dazed state, he also noticed a few ninjas appearing to have detected the anomaly and were rushing toward him. The cries of several children soon caught the attention of the ninjas. Fortunately, being in the wood industry ninja village, the ninjas were exceedingly kind to the villagers and children. With the assistance of several ninjas, including Miyamoto Musashi, the unconscious Yueqian Kazuya was swiftly transported to the nearby wood industry hospital. Upon learning that Yueqian Kazuya had suddenly fainted after observing his swordsmanship practice, Miyamoto Musashi was taken aback. He pondered, this child's condition appears to stem from extreme terror, perhaps a case of overexertion. Yet, unlike the other children, merely watching my movements shouldn't have caused such a reaction. Could it be that he comprehended my sword intent? But how could such a young child possibly achieve that? Miyamoto Musashi gazed at Yueqian Kazuya, who lay upon the hospital bed, his mind filled with uncertainty. Suppressing his long-buried anxiety, he ultimately resolved to spend some time waiting by the side, intending to discern the situation once Yueqian Kazuya regained consciousness. If his suspicions proved true, it would indeed be a remarkable discovery, he mused, though outwardly he maintained a calm demeanor, standing guard with his sword. Soon, Yamamoto Heichi learned of Yueqian Kazuya's fainting and hurried over. Upon seeing Miyamoto Musashi stationed at the bedside, he was momentarily startled but quickly brushed it aside, greeting him briefly before rushing to inquire with the nurse about the situation. After confirming that Yueqian Kazuya had merely overexerted himself and would recover with adequate rest, Yamamoto Heichi finally exhaled in relief. Miyamoto, what brings you to linger here? Yamamoto Heichi, well acquainted with Miyamoto Musashi, discovered him still at Kazuya's bedside when he returned to the ward. Understanding Musashi's character, Heichi inquired with a curious smile. Miyamoto Musashi cast a glance at Yamamoto Heichi, then at Yueqian Kazuya, before responding slowly, Heichi, what manner of child is this? Could you enlighten me? Although unaware of Musashi's intentions, Yamamoto Heichi recognized him as a trustworthy individual who would never act against Yueqian Kazuya's interests. Suppressing his own questions, he deliberated before replying. As for Kazuya, I must admit I do not know him well. He is the child of Yueqian Seiji, who just moved into my home a few days ago. To speak of his uniqueness, this child possesses a maturity far beyond his peers. Yamamoto Heichi sighed, continuing in a serious tone. Moreover, he has an exceptionally keen observational and learning ability. Remarkably keen observational and learning abilities? Miyamoto Musashi softly echoed Yamamoto Heichi's assessment, his heart stirring with anticipation as his earlier speculations began to take shape. Indeed, this child has mastered the art of hand seals after just one study session. Furthermore, he observed the hand signs I executed at an astonishing speed and managed to memorize a continuous sequence of 16 seals. I was quite taken aback by his aptitude. Yamamoto Hatsuchi spoke with pride, reminiscent of a father boasting about his son. Given your speed of performing seals, it is evident that his eyesight and memory are truly exceptional. Miyamoto Musashi, observing the smug expression of Yamamoto Hatsuchi, solemnly reminded him, do you know how he fell unconscious? I was just about to ask you. Not long after Kazuya stepped out, I was informed that he had been taken to the hospital. I rushed here without having the chance to inquire further, Yamamoto Hatsuchi replied, his expression darkening as if he were a lion wounded by an assault on his cub, his eyes gleaming with fury. How did you end up here? This matter cannot possibly be connected to you, can it? Miyamoto Musashi ignored the fierce glare of Yamamoto Hatsuchi and chose his words carefully, responding calmly. I sustained injuries while confronting the Nine Tails, but the pressure from that encounter allowed me to make a breakthrough in my swordsmanship. Hence, I was training at the dojo this afternoon. Listening to Miyamoto Musashi's composed recounting of seemingly unrelated events, Yamamoto Hatsuchi gradually regained his composure, though anxiety gnawed at him. The exemplary restraint of a ninja prevented him from impulsively urging the slow-paced Miyamoto Musashi. Sensing that Yamamoto Hatsuchi had calmed down, Miyamoto Musashi continued. While practicing a newly acquired technique imbued with sword intent, he suddenly lost consciousness after witnessing my move. Lost consciousness after witnessing your move? How can that be? Yamamoto Hatsuchi inquired, puzzled by Miyamoto Musashi's account. Indeed, I found it peculiar as well. At that moment, my aura was contained within the sword and not released outward. While the 6 other children standing beside him experienced some fright, it was not profound. You are already aware of Kazuya's medical diagnosis, extreme terror leading to mental exhaustion. Miyamoto Musashi paused, allowing Yamamoto Hatsuchi a moment to contemplate, then hesitantly added, such an occurrence is entirely improbable, unless what? Yamamoto Hatsuchi interjected eagerly, only to feel a shiver run through him as he quickly comprehended what Miyamoto Musashi implied, incredulously asking, are you suggesting that Kazuya lost consciousness because he comprehended your sword intent, leading to mental exhaustion? Initially, Yamamoto Hatsuchi found this conclusion absurd, even humorous, but gradually, the smile faded from his face as he gazed at Miyamoto Musashi with uncertainty. Having dismissed all impossibilities, the only remaining explanation, no matter how fantastical, must be the truth. Clutching his sword, Miyamoto Musashi spoke in a deep tone, barely concealing his excitement. I remain here precisely to confirm this. For a swordsman living in the world of ninjas, aside from incessantly honing their swordsmanship and proving its superiority over ninjutsu, the search for a worthy successor becomes another paramount duty. In today's world, where samurai and swordsmen have been nearly entirely supplanted by ninjas, finding a gifted individual who is eager to learn the art of swordsmanship has become exceedingly challenging. Most children endowed with the talent for ninjutsu gravitate towards its dazzling and enigmatic allure, rather than the unadorned discipline of swordsmanship. Thus, upon encountering a child who displays the potential for remarkable talent, even the composed Miyamoto Musashi cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. He is unwilling to relinquish even the faintest opportunity, especially considering the likelihood that it may be significant. Yamanaka Hizashi, too, contemplates the intentions left behind by Miyamoto Musashi and finds no reason to oppose them. Musashi can be regarded as the strongest swordsman in Konoha village since the esteemed Hatake Tsukumo, his renown echoing throughout the entire shinobi world. If Kawashita Heya were to follow him in his studies, the future would undoubtedly hold great promise. Simultaneously, Yamanaka Hizashi is astonished by the prodigious talent of Kawashita Heya. Although he had previously witnessed it, if Musashi's conjecture holds true, he can only conclude that he had significantly underestimated Heia's abilities. Are you prepared to wait here until Heya awakens? Hizashi inquires, suppressing the awe swelling within him. Miyamoto Musashi offers a rare smile and nonchalantly responds, I have yet to fully recover from my injuries, so I must remain in the hospital. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he should awaken shortly. Aware that Musashi will not easily depart before Heya regains consciousness, Hizashi inquires further, by the way, you mentioned a few children were with Heya. Are they all right? They're fine, Musashi reassures him. Though they were previously crying in the hospital, the nurses have since escorted them away. Oh, that's good to hear. The two men lapse into silence, leaning against opposite walls to rest their eyes. At this moment, Yamanaka Hizashi begins to meticulously contemplate the future of Kawashita Heya. His exceptional talent is evident. He learns swiftly, demonstrates self-discipline, and approaches his studies with utmost seriousness, wholly unlike a typical child. It is clear he is an individual worthy of investment and development. Hizashi ponders whether imparting the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan to Heya would enable him to master and enhance them. For the first time, this notion arises in his mind, a smile gracing his lips as he envisions the possibilities. However, it is essential for Ino to cultivate a good rapport with Heya. How wonderful it would be if they could grow closer. The more he contemplates, the more a mischievous grin appears on Yamanaka Hizashi's face. Before long, the bedridden Kawashita Heya abruptly sits up, his expression one of sheer terror, as if he has just escaped the grips of death. Bewildered by the stark whiteness of the hospital room, the two men in the room immediately sense that Heya has awakened. Yamanaka Hizashi quickly steps forward. But to avoid startling Heya again, he keeps his distance and greets him with a gentle smile. Heya, it's your uncle. Drawn by Hizashi's attention, Kawashita Heya soon regains his composure. After a moment of reflection, he recalls the embarrassment of having fainted from fear, his face flushing crimson. He offers a wry smile and apologizes. Uncle Yamanaka, I'm sorry for worrying you. What foolishness are you speaking? Seeing Yueqian, he also calmed down so quickly. Seemingly unaffected by the earlier fright, Yamamoto Kaichi felt a sense of relief as he approached, affectionately ruffling Yueqian Heya's hair. Woof! Upon noticing Yueqian he had awakened. The ever-anxious Byako, who had been vigilantly lying by the bedside, became excited, repeatedly attempting to leap onto the hospital bed. However, the bed was still a bit too high for its current stature, leaving it to bound around the edge while barking in a fervor. As Yueqian he now steadied in his emotions, realized that aside from a slight dizziness, he felt no discomfort. He noticed Byaku's anxious demeanor and decided to get out of bed. Lifting the creature into his arms, the proud little fellow, clearly relieved at its owner's recovery, joyfully licked Yueqian Heya's face with slobber, prompting Yueqian He to disdainfully set it back down. Watching Yueqian He happily play with Byaku, Yamamoto Kaichi knew that he had completely emerged from his previous terror. He chuckled as he observed Miyamoto Musashi, who was timidly hiding in the corner, entirely devoid of his usual aloof demeanor that discouraged strangers. Yamamoto Kaichi understood that Musashi was concerned about inadvertently frightening Yueqian He again. With this thought, Yamamoto Kaichi smiled and called out, "Come over here. Uncle would like to introduce you to a friend." Yueqian He released Byaku and, upon turning, immediately noticed the striking figure of the sword-wielding ninja standing against the wall. His pupils involuntarily constricted, yet he did not express any semblance of fear. Miyamoto Musashi was immensely pleased with Yueqian Heya's reaction. He sensed a wariness in his gaze. Yet it lacked the anticipated dread. For an exceptional swordsman, fear should not manifest as an emotion, and at this moment, Yueqian He exhibited the potential to become a remarkable swordsman. Having awakened, Yueqian He had shed the influence of that terrifying sword intent. Appearing calm as he obediently approached Yamamoto Kaichi, gazing intently at Miyamoto Musashi. Noticing Yueqian Heya's demeanor, Yamamoto Kaichi smiled slightly and introduced. "This is the top ninja of my village, the most formidable swordsman there, Miyamoto Musashi. He is also a friend of Uncle S, so you need not fear. Hello. Uncle Musashi, your sword is truly formidable." Having endured the harrowing pressure reminiscent of life and death, facing the currently composed Miyamoto Musashi, Yueqian He naturally felt no fear. His tone surprisingly calm as he spoke sincerely. Upon hearing Yueqian Heya's words, Miyamoto Musashi was overwhelmed with emotion, his voice trembling with excitement. "What did you see in my sword just now?" "When you raised your sword, I saw a great mountain. And then that mountain suddenly collapsed and pressed down upon me, leaving my vision engulfed in darkness," Yueqian He replied, momentarily stunned, as he blushed while recalling the experience. Confirming that Yueqian He had genuinely perceived the sword intent within his blade, Miyamoto Musashi felt an uncontainable thrill, his gaze intensely fixed upon Yueqian He as he eagerly inquired, "If I were to teach you swordsmanship, would you be willing to learn?" Upon hearing the words of Miyamoto Musashi, Ekizan Kinzuya instinctively turned to seek the opinion of Yamamoto Kaichi, who gently nodded in agreement, indicating his support. "Of course, I would be delighted. It is an honor to learn swordsmanship from you," Ekizan Kinzuya promptly affirmed, encouraged by Yamamoto's approval. Miyamoto Musashi exhaled with relief and promptly articulated a plan he had just devised, instructing Kinzuya to study with him for 2 hours each morning. He then mentioned that he would come to the Yamamoto residence to pick him up the following morning before departing with a cheerful demeanor. Musashi's eagerness suggested a fear of Kinzuya having second thoughts, reminiscent of a con artist's trepidation after luring someone onto their ship. Had it not been for Yamamoto Kaichi's confirmation of Musashi's identity, Kinzuya might have suspected he had encountered a swindler akin to Cho Qianzhang. Yamamoto Kaichi affectionately ruffled Kinzuya's hair and remarked, "Miyamoto Musashi is one of the finest swordsmen of this era, and I believe he may very well become one of the greatest swordsmen in all of history. You now have the opportunity to learn from him. So make the most of it, and do not become complacent." "Thank you, Uncle Yamamoto. I understand," Kinzuya replied with a smile. After conducting a final check to ensure everything was in order, Kinzuya exited the courtyard. On the way home with Yamamoto Kaichi, they passed through the garden, where Kinzuya unexpectedly encountered a few friends. The eyes of the young girl, Ando Noriko, were still red, clearly indicating she had been crying heartily. The group of children chattered with concern, and upon learning that Kinzuya was no longer in serious danger and merely needed a night of rest at home, they all sighed in relief. After agreeing to play together the following day, Kinzuya accompanied Yamamoto Kaichi back home. To avoid worrying Yamamoto Keiko, Kaichi refrained from mentioning Kinzuya's incident to her. Fortunately, Keiko remained unaware of Kinzuya's fainting spell, otherwise, it might have been more challenging for him to venture out alone in the future. After escorting Kinzuya back to his room, Yamamoto Kaichi hurriedly left again. As he had indeed been remarkably busy these past few days, often moving with the swiftness akin to teleportation. Back in his room, Kinzuya gazed in astonishment at his attribute panel. Having checked his data multiple times each day, he quickly discovered with delight that a new skill, Sword Intent, had appeared in his skill set, boasting a proficiency of 16. Additionally, his spirit attribute had surged by an impressive 12 points. The sword intent was likely a result of observing Miyamoto Musashi's demonstration, though he was uncertain how to enhance it. It's surely related to sword practice. I will figure it out once I train with Miyamoto Musashi, he mused. However, he pondered the sudden increase in his spirit attribute with curiosity. The divine will determines the strength of biological intent, and one can enhance it through unwavering focus. Under the immense pressure of Miyamoto Musashi's sword, I indeed concentrated all my efforts in resistance. However, the sudden surge in my abilities is nothing short of astonishing, equating to what I typically achieve in a month. It appears there are additional methods to elevate one's attributes. Excitedly, Yueqian Heya pondered this notion. Yet, the risks associated with such extreme pressure tactics are not insignificant. This time, fortune favored me, as the only side effect was a brief, fainting spell. Had I faltered, I might have faced a complete mental collapse. Reflecting on the perilous situation, a cold sweat broke out on Yueqian Heya's brow. He hastily dismissed any thoughts of taking shortcuts. With the attribute panel, it is far wiser to proceed steadily, as one must not hasten growth, lest one inadvertently jeopardize their progress. Although he abandoned the idea of engaging in hazardous trials, the unexpected acquisition of 12 divine power points invigorated Yueqian Heya's spirit, prompting him to continue his studies with renewed enthusiasm that evening. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. The daily progress made through diligent study, though seemingly eclipsed by a singular windfall, is invaluable, as it is the consistent effort and perseverance that truly count. Ah, splendid. My seal formation proficiency has reached 152. I can now achieve 1 seal per second. My calligraphy proficiency has increased by 0.1 today, and I must strive further. My divine power has also risen by 0.05, which is a commendable improvement. Before he knew it, it was 11 o'clock. Yueqian Heya set down his brush, joyfully reviewing the fruits of his day's labor, and began to anticipate the swordsmanship lessons that awaited him the following day. What sort of learning plan would Miyamoto Musashi devise? Influenced by the venerable Mr. Jin, the dream of wielding a sword and traversing the world has captivated generations of Chinese youth. Even in the world of Naruto, the mere thought of one day donning a long sword, exuding grace and flair while confronting formidable foes with unwavering resolve, filled Yueqian Heya with excitement and longing. A swordsman, brandishing a double-edged blade, is sharp and dangerous, capable of inflicting harm from any angle, piercing through armor with lethal precision. Thus, they are regarded as the sovereign of all weapons. As the saying goes, a knife is like a fierce tiger, a sword like a swift wind. Mastery of the sword first requires unity between body and blade, and between blade and spirit. One must perceive the sword as an extension of oneself. The blade's edge, akin to a spear's tip, should be wielded as if it were part of the body, embodying the essence of swordsmanship. Early in the morning, Miyamoto Musashi, brimming with enthusiasm, led Yueqian Heya from the mountain flower shop, presenting him with a bamboo sword modeled after ancient Chinese swords, and began to impart his understanding of the way of the sword. I do not expect you to grasp this now, but you must commit it to memory for future contemplation. After hearing Musashi's initial words, Yueqian Heya found himself in a haze of confusion, yet felt an unexplainable depth to his teachings. When instructed to take notes, he promptly nodded, indicating his intent to remember. The sword must be held firmly to unleash its power. One must coordinate their movements with their waist, allowing each step to generate momentum, thus achieving grand openings and closures. Chopping, thrusting, and sweeping must all be executed with precision and ease. Only then can one move like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, remain as poised as a maiden in waiting, and flow like a dragon or snake soaring through the air, swift as a hawk pursuing its prey. Thus, the cultivation of wrist and waist strength is paramount for a swordsman. Robust waist strength facilitates nimble footwork, allowing the body to move in harmony with the sword. Where intention begets action, I shall impart to you the methods for developing waist and wrist strength, the fundamental footwork, and the elementary sword techniques. Once you have mastered these, my task will be complete. All intricate swordsmanship is a synthesis of these foundational movements and techniques, and you are encouraged to practice and reflect according to your own insights, thereby creating a unique style of swordsmanship. Do you understand? After hearing the words of Miyamoto Musashi, Yueqian nodded solemnly. In a moment of clarity, he recalled the myriad captivating sword techniques from martial arts novels of his past life, envisioning the opportunity to create them himself, allowing them to shine brightly in the world of Naruto. Very well, Let us commence with the methods for cultivating waist strength. Miyamoto Musashi stepped forward and gently tapped Yukichika's waist, indicating its position, and then spoke earnestly. The waist is not only the fulcrum for bearing the weight of the upper body, but also the central axis connecting the lower body. It is the source of power transmission. I possess a family technique known as the soft bone skill, which can enhance waist strength. And your age is indeed the optimal time to learn. Under Musashi's guidance, Yukichika embarked on an arduous journey of learning. The soft bone skill was not solely for waist training, but comprised a total of 48 movements, capable of conditioning the entire body, continually stretching and strengthening the muscles and bones. Although just over 3 years old, Yukichika's supple bones and flexible meridians were put to the test as Musashi manipulated him into nearly a spherical form, causing him to wail in agony. However, Musashi attentively monitored Yukichika's physical condition. Despite the unbearable pain, the benefits were substantial. As time progressed, Yukichika's cries gradually subsided, not due to acclimatization or cessation of pain, but rather because his throat had grown hoarse. Upon completing all 48 movements, Musashi finally restored Yukichika to a more human shape, and to Yukichika's astonishment, he discovered that he was still intact. Each of the 48 movements required a duration of 2 minutes. Like escaping from the depths of hell, Yukichika longed to flee home. Devoid of the courage even to curse Musashi, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the experience, it was nothing short of demonic. He finally understood the excitement that had accompanied his agreement to train with Musashi. The unrestrained capacity to inflict such torment must indeed be exhilarating. This man was undoubtedly a sadist, likely having endured similar treatment in his youth, resulting in his psychological aberration. Yet, I am not a masochist. The self-proclaimed civilized Yukichika could not suppress his expletives. So, this is how one trains in swordsmanship within the world of Naruto. How could I have been so naive? Unable to voice his frustrations due to his hoarseness, Yukichika was left speechless. Musashi swiftly retrieved Yukichika, who was attempting to escape. And upon witnessing the pitiful sight of his tear-filled eyes, he awkwardly chuckled, saying, "Ahem, do not look at me like that. First, take a moment to feel your body and observe any changes." Although the desire to escape from the clutches of the demon lingered, Yueqian He could only surrender to the overwhelming might of the fiend. Hesitantly moving his arms and legs, he felt no excruciating pain as before. Yet he noticed no significant alterations. Curiously, he gazed at Miyamoto Musashi. Upon further introspection, he realized his body felt considerably lighter, and various movements became much simpler. Noticing Yueqian He seemed oblivious to his own transformation, Miyamoto Musashi chuckled and offered a gentle reminder. Heeding Musashi's words, Yueqian He cautiously extended his arms, testing his limits. Observing Yueqian He's tentative demeanor, as if fearful of inadvertently damaging himself, Miyamoto Musashi mischievously remarked, "Feel free to move. It's not so easy to break. After all, you didn't get harmed when you curled up into a ball, did you?" A shiver ran through Yueqian He, and he cast a resentful glance at Musashi, recalling his previous experiences with trepidation. When he caught sight of his backside, he genuinely felt as though he had been thoroughly toyed with. However, as Yueqian He endeavored to open his arms wider, he discovered a remarkable difference. He found that he could indeed bring his arms together behind him, a feat he had previously deemed impossible, albeit still somewhat challenging. This bone flexibility technique, though arduous to cultivate and best suited for children, is rarely mastered due to the level of pain involved, but its efficacy is undeniable. Miyamoto Musashi explained cheerfully, seemingly pleased with having found a worthy disciple. Of course, in Yueqian He's perspective, Musashi's good spirits stemmed from having just exerted dominance over someone. "Now, drink this," Musashi said, presenting a pouch of milky, sinister liquid enticingly. Yueqian He gazed at the unknown substance with evident hesitation. "Drink up. It will be beneficial for you," Musashi urged again. Reluctantly, Yueqian He consumed the liquid, and almost immediately, he felt relief in his throat, enabling him to speak with some effort. With the evidence of his torment erased, Yueqian He still wore a disgruntled expression. Glaring at Musashi and thinking to himself, what thorough preparations. Such seasoned experience, truly a veteran. Determined, Yueqian He resolved that once he became competent enough, he would certainly turn Miyamoto Musashi into a ball himself. Ah, the depths of his resentment. All right, today's practice of the bone flexibility technique ends here. Next, let us discuss footwork, Miyamoto Musashi said with a serious tone. Footwork, in simple terms, is a means of movement that enhances speed, agility, and efficiency, sometimes achieving specific objectives such as attacking, retreating, or dodging. Since every individual possesses unique body and foot shapes, no single method of footwork is universally applicable. I will teach you the fundamental concepts of footwork. From there, you must explore and discover the approach that suits you best. Although he endured considerable hardship at the hands of Miyamoto Musashi, Ekizen Kaniya held his guidance in high regard, promptly setting aside his trepidation to focus intently. The footwork proved far more accessible than the supple bone technique, sparing him from further torment. Under Musashi's tutelage, Ekizen Kaniya diligently honed his skills in maintaining a stable balance while advancing, retreating, and deftly dodging. The tower lesson swiftly passed. Once the time was up, Kaniya was escorted back to the flower shop by Musashi. Kaniya, I will not be coming to fetch you tomorrow. We shall meet at the same time and places today. Be punctual. Just as Kaniya had begun to breathe a sigh of relief, Musashi's words cast a shadow over him. The thought of enduring the same ordeal again the following day left him feeling despondent. Musashi, usually stoic, couldn't he help but reveal a devilish smile upon witnessing Kaniya's dejection. With no other recourse, Kaniya checked his attribute panel, seeking some consolation. He discovered that, aside from a notable increase of over 4 points in his spirit attribute, all others had also seen varying degrees of enhancement. Moreover, he had acquired 2 skills: supple bone technique, proficiency level 4, basic footwork, proficiency level 13, level 4 in supple bone technique. Does that mean I only need to endure this torment 24 more times to master it? After much contemplation, he could find no means of escaping this fate and reluctantly sought solace in this thought. However, the memory of today's experiences sent a chill down his spine, and the prospect of 24 more such trials rendered him utterly despondent. How was your learning today, Kaniya? Did you acquire any formidable sword techniques? Yamamoto Keiko greeted him with a warm smile upon his return. It was all right, I suppose, but I'm just beginning to learn the basics. So it's too soon for me to master any powerful techniques, Kaniya replied, having little else to say, thus choosing to report only good news. Despite noticing Kaniya's melancholic demeanor, Yamamoto Keiko refrained from probing further, assuming he was merely disappointed for not having learned any impressive swordsmanship. Observing his lackluster expression, she cheerfully remarked, by the way, Kaniya, a beautiful girl named Akatsuki Kurenai came looking for you earlier. Ah, did Sister Kurenai stop by? Kaniya perked up, eagerly inquiring. He was in dire need of someone to listen to his grievances and vent his frustrations, and Kurenai seemed like an ideal confidant. Yes, Kaniya appeared quite cheerful. However, upon learning you were out training, she left. She paused playfully to tease the dejected Kaniya before continuing, but she mentioned she would return in the afternoon. Ah, Aunt Keiko, you should convey everything at once next time. I thought I wouldn't get to see Sister Kurenai again, Kaniya lamented, glancing at the mischievous smile on Yamamoto Keiko's face. Yamamoto Keiko playfully pinched Kaniya's cheek, chuckling, Don't frown, Kaniya. Training must be quite arduous. Go and rest for a while. We still have an outing planned for the afternoon. All right, then I shall return to my room. White Emperor is still locked inside. The little one must be anxious. Temporarily setting aside his worries for tomorrow, Yueqian Heya also heeded the advice of Keiko Yamamoto and returned to his room with a determined stride. The White Emperor, confined within the chamber, expressed its discontent by incessantly barking at Yueqian Heya, as if to accuse him of the inhumane act of leaving it alone in the room. However, Yueqian Heya felt a sense of relief. Had he not been concerned that the White Emperor would disturb his training, he would have left it at home. Observing its distressed demeanor, he realized that the little creature might indeed be traumatized. After soothing the White Emperor and promising to take it out for a play in the afternoon, the creature gradually quieted down, obediently resting on Yueqian Heya's crossed legs. At that moment, Yueqian Heya was still troubled by the proficiency of his gentle bone technique. Abandoning the pursuit of swordsmanship under Miyamoto Musashi due to the excruciating pain was not an option, as it would inevitably affect his state of mind. Nonetheless, enduring such torment for no gain was not a viable solution, especially with 24 more attempts ahead, which seemed an insurmountable task. A thought struck him: perhaps he could practice the gentle bone technique alone, at a reduced intensity, making the suffering more bearable, even if the results were not optimal. Any slight increase in proficiency would be beneficial, lessening the number of repetitions required. As he contemplated his attributes panel, an idea sparked in Yueqian Heya's mind: to circumvent Miyamoto Musashi and focus on enhancing his proficiency independently. Resolute in his decision, he gently set down the White Emperor and leapt onto the bed, assuming the first posture of the gentle bone technique, pushing himself to the limits of his endurance. Though it remained exceedingly uncomfortable, he could grit his teeth and persevere. After sustaining the first posture for 2 minutes without any increase in proficiency, Yueqian Heya remained undeterred and proceeded to the second movement. Finally, upon completing the third posture, he was rewarded with a 0.1 increase in proficiency, invigorating his spirits. Before lunch, he diligently repeated the entire set of the gentle bone technique, witnessing a total increase of 1.8 in proficiency. Yueqian Heya burst into joyous laughter, finally lifting the heavy weight that had burdened his heart. Although the increase was still less than half of what was required by Miyamoto Musashi, the alternative method was far too arduous. Fortunately, the attributes panel proved reliable, allowing for a slower yet simpler progression in practice. After a swift shower to wash away the sweat, Yueqian Heya merrily descended the stairs, cradling the White Emperor in his arms. Keiko Yamamoto, observing the rejuvenated Yueqian Heya, who had transformed from a frown to a spirited demeanor, could not help but wonder about the sudden change, though she could never guess the reason, attributing it instead to the whimsical nature of youth. "Auntie, has Ino been crying again?" Yueqian Heya inquired, recalling hearing her wails echoing down the staircase moments earlier. "Yes, this child seems to have been crying for quite some time, and nothing seems to soothe her," Keiko Yamamoto replied, cradling the weeping Ino. Though her efforts appeared to bear little fruit. "Let me give it a try," Yueqian Heya suggested with a smile, to Keiko Yamamoto's surprise. Shortly after he took Ino into his arms, the child ceased her tears and began to clap her hands in delight, her laughter ringing like silver bells. A truly enchanting sound. Upon witnessing Ino's behavior, Keiko Yamanaka felt a pang of jealousy and reproached, that little girl, so young yet so devoted to her brother, has forgotten all about her mother. Truly, it seems I have raised her in vain. However, upon observing the joyful interactions between Kazuya and Ino, she couldn't help but smile herself. After lunch, Kazuya Ekizan began to practice his hand seals while keeping an eye on Ino. It appeared that Ino was thoroughly enchanted by Kazuya's seal-making, often bursting into laughter, her delightful demeanor endearing her to all. The reason Kazuya had ceased his gentle bone training was twofold. He was uncertain when Kurenai Yuhi would arrive in the afternoon, and he had already completed 2 intense sessions that day, fearing further exertion might harm his body. Around 2:30, Kurenai Yuhi, with her flowing waves of hair, arrived at the Yamanaka flower shop. "Haha, Kazuya, have you missed your sister these past few days?" she called out as she entered. Spotting Kazuya amusing Ino right near the entrance, she approached him directly, gently tapping his forehead and smiling. Kazuya looked up in surprise, his face lighting up with joy. "Ah, Sister Kurenai, you've come." "Indeed. I have the day off, so I rushed over to see you." "Are you touched?" she teased. "I actually came by this morning, but I heard you were out training. Keiko Annie mentioned it to me, so I apologize, Sister Kurenai. Can you spend the afternoon with me? I can take you to eat lots of delicious food." Kurenai smiled. Kazuya eagerly nodded. He was keen to sample the culinary delights he had previously seen and was curious how they compared to those made by Keiko. "But I should inform Auntie Keiko first, or she might worry," he said with a smile. "Of course, you can have dinner at my place, and I'll bring you back later," Kurenai replied. Upon hearing her words, Kazuya hesitated. "But I promised my friends we would play together after dinner. If I don't show up, they might worry." "I see." Kurenai pondered for a moment before cheerfully suggesting, "That's no problem. After dinner at my house, I can take you directly to the place where you promised to meet your friends." "Really? Thank you, Sister Kurenai," Kazuya exclaimed, filled with happiness. "Kai, may I go out to play with Sister Kurenai?" "I'll come back later," he asked, running over to seek Keiko's approval. Keiko Yamanaka nodded at Kurenai and, after exchanging pleasantries, smiled as she advised, "Of course, but be sure not to inconvenience anyone and prioritize your safety, all right?" Kazuya beamed as he replied, "Thank you, Auntie Keiko. I will remember that." "Thank you, Ms. Yamanaka. I'll take Kazuya out to play, and I promise to bring him back tonight," Kurenai said with a smile. Keiko graciously responded, "I appreciate your help." As Kurenai took Kazuya's hand and led him out, the white dog by D immediately followed, barking beside Kazuya as if to remind him of their morning agreement. All right, I won't forget about you this time. Come along," Yueqian Kazuya said, bending down to pat the head of Hakudiai with a smile. Sunset Red, well acquainted with Konoha village, led Yueqian Kazuya through several charming eateries, where the takoyaki, teppanyaki, and sushi were all exquisitely delicious. "How do you find it, Kazuya? The food at these establishments is truly delightful, isn't it?" "That takoyaki is particularly renowned," Sunset Red remarked. her enthusiasm evident as if she were enticing Kazuya to return for more. Indeed, it is exceptionally tasty, but I am completely full, Yueqian Kazuya replied, patting his belly with a hint of resignation. Observing Kazuya's adorable demeanor, Sunset Red pondered for a moment before cheerfully suggesting, since you're full, let us find a place to have some fun. By the way, Kazuya, is there anywhere in particular you would like to visit? Huh? I'm not familiar with the area, so I'm unsure of what's entertaining. Yueqian Kazuya hesitated. I see. Then let us go to the amusement park. It should be a place that every child enjoys, Sunset Red proposed with excitement. Hey, Red, are you on a date with your boyfriend? How envious. Just as they were about to head to the amusement park, a girl with black hair, around 12 or 13 years old, playfully tapped Sunset Red on the shoulder from behind, exclaiming loudly, Ah, it's you, Akane. You startled me, Sunset Red said, recognizing Mitsuhashi Akane, her annoyance evident. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your romantic moment. I just wanted to buy some dango and happened to pass by, Akane replied, her carefree demeanor causing Sunset Red to feel exasperated. Akane, what on earth are you thinking? Kazuya is so young. How could he possibly be my boyfriend? He is my younger brother, Yueqian Kazuya, and we're on our way to the amusement park. Oh, I see. It seems I misunderstood. Haha, my apologies, Akane said, her laughter unabashed. Sunset Red face-bombed, slightly speechless at her friend's antics, and then introduced Yueqian Kazuya. Kazuya, this is my friend, Mitsuhashi Akane. You can just call her Akane-san. Upon realizing that the person before him was Mitsuhashi Akane, Yueqian Kazuya couldn't help but think of the dangerous Orochimaru. Though he reasoned that at this time, Orochimaru should have already defected, so there was no immediate threat to worry about. Unfazed by Akane's exuberant personality, Yueqian Kazuya obediently called out Akane-san. Aha, Kazuya is so well-behaved. In that case, I shall treat you to some glutinous rice dumplings and red bean paste. They are a perfect match, Akane exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling at the mention of the delicacies. Perhaps not right now. Akane-san has already treated me to too much. And I am quite full, Yueqian Kazuya politely declined, patting his belly once more. What a pity. Glutinous rice dumplings and red bean paste are the most delicious foods in the world. I shall treat you next time, then, Akane said with a look of regret. Red Bean, will you join us at the amusement park? Asked Sunset Red with a smile. Perhaps not. I wouldn't want to intrude upon your world of two. She replied with a chuckle. I'm off to enjoy some dumplings. Bye. The spirited Red Bean was indeed a whirlwind, vanishing before her sentence was fully uttered. After bidding farewell to Red Bean, Sunset Red and Yukihira explored every attraction the amusement park had to offer. The amusement park in the world of Naruto was somewhat different from reality. However, it seemed to be Sunset Red's first visit, delighting in nearly every ride. Encouraged by her enthusiasm, Yukihira also allowed himself to indulge in the fun. As the day wore on and the hour grew late, Sunset Red invited Yukihira to her home. With her mother having passed away and her father away on a mission, it was just the two of them sharing dinner. Sunset Red took it upon herself to prepare the meal. While her culinary skills did not quite match those of Yuhi Kurenai, they were still commendable. Certainly far from the disastrous concoctions many modern girls might produce. During dinner, Sunset Red inquired about Yukihira's recent days, expressing concern for how he had been faring. Yukihira shared a brief account of his experiences, with a particular focus on his humorous grievances regarding Musashi Miyamoto. Ah, the senior Musashi you mentioned, I am familiar with him. He is indeed a renowned ninja, albeit with a rather dour demeanor that makes him difficult to approach, Sunset Red said, chuckling at Yukihira's complaints. If you are learning from him, you will surely become a formidable ninja in your own right. Indeed, once I surpass him, I shall surely roll him up into a ball. Yukihira exclaimed with laughter, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders as he vented his frustrations about Musashi. Observing Yukihira's indignant expression, Sunset Red stifled a giggle and teased, when that day comes, you must inform your sister. I would love to cheer for you and witness the legendary Musashi transformed into a ball. However, she added with a sudden seriousness, Yukihira, remember? A ninja is one who endures what others cannot. This is a lesson from a great ninja master. Sunset Red's tone shifted as she emphasized, to become a powerful ninja, one must withstand trials repeatedly. Avoidance and submission only yield failure. Yukihira found himself stirred by her words. Reflecting on his approach to the gentle bone technique, he realized that he had relied on shortcuts to find a seemingly better method of practice, reveling in his cleverness. Yet, upon further contemplation, He recognized this so-called better way was merely an excuse to evade challenges, despite appearing flawless. The feelings of retreat and fear lingered within him, proving to be a lethal flaw. Having escaped this time through trickery, he knew that when faced with similar challenges in the future, he might be tempted to seek shortcuts once again. If this continues, there will inevitably come a day when he is driven to a corner from which there is no escape. At that point, accustomed to evasion, he will surely lack the courage to fight desperately and will be left powerless to await his fate. The hardships encountered during his daily training are, in fact, repeated opportunities to strengthen his will. When his determination becomes resilient through successive trials, he will surely face future adversities with an unyielding composure, remaining unperturbed even when confronted by the most daunting challenges. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yueqian Heya finally awakened to the profound wisdom in Zhang Yue's words. No longer harboring complaints, he grasped the deeper meaning of Miyamoto Musashi's teachings. A radiant smile illuminated his face as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Hong, for your reminder. I nearly strayed from the right path. Observing the confident smile gracing Yueqian Heya's face, Zhang found herself momentarily captivated, utterly forgetting that he was merely 4 years old. Regaining her composure, she felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. To alleviate her embarrassment, she playfully patted Yueqian Heya and exclaimed, "Haha, it seems that a little confidence can be quite charming." Though she enjoyed her time with him immensely, the thought of his friends waiting prompted Yueqian Heya to bid farewell. Reluctantly, Zhang adhered to their arrangement and escorted him to the training ground where his companions awaited. "Here we are. Go ahead and play. I shall return to collect you when the time is right and escort you home," Zhang said with a smile. "No need to trouble yourself, Sister Hong. I can return alone," Yueqian Heya quickly replied. "Oh no, that won't do. I promised Aunt Huizi that I would see you home. You wouldn't want me to break my promise, would you? Now go, don't keep your friends waiting." With a cheerful wave, Zhang encouraged him to join his peers. Understanding her resolute attitude, Yueqian Heya refrained from further protest. After bidding her farewell, he eagerly sought out his group of friends. "Look, the boss is here." The sharp-eyed Ando Nariko spotted him as he approached, her voice filled with excitement. Upon hearing her exclamation, the ever-loyal Aoyama Hirota rushed to Yueqian Heya's side, grinning broadly. "Haha, boss, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you." "Boss, are you feeling all right? Yesterday was quite alarming." Ando Nariko chimed in. Concern etched on her face as she recalled the previous day's events, her eyes glistening with emotion. Seeing their worry, several friends gathered around, chattering anxiously. All right, there's no need for concern. I'm fully recovered and even trained in swordsmanship with the esteemed Jainin from yesterday." To assuage their fears, Yueqian Heya revealed his experience of learning from Miyamoto Musashi. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the attention of the little ones was instantly captured. "Well, is that true, boss? You learned swordsmanship from the esteemed Jainin? Truly worthy of being called my boss." Aoyama Hirota exclaimed in admiration. Little Chubby looked at him with envious eyes and asked, "Boss, could you share what you've learned with us? I'm so envious." Noticing the eager expressions of his friends, Yuichiro smiled and replied, "I've only just begun my training, and I'm still learning the basics. How about this? Once I master it, I would be delighted to teach any of you who wish to learn." "Really? You're so wonderful, boss." The little ones exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around Yuichiro. After chatting with his friends for a while, they headed to their park base to play, during which Yuichiro gleaned quite a bit of information. For instance, children can choose to attend ninja school at the age of 5, but most wait until they are 6. As a result, among them, only Hirota from Qingdao is set to start school this year. The rest, apart from the youngest, Nariko Ando, who is still undecided, will all be heading to ninja school next year. I'm also preparing to attend ninja school next year. We will be classmates. Yuichiro made a pact with his little friends. "Boss, are you really going to school next year?" "What will I do?" Nariko, the only girl and a year younger than the rest, said pitifully, troubled by the thought. Yuichiro pondered for a moment and smiled. "Nariko, you can join us at school. Even though you will only be 5 next year, with so many of us to protect you, I assure you that no one will bully you." "Really? I can go to school with so many friends?" Nariko felt tempted, yet hesitated slightly, quietly saying, "I need to ask my parents first. I wonder if they will agree." "Of course. There is plenty of time for you to decide," Yuichiro reassured her with a smile. "Even if you don't join us next year, we will still protect you when you start school at 6. "Haha, thank you, boss." Nariko replied cheerfully. "No need to thank me. It's my responsibility as your leader to protect you." Yuichiro said nonchalantly. Spending time with the children was indeed delightful, devoid of deceit and pretense. However, such blissful moments are often fleeting, and Yuichiro remained acutely aware of the harsh realities and dangers of the ninja world. As the clock approached 9, Yugao Akatsuki fulfilled their promise and escorted Yuichiro back to the flower shop in the mountains. After politely bidding farewell to Keiko Yamamoto, she returned home directly. Upon arriving home, Yuichiro resumed his routine, practicing hand seals, studying calligraphy, and then reviewing his status panel to confirm his gains for the day, reflecting on the events that transpired before preparing for bed. Yet, tonight, sleep eluded him. While he had made a firm resolve to face the painful training of the gentle fist, the anticipation of that forthcoming pain stirred unease within him. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yuichiro struggled to rise. Dragging his heavy footsteps, Yueqian Heya made his way to the appointed location, his face bearing the resolute determination of one prepared to embrace death. Indeed, the sadistic Miyamoto Musashi was highly enthusiastic, having arrived well ahead of the scheduled time. Observing Yueqian Heya's heavy yet unwavering steps, Musashi smiled with satisfaction and solemnly remarked, quite commendable. I knew I had not misjudged you. If you had failed to come today, it would have been a profound disappointment. Yueqian Heya glanced at Musashi, remaining silent as he began to warm up, seemingly preparing for the forthcoming practice of the soft bone technique. Noticing Heya's earnest demeanor, Musashi smiled approvingly and declared, I have good news for you. Today we shall not practice the soft bone technique. Having prepared for the impending torment throughout the night, he suddenly announced their cancellation. Yueqian Heya looked at Musashi in confusion and curiously inquired, Why? Is it not possible to practice the soft bone technique continuously? Not exactly, Musashi replied, his tone grave, unconcerned whether Heya understood his words. The Cloud Ninja Village in the Land of Thunder is beginning to stir while our wood industry is at its weakest. My injuries have nearly healed, and I will be joining the main force at the front lines tomorrow to resist the attack from the Cloud Ninja Village. Thus, today I will impart the remaining fundamental sword techniques to you. How much you learn depends on your own efforts. The wood industry had just suffered the calamity of the Nine Tails, with ordinary ninjas suffering heavy casualties and the illustrious fourth Hokage having perished. It was indeed the perfect moment for an offensive, and Yueqian Heya silently contemplated the impending upheaval in the ninja world. Uncertain of how long the war would last, and when he might next see Musashi, Heya, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, promptly assured, Thank you, sensei. I will dedicate myself to learning. Excellent, let us begin, Musashi replied. The first step in learning swordsmanship is, of course, mastering the grip. Without a stable grip, discussing the subsequent techniques would be futile. Resuming his usual indifferent demeanor, Musashi began to instruct with meticulous precision, leaving no room for distraction. There are 3 fundamental ways to grip the sword: the full grip, the spiral grip, and the flexible grip. I will demonstrate each one for you, so pay close attention, Musashi advised. First, the full grip. Observe closely. It is like this. Miyamoto Musashi firmly grasped the sword with his right hand, his fingers forming a fist-like shape. Tightly securing the front part of the hilt, the sword nearly aligned with his forearm. Do you see clearly? He queried. Upon Heya's nod of confirmation, he instructed, Since you've seen it, give it a try. Imitating Musashi, Yueqian Heya gripped the sword tightly in his hand. That will not suffice. Your palm is pressed firmly against the hilt, as if a human arm lacked joints. Thus, the sword becomes fixed in your grip, unable to adapt fluidly. Musashi elaborated with care. The correct method is to use your middle finger, ring finger, and thumb to control the hilt, allowing your palm to maintain a slight distance from it. This enables agile maneuverability. Do you understand? Try again. Under the diligent guidance of Miyamoto Musashi, Ekaz and Kanzuya swiftly grasped the 3 distinct grips. Well done, you have mastered the basics, Musashi remarked, but bear in mind that these grips are merely foundational. In combat, they must be adapted and altered fluidly, necessitating relentless practice to achieve a seamless integration and proficiency. Do you understand? Kanzuya nodded earnestly, acknowledging, I understand, master. Excellent. Now, I shall teach you the fundamental sword techniques. Observe closely. We begin with the thrust. As soon as he finished speaking, Musashi drew his sword from his waist with a swift motion. Kanzuya was momentarily dazzled, and before he could react, the sharp tip of the blade was perilously close to his brow. Startled, Kanzuya staggered backwards, his legs giving way beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. It was in that fleeting moment that he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. With an impassive expression, Musashi sheathed his sword and inquired of the flustered Kazuya. Did you comprehend that thrust? Kazuya, grappling with his thoughts, ultimately shook his head in bewilderment. That thrust exemplifies the technique, whether executed as a straight thrust or a horizontal strike. It extends the reach of the blade. Because the sword aligns directly with the arm, it is the most distant, swiftest, and most lethal attack among all sword techniques. Musashi paused before continuing solemnly. As the body leans forward during a thrust, it signifies a decisive strike. Once the sword is thrust, there is no retreat. If the enemy is not vanquished, be prepared for counterattacks. Thus, one must exercise utmost caution when executing a thrust. After demonstrating, Musashi encouraged Kazuya to practice various thrusts while providing pointers on essential techniques. As time flowed, Kazuya progressively learned the nuances of techniques such as slashing, lifting, collapsing, and intercepting. Though hours had slipped away, neither teacher nor student noticed the passage of time, each absorbed in their respective roles. These are the fundamental concepts. The rest relies on your gradual familiarization and comprehension, Musashi expressed, genuinely astonished by Kazuya's learning capacity. He had not anticipated that Kazuya would absorb so much in such a brief period. Musashi observed a natural intuition for swordsmanship in Kazuya, a talent that seemed to surpass even his own. Kazuya, henceforth, focus on practicing each individual movement repeatedly. Once you achieve sufficient proficiency, you may begin to integrate hand, eye, body, and footwork to practice combinations of 2 or more movements. Progressing steadily in your learning, Musashi advised, filled with anticipation. Kazuya bowed respectfully, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, master. I will certainly not betray your expectations. Aha, that is splendid. Work diligently, for I shall assess your progress upon my return, Musashi said, in high spirits as he patted Kazuya on the shoulder, bursting into hearty laughter. But first, let us have a meal, as we have already missed lunchtime. After their meal, Musashi escorted Kazuya back to the flower shop. Goodbye, teacher. Please take care on the battlefield. Yueqian Kazuya waved his hand in farewell. After escorting Yueqian Kazuya, Miyamoto Musashi departed with a decisive grace, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. The ensuing month saw Yueqian Kazuya's life unfold in a peaceful yet fulfilling manner. Apart from tending to Shaoan, he spent his evenings enjoying leisure with friends, dedicating the majority of his time to his studies. This month proved to be transformative, yielding remarkable advancements across his various skills. Yueqian Kazuya's attributes were as follows: physical, 47075, strength, 14054, speed, 1002, precision, 105073, chi, 33030, spirit, 117080. His skills included 1. Sealing techniques, proficiency 988, 2. Calligraphy, proficiency 42, 3. Sword intent, proficiency 16, 4. Flexible bone technique, proficiency 582, 5. Basic footwork, proficiency 76, 6. Basic sword technique, proficiency 84. 7. Shuriken throwing, proficiency 122. In addition to steadily enhancing his attributes, Yueqian Kazuya also learned the art of shuriken throwing from his companion, Aoki Hirota, who was studying at the Ninja Academy and had already mastered chakra refining techniques. However, Yueqian Kazuya hesitated to learn this skill from him and intended to seek guidance from Yamamoto Kaichi or Yamamoto Keiko instead. What brought Yueqian Kazuya the most joy was the sustained pace of skill proficiency enhancement, which had not slowed with increased mastery. The rate at which each skill improved remained consistent, akin to uniform linear motion. The distance covered was solely dependent on time invested. Certainly, this was predicated upon a state of complete focus. Any semblance of effort without genuine dedication would yield negligible results. For instance, the time Yueqian Kazuya dedicated to the flexible bone technique had manifested significant progress, with a proficiency of 582 rendering his body incredibly agile and supple, allowing him to execute astonishing movements. Conversely, he initially estimated that he could achieve a proficiency of 100 in sealing techniques within a mere few days. Yet it took him an entire month. This was not due to a lack of effort nor a deceleration in proficiency gains, but rather because the multitude of skills he was studying necessitated the redistribution of his time, thereby diminishing the hours devoted to sealing techniques. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, his proficiency in sealing techniques had reached 988, with only a final push needed for perfection. At present, Yueqian Kazuya's sealing speed had already surpassed 4 seals per second. nearing an astonishing pace of 7 seals per second. He speculated that upon reaching a proficiency of 100, his sealing speed would genuinely attain the remarkable rate of 7 seals per second. Early in the morning, unable to contain his excitement, Yueqian Heya rose eagerly and retreated to the backyard to continue practicing his seals, determined to conquer the final 12. Although he was confident that he would perfect his sealing today, he could not quell the tumult of anticipation within him. Due to the invasion of Cloud Ninja Village, Yamamoto Kaichi had been preoccupied with village affairs throughout the month, rarely returning home and consequently lacking the time to monitor Yueqian Heya's academic progress. Yet, Yuichiro would not take the initiative to disturb Yamamoto Kazuchi at this moment. Thus, the agreement previously made by Yamamoto Kazuchi to teach him the chakra refinement technique after Yuichiro achieved a speed of 4 seals per second faded into oblivion. Furthermore, Yuichiro concealed his sealing speed from Yamamoto Keiko, rendering his sealing speed a well-guarded secret. He was preparing to surprise Yamamoto Keiko with his swiftest sealing speed after completing his training. Oh, but it could also be a shock. Just imagining the expression that might appear on Yamamoto Keiko's face brought a smile to Yuichiro, fueling his motivation to practice even further. After Yuichiro had practiced for a while, Yamamoto Keiko finally rose and opened the door to her flower shop. Upon discovering that Yuichiro was already awake, she expressed her astonishment, initially believing she had overslept. After checking the time several times, she confirmed it was still not yet 6 o'clock. Haha, Aunt Keiko. I woke up even earlier than you today, exclaimed Yuichiro, quickly halting his movements and shaking his fingers with a grin. Yuichiro, why are you up so early? A child who lacks sleep may hinder their growth, Yamamoto Keiko remarked, her concern evident as she scolded him rather than expressing joy at his early rising. Feeling the warmth of her concern, Yuichiro, who had always been an orphan, felt a comforting sensation in his heart. He hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Aunt Keiko. I was just so happy today that I couldn't sleep, but I rested well, so missing a little sleep shouldn't be a problem. Oh, is there something special making you so happy? Can you share it with Aunt? Yamamoto Keiko inquired, gently pinching Yuichiro's cheek with a curious smile. Haha, not just yet. But I will give you a surprise today, so don't be startled. Yuichiro teased, preparing her for what was to come. Oh, we must keep it a secret for now? I'm looking forward to it, so don't disappoint me. Yamamoto Keiko responded, playfully covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes narrowing into joyful slits. Having practiced for a sufficient time, Yuichiro, whose fingers were beginning to tire, paused his seal training and assisted Yamamoto Keiko in organizing the flower shop and caring for Ino. By around 9 in the morning, after several more attempts at sealing practice, Yuichiro finally succeeded in elevating his sealing skill proficiency to 100. Skill, sealing, proficiency 100, upgradable. Eagerly, Yuichiro accessed his attribute panel and immediately noticed the upgradable label next to the sealing skill, filling him with curiosity and anticipation as he focused on the upgrade option. This skill has met the upgrade conditions. Please explore the upgrade direction on your own. Indeed, as with previous experiences, upon concentrating on the content, the attribute panel provided an explanation. However, what did this upgrade direction mean? Why was it necessary for him to explore it on his own? Gazing at the hints provided by the attribute panel left Yuichiro utterly perplexed, without a clue. In a moment of confusion, Yuichiro could not comprehend the meaning of his predicament, nor could he discern how to explore further. He decided to set this issue aside for the time being. His immediate priority was to demonstrate his hand sealing speed to Keiko Yamashita, and to find a way for her to teach him the art of chakra refinement. Aunt Keiko, please come to the backyard and see the surprise I've prepared. With great enthusiasm, Yuichiro eagerly sought out Keiko Yamashita, and noticing the flower shop was devoid of customers, he took her hand and led her toward the backyard. Observing the usually composed Yuichiro displaying an unusual excitement, Keiko Yamashita was filled with curiosity. She too was eager to discover what surprise Yuichiro had in store, and thus, she followed him to the backyard, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Slow down, Yuichiro, be careful. Aunt can walk by herself, Keiko said with concern as she noticed Yuichiro tugging her hand, stumbling as they walked. Haha, Aunt Keiko, do pay close attention. It's about to begin, Yuichiro exclaimed, urging Keiko to stand still while he dashed a short distance away. Took a deep breath and smiled. Keiko watched Yuichiro with puzzlement, noticing that there were no gifts in the backyard, yet he placed his hands in front of his chest. Beaming with joy, she thought amusingly, could it be that he has learned some form of magic that he wishes to demonstrate? Just as Keiko's imagination soared with the possibilities of Yuichiro's performance, he retracted his hands from his chest and initiated his first gesture. As a nin, Keiko recognized immediately that the movement Yuichiro was performing was the first seal of the 12 hand signs. Oh, so he wants me to observe his hand seals, Keiko thought, noting Yuichiro's fluidity and speed as he executed 2 seals per second. It appeared that Yuichiro had indeed been diligent, as his hand movements were remarkably smooth, achieving a rate of 2 seals in 1 second. She surmised that perhaps he had not had the opportunity to check on his progress with Hachi recently, which was why he had called her to witness his advancements. Pleased, Keiko prepared to offer Yuichiro some words of praise and encouragement. However, just as she was about to speak, Yuichiro's expression shifted, and he announced, "All right, Aunt Keiko, please pay close attention. The warm-up is over, and I am about to begin my performance." As soon as Yuichiro finished speaking, a perplexed Keiko observed his hand movements accelerating. Within 30 seconds, the clarity of his hand signs transformed into a blur. Watching the phantoms of his hands, Keiko's mouth widened in disbelief. She realized that Yuichiro's ever-increasing speed had gradually matched that of Hachi, who was an elite J-nin. It was remarkable to consider that there were so few in the village who could surpass Hachi's hand-sealing speed. And to think, Yuichiro was still so young yet capable of achieving such swiftness. What astonished Keiko even more was that Yuichiro's display was far from over. His speed continued to escalate. As time progressed, Keiko Yamamoto found herself utterly unable to perceive the speed of Kanzuya Utake. All she could see were countless, overlapping illusions of handprints on his chest, the old fading continuously while new ones emerged. Approximately 2 minutes elapsed, and under Keiko's astonished gaze, the perpetually serious Kanzuya finally exhaled softly, his movements gradually slowing, causing the illusions on his chest to dissipate. Once he came to a complete stop, leaving Keiko in awe. Kanzuya nonchalantly shook his hands in front of his chest before gently lowering them. "Aunt Keiko, how is my hand seal speed? I heard from Uncle Kaichi that the fastest can achieve 6 seals in a second. To my surprise, I accidentally managed to do it too," Kanzuya declared proudly, resembling an exuberant child, as he noticed Keiko still in a state of shock from his astonishing display. Though jolted back to reality by Kanzuya's words, Keiko remained incredulous. She quickly approached and grasped Kanzuya's small hand, meticulously inspecting it, relieved to find no injuries like those he had sustained during his initial practice. Nevertheless, she continued to hold his hand tightly, examining it from various angles while occasionally glancing at Kanzuya's face. Her expression bore a delightful innocence, as if she were utterly fascinated by how he achieved such remarkable speed in his hand seals. "Kanzuya, how did you manage to seal so quickly?" Unable to contain her curiosity, Keiko finally inquired. I'm not quite sure. I merely practiced the movements Uncle Kaichi taught me daily. And then I noticed my speed increasing dramatically, as if it couldn't be halted." Kanzuya replied nonchalantly, a light chuckle escaping him. "But don't worry, Aunt Keiko. It seems like I've reached my limit. My speed hasn't increased in the past couple of days." Upon hearing Kanzuya's boastful remarks and observing his carefree expression, Keiko felt a surge of frustration, tempted to confront him with the trial she endured to achieve a mere 3 seals per second. She thought better of it, reflecting that such sentiments would only lead to tears. Keiko recognized that she could not compare herself to a genius, especially one who might surpass even the extraordinary. As the urge to vent her frustrations lingered in her throat, she ultimately decided against it, realizing that such negativity could only harm her. Keiko made a concerted effort to control her emotions. Despite still considering Kanzuya's prowess to be immensely impressive, she felt a swell of pride and joy for him. "Who would have thought you were such a prodigy? Auntie is beginning to believe you could become Hokage one day," Keiko exclaimed with a tremor in her voice, affectionately tousling Kanzuya's hair. "However, you must never become arrogant. Maintain a humble attitude and continue to strive forward. Do you understand? Rest assured, Aunt Huizi, I shall not become arrogant. My aspiration is to become the Hokage, and I am determined to protect you and Uncle, as well as Ino. I will strive even harder." Yuan Shin Kanzuya gazed steadfastly at Yamashiro Huizi, his eyes filled with resolve, and proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing Kanzuya's words, Yamashiro Huizi felt a surge of joy at his maturity and replied with a smile, "Is there something you wish to eat, Kanzuya? To celebrate your remarkable progress, I shall prepare a grand feast for you at noon." "Thank you, Auntie, but your cooking is always delightful. Choosing what to eat is indeed a challenge." Kanzuya flattered her before adding, "However, I particularly enjoy the steak you make, and it would be wonderful to have it for lunch." That That is certainly no problem. Steak is my specialty, Huizi responded, clearly pleased by Kanzuya's compliment. Over the course of a month, Kanzuya grew increasingly familiar with the Yamashiro family, deepening their bond. The Yamashiro couple genuinely treated him as their own child. Despite the lingering concern regarding the news of Yueqian Heiya's passing, which remained a delicate matter for the Yamashiro couple, their time together was filled with joy. Kanzuya had long intended to address the situation surrounding Yueqian Heya, but Yamashiro Heiichi had been exceedingly busy, and Kanzuya felt it inappropriate to press Huizi for information. Thus, he opted to pretend that Seiji was still occupied with missions outside, prolonging the matter. After all, it is not uncommon for ninjas to be away on missions for a year or two without returning. By the way, Aunt Huizi, could you teach me the art of chakra refinement? Kanzuya asked with a hopeful expression, speaking softly as if shy. Originally, Uncle Heiichi and I had agreed that he would teach me the chakra refinement technique once I could form 4 hand seals in 1 second. But he has been quite busy lately. Hearing Kanzuya's request, Huizi smiled sweetly and replied, "Of course, I'd be delighted to teach you. However, let us wait until this afternoon. As learning chakra refinement requires a calm state of mind, you can take this time to center yourself, ensuring a smoother learning experience later." Haha, thank you, Aunt Huizi. I will study diligently. I am finally able to learn the chakra refinement technique I have long anticipated, Kanzuya exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement. After a moment of contemplation, he added with a smile, "Aunt Huizi, I will go keep an eye on Ino now." As he hummed a delightful nursery rhyme and observed Ino joyfully playing with her rattle, Kanzuya found himself quickly regaining his composure, as if the allure of chakra had diminished significantly. Seizing the moment, Kanzuya recalled the topic of upgrading his sealing techniques. Although he did not fully grasp the concept of upgrade directions, the mention of sealing invariably brought to mind the legendary Itachi, renowned for his astonishing speed of 6 seals in a second and his impressive one-handed seals. Upon reaching this thought, Kawakami Kanzuya instinctively began to attempt a one-handed hand seal with his right hand. However, the process proved to be rather arduous, having been accustomed to using both hands. He found himself frequently overextending his movements when attempting to substitute with a single hand, lacking the other hand as a reference. Moreover, he struggled to envision how the dual-handed gesture would translate into a singular motion. With no other recourse, Kawakami Kanzuya resolved to proceed methodically, starting with the basic seal. He first executed the hand seal with both hands, carefully opening the formation while maintaining the shapes of both hands, subsequently committing the configurations to memory. He discovered that executing the movement with one hand was exceedingly challenging, as it was difficult to retain consistency throughout the motions. Thus, he repeatedly practiced the basic seal, uncertain of how many times he had done so, until he felt assured that he could accurately perform the seal with one hand before advancing to the next. Mastering the single-handed hand seals proved to be an arduous endeavor. By the time Yamamoto Keiko summoned him for dinner, he had yet to complete all 12 seals. Additionally, the attribute panel had not revealed any new information, leaving Kawakami Kanzuya uncertain whether his efforts were directed correctly. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, suppressing his urge to continue exploring, and smiled as he went to wash his hands, preparing to indulge in the sumptuous meal prepared by Yamamoto Keiko. Yamamoto Heiichi was currently engaged in covert operations due to the Yamamoto family's ability to probe memories, which enabled them to extract intelligence from both living and deceased adversaries, a formidable asset during the tumultuous period of the wood industry wars. Given the significance of Yamamoto Heiichi's role during the conflict, he had become exceedingly busy, and it seemed he would once again be unable to return for lunch that day. Although only 2 individuals were dining, Yamamoto Keiko had prepared a delightful array of dishes. In addition to the steak suggested by Kawakami Kanzuya, there were sushi, grilled fish, takoyaki, and several varieties of delectable vegetables. Since only 2 people were partaking, the portions of each dish, aside from the steak, were modest. However, Yamamoto Keiko's culinary skills were exceptional, rendering each dish visually appealing and flavorful. Kawakami Kanzuya relished the meal until he could eat no more, finally setting down his chopsticks. As afternoon approached, to focus entirely on instructing Kawakami Kanzuya in chakra refinement, Yamamoto Keiko decided to close her flower shop. Chakra is a form of energy derived from the body's 130 trillion cells, cultivated through rigorous training and the accumulation of experience, culminating in a harmonious blend of physical and spiritual energies. Yamamoto Keiko began with a brief introduction to the concept of chakra, then explained, in simple terms, The process of refining chakra involves utilizing one's willpower to locate the latent energy within the body's cells, extracting it, and merging it with one's own spiritual energy to generate a new form of energy. After her explanation, noticing that Kawakami Kazuya still appeared bewildered, she smiled gently and offered an analogy to aid his understanding. Imagine this. I want you to start a fire. First, you need wood, which is stored in the second-floor storage room. Therefore, you must retrieve the wood from the storage, then ignite it, allowing it to burn in the air, thereby generating heat. You may perceive the aforementioned wood as the energy within the cellular structure of the body, with the storage room symbolizing the human cells, the air representing spiritual energy, and you, wielding the fire, embodying your will. The heat generated equates to chakra. Does this elucidation resonate with you? However, Aunt Keiko, how might I discover the storage room? Which is to say, the cells within my body. I can scarcely sense them. Yuichiro, filled with curiosity, glanced at his own body and inquired with perplexity. To perceive individual cells is, of course, an impossibility, and the energy contained within a single cell is minuscule. Even if extracted, it would yield little utility. Thus, we can commence by attuning ourselves to the bodily segments formed by a multitude of cells, such as the hands or feet. By establishing a concrete image, the process of sensation becomes significantly easier. Step by step, Keiko guided. For instance, you might begin with your right hand, perceiving the energy within the entirety of that hand. Subsequently employing chakra refinement techniques to synthesize chakra, and gradually extending your awareness throughout your entire being. The essence of chakra refinement lies in the power of the mind and the will. Upon concluding her explanation of chakra, Keiko entrusted Yuichiro with the family's secret chakra refinement technique, gently advising him, the energies of the body and spirit are perpetually present within us. Yet to utilize them and transform them into chakra necessitates the intervention of our will. Listening intently to Keiko's articulate elucidation, Yuichiro's previously vague understanding of the enigmatic chakra began to crystallize. Aunt Keiko, may I attempt to refine chakra? Is there anything I should particularly heed? Yuichiro, brimming with anticipation, promptly inquired as soon as Keiko finished her explanation. Yes, you may begin. However, it is crucial to start the refinement from familiar body parts, as this will yield greater efficacy, Keiko cautioned. Furthermore, the most detrimental mindset in chakra refinement is impatience. One must cultivate tranquility and focus their attention inward, employing their will to sense their own body. Having absorbed Keiko's guidance, Yuichiro recognized that his current mindset was misaligned. He took a deep breath, seated himself cross-legged, regulated his breathing, and gradually calmed his thoughts. As for the body part he chose to commence with, as a single man in his 20s, Yuichiro decisively selected his well-trained Chilan arm. Although he found himself in a new physique, Yuichiro was confident that the essence of the Chilan arm was indelibly imprinted upon his soul. Its strength and his familiarity with it would not dissipate simply due to a change in body. Setting aside his distracting thoughts, Yuichiro meticulously recalled the chakra refinement technique taught by Keiko. Since the crux of chakra refinement lies in the strength of one's spirit, and given that the Yamamoto family is undoubtedly among the elite in the world of shinobi, Keiko's refinement techniques are exceptionally advanced, far surpassing the commonplace methods taught in ninja academies. Merely in the first step of concentrating one's attention, Keiko imparted no less than 5 distinct methods. Influenced by the overwhelming influx of information from his past life, Yuichiro often found his mind besieged by a multitude of thoughts. However, after employing the method taught by Keiko Yamamoto, it took less than 5 minutes for Kazuya Ekizan to achieve a state of mental clarity, redirecting his focus entirely inward. With a calm demeanor, he diligently concentrated on his right arm, as per Yamamoto's prior guidance. Yet, the process proved to be exceedingly arduous, for even the slightest haste would disrupt his concentration. Should his focus waver beyond his physical self, all progress would be lost, necessitating a complete restart. After numerous attempts, 7 or 8 in total, an entire hour slipped by, and Kazuya still found himself unable to sense his Kirin arm through sheer willpower. His repeated failures left him somewhat agitated, prompting thoughts of inadequacy. Was it possible that his Kirin arm was not powerful enough? Why could he not perceive it? Noticing Kazuya's cessation of attempts, Keiko Yamamoto, who had an inkling of the cause, affectionately ruffled his hair and gently reassured him, Kazuya, do not be in haste. Refining chakra is a profoundly challenging endeavor. No one succeeds at once. It is not uncommon to spend 10 days or even half a month on this. Relax for a moment, take a break to calm your spirit, and we shall try again afterward. Thank you, Aunt Keiko. I am feeling a bit anxious. I shall rest and reflect on the reasons for my earlier failures, Kazuya acknowledged, understanding the difficulty of regaining focus immediately, and accepted Yamamoto's advice. As he paused, his gaze fell upon the disheveled white deity, who was idly gnawing on grass, adorned with an assortment of twigs and leaves. With a hint of irritation, he picked it up, carefully removing the debris, and gave it a stern reprimand. Yet, this little creature seemed to be aware of its owner's good nature, becoming increasingly mischievous. While it remained considerate enough not to disrupt Kazuya's studies or damage household items, it had been playing more wildly of late, often deliberately getting itself dirty, only to enjoy the pampering of Kazuya's bathing and massage services. After frolicking with the white deity and teasing the adorable little Ino, Kazuya's previously agitated emotions began to settle. He then embarked on another attempt. With a focused mind, Kazuya meticulously recalled Keiko Yamamoto's instructions and reflected upon the reasons for his prior failures. Realizing that his restlessness stemmed from the anticipation of imminent success, which hindered his concentration. Having summarized his experiences, Kazuya once again commenced his efforts. As he turned his attention inward, he sensed his body enveloped in a state of chaos, void of light, form, or boundaries, reminiscent of the primordial void preceding creation. He began to navigate through this chaos, striving to locate his right arm with the strength of his will. Perceiving one's body was not as simple as imagining it within the confines of the mind, yet with the aid of advanced chakra refinement techniques, Kazuya gradually succeeded in directing his will towards his Kirin arm. Drawing upon his previous experiences, Kazuya managed to suppress his tumultuous emotions this time, maintaining his focus as he continued his exploration. At last, the pristine, ivory-like skeleton was the first to be perceived by him, akin to a pillar that supports the heavens and the earth. Following this were the ligaments that clung to the bones, delicate threads woven together in an unending tapestry. Then the robust muscles emerged, alongside the enigmatic and colossal blood vessels whose crimson currents flowed ceaselessly within them, all materializing within the consciousness of Yueqian Heya. Overwhelmed by the awe of witnessing a new world, Yueqian Heya's journey of exploration within himself came to a sudden halt. Deeply moved, he eagerly sought to re-enter that realm. This time, the entrance was remarkably smooth, and Yueqian Heya curiously delved into the world residing within his right arm. Though he was uncertain if others experienced such wondrous sensations while refining chakra, he soon regained his focus and commenced the formal process of chakra extraction. Upon discovering the secret repository, extracting the wood within became significantly easier, with little obstruction, and thus Yueqian Heya successfully refined his very first strand of chakra. Not wishing to hastily flaunt his achievement, he undertook several more attempts until he was certain he would not forget that sensation. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his charming visage, radiating an air of nonchalance. Koju Yamamoto, who had been attentively observing Yueqian Heya, instantly noticed when he opened his eyes. Upon seeing his expression, a thought naturally surfaced in her mind. Could it be that he has succeeded? Yet she quickly countered herself. Surely not. How could it be so swift? Heya, you haven't succeeded, have you? Although her rational mind deemed it impossible, she instinctively understood that Yueqian Heya must have triumphed. Otherwise, such a countenance would not adorn his face. Indeed, I have refined my own chakra, Yueqian Heya affirmed, observing Koju Yamamoto's incredulous expression. Before she could fully process this revelation, he stood up respectfully, bowing deeply, and earnestly expressed, "Thank you, Auntie Koju. If it weren't for your excellent guidance, it would have taken me much longer to master the chakra extraction technique." Seeing the obedient child before her, Koju Yamamoto felt a profound sense of gratification, her eyes moistening slightly as she gently wiped them away. With a playful tone, she remarked, "What a good boy. However, Heya, you must continue to practice diligently. Auntie is looking forward to being protected by you in the future. Rest assured, Auntie, keeping my promises is my ninja way. I will protect not only you but also Ino," Yueqian Heya declared with confidence and determination. Having successfully completed his study of the chakra extraction technique, Yueqian Heya was encouraged by Koju Yamamoto to relax, which led him to venture outside to play. As he wandered aimlessly down the street, he seized the opportunity to check his attribute panel. Chakra extraction technique, proficiency 01. As anticipated, a new skill had indeed been added to his skill set. Though it would demand some of his time, Yueqian Heya was wholly unconcerned. Only with ample chakra could he freely wield various ninjutsu and genjutsu. Otherwise, all his learning would be in vain. The renowned copy ninja, Kakashi, who is adept in over 1,000 ninjutsu yet seldom employs them, is acutely aware of the frustration stemming from a lack of chakra. In stark contrast, both Hashirama Senju and Naruto seldom fret over the insufficiency of chakra, freely utilizing an array of jutsu during combat. Thus, Yueqian also resolved to dedicate more time to the refinement of chakra techniques, aspiring that, even if he does not achieve the prowess of Naruto or the first Hokage, he will not encounter the tragic fate of Kakashi. Having made his decision, Yueqian bent down to stroke the exuberant white emperor frolicking beside him as he pondered aloud. What shall we do next? We still have at least 2 hours before dinner. Suddenly, he recalled that it had been a month already, and it would be an opportune time to take him to Aunt Inuzuka's pet hospital for a checkup. Despite the existence of an attribute panel indicating White Emperor's good health, it was prudent to have him examined. Uncertain of how to reach the pet hospital, Yueqian turned to White Emperor for assistance. Do you know the way to Aunt Inuzuka's? Upon hearing the mention of the pet hospital, the little creature displayed uncontainable joy, wagging his tail and weaving between Yueqian's legs. Responding to Yueqian's inquiry with a proud bark, White Emperor then trotted off towards the Inuzuka pet hospital. This past month not only saw Yueqian making strides, but White Emperor had also shown significant growth. His attribute panel revealed the olfactory skill inherent to canines, albeit it had only recently manifested. White Emperor, physique, 440, strength, 122, speed, 172, agility, 691, energy, 96, spirit, 305. Skill, olfactory. Yueqian noted that the little creature's physical attributes had progressed more rapidly than his mental ones, likely a common trait among animals. He was well aware of White Emperor's reliability as a guide. On several occasions during his ventures further from home, it was White Emperor who led him back to the floral shop nestled in the mountains. Naturally, Yueqian would never admit to being lost, claiming instead that he was merely fostering the little one's abilities. As White Emperor paused occasionally to sniff the air and ascertain their direction, the duo ambled along at a leisurely pace. The pet hospital was not far, merely across the street, and soon Yueqian found himself in front of a large building adorned with a dog sign. Observing White Emperor navigate the entrance with ease, he knew he had arrived at the correct location. Upon entering the pet hospital behind White Emperor, Yueqian was pleasantly surprised to find the interior far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. It seamlessly connected to a bright and airy backyard, where dogs, cats, and various other animals roamed freely, rather than being confined to cages. The air was refreshingly clean, devoid of the pungent odors often associated with numerous animals. White Emperor, having bounded into Aunt Inuzuka's embrace, whimpered affectionately, frequently glancing back at Yueqian, perhaps to share his delight. Upon seeing Inuzuka-san, Ekizan Kazuya quickly approached her with a smile, saying, "Good day, Aunt-san. It is truly wonderful to see you. I was worried you might not be home. I brought Hakuto for a checkup." "Ah, Kazuya, you've finally arrived. My little Hana has mentioned you several times." Inuzuka-san chuckled heartily, playfully joking. "Ah, that must mean Sister Hana has been missing Hakuto," Kazuya promptly replied, demonstrating his quick wit before shifting the topic. "By the way, Aunt-san, could you assist me in examining Hakuto?" "Of course, no problem at all. This little fellow seems quite healthy and has grown significantly since the last time." Some remarked as she examined Hakuto closely, praising, "It appears that you have taken excellent care of him." Kazuya smiled modestly, responding, "Haha, it's not just me. Aunt Keiko has also helped me care for Hakuto. I couldn't manage it all on my own." Following this, Sun diligently conducted a thorough examination of Hakuto and asked Kazuya several questions, confirming that Hakuto was in perfect health. Although the outcome was as Kazuya had anticipated, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude to Tsum. As it was still early, Kazuya accepted Tsum's invitation to stay and chat for a while, engaging with various animals in the process. "By the way, Aunt Tsum, where is Sister Hana? I haven't seen her or the 3 brothers, the Grey Wolves," Kazuya curiously inquired. "Hana has started attending ninja school, so she is currently in class," Tsum replied, her face lighting up with joy at the mention of Hana. "If you wish to see her, you'll have to wait a bit longer." Kazuya felt that Tsum resembled those doting relatives who anxiously sought to marry off their single offspring, as if eager to see them settled. Reflecting on Hana's tender age of merely 5 or 6, he found it rather tragic that her mother seemed preoccupied with worries about her future for the next 20 years. "Haha, I suppose I shall have to visit her another time," Kazuya thought, suddenly anxious to escape. Being pursued by Tsum would be quite the ordeal. In a hasty retreat from Tsume's clutches, Kanzuya returned to the flower shop, his heart racing. Observing Kanzuya's flustered demeanor, Yamamoto Keiko inquired, "Oh, Kanzuya, did you not enjoy your outing? You appear rather distracted." Not at all," Kanzuya replied, snapping back to attention, mumbling, "I had a delightful time. I took Hakuto to Aunt Tsume's, and she was exceedingly warm-hearted." Sighing internally, he thought, how could he explain that he was frightened by Tsume's watchful gaze? Akin to a mother scrutinizing her potential son-in-law? Unperturbed by Kanzuya's unusual behavior, Keiko suddenly recalled something, her tone turning serious. "By the way, Kanzuya, there is something I forgot to mention to you." Noticing that Kanzuya was attentively listening, Keiko continued, "It is important to limit the duration of chakra training, especially for children like you. Please ensure that your practice does not exceed 1 hour." And why is that?" Kanzuya asked, perplexed. Having just decided to allocate more time to the art of chakra refinement, Yuichiro Ekizen felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of realization and, perplexed, inquired, "This matter should have been conveyed to you immediately after you mastered chakra refinement. However, I did not anticipate your swift success and inadvertently overlooked it." Keiko Yamanaka said playfully, her little tongue peeking out as she smiled. "This is, indeed, quite understandable," Keiko continued, her voice animated. "Consider this. Refining chakra necessitates extracting energy from the body cells. Yet, the energy within a child's cells is limited, primarily dedicated to growth and development. Therefore, excessive chakra refinement could adversely affect both growth and overall health." "Oh, I see." Yuichiro grasped Keiko's point instantaneously. This aligns with the principle of energy conservation within the human body. Excessive depletion of cellular energy could lead to stunted growth or even collapse. He pondered the renowned young prodigies in the world of Naruto, such as Itachi Uchiha and Kimimaro, wondering if their frail conditions in adulthood were a result of overexerting chakra during their formative years. They had participated in intensely demanding battles at such tender ages, inevitably forcing themselves to refine chakra beyond their limits. Though merely a conjecture, Yuichiro felt a profound sense of relief. Thankfully, he had learned this in time. Otherwise, after a night of fervent chakra refinement, he might have awakened to a dire transformation. He resolved to remain at the Ninja Academy for a few more years, abandoning any ambition of hastily graduating to attain the label of a prodigy. However, you need not fret excessively. You can now attempt to extract chakra from other parts of your body. Striving to refine chakra throughout your entire being will mitigate the potential risks of excess extraction," Keiko suggested gently, offering reassurance as she noticed Yuichiro's hint of disappointment. "Thank you, Aunt Keiko. I understand," Yuichiro replied, genuinely appreciative, for he had already contemplated this notion prior to Keiko's reminder. After dinner, Yuichiro took his companion, Bayako, to the secret base of the mischievous children, where he had fully integrated himself and garnered their affection and support. Over the course of a month, the rambunctious children had wholeheartedly acknowledged Yuichiro's leadership. This was attributed to two primary factors. Firstly, Yuichiro's extraordinary capacity for learning. He had mastered shuriken throwing from Hirota Aoki and, within a few days, surpassed Hirota's skill level, thus becoming a mentor himself. Secondly, under Yuichiro's guidance, they had achieved several victories against rival groups of mischievous children, expanding their ranks by welcoming 5 new members who were still in the throes of childhood, an accomplishment that Aoki had been unable to secure. "Haha, my esteemed leader. Please take your time and be cautious of the steps. Allow me to assist you." The ever-watchful Qingdao Guangtian, the first of the sycophants, spotted Yueqian Heya and hurried forward to lend a hand, immediately expressing his unwavering loyalty with a deep bow and a face full of reverence. Qingdao Guangtian's respect stemmed from the rapid advancement of his throwing technique under Yueqian Heya's guidance, which led him to surpass the class's prodigy, a child of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Changlong. Consequently, Qingdao Guangtian basked in the teacher's praise and the adoration of his female peers, feeling as light as a feather. Fully aware that all of this was thanks to Yueqian Heya's assistance, hence, he willingly submitted, even at the risk of scorn from his companions. TCH. One who can withstand immense slander is equally deserving of great praise. As long as he clings tightly to the robust leg of his leader, he knows that many will willingly bow to him in the future. And what shame is there in my unwavering loyalty to my leader? He thought to himself, nodding and bowing. Eager to grow stronger, Qingdao Guangtian yearned to remain superior to Uchiha Changlong, dreaming of receiving even more admiration from girls. Driven by desire, he eagerly inquired, "Leader, shall we practice throwing kunai today? Guangtian, have you learned any new ninjutsu recently?" Perhaps transformation techniques or shadow clone techniques. If not, even taijutsu would suffice. Yueqian Heya replied, rather leisurely, ignoring Qingdao Guangtian's urgency. As a leader, he bore no obligation to fulfill the whims of his subordinates. It was the younger ones who should embrace the mindset of serving their elder brother, not the other way around. Before his younger companions, the youthful Yueqian Heya gradually began to exude the authority of a superior. It was as if he had planted a seed in his heart, one that would eventually take root and flourish, enduring trials and tribulations, growing into a towering tree that could obscure the sun. As several of his younger companions made remarkable progress in their kunai throwing practice under his guidance, Yueqian Heya realized that his own abilities were expanding outward, influencing those around him. Yet rather than ceasing his instruction, he welcomed their growth and dedicated even more time to mentoring them. This was akin to an investment. Compared to the complexities of human relationships fraught with deceit that would arise in adulthood, the genuine bonds formed in childhood were unbreakable. The more such friends he amassed, the greater the support he would receive in the future. He envisioned that when the day came for him to ascend to the position of Hokage, with a single call, 100 loyal and powerful jonin would stand ready to support him. Who then could stand in his way? Competitors like Shimura Danzō, the schemer, would likely find themselves trembling in the shadows, hiding from his impending rise. In our class, there are still quite a few individuals who have yet to refine their chakra, and our teacher certainly will not be teaching ninjutsu at this stage. Upon hearing this, Yueqian also did not respond but instead posed a rhetorical question. Seemingly sensing the authority and discontent emanating from Yueqian, Qingdao Guangtian quickly adjusted his demeanor, grinning with a hint of pride, and proclaimed, "However, boss, we have indeed learned a basic taijutsu technique. Would you like me to demonstrate it for you?" Having just acquired the ability to refine chakra, Yueqian felt a renewed ambition to learn ninjutsu, but he could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment upon hearing that Qingdao Guangtian had not yet progressed. As for taijutsu, Yueqian's desire was not particularly strong, as he had already embarked on the study of swordsmanship. After all, in a battle, must one foolishly discard their sword to resort to weaker and more vulnerable fist against an opponent? Some might argue that the taijutsu displayed in Naruto is indeed formidable, as evidenced by the likes of Might Guy, the Blue Beast, who nearly delivered a decisive blow to the series' conclusion. Yet, while Might Guy's strength is commendable post-8 gates, the overall techniques of taijutsu in Naruto are rather rudimentary, primarily consisting of simple punches and kicks. Despite his disdain for taijutsu, particularly in the context of Naruto, he acknowledged that it holds some utility in situations such as children's scuffles or sparring sessions among academy students where bloodshed is discouraged. Since you've learned a taijutsu technique, why not give it a try? Perhaps I could offer you some guidance, Yueqian boldly declared. Upon hearing Yueqian's willingness to provide mentorship, Qingdao Guangtian instantly became invigorated and eagerly began to practice the taijutsu he had recently learned. He positioned his legs apart into a horse stance, his feet wider than his shoulders, with fists clenched and resting above his hips, palms facing upwards. Observing Qingdao Guangtian's movements, Yueqian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Indeed, he soon witnessed Qingdao Guangtian throw a punch, rotating his fist 180 degrees until his palm faced downward. Although he performed the action with earnestness, it was evident that his technique was lackluster and devoid of power, merely a display of flamboyant gestures. "How was that, boss? Wasn't it decent?" Qingdao Guangtian's expression was one of smug satisfaction, clearly anticipating praise. After watching Qingdao Guangtian's entire performance, Yueqian nearly choked on his laughter. Wasn't this the most fundamental horse stance punch from martial arts in his past life? Yet, given the manner in which Qingdao Guangtian executed it, one might question whether it could even be classified as such. Yueqian chuckled to himself. Having had a wide array of interests in his previous life, he had also dabbled in martial arts for a time. Although he could not afford formal training, he had nonetheless managed to teach himself through online resources. While many valuable techniques may have been obscured in the myriad of available videos, Yueqian had nonetheless acquired a wealth of fundamental movements from various martial arts styles. He found himself curious and hopeful, wondering if he could cultivate the skill of martial arts through persistent practice of these movements. It was rather mediocre, as if one could not discern the eager expression of praise on Qingdao Guangtian's face. "It's not that impressive," spoke Uchiha Kazuya in a calm tone. Under Qingdao Guangtian's disappointed gaze, Uchiha Kazuya gently flicked his fingernails, smiling mysteriously as he added, "But I could certainly ponder it over. Perhaps I might teach you a few more formidable techniques." "Ah, is that true, boss?" Qingdao Guangtian exclaimed excitedly. Haha, if you say I can, then it must be possible. Once I master them, I'll surely make that Uchiha Chri regret crossing paths with me, haha. Hey, Guangtian, that is your boss. Just as Qingdao Guangtian was reveling in his triumph, a mocking voice emerged from the side, teasingly remarking, your boss is quite adorable. I wonder if he has weaned yet. Haha. As fate would have it, Uchiha Chri, who had been seething with humiliation after being defeated by the ordinarily unremarkable Qingdao Guangtian at school, learned from his inquiries that Qingdao Guangtian often played in the garden near the hospital after classes. He was impatient to enlist 3 of his Uchiha companions to confront him and vent his frustrations. However, upon arriving, he was immediately incensed by Qingdao Guangtian's audacious words. Initially curious about the identity of Qingdao Guangtian's boss, Uchiha Chri was taken aback to see a child who appeared significantly younger than them, prompting immediate mockery and laughter from him and his companions. The moment Qingdao Guangtian heard Uchiha Chri's words, he recognized him and felt a pang of guilt for perhaps speaking ill behind his back. Just as he considered apologizing, he overheard Uchiha Chri insulting Uchiha Kanzuya. In an instant, Qingdao Guangtian's eyes turned crimson with fury as he glared at Uchiha Chri, baring his teeth and fiercely declaring, Uchiha Chri, you may say what you wish about me, but you shall not speak ill of my boss. If you do not apologize today, I shall make you unrecognizable. The other companions also noticed the 4 Uchiha members, and upon hearing their words, instinctively gathered around Uchiha Kanzuya, shielding him in their midst. Haha, you've truly grown bolder. You dare to threaten me. Observing Qingdao Guangtian's eyes, which resembled those of an enraged bull, Uchiha Chri felt a flicker of trepidation. Yet, bolstered by the confidence from his long-standing superiority, he scoffed disdainfully. Do you truly believe that winning against me once in throwing shuriken makes you capable of defeating me? Haha. How utterly naive. Will you apologize? Ignoring Uchiha Chri's taunts, Qingdao Guangtian drew a shuriken, assuming a combat stance, and shouted once more. Like a fierce tiger unleashed. Qingdao Guangtian fixed a menacing gaze upon Uchiha Chri, as if poised to strike the moment he uttered a word of refusal. Witnessing Qingdao Guangtian's intense demeanor, Uchiha Chri also adopted a defensive posture, yet it was evident that compelling the proud genius of the Uchiha clan to relent would be a formidable challenge. He glanced at his 3 companions, then surveyed the dozen or so youngsters across from him, each armed with kunai and poised for battle. Uchiha Changlong hesitated momentarily. He was acutely aware of the prowess of Aoki Hirota's kunai-throwing technique. And with 10 opponents before him, though seemingly young, he pondered the possibility that some among them might possess skills comparable to Aoki Hirota's. If that were the case, the 4 of them would undoubtedly be outmatched. Furthermore, although Uchiha Changlong had spoken with disdain and insult towards Yueqian Kanzuya, he was not foolish. He understood that Aoki Hirota would not casually acknowledge a child as his leader. From Aoki Hirota's earlier comments upon his arrival, it was clear that Yueqian Kanzuya was no ordinary child. Observing Yueqian Kanzuya's calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by their presence, only deepened his uncertainty. With thoughts racing, Uchiha Changlong noted Aoki Hirota's fury and devised a plan. A smirk crept onto his lips as he feigned nonchalance, declaring, Aoki Hirota, this matter concerns only the 2 of us. How about this? Let us engage in a duel. Should you manage to defeat me, I shall apologize to your leader, the child over there. What do you say? To provoke Aoki Hirota into accepting his proposal, Uchiha Changlong once again insulted Yueqian Kanzuya. Confident in his abilities, having never lost to Aoki Hirota in practical combat aside from kunai practice, he believed that if Aoki Hirota acquiesced, he could teach him a lesson without the need to apologize to Yueqian Kanzuya. His scheme resonated in his mind. Upon hearing Uchiha Changlong refer to Yueqian Kanzuya as a child once more, Aoki Hirota was consumed by rage. The thought of accepting the challenge was tempting. Yet the implications involving Yueqian Kanzuya made him grit his teeth and resist. Turning to Yueqian Kanzuya for guidance, he sought affirmation. Do not worry. Let him witness your strength. Do not allow yourself to be underestimated, Yueqian Kanzuya replied, indifferent to Uchiha Changlong's taunts, viewing him as merely a dying man. With an encouraging smile towards Aoki Hirota, he granted his approval. With Yueqian Kanzuya's consent, Aoki Hirota turned back, his demeanor fierce as he bellowed at Uchiha Changlong, I accept your challenge, but do not shy away from the consequences of defeat. Humph. Uchiha Changlong scoffed at Aoki Hirota's agreement, secretly elated. He could not fathom that a noble of the Uchiha clan could lose to a mere commoner like Aoki Hirota. Uchiha Chanlong shared a glance with a fellow Uchiha boy who had accompanied him, and the latter immediately understood, stepping forward with a grin. I am Uchiha Harukusa. Since both of you have agreed to a duel, I shall serve as the referee. To ensure fairness, we require a referee on our side as well. So I will take on that role. Is that acceptable to you? Weiichi Kanzuya approached, his tone calm, yet authoritative. I have no objections to that. The Uchiha group exchanged glances, and Harukusa responded, very well, that seems fair. Then, please outline the rules, Weiichi Kanzuya prompted. Upon hearing Uchiha's agreement to his opinion, Yukichiba Kanzuya spoke with an air of superiority, as if it were a matter of course. You truly consider yourself the leader, I am not your subordinate. Uchiha Hiroka felt a surge of anger at Yukichiba's words, but found himself at a loss for a retort. Having proposed to act as the referee, he could hardly let his temper dictate an omission of the rules. Casting a cold glance at Yukichiba, Hiroka suppressed his ire and stated in a deep voice. The rules will adhere to those of the Ninja Academy. Note that neither party may strike at the opponent's vital areas. When a victor is determined, or if one party is at risk of severe injury, the referee has the authority to terminate the duel. If both parties have no objections, we may commence. With mutual consent obtained, the onlookers retreated, leaving the central space for Aoki Hirota and Uchiha Chmu to face each other, while the two referees, Yukichiba Kanzuya and Uchiha Hiroka, positioned themselves to intervene if necessary. Uchiha Hiroka cast a curious glance at Yukichiba, bemused. For he doubted Yukichiba possessed the capability to avert any unforeseen incidents. Ultimately dismissing the thought, he refocused his attention on the two adversaries poised for confrontation. How bold of you to challenge me, Uchiha Chmu jeered, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he observed Aoki Hirota's eagerness, confident in his rapidly advancing skills. Aoki Hirota stood resolute, retorting, you should be contemplating how to apologize after your defeat, Uchiha Chmu. Are both sides prepared? Uchiha Hiroka stepped between the two, confirming their readiness before swiftly retreating to the sidelines, then solemnly declared, let the match begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than both combatants, already armed with kunai, launched into action, engaging in a swift exchange of blows. As both were relatively new to the Ninja Academy and had yet to learn ninjutsu, their struggle was purely physical. However, Uchiha Chmu, having received substantial training prior to enrollment, enjoyed advantages in physical conditioning and combat experience, gradually overpowering Aoki Hirota, who, though not entirely defenseless, found himself on the back foot. Seeing Uchiha Chmu gaining the upper hand, Uchiha Hiroka smiled subtly, feeling at ease. His role as referee was not motivated by a desire for fairness. As long as Uchiha's members emerged unscathed, he cared little for the fates of others. After all, the wood industry security force comprised his own kin. Would a Uchiha child truly face severe repercussions for injuring a civilian? It would be more of a triumph to showcase the formidable prowess and exceptional capabilities of his lineage, he thought with pride. He cast a provocative glance at Yukichiba, only to find him nonchalantly indifferent, seemingly unconcerned by Aoki Hirota's precarious situation, or perhaps bemused by Hiroka's confident demeanor, owing to Yukichiba's enigmatic attitude. Uchiha Hiroka quickly dismissed his doubts and redirected his focus to the unfolding duel. At that moment, having endured setbacks in close combat, Aoki Hirota feigned an attack, decisively creating distance to exploit his advantage in kunai throwing, persistently harassing Uchiha Chmu. However, the wooden kunai used for training is lightweight and unopened. Even if it occasionally strikes, its lethality remains exceedingly limited. Therefore, despite temporarily suppressing Uchiha Chmu, Qingdao Guangtian realizes that defeating him with thrown kunai is an impossible feat. Observing that only 3 kunai remain in his possession, Qingdao Guangtian resolves to end the confrontation swiftly. In a desperate gamble, he hurls all his kunai in succession. Seizing the moment while Uchiha Chmu is preoccupied with evasion, he charges forward with great strides, executing a powerful punch that lands squarely on Chmu's chest, eliciting a look of disbelief from the latter. Upon witnessing Uchiha Chmu being struck, Uchiha Hiroka, in a moment of panic, instinctively draws a kunai, intending to throw it at Qingdao Guangtian. What are you trying to do? Before he could act, Uchiha Hiroka hears the cold, eerie voice of Yueqian Heya, which sends a shiver down his spine, rendering him motionless and chill creeping around his neck, preventing him from releasing the kunai in his hand. Stiffly turning his head, he gazes blankly at the kunai that Yueqian Heya idly twirls, understanding that the source of his threatening sensation emanates from there. I ask what you intend to do. Do you wish to assist Uchiha Chmu in surrendering? Yueqian Heya glances at him and states in a flat tone. Staring incredulously at the youthful visage of Yueqian Heya, Uchiha Hiroka, still shaken, realizes that with Yueqian Heya present, it is impossible for him to sway the situation. Cautiously retracting the kunai into its sheath, his voice quivers as he replies, No, I was merely too agitated. I think it is best for them to determine the victor themselves. With a satisfied glance at Uchiha Hiroka, Yueqian Heya offers a warm smile and gently remarks, I too believe it is preferable for them to resolve their contest independently. As he observes Yueqian Heya's amiable smile, Uchiha Hiroka breaks into a cold sweat. Feeling utterly weak. However, the oppressive threat that had loomed over him finally dissipates, allowing him to exhale in relief unconsciously. Completely oblivious to the unfolding events outside, the relentless Qingdao Guangtian shows no mercy, delivering another left hook to Uchiha Chri's right cheek while he remains caught off guard, following up with an uppercut that sends him crashing to the ground. With Chri's hands pinned behind him, Qingdao Guangtian, having vented his frustrations, boasts, So, Chri, are you conceding? Let me go, or I will make you regret it. Uchiha Chri, pressed face down against the ground, bellows furiously, his face flushed, a mixture of shame and rage evident in his expression. That cannot be. You must first admit defeat and apologize to our esteemed elder, Qingdao Guangtian retorts uncompromisingly, his tone resolute. If you refuse to apologize, then remain in that position. Upon hearing Qingdao Guangtian's words, Uchiha Chri is consumed by uncontrollable rage. Feeling that the honor of the Uchiha clan has been utterly tarnished by his current predicament, as he struggles with a fierce grimace, he casts a pleading glance towards Uchiha Hiroka and the two companions standing at the sidelines. Having just received a warning, Uchiha Hirokusa dared not act recklessly. However, the two individuals on the sidelines could no longer contain themselves and swiftly dashed into the arena, intent on rescuing Uchiha Changlong. Yet, Yue and his companions were well prepared. Under the leadership of the plump Akizaka Ichiro and the watermelon-haired Akiyama Kintaro, they quickly intercepted the intruders. The plump boy, with exaggerated intonation, remarked, Hey, what do you two intend to do? The parties involved and the referee haven't even spoken yet, so why the haste? Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the plump boys group, the two thwarted individuals had no choice but to turn to the referee, Uchiha Hirokusa, for guidance. Under the questioning and puzzled gazes of his companions, Uchiha Hirokusa discreetly glanced at Yue, and upon seeing him remain silent, he hesitantly declared, Let us leave it as is. Akiyama Hiroda, you may release Changlong. We concede this match. What do you mean concede? You have already lost. Are you still discontent? Upon hearing Uchiha Hirokusa's words, Akiyama Hiroda immediately retorted angrily, then let out a couple of scoffs, pressing down harder on Uchiha Changlong. He continued, As for releasing him, that is not an issue at all. I find it rather tiresome to keep him pinned down. Stop struggling. It's futile. If you obediently admit defeat and apologize, I shall release you at once. Akiyama Hiroda leaned down, speaking to Uchiha Changlong with a mocking tone. Hiroda, enough. Let him go now. Yue interjected calmly, his voice steady. The Uchiha clan is not one to resort to dishonorable tactics. I trust they will not go back on their word. Upon hearing Yue's directive, Akiyama Hiroda obediently released his hold on Uchiha Changlong, retreating with a cheeky grin under the watchful eyes of his peers. Though unburdened by any weight, Uchiha Changlong remained humiliated. Prostrated on the ground, fists clenched tightly as he pounded the earth in frustration. The pride he once held had transformed into a profound humiliation that left him breathless. Two of his Uchiha comrades hurried to lift him up, sharing a look of solidarity as they glared at Yue and his group. Ignoring their fierce expressions, Akiyama Hiroda gleefully remarked, So, are you ready to apologize now? Don't bring shame upon the Uchiha. Noticing Uchiha Changlong's despondent demeanor, Uchiha Hirokusa could only shake his head in resignation. He approached Yue and respectfully bowed, speaking earnestly, I apologize, Yue. I speak on behalf of Changlong. Please forgive us. Seeing that the one apologizing was Uchiha Hirokusa, Akiyama Hiroda was about to interject but was halted by Yue's dismissive gesture. With a smile that conveyed indifference, he replied in a gentle tone, No need for concern, it was merely a misunderstanding. Thank you for your understanding. We shall take our leave now. With Yue's forgiveness, Uchiha Hirokusa visibly exhaled in relief and quickly escorted the three Uchiha away. Boss, how did I perform? After the Uchiha departed, Akiyama Hiroda let out a triumphant laugh, reveling in his perceived victory. Ha ha ha. I truly bested Uchiha Changlong, leaving him utterly defeated. Indeed, this time the performance was commendable. Yuichiro acknowledged his efforts with a smile before candidly stating, however, it was merely a stroke of luck. Your capabilities still fall short compared to his. Next time, if he prepares well, it could very well be you who faces defeat. What? A startled Aokido Takeda quickly grasped the situation, his demeanor one of trepidation. Boss, you must help me. I've bullied him so severely today, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. Ha! Now you know fear, yet moments ago, you were brimming with arrogance. Yuichiro remarked with amusement as he observed Aokido Takeda's anxious expression. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Aokido scratched his head and, in a rather glib manner, replied, "That was because I had you backing me up, boss. It gave me courage." Enough with the flattery, Yuichiro interrupted him with a hearty laugh. Today, everyone performed admirably. Let us continue our practice with kunai throwing. With diligent effort, you two shall soon be as formidable as Takeda. So no slacking off. Having triumphed over the confrontation with the Uchiha Quartet, the young ones were filled with exuberance and trained with exceptional vigor. Witnessing their rapid progress, Yuichiro was delighted and dedicated himself even more to their instruction. Conversely, the Uchiha Quartet was not faring well. Uchiha Rin wore a sullen expression, silent throughout. While Uchiha KS appeared troubled, his mind clouded with uncertainties. KS, what was that all about? Why didn't you assist Rin? Uchiha D finally voiced his lingering doubts. Upon hearing his question, both Uchiha KS and Uchiha Rin turned their attention to him. Faced with the discontented gaze of his companions, KS offered a wry smile and shook his head, exclaiming, "You don't grasp the situation. I was warned by Yuichiro when I attempted to intervene. There was simply no opportunity." Yuichiro? You mean that little brat warned you? How could that be? Upon realizing whom Uchiha KS referred to, Uchiha D felt that he was making excuses and retorted, dissatisfied. Do not underestimate him, otherwise you may find yourselves at a disadvantage in the future. Sensing the doubt from his comrades, Uchiha KS spoke gravely, "While I cannot ascertain just how formidable he is, I can confirm one thing. His kunai throwing technique is undoubtedly superior to that of Aokido Takeda." Despite Uchiha KS's explanation, they remained reluctant to believe, arguing vehemently. That is impossible. Although Aokido Takeda's strength is lacking, his kunai throwing technique is exceptional. How could that little brat's technique surpass his? There is nothing impossible about it. Confronted with their skepticism, Uchiha KS felt himself transported back to the moment Yuichiro had him targeted with a kunai. A chill of sweat tracing down his back. He absent-mindedly inquired, "Have you ever experienced the sensation of being unable to move even a finger?" "Just moments ago. When I drew my kunai to interrupt Aokido, it felt as though I were being watched by a venomous serpent, its sharp fangs poised against my neck, cold as ice." The mere thought sent shivers down Uchiha KS's spine once more. With a self-deprecating tone, he remarked, "At that moment, even my fingers froze. I realized that in such a situation, if I were to truly engage him in combat, I would likely not even have the opportunity to move my fingers. I would have already lost." Upon hearing Uchiha Hiroka's account, Uchiha Ron and the others were left in stunned silence. It was Uchiha Azuma who first regained his composure. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he stammered, This cannot be true. How old is he? How could he possibly evoke such a feeling in you?" According to Uchiha Hiroka's narrative, the prowess of Yuki Kanzuya was so formidable that it defied belief. A notion that the proud Uchiha clan found hard to accept, leading them to incredulously retort. However, they were well aware that Uchiha Hiroka could not have misinterpreted the situation. Nor would he deceive them. Thus, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence as they struggled to find words. "Let me return and investigate the background of that boy to ascertain his true nature." Uchiha Azuma finally broke the silence, attempting to sound casual. "I'm not aware of any prominent figures by the surname Yuki in Konoha. Even if he is truly that formidable, the Uchiha clan has never feared anyone." Upon hearing Uchiha Azuma's words, Uchiha Hiroka hesitated before reluctantly agreeing, "Just be cautious. Do not let him discover that you are probing into his affairs." Uchiha Azuma chuckled dismissively, pride evident in his tone as he replied, "Hiroka, you cannot be so daunted by that boy that you forget the purpose of our Uchiha clan. Engaging in such minor inquiries could never lead to detection." Sighing, Uchiha Hiroka suddenly regained his senses, awakening from the immense pressure exerted by Yuki Kanzuya. He laughed gently, patting his head, and returned to his usual calm demeanor, speaking softly, "Then make haste and return swiftly. We shall await your return here." The Uchiha clan bore the responsibility of safeguarding all of Konoha, effectively controlling the entire policing system. Although this had led to animosity with nearly all other ninjas of Konoha, placing them in opposition to the rest of the village, it was undeniable that the Uchiha held immense power within the village. Investigating the background of a mere child was indeed a trivial task. In less than half an hour, Uchiha Azuma unearthed all pertinent information regarding Yuki Kinzuya, including the tragic circumstances of his mother's death at his birth, his father's demise during the Nine Tails incident, and his recent adoption by Yamashiro Kai. So, Yuki Kinzuya is indeed the child of a hero, Uchiha Hiroka stated solemnly. This information cannot be erroneous. It is recorded within the internal files of the security forces. Uchiha Azuma affirmed. After a brief pause, Uchiha Hiroka muttered absent-mindedly, "This is of little consequence. We had no intentions of acting against him. However, his strength remains highly questionable. Could he be a prodigy rivaling Uchiha Itachi? To suggest he rivals Itachi, how could that be?" Uchiha Chron chuckled, shaking his head in amusement before asserting confidently, "Moreover, Itachi is of the Uchiha clan. Once he activates his Sharingan, even an equal genius would be utterly overwhelmed. Indeed, you make a valid point. We are the Uchiha. After all, although Uchiha Hirokusa still harbored shadows of Yuichiro Kaori in his heart, he spoke with confidence whenever the Uchiha name was mentioned, his spirit radiant. By the way, Changlong, what do you plan to do about Aoki Hirota? Setting aside the heavy burden that weighed on his heart. Uchiha Hirokusa observed the still gloomy Uchiha Changlong and inquired thoughtfully. Upon hearing the name Aoki Hirota, Uchiha Changlong felt his anger flare. Clenching his fist tightly as he declared vehemently, "I will reclaim my victory on my own. The dignity of the Uchiha is not something that can be trampled upon." Witnessing the fervor of Uchiha Changlong, Uchiha Hirokusa smiled faintly and asked calmly, "Do you have confidence?" Glancing at Uchiha Hirokusa, Uchiha Changlong replied assuredly, "Rest assured. He is merely fortunate. This time, I was careless. Next time, I will make him pay back in full with interest. That's good. A little setback might just facilitate quicker growth." Seeing Uchiha Changlong brimming with determination, Uchiha Hirokusa smiled, feeling a sense of contentment. The notion that Uchiha Changlong would always be overshadowed by Aoki Hirota had never crossed his mind. How could a common ninja compare to the noble Uchiha? Yet, the warm, carefree smile of Yuichiro Kaori occasionally surfaced in his heart. Uchiha Hirokusa couldn't help but frown again, contemplating. This feeling of control is indeed reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi. Meanwhile, Yuichiro Kaori was blissfully unaware that his image had been deeply etched into someone's heart. However, had he known it was a man, he might have profoundly regretted the pretense he had put on. "Boss, why are you asking me to go to your house?" Aoki Hirota inquired, puzzled. After concluding the training with the youngsters, Yuichiro Kaori invited Aoki Hirota to return to the mountain flower shop, while Ando Noriko, who lived nearby, joined them as well. Yuichiro Kaori glanced at Aoki Hirota with exasperation and said slowly, "Do you think I can't tell that you're injured? You little brat sure can put on a facade. Does your chest not hurt at all? Should I hit you again to check?" Hearing Yuichiro Kaori refer to the older Aoki Hirota as a little brat, Ando Noriko covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, embodying a delightful ladylike charm. "Stop. No." Aoki Hirota quickly interjected upon hearing Yuichiro Kaori's words. Awkwardly smiling while rubbing his subtly aching chest, he continued, "Boss, you truly have an eye for detail. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Hee. I was just trying to hold on so as not to embarrass you. Well, there's no need to pretend any longer. If you're injured, you need to treat it promptly. You mustn't delay, understand?" Observing Aoki Hirota's obsequious expression, Yuichiro Kaori spoke with a hint of irritation. "Come home with me and let Aunt Keiko help you. You'll be completely fine by tomorrow." Grateful, Aoki Hirota quickly responded. "Haha, thank you, boss." "No need for thanks. Just remember to express your gratitude to Aunt Keiko later." Yuichiro Kaori waved dismissively, unconcerned. To Qingdo Guangtian. The injuries sustained were merely trifles for Yamashita Keiko, who effortlessly alleviated the bruising on his chest and attended to the wounds on his limbs within a mere 10 minutes. Her exquisite medical ninjutsu left Ikehara Kinzuya envious. After bidding farewell to Qingdo Guangtian and Ando Noriko, Ikehara Kinzuya engaged in conversation with Yamashita Keiko, playfully teasing Koike before hastening back to his room to commence his evening studies. Having recently begun to learn chakra refinement techniques, the novelty still fresh, Ikehara Kinzuya eagerly opted to focus on chakra cultivation. Heeding Yamashita Keiko's caution, he refrained from recklessly extracting chakra and instead concentrated on exploring and developing methods to harness chakra throughout his body. Drawing from his successful experience in exploring his right arm, he proceeded smoothly with experiments to extract chakra from various parts of his body, encountering little resistance. Once he achieved the ability to extract chakra from his entire being. With some chakra already within him, Okahara Kinzuya was eager to commence his practice of chakra control. The applications of chakra are exceedingly vast, verging on limitless. It enables the creation of chakra threads to control opponents or puppets, allows one to scale trees and walk on water, enhances speed, and can serve both lethal and life-saving purposes. The only limitations lie in one's imagination. However, the realization of these capabilities hinges on a critical prerequisite: mastery over chakra control. In Okahara Kinzuya's view, the ability to control chakra holds greater significance than the mere quantity of chakra. The amount of chakra one possesses is largely dictated by innate physical attributes, as seen with clans such as the Uzumaki and Senju, who naturally boast substantial reserves. In contrast, chakra control is a skill that can be honed through diligent practice. Thus, for Okahara Kinzuya, endowed with an attribute panel, the establishment of chakra control as a skill would enable continual improvement in his mastery. So engrossed was he in contemplating the enhancement of his chakra control that he entirely neglected the unfinished progression of his hand seal technique. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. His current proficiency of 7 seals per second was more than adequate. Given the paramount importance of chakra control, the advancement of hand seals could be postponed. Reflecting on the original text S methods for practicing chakra control, which began with tree climbing followed by water walking, Okahara Kinzuya found these approaches unsatisfactory. Firstly, both activities were impractical within the confines of his room. While wall walking could be attempted, the potential for damaging the walls was a source of personal guilt, even if Yamashita Keiko and others would not voice their concerns. The second, and more significant reason, was that he deemed climbing trees and walking on water to be rather crude methods for practicing chakra control. Hence, he resolved to devise a more reliable training technique. Upon surveying the items within the room, seeking inspiration, the most prominent object, of course, was the calligraphy brush that had been consistently utilized upon the desk. A spark of brilliance ignited within Yueqian Heya, who excitedly speculated whether he could channel his chakra externally, using it in place of his fingers to grasp the brush and thus practice calligraphy, an endeavor that would serve 2 purposes simultaneously. Without hesitation, he resolved to embark on this concept, recognizing that the initial step would be to project his chakra outward. Seating himself cross-legged, Yueqian Heya focused his attention on his hands, striving to direct the chakra within his body toward his right hand, akin to Naruto's preliminary stage in mastering the Rasengan. Gradually, he observed a soft, enchanting azure chakra emanating from his palm, radiating a gentle glow. However, the light fluctuated erratically, proving to be quite unstable. Upon closer examination, Yueqian Heya discerned that this instability stemmed from his insufficient chakra reserves and inadequate control over it. Each time he generated a small amount of chakra, it would quickly deplete, necessitating the creation of more, resulting in a disjointed flow. The freshly conjured chakra surged uncontrollably toward his right hand, awaiting the next wave to be produced, which further exacerbated the instability of the chakra present there. Such a condition was entirely unsuitable for wielding a brush. Realizing this predicament, Yueqian Heya resolved to first address the issue of the chakra's tumultuous flow. If left unresolved, any excess chakra generated would be rendered futile. Concentrating intently on modulating the speed at which the newly formed chakra flowed into his palm, Yueqian Heya soon noticed that the gentle glow upon his palm had dimmed considerably. Even the slightest fluctuation became challenging to gauge regarding the stability of the chakra. Glancing around, he retrieved a sheet of paper from his desk, tearing off a small piece to place upon his right palm. To his surprise, the moment the paper was set down, it was swiftly blown away by the chakra emanating from his hand. This revealed that the seemingly gentle light of the chakra possessed considerable force, explaining its ability to adhere firmly to trees. With no alternative, Yueqian Heya endeavored even harder to regulate the chakra from his right hand, channeling all his focus into maintaining its stability. He then cautiously attempted to place the paper again with his left hand. This time, his control exhibited slight improvement. The paper hovered above his right hand, fluctuating for a brief 2 seconds before being unpredictably whisked away by the uncontrolled chakra. After more than half an hour of observing the scattered remnants of paper across the floor and the piece that continued to bob above his hand, Yueqian Heya beamed with satisfaction. Although the outcome was not ideal, Achieving this level of control in such a short time was no small feat ultimately. What brought forth his smile was the change displayed on his attribute panel, a newly developed skill, aptly named, with the effect of enhancing chakra control. He decided to name it Chakra Control Technique, simple and comprehensible. As he gazed at the empty skill name field on the attribute panel, he felt a surge of joy. Watching as the words Chakra Control Technique appeared sequentially, akin to typing, with a proficiency level of 0-1. Having nearly accomplished his goal, Yueqian He also felt a deep sense of satisfaction, realizing that his efforts and time had not been in vain. Glancing at the clock, he noticed it was already late into the night. Throughout the past hours, he had been incessantly refining his chakra, and only now, upon halting, did he recognize the profound fatigue that enveloped his body. Concerned about the potential harm to his physical state, he dared not continue the chakra refinement. With a moment of respite, his thoughts drifted back to the single-handed hand seals he had attempted to master. Although uncertain whether he could ultimately elevate this skill to a single-handed hand seal proficiency, Yueqian He mustered his resolve to complete the remaining seals that night. Aware that considerable time had elapsed and fearing that his earlier lessons had begun to blur in his memory, he meticulously went through the seals he had already learned, confirming their accuracy before proceeding to learn the rest. Drawing from his prior experience with the single-handed seals, he swiftly mastered the remaining hand seals in just over 10 minutes. However, upon inspecting his attributes panel, he was disheartened to find no indication of an upgrade to his sealing skill. Despite the momentary disappointment that washed over him, he did not surrender. Instead, he took a deep breath, suppressing his sense of loss. Once composed, Yueqian He set aside distractions and executed the 12 seals with precision, ensuring each movement was flawless. After completing the task with utmost diligence, he eagerly turned his gaze back to the attributes panel. Although the act of checking the panel was simple, it felt immensely daunting to him. The potential upgrade of the sealing skill to a single-handed variant was not, in itself, a matter of such gravity. Yet the success of this initial exploration bore implications for the validity of his methods and future avenues of skill enhancement, causing a surge of anxiety. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, Yueqian He caught sight of the information that relieved him, eliciting a joyful smile. Discovered upgrade direction for sealing skill. Gain skill, single-handed hand seal. Confirm? Upon seeing the desired outcome, he exhaled with relief, allowing a calmness to wash over him, refraining from hastily confirming. If this indeed led to the development of a new skill, it implied that the direction of skill upgrades was interconnected with his own creativity, suggesting that skills could evolve in line with his aspirations and imagination. He mused. While this notion could not yet be fully substantiated, merely contemplating it filled him with overwhelming excitement and a surge of adrenaline. After a moment of reflection, Yueqian He, driven by ambition, pondered whether, upon confirmation, he could further explore other avenues, such as using his feet or alternative methods for forming seals. Moreover, he wondered if discovering new directions could yield entirely new skills once more. However, despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, the attributes panel offered no answers. These mysteries would require him to embark on his own journey of exploration. Filled with anticipation, Yueqian He also felt an overwhelming surge of motivation, wishing to immediately elevate all his skills to their pinnacle, allowing them to evolve in the direction he yearned for. As he whimsically contemplated the upgrade paths of his existing skills, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, his lips curling into a joyous smile. After tossing and turning on his bed for quite some time, he finally emerged from his beautiful and wondrous fantasies, realizing that merely daydreaming would yield no fruitful results. And with time slipping away, he understood that if he did not sleep soon, he would face the consequences from Yamamoto Keiko. He hastily calmed his racing thoughts. Once composed, Yueqian He recognized that mastering the one-handed hand seal was indeed an excellent upgrade direction. Not only was it aesthetically impressive, but it also allowed him to free one hand for other tasks. Envisioning himself performing one-handed seals with the same flair as Itachi, he smiled with anticipation and confirmed his upgrade information. One-handed hand seal, proficiency level 0-1. After confirming, he discovered that his recollection of the one-handed seal movements had become significantly clearer, vividly recalling his previous learning process. This sensation was reminiscent of his experiences while learning swordsmanship and calligraphy. Having encountered similar experiences before, Yueqian He understood that this was the assistance of his attribute panel. Once a skill was formed, the panel would passively enhance his innate talent in that skill, allowing him to master and utilize new skills more swiftly and effectively. By the end of the night, he had successfully refined his chakra, learned chakra control skills, and uncovered methods for exploring skill upgrade paths. His excitement was so profound that, despite lying in bed, he counted several hundred dumplings without falling asleep. It seemed that counting dumplings proved as futile as counting sheep, as it only made him hungrier and, consequently, even more awake. The following morning, accustomed to rising early, Yueqian He woke up punctually, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, resembling a giant panda. Although he appeared rather endearing, it caused Yamamoto Keiko considerable concern. You didn't ignore my advice and spend too long refining chakra last night, did you? She inquired anxiously, observing his lethargic demeanor. No. Upon hearing her question, Yueqian He quickly clarified, as he certainly did not want to be prohibited from practicing chakra refinement in the future. Aunt Keiko, I merely couldn't sleep due to my excitement after just learning the chakra refinement technique, which is why I have such heavy dark circles. I would never disregard your guidance. You can rest assured. His tone was somewhat feeble, and while he had not practiced chakra refinement for an extended period, he had indeed devoted considerable time to honing his chakra control the previous night. Even after Yueqian Heya's explanation, Yamamoto Keiko remained uneasy. For children who had just learned the chakra refinement technique were the most susceptible to mishaps, their self-discipline often proving unreliable. Utilizing medical ninjutsu, Keiko Yamanaka conducted a thorough examination of Kazuya Ekizan, ultimately finding no abnormalities, which brought her a sense of relief. However, she adopted a rare, stern tone as she admonished. Kazuya, you must remember what Annie has said. The time spent refining chakra must never exceed 1 hour. Exceeding that limit could deplete your physical potential, which would be detrimental to your future development. Do you understand? Despite the severity in her voice, Kazuya felt warmth in his heart. In order to reassure Keiko, he solemnly nodded and replied, All right, thank you, Annie Keiko. I understand, and I will certainly be cautious. Haha, that's a good boy. Then it's settled. Upon hearing Kazuya's promise, Keiko smiled as she affectionately patted his head, her demeanor softening. Once the discussion on chakra concluded, Kazuya recalled his promise to teach his friends about taijutsu. He then expressed his desire to venture outside to practice some techniques he had learned in his previous life. Asking Keiko, Auntie Keiko, may I go outside to train today? Keiko's curiosity was piqued by his request, prompting her to inquire, why do you wish to go outside? Can't you practice in the backyard? I want to try out some newly devised techniques, Kazuya explained, scratching his head with enthusiasm. However, the backyard is too small, making it difficult to execute them fully, and I might accidentally damage something. Thus, I seek a more spacious location for my training. Haha. I didn't realize you were capable of creating your own techniques. That's impressive. Keiko responded, her expression brightening. After tilting her head in thought, she added, You may go outside. But do keep safety in mind during this time of war. Avoid venturing too far or into remote areas, and once you've mastered your techniques, be sure to show Andy. I'm quite eager to see your special moves. With Keiko's approval, Kazuya set off with Hakuryai to find a suitable training ground. Konoha offered numerous training fields specifically designated for ninjas, as well as many uninhabited forests and lakes that provided ideal environments for practice. However, many secluded areas were home to fierce and dangerous creatures, which Kazuya was not yet equipped to face. Ultimately, Kazuya selected a small grove near the Yamanaka flower shop for his training. This chosen spot was sparsely populated and featured scattered trees, marking the edge of a larger forest. While he might be occasionally interrupted by passers-by, the advantage of this location was the absence of any perilous beasts, ensuring his safety. Given his current strength, he would not dare to venture alone into a treacherous forest. That would be akin to offering oneself as prey to venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. Having established his training site, Kazuya commenced his regimen. As refining chakra, practicing the gentle fist technique, and throwing shurikens could all be accomplished in his room or the backyard. He primarily focused on honing his swordsmanship and experimenting with martial arts techniques from his past life, hoping to acquire skills that he could impart to his friends, thereby enhancing their taijutsu abilities. Upon contemplating the pursuit of martial arts, Yueqian He also instinctively recalled the Five Elements fist. This particular form is characterized by its relatively simple movements and strict regulations, with its repetitive left and right stances facilitating ease of learning. The Five Elements fist was, in fact, the very first martial art he encountered in his previous life, leaving a profound impression on him, and he had managed to practice it reasonably well. However, it is worth noting that what he had mastered was merely the superficial aspect of the art. He began by meticulously recalling the techniques he had not practiced for quite some time, and then he attempted to execute them once more, reflecting on the key elements of the movements. After several attempts, he found himself perspiring but unable to successfully perform the techniques. Although the five elements fist was the style he was most familiar with, he recognized that his understanding was merely skin deep, and even the fundamental movements were executed clumsily. This realization left him feeling embarrassed, as what he had managed to practice hardly resembled the authentic five elements fist. Recognizing that this approach was futile, Yueqian He decided to adopt a different method. He resolved to start with a simpler and more accessible technique, gradually expanding to more complex forms thereafter. In light of this decision, he recalled various techniques he had seen and practiced in his previous life, ultimately discovering that the horse stance punch, which Xingdou Guangtian had previously demonstrated for him, appeared to be the simplest and most fundamental option. With a bemused shake of his head, Yueqian He resolved to commence his martial arts training with the horse stance punch. After thoroughly reviewing the key principles of the technique, he positioned himself with his legs slightly apart in a horse stance, ensuring that the width between his feet exceeded that of his shoulders. With his fist clenched and held above his hips, palms facing upwards, he suddenly thrust his fist forward, simultaneously rotating at 180 degrees until the palms faced downwards. After retracting his fist, he switched hands and repeated the motion, executing the punch seamlessly about 10 times until he began to breathe heavily, at which point he paused to regulate his breath. Upon inspecting his attribute panel, he discovered that he had yet to acquire the corresponding skill. Nonetheless, he understood that success would not come so easily and thus rekindled his determination to continue practicing the horse stance punch. After nearly an hour of diligent effort, during which his shoulders grew sore, Yueqian He decided to take a brief respite. Although he had not yet succeeded in forming a skill, he noted that his execution of the horse stance punch had begun to take shape, no longer resembling mere showmanship. During his break, Yueqian He did not squander time. He commenced practicing climbing trees, which was one of the reasons he sought to engage in training. Although the chosen training ground was somewhat sparse in vegetation, it did not lack trees altogether. He had taken care to observe this detail when selecting the site, and he found 3 neighboring sycamore trees with diameters exceeding 1 meter. At this time of year, the sycamores had just begun shedding their leaves, occasionally releasing some dry, yellow foliage. Thanks to the experience gained from stabilizing his chakra in his palms the previous night, Yueqian Heya's tree climbing training progressed remarkably well. Within just 10 minutes, he was able to navigate cautiously among the branches. However, due to the lack of protection beneath the tree and Yuichiro's reluctance to return home battered and bruised, an unacceptable scenario to explain to Keiko in the mountains, he chose to climb only to a height of 2 meters below the sycamore tree. While Yuichiro was engrossed in practicing his tree climbing skills, he remained oblivious to the silent approach of a figure clad in a straw hat, with a rotund physique. Suzuki Daiga, a cloud ninja lurking in the leaves to gather intelligence, upon noticing the presence of someone at the designated meeting spot, swiftly concealed himself with astonishing agility. After observing for a considerable time, he silently departed. Shortly after Suzuki's departure, a tall, imposing man stealthily arrived, pausing momentarily at the same spot as Suzuki. Deciphering the hidden message left behind, investigate the child in the forest. The robust Egawa looked quizzically at Yuichiro, then similarly slipped away without a sound. Unaware of these events, Yuichiro concluded his tree climbing practice with satisfaction. As lunch was still a while away and his arms had eased from their previous fatigue, he resumed practicing his horse stance and thrust punches. After another half hour, as if struck by inspiration, Yuichiro felt a sudden clarity in his mind. The essential points of the horse stance thrust punch, along with previous training experiences, flashed vividly in his consciousness. With a sense of realization, he withdrew his fists and steadied his breath before casually checking his attribute panel. Horse stance thrust punch, proficiency 01. Indeed, as anticipated, a new skill had appeared in his skill list, the horse stance thrust punch. Although it was merely the horse stance thrust punch and not the martial arts he had envisioned, the knowledge that skills could be upgraded alleviated Yuichiro's disappointment. He understood that by diligently honing his skills to their fullest potential, he could subsequently enhance them with additional attributes, and the upgraded horse stance thrust punch would eventually evolve into his desired form. Yuichiro had grown remarkably composed regarding the acquisition of skills. His current fervent desire was not to attain more skills, but rather to find ways to diligently practice and elevate his existing abilities to their maximum level, allowing them to flourish according to his aspirations. While it is often said that having many skills is advantageous in the early stages, Possessing one or two skills that can be executed with precision and decisiveness is undeniably more beneficial than a plethora of techniques that yield mediocre results. One of the primary offensive skills Yuichiro had set for himself during this initial phase was swordsmanship. The lethal force of a sword could effectively compensate for his youthful physical limitations while simultaneously conserving chakra during combat, an advantageous duality. With lunchtime approaching and having successfully mastered the horse stance thrust punch, Yuichiro adopted a relaxed stance, preparing to tidy up and return home. Progressing in skill proficiency cannot be rushed. What is paramount is to persistently and methodically advance through reasonable means. Although the attribute panel visually represents his physical attributes through data, his body is not merely a collection of statistics. It remains subject to fatigue, injury, and exhaustion, all of which he must learn to manage. With the attribute panel, Yueqian he can observe his physical condition and progress in real time, which fills him with passion and motivation, allowing him to better manage his time and adjust his schedule. Unlike Shaoli, who recklessly exercises to the point of bodily harm, Yueqian Heya's approach is more measured. Without the protagonist's aura or the inspiring elements often found in anime that encourage perseverance leading to success, a training method like Shaoli's would be unsustainable. Excitedly, the White Emperor began barking even before reaching home, akin to the palace eunuchs who loudly announced the emperor's arrival. Hearing the White Emperor's barks, Yamamoto Keiko, who was tending to Ino at the flower shop, immediately realized that Yueqian He had returned. Concerned for Yueqian He, who had embarked on his first journey of training, Yamamoto Keiko hurried to the door to catch a glimpse of him. Upon seeing Yueqian He, disheveled yet smiling, she approached to help him tidy his clothes and wipe away his sweat, teasingly asking, "So, how was your training outside? Have you developed any new techniques?" "Thank you, Aunt Keiko. My training went quite smoothly," Yueqian He replied with a smile that mirrored her warmth. Seeing him safely home, Yamamoto Keiko felt a weight lifted from her heart and cheerfully remarked, "Then, could you help me look after Ino for a bit? I'll go prepare lunch. It should be ready soon, and I suppose you must be hungry too?" "Sure, Aunt Keiko. Let me wash my hands first. They are terribly dirty. If I encounter Ino like this, she would surely cry." Yueqian He responded promptly, glancing at his grimy hands and chuckling. After lunch, with Yamamoto Keiko's permission, Yueqian He took the White Emperor out again for training. His afternoon practice primarily focused on fundamental swordsmanship, interspersed with basic footwork and horse stance punches, indulging in tree climbing only during breaks. However, growing increasingly confident in climbing, Yueqian He dared to ascend to heights of 4 or 5 meters. Looking down from his precarious perch, though initially the sensation of being unsupported made his limbs feel weak and his chakra uncontrollable, he ultimately did not fall, but emerged drenched in cold sweat. He clung to the tree trunk for a long while, gathering his courage. Once he confirmed his ability to adhere to the trunk with chakra, he gradually relaxed, boldly attempting one-handed or one-footed stances at lower elevations. The afternoon's training proved fruitful, yielding impressive skill advancements: basic swordsmanship 8405, chakra refining technique 0101, chakra control technique 0101, basic footwork 7602, and horse stance punch 16. Elated by the progress reflected on the attribute panel, Yueqian He returned home with the White Emperor, his heart brimming with joy. However, what Yueqian Kazuya had not yet discovered was that the burly man who had appeared in the morning resurfaced in the afternoon, trailing him back to the flower shop nestled in the mountains, where he lingered for a considerable time before discreetly departing once more. After dinner, Yueqian Kazuya arrived at the secret base. With the formidable threat of Uchiha Chalong looming overhead, Ouching Hirota became increasingly obsequious, continually flattering Yueqian Kazuya in hopes that the leader might impart another technique, which would enable him to firmly subdue Uchiha Changlong. Yueqian Kazuya did not disappoint him. In addition to guiding his companions in the art of shuriken throwing, he also instructed Ouching Hirota in the stance and technique of the horse stance punch. Although Yueqian Kazuya himself had only reached a proficiency level of 16 in the horse stance punch, his innate talent in this area had flourished, granting him a deeper comprehension of the technique. Conversely, Ouching Hirota's execution of the horse stance punch was merely superficial, lacking even the basic standards of form. Therefore, Yueqian Kazuya's level of expertise was more than sufficient to provide guidance to Ouching Hirota. Under Yueqian Kazuya's tutelage, Ouching Hirota could distinctly perceive his own advancements, an experience he had not encountered with the instructors at the Ninja Academy. This fostered within him a profound respect and gratitude towards Yueqian Kazuya, as well as a burgeoning sense of genuine admiration. The process of teaching these young ones also benefited Yueqian Kanzuya immensely. Firstly, the act of resolving their inquiries served as a continuous learning and reflective exercise for him, significantly enhancing his own skill proficiency. Secondly, the children's imaginative and unconventional thinking prompted Yueqian Kanzuya to conceive new ideas and insights, deepening his understanding of potential directions for skill enhancement. However, children cannot endure relentless practice, and Yueqian Kanzuya did not obligate them to continuously throw shurikens. The remaining time was devoted to playful activities, fostering camaraderie. Observing the joy radiating from the little ones, Yueqian Kanzuya, retaining his own childlike spirit, joined them on the swing. Amidst the laughter and cheers of his companions eagerly pushing him higher, he soared, albeit with a tinge of anxiety as he beheld the frayed swing ropes. Upon returning home, Yueqian Kanzuya eagerly reviewed his progress. The rapid improvement in his shuriken throwing and horse stance punch proficiency, 34 points in a single day, was likely attributed to the simplicity of the skills, comparable to the speed of his advancement in hand seals. It seemed that it would not be long before he reached a new level of mastery, at which point he could explore new developments in these techniques, filling him with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, in a secluded tavern in the woodworking village, the two individuals who had covertly observed Yueqian Kanzuya in the morning were seated at adjacent tables, savoring delicacies and fine wine. Beneath the tables, however, they were engaged in a discreet exchange of secretive dialogue. Suzuki Daijin, the individual you instructed me to observe, is named Yueqian Kanzuya. He is just over 3 years of age, an orphan. His mother perished during childbirth, and his father was lost in the chaos of the Nine Tails incident. He is currently under the guardianship of Yamamoto Kaichi, the head of the Yamamoto clan. After conveying this information with a composed demeanor, the robust Jiang Chuan shook his drink and downed it heartily. An orphan at such a tender age, and yet a prodigy, Suzuki Daiga, typically unflappable, was momentarily taken aback. He raised his cup slightly, taking a small sip to mask his emotions. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it personally. Inform Naruto to prepare for battle. I will contact you again in 3 days, at which time there will be a significant mission. Having issued the command in code and received an affirmative response, the rotund Suzuki Daiga discreetly left his payment on the table and departed with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, the stout Jiang Chuan ordered several more drinks, appearing to indulge to the point of inebriation, before reluctantly leaving under the proprietor's dissatisfied urging. In the subsequent 3 days, despite the fierce conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Village, Yueqian Kanzuya's life remained largely undisturbed, continuing in tranquil serenity. Aside from the grievously injured being delivered to Konoha Hospital each evening and the occasional sorrow etched on the faces of those grieving lost loved ones, Kanzuya found it difficult to perceive the specter of war. The heroes of Konoha valiantly held the flames of battle at bay, allowing the villagers to savor a rare peace amid a tumultuous world. Each day, he cheerfully honed his skills, frolicked with his companions, taught them the art of throwing shuriken and executing basic stances, and occasionally amused Ino and delighted Yamamoto Keiko. In this serene and harmonious Konoha, Kanzuya began to forget the brutal realities of the shinobi world, imagining that he could continue in such bliss until he would eventually attend the Ninja Academy next year, meet new friends, and at the very least, safely graduate. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, while he diligently practiced in the small grove each day, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, observing him. From the initial astonishment at the young Kanzuya's tree-climbing attempts to the shock of his rapid progress over the past few days, the unseen observer felt a mix of apprehension at the prospect of a future adversary and a frenzied desire to eliminate this burgeoning threat, all culminating in an inexplicable smile filled with longing. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, before departing, Suzuki Daiga cast a lingering gaze upon the training Kanzuya. With unwavering confidence, he murmured to himself, Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses. However, once tomorrow passes, this talent will belong to our Cloud Village. Meanwhile, while practicing his swordsmanship, Kanzuya sensed something amiss and glanced back towards where Suzuki Daiga had stood, musing to himself. Why do I have this peculiar feeling of being watched these past few days? Yet, reassured by the safety of Konoha, he dismissed the strange sensation, whimsically considering, could it be that the 3rd Hokage is the one spying on me? Since no actions detrimental to Konoha have been taken, Yueqian Heya remains confident, believing that as long as he stays within the village, he is safe from danger. Even the attention of the 3rd Hokage is of no concern. It may even result in additional resources. Heia's life proceeds as usual, yet a plot against him is intricately unfolding, deep within a secluded forest in Konoha. The imposing figure of Jiang Chuantian follows the signals drawn by Suzuki Taiga, arriving first and casually perching on a large branch, awaiting the arrival of his comrades. Before long, a slender young man mysteriously appears on a nearby branch, Kakazawa Naoto, a spy from the Cloud Village. He observes Jiang Chuantian standing alone and inquires with uncertainty. "Oh, has Suzuki-senpai not arrived yet? I thought he would be here first." "I'm already here," Suzuki Taiga's voice resonates from behind, causing Naoto to turn in surprise. He notices a ripple in the air, reminiscent of waves on water, as Suzuki manifests before him. "Ah, Suzuki-senpai, I thought you weren't coming. My apologies," Naoto exclaims. Startled by the sudden appearance of Suzuki Taiga. Reacting instinctively, he attempts to flee but quickly regains his composure, apologizing while wiping the sweat from his brow. Silently marveling at Suzuki's legendary stealth, truly an elusive ninja, he had sensed nothing. Suzuki Taiga pays little heed to Naoto's reaction and, observing the two, speaks in a grave tone. "Now, I shall outline the mission. To be succinct, our task is to abduct Yueqian Heya from Konoha. The team consists of the three of us. I have already communicated with Lord Raikage, who supports my decision and will dispatch assistance at the border of the Land of Fire." Upon hearing this, Naoto is momentarily taken aback and questions, "Lord Suzuki, may I inquire why we need to take a child from Konoha?" Ninjas do not question the reasons behind their missions. Suzuki Taiga shoots him a sharp glance, his tone stern. "However, I shall make an exception this time, since I see you trembling with fear. Let me explain. This child appeared unexpectedly at my designated meeting spot with Jiang Chuan. His talent is unparalleled in my experience. Initially, I intended to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Yet, Jiang discovered that he is an orphan, merely 3 years old, with significant potential. Therefore, I plan to take him back for training, to cultivate him into a genius for our Cloud Village. Of course, this makes the task considerably more challenging than simply killing him. Do you understand now?" After Suzuki's explanation, Naoto nods with trepidation, while Jiang Chuantian maintains a cold, indifferent demeanor. Pleased with their responses, Suzuki Taiga nods approvingly and continues, "Well then, let us discuss the established plan, and feel free to contribute your thoughts. Tomorrow morning, Yuichiro will likely return to the small grove for training. At that moment, you shall incapacitate him, and together, escort him back to the hidden Cloud Village, while I provide support from the shadows. Should Konoha refrain from dispatching pursuit, you may directly return with him. However, if a significant force is sent after you, do not hesitate to eliminate him, thus averting future troubles, and find your own way back. Nevertheless, given the current state of Konoha, the likelihood of such a scenario is minimal. If only a small squad is dispatched, you shall delay them while I take Yuichiro away." After outlining his plan, Suzuki Takaharu inquired gravely, "What are your thoughts on the plan? Senior Suzuki, have you established our escape route? Without a well-conceived path, any interference from Konoha's patrols could jeopardize our retreat, making it exceedingly difficult to depart smoothly," Nakakura Naoto hesitantly asked. "Simply exit through the forest adjoining the grove. It is the shortest route, and given the current emptiness within Konoha village, patrols are sparse and should not detect us immediately, as long as we leave with utmost speed. Even if pursued, they will struggle to catch up," Takaharu replied. "Very well. I have no further objections," Nakakura Naoto conceded, though still harboring doubts about the plan's success. Observing Takaharu's confident demeanor, he chose to agree. Echikawada noticed both were looking to him, awaiting his opinion, and said expressionlessly, "You may decide on the plan. I have no objections. This mission is exceedingly perilous, so both of you must prepare yourselves mentally." Seeing that neither had further objections, Takaharu reminded them once more before falling silent, then commanded, "If there are no other opinions, we shall proceed as planned. Now, disperse and prepare." The next day, oblivious to the impending danger, Yuichiro proceeded as usual to the small grove for training, accompanied by Hakadai. He instructed Hakadai to run around the vicinity, honing speed and physical abilities, while he himself focused intently on his swordsmanship. By 9 in the morning, the trio from the hidden Cloud Village swiftly arrived at the grove. The tall Echikawada carried a bamboo basket nearly half his height, while Suzuki Takaharu had shed his disguise of a rotund merchant, now resembling a capable jonin. "You may commence your actions. I will assist you from the shadows. Remember, speed is of the essence." Takaharu issued his command, forming a series of hand seals before declaring, "Light release, light wall," employing his unique secret technique, a variant of lightning release. In that moment, Takaharu's figure mysteriously vanished from the sight of both men. and he completely eluded Nakakura Naoto's sensory perception as though he had never existed. Exchanging a glance filled with astonishment at Takaharu's ninjutsu, Ichikawada and Nakakura Naoto quickly set their sights toward Yuichiro, moving with determined swiftness. Engrossed in his practice, Yueqian Heya was entirely unprepared for a sudden assault. Yet, when Takakura Naoto charged towards him, he instinctively thrust his sword forward. Takakura Naoto, however, disregarded the blade aimed at his chest, employing only a rudimentary chakra defense to absorb the impact. Caught off guard, Yueqian Heya, being young and physically weaker, wielding merely a practice bamboo sword, found that although his strike landed on Takakura Naoto's chest, it inflicted no significant damage. In a swift motion, Takakura Naoto seized Yueqian Heya by the throat, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. As Yueqian struggled desperately to comprehend the situation, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, akin to being pricked by a needle, and soon lost consciousness. Rubbing his chest where Yueqian's bamboo sword had struck, Takakura Naoto was slightly taken aback. He had assumed that such a young child could not possibly harm someone with chakra defenses. His overconfidence led him to absorb the blow without caution, only to discover that Yueqian's skill was surprisingly on par with that of a typical genin. Fortunately, Yueqian had only used a bamboo sword. Had it been a kunai, he might have met with grave misfortune. Takakura Naoto thought to himself, no wonder Senior Suzuki was willing to take such a risk to bring him along. Given a few more years, he could very well become a genius akin to the fourth Hokage. Hurry and secure him. We cannot afford any delays. Takakura Naoto urged as he observed Yueqian Heya, now rendered still by the tranquilizer. Carefully, they placed him into a pre-prepared bamboo basket. After a brief tidying of the scene, they hastily ventured deeper into the forest. Minutes later, the panting white emperor returned to the training grounds of Yueqian Heya, his long tongue lolling out. Noticing the absence of Yueqian, he sniffed the air carefully and quickly detected the scents of Yueqian and two unfamiliar individuals heading into the depths of the forest. The astute white emperor began to bark anxiously and, after pacing in circles for a moment, cleverly sprinted towards the pet hospital of Inazukazaku. At that moment, two cloud ninjas, intent on swiftly fleeing the hidden leaf village, had already come into the line of sight of a leaf patrol team. The duo was making a straight escape towards the village's outskirts, conveniently in their direction. One of them carried a child in a basket on their back, whose identity remained unknown. A Hyuga clan ninja, with bulging eyes and veins prominent around his temples, quickly relayed the situation to his teammates. Though unaware of the captor's intentions for the child, they understood that allowing their escape was unacceptable. After hearing the report, one of the team members quickly stated, "They are at least Chunin. We lack the combat strength to engage them." The leading Chunin calmly assessed the situation. "Here's the plan. I will intercept them first. Kyo, return to report and request reinforcements. We must act swiftly." In the hidden leaf village, the Chunin, Ohiwa Tomiaki, observed the swiftly departing genin, Kamizaka-sei, and then turned his gaze to the freshly graduated Hyuga Kyui. He spoke earnestly, "Kyui, your task is to cover me. Remember, no matter what happens, do not reveal yourself. Should anything unforeseen occur, keep a watchful eye from a distance and await reinforcements. Your mission will be deemed complete. Teacher, it is far too perilous for you to intercept alone. I must accompany you." Kyui exclaimed anxiously upon hearing Ohiwa's words. "Enough with the chatter. Execute the orders." Ohiwa retorted sharply. Despite Ohiwa's harsh demeanor, Kyui understood that his teacher's intentions were rooted in concern for his safety, and with tears welling in his eyes, he reluctantly acquiesced. Noticing his disciple's distress, Ohiwa feigned a light-hearted tone. "This battle is beyond your capacity to engage. Even if you did, it would only lead to your demise. However, you can venture ahead to set some traps. Even if they prove ineffective, they may delay their advance." "Yes, teacher, I understand," Kyui responded promptly, relieved to feel he could contribute in some manner. Ohiwa smiled with satisfaction and confidently declared, "Go now, do not worry for me. Even in a 2-on-1 situation, they will find it no easy task to take my life." Taken aback by Ohiwa's confident demeanor, Kyui solemnly replied, "Take care, teacher. I will proceed." Once both disciples had departed, Ohiwa inhaled deeply, his expression grave, and swiftly followed the escape route of the two cloud ninjas as relayed by Kyui. He hurriedly set traps, preparing for the approaching adversaries. Simultaneously, Kamizaka-sei, having returned to relay the intelligence, transmitted the information to the Umbu, which was rapidly escalated to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon receiving the Umbu's report, The aged third Hokage took a contemplative puff of his pipe and commanded with a calm yet firm tone, "Summon Kakashi's team." The air was immediately filled with the responses of Umbu ninjas, who swiftly departed. The efficiency of the Leaf Village's Umbu was remarkable. In no time, Kakashi and his trio arrived at the Hokage's office. Surveying the capable quartet before him, the third Hokage nodded in approval, then furrowed his brow, speaking resolutely. "I have just received word that 2 ninjas intend to abduct a child from our village and are fleeing towards the outskirts. Their motives remain unclear, and the child's identity is unknown. However, as they are from the Hidden Leaf, we must exert every effort to ensure their safe return." Having outlined the situation, the third Hokage issued his orders with authoritative composure. "Kakashi, I now assign your team the task of pursuing them. It is imperative that you bring the child back safely. For further details, consult Kamizaka-sei. He was the first to detect the situation." "Understood?" Kakashi, his face partially obscured, calmly accepted the mission. After acquiring the necessary information from Kamizaka-sei, he swiftly led his subordinates in pursuit of the retreating Cloud Ninjas. Shortly after Kakashi's departure, Inuzuka Kiba hurriedly arrived at the Hokage's office, accompanied by his ninken, Akamaru, and his young companion, Shiro. Restlessly, the third Hokage received a brief report from Inuzuka Tsum regarding the situation of Uchiha Sasuke and the apparent abduction of the young boy. With a sense of urgency and earnestness, Tsum implored to personally lead a rescue mission. Upon hearing her account, the third Hokage swiftly deduced that the child mentioned in the recent news must indeed be Sasuke. However, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Why would the Cloud Shinobi go to such lengths to abduct an ordinary child? With myriad doubts weighing on him, the third Hokage cast a glance at the anxious Tsum and, maintaining a calm demeanor, reassured her, "Do not be overly concerned. I have already received information regarding this child's abduction, and I have dispatched Kakashi's team to undertake the rescue." "Is that true?" Tsum exclaimed, visibly relieved to learn that a renowned shinobi like Kakashi was on the case. Nevertheless, she promptly requested, "Lord Hokage, Inuzuka Tsum requests to participate in the rescue mission." Recognizing Tsum's restless state, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that even if he insisted on keeping her behind, she would not yield useful information. Thus, he acquiesced, responding in a measured tone. "Very well, you may join this mission. With Akamaru's tracking abilities, your assistance will be invaluable." With the third Hokage's consent, Tsum swiftly set aside her companion, leaving him at the Hokage's office, and, after issuing a couple of instructions, she raced off with Akamaru in pursuit. Upon learning of Sasuke's identity, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought out Yamashiro Aoi, who had been stationed in the Umbu, requesting him to visit the Hokage's office. As Aoi entered, the eager Akamaru, having caught his scent, rushed towards him, eyes brimming with tears, anxiously tugging at his pant leg, desperate to pull him inside. In an instant, Aoi recognized Akamaru as Sasuke's companion. But upon glancing around, he noticed the absence of Sasuke himself, and a sense of foreboding quickly enveloped him. Cradling the distressed Akamaru, Aoi suppressed his rising anxiety and approached the third Hokage, urgently firing questions. "Lord Hokage, how did Akamaru end up here? Where is my Uchiha Sasuke? Is he in trouble?" With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to signal Aoi to calm down before speaking earnestly. "Indeed, an unfortunate incident has occurred. I have just received news that the Cloud Shinobi have abducted a child and are fleeing from Konoha. Inuzuka Tsum has also reported that Sasuke may have been taken. And given the timing and location, it is highly probable that he is the child in question." At the mention of Sasuke's potential abduction, Aoi, who had just begun to regain his composure, erupted in fury. "What are the Umbu and the security forces doing, allowing someone to be taken from under our noses?" Typically composed, Aoi was now seething with rage, his golden hair standing on end, resembling a furious lion. Upon witnessing the demeanor of Yamanaka Inoichi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, found himself in a precarious situation. The father of Yuki Kanzuya had just perished in battle for the village of Konoha, and here he was, as Hokage, unable to safeguard the orphan left behind. He bore an undeniable burden of responsibility in this matter. "Lord Third, I implore you to allow me to lead a rescue mission for Kanzuya," Inoichi urgently requested, his composure hanging by a thread. He swiftly realized that delving into the question of blame was futile. What mattered most was to ensure the safe return of Yuki Kanzuya, thus he earnestly beseeched for permission. "I have already entrusted Kakashi with the rescue operation, and Inuzuka Kiba is accompanying him. I have faith in their abilities to bring Kanzuya back safely. For now, you must remain calm and await news here," Hiruzen replied, his tone resolute despite understanding Inoichi's anxiousness. "But, Lord Third," Inoichi began, only to be interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who asserted, "I comprehend your concerns. However, intelligence indicates that there are only two adversaries. We already have a substantial force engaged in the rescue. Should you join? It may provoke a desperate reaction from them, and that could lead to Kanzuya's demise." Upon hearing Hiruzen's rationale, Inoichi begrudgingly clenched his fists, pacing restlessly within the confines of the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, having managed to calm Inoichi, sighed in relief and took a deep drag from his cigarette, hoping fervently that Kakashi would accomplish the mission and return Kanzuya safely. Otherwise, this incident could very well serve as a pretext for Shimura Danzō to undermine his authority. As if summoned by his thoughts, Danzō entered the room alongside his advisors, Nara Shikaku and Mido Kurenai. "Sarutobi, I have heard from Danzō that a child has been abducted. Is that true?" Mido Kurenai inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. Hiruzen met their gaze, exhaling a plume of smoke before responding gravely, "Yes, it is true. I have dispatched Kakashi's team for the rescue." Upon receiving confirmation from Hiruzen, Danzō pondered momentarily before asserting, "A spy has infiltrated the village and abducted a child. Regardless of the circumstances, the Uchiha clan, responsible for security, must bear the consequences and face severe punishment." At this suggestion, Hiruzen immediately recognized Danzō's long-standing prejudice against the Uchiha clan, realizing that he sought to exploit this situation to further suppress them. "That is absolutely unacceptable." Hiruzen countered firmly. "This is a perilous time for Konoha. We must ensure internal stability and unity. We cannot afford to penalize the Uchiha clan at this juncture." After a tense standoff, Danzō ultimately acquiesced. "Very well, we shall address this matter after the child is rescued. Be cautious, there may be an ambush ahead." Naoto Takakura, racing forward, sensed the chakra fluctuations belonging to Taihei Tomioka and quickly alerted his companion, Egawa Tada. "How many adversaries are there?" Egawa succinctly inquired. After pausing to attune his senses, Takakura expressed his astonishment. "It's rather peculiar. There appears to be only one opponent. It was undoubtedly the patrolling ninja from the opposing side, here to delay us. We must proceed swiftly and resolve this matter with urgency." Just as Takakura Naoto hesitated, the voice of Suzuki Taiga reached his ears. Upon receiving the command, the two cloud ninjas wasted no time, disregarding the threats posed by Oteratomi, and charged ahead. "He is just behind that tree." As they approached the ambush set by Oteratomi, Takakura Naoto accurately sensed his position and signaled to Egawata to approach with caution, planning a counter-ambush. "He has laid traps in the vicinity. Be careful." Observing Egawata recklessly advancing, Takakura Naoto, an expert in traps and perception, quickly identified the numerous flaws in Oteratomi's hastily arranged traps and promptly alerted him with a coded warning. With this guidance, even Egawata, who was not particularly skilled in traps, discerned the hazards before him, deftly evading them and hastening toward Oteratomi's location, proficient in close combat. Egawata delivered a powerful blow that shattered the tree concealing Oteratomi, forcing him out from his hiding place. The opponent possesses a perceptive ninja, Oteratomi thought, scrambling to evade Egawata's iron fist. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, he realized that had he not remained vigilant, he would have been crushed along with the tree trunk. Casting a wary glance at Egawata and then at Takakura Naoto perched on the branch nearby, Oteratomi drew two kunai, assuming an aggressive stance. With a menacing glare, he declared, "I do not care who you are. It is best that you comply and return with me, or you will find yourselves on a path to certain death. There is no escape for you." "Humph," Takakura Naoto scoffed. "Egawata, take your time and finish him. Our time is limited." "Understood." The eager Egawata responded immediately, letting out a fierce roar as his muscle swelled, his physique expanding dramatically in an instant. Oteratomi watched Egawata's transformation anxiously, bracing himself for the impending assault. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed before Oteratomi's neck, followed by a spray of crimson mist. Realizing too late, Oteratomi clutched his neck desperately, but it was futile. He wore an expression of disbelief, unable to comprehend the source of the attack before succumbing to his fate. Having unexpectedly dispatched Oteratomi, Suzuki Taiga, with an expression of cold indifference, wiped the blade clean and urged, "You must leave at once. Since we have been discovered, the pursuit from the lumber industry will surely be upon us." After issuing orders to his subordinates, Suzuki Taiga activated the light hiding technique, vanishing into thin air. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kyuichi, who had been observing Oteratomi from a distance with his Byakugan, witnessed the entire scene unfold, helplessly watching as his teacher was slain. Stunned, he gazed as Suzuki Taiga's figure grew increasingly indistinct, until only a blurred spherical shape remained, just as Suzuki Taiga utilized the light-hiding technique. The Byakugan still captured a dim, vague circular light orb. As he moved swiftly, it became exceedingly challenging for him, even with heightened awareness, to capture the trajectory of the glowing orb. This was precisely why Hinata Kyuchi initially perceived two figures yet failed to detect Suzuki Taiga's presence. Overwhelmed with tears, Hinata Kyuchi plunged into a profound self-reproach. If he had been more meticulous in his observations, perhaps he could have discerned the existence of the concealed individual, thus preventing his teacher from being easily slain due to the erroneous information he had provided. Consumed by anger and guilt, Hinata Kyuchi yearned to rush at the enemy, believing that even dying at their hands would be more gratifying than enduring a life burdened by remorse. However, the thought of his teacher's unwilling gaze before death, and the realization that his mentor preferred to face a 2-on-1 scenario rather than allow him to confront a Nin and meet a futile demise, compelled Hinata Kyuchi to devise every possible means to delay the enemy, vowing to seek vengeance for his teacher before he offered any form of apology. Gritting his teeth in fury, he wiped away his tears and recalled all the trap-setting techniques taught by the Ninja Academy and his family elders. Utilizing every tool at his disposal, he meticulously laid traps along the enemy's path, not with the intention of annihilation, but merely to slightly impede their advance. Evidently, his efforts bore some fruit. Shortly thereafter, a squad of wood-style ninjas entered his line of sight. Their trajectory confirmed that their target was indeed the ninja he had been stalling, and their proximity was rapidly closing in. Filled with elation, Hinata Kyuchi swiftly maneuvered around the cloud ninjas, eager to relay his newfound intelligence to the wood ninjas, lest they fall victim to the concealed foe once more. Meanwhile, Takakura Naoto of the cloud ninjas began to grow restless. It felt as though their path was laden with an endless array of traps, each one a minor nuisance that, while not a significant threat, was akin to bothersome flies, hindering their ability to move at full speed. What exacerbated the situation was that Takakura Naoto had sensed the pursuing enemy behind them for individuals, and they were drawing closer. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Takakura Naoto soon heard the news that had lodged like a thorn in his throat. "Hand me the basket. You all hold off the pursuers and proceed as planned." The air resonated with Suzuki Taiga's indifferent voice. The taciturn Egawata, upon receiving the command, promptly halted, deftly removing the bamboo basket he had been carrying on his back and placing it at his feet. The two observed the air ripple slightly, as if the surface of water had stirred, and then the basket seemed to vanish into another realm, disappearing from their sight. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Suzuki Taiga's calm voice echoed once more in the air. The atmosphere momentarily stilled. It appeared he had paused, and after several seconds, his voice resumed, "Take care of yourselves." With a tone tinged with sympathy and regret, Suzuki Taiga bid his final farewell to Takakura Naoto and his companion, resolutely abandoning them as he set forth alone towards the border. "It seems we have been forsaken," they lamented. Naoto Takakura, who had long anticipated this outcome, couldn't help but let out a bitter smile when the moment finally arrived. Meanwhile, Kawaguchi remained expressionless, casting a somber glance at the despondent Takakura, who appeared to have surrendered to despair and chose to remain silent. He busied himself with the meticulous preparation of his weapons, readying for the impending confrontation. Takakura's sigh was met with nothing but a frosty gaze from Kawaguchi, prompting him to pout in disinterest. Regaining his composure, he began to employ his skills, laying numerous traps in the vicinity to prepare for the pursuit from Konoha. "I am Hyuga Kyuchi, a chunin from the Ohiratomi squad, and I possess crucial intelligence to report." Breathless, Kyuchi quickly rendezvoused with Kakashi's team and, upon meeting them, spoke urgently. "Speak." Kakashi, who had just endured countless tragedies, responded coldly to the approaching Kyuchi. Undeterred by Kakashi's demeanor, filled with a singular focus on avenging his teacher, Kyuchi quickly relayed, "There are 3 of them. One can become invisible, and he has already taken the child and retreated. The other 2 have stopped ahead, likely intending to delay you." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback and urgently inquired, "Are you certain? Why does my Nikin, Pakin, only detect the sin of 3 individuals, one of whom is the child?" "Absolutely certain," Kyuchi asserted firmly. "The invisible ninja's ability is formidable. Even my Byakugan struggled to perceive him. Had he not killed my teacher, I might not have even noticed him. As for why the Nikin cannot detect his scent, I cannot say. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi decisively instructed Inoue. Take Sarah and Yuna to confront the two delaying ninjas. I will pursue the invisible one with Kyuchi. Does that sound acceptable? Upon receiving the orders, Kakashi turned to Inoue and Kyuchi, awaiting their responses. I have no objections. I wish to avenge my teacher. Kyuchi replied without hesitation. Inoue, exuding confidence, remarked casually. We are fine with that. 3 against 2 seems quite manageable. Then be cautious and do not underestimate them. Kakashi warned his subordinates before addressing Kyuchi again. Kyuchi, your sole responsibility is to locate the target. You need not engage in combat. Understood? Yes, I understand, Kyuchi acknowledged. Aware that his abilities might only complicate matters if he were to join the fray. Receiving an affirmative response, Kakashi commanded decisively, Very well, let us depart. Guided by Kyuchi, Kakashi circumvented the 2 blocking cloud shinobi and pursued Suzuki Taiga, who was carrying the child, Yuichiro. Although they sensed someone had bypassed them to chase after Suzuki Taiga, Takakura and his companion chose not to intervene, as they too sensed ninjas approaching their position, compelling them to remain on high alert. With a light chuckle, Inoue, following Kakashi's orders, addressed his 2 companions while pointing at Takakura Naruto, saying, How about this? I will handle this guy, and you take on the big fellow, all right? Upon hearing Inoue words, Takakura Naruto scoffed and remarked to Egawata, Egawa, it seems we are being underestimated. What should we do? No time for idle chatter. Let us eliminate them and quickly pursue Suzuki. Egawata retorted angrily, disregarding Takakura's comment. With a mighty shout, Egawata's muscles bulged prominently as he charged forward. Undeterred by the numerical advantage of the Konoha ninjas, advancing like a tank with relentless force. Faced with the formidable Egawata, Inoue and his companions swiftly dispersed, opting to retreat from the oncoming threat. Since you chose me as your opponent, allow me to send you on your way. Takakura Naruto exclaimed triumphantly as he witnessed Inoue leap into the trap he had set. Under the relentless assault of Takakura Naruto's traps, Inoue, momentarily careless, quickly discarded his underestimation. However, with each misstep, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, forced to cautiously evade while unwittingly playing into Takakura's strategy, which drove him closer to the denser traps. As Inoue reluctantly stepped into the heart of the final trap, a torrent of shurikens suddenly surged from all directions in the forest, completely enveloping his position. Inoue. Seeing Inoue in peril, Shina Yuna couldn't help but scream. Die. Noticing Shina Yuna's attention diverted towards Inoue, Egawata bellowed and delivered a powerful punch, his right arm's muscle swelling further. To save the distracted Shina Yuna, Tsukikage Sarato had no choice but to confront Egawata head-on, managing to block the punch just barely. However, due to the immense power disparity, he was violently slammed against a tree by Egawata's formidable strength. Despite saving Shina Yuna, Tsukikage Sarato found himself in dire straits. With his palms bruised and arms numb, and he felt a sharp pain in his ribs upon colliding with the tree, as if his lungs were tearing apart with each breath. Yuna, this guy's strength is terrifying. Do not let him get close. Having sustained serious injury from the initial encounter, Tsukikage Sarato struggled to evade Egawata's subsequent attacks, while urgently warning Shina Yuna to be cautious. Fire style, spiral fire ring. In a perilous predicament, Inoue quickly formed hand seals, remarkably executing a high-level fire technique he had yet to fully master. Flames erupted around him, spiraling upward and creating a rotating ring of fire that successfully shielded him from the multitude of shurikens, which then fell harmlessly to the ground. Once the surrounding shuriken traps had played out, the flames gradually extinguished, revealing the disheveled figure of Inoue. Inoue Chuan gasped heavily, his hair singed by his own flames. Chakra nearly depleted, and 2 kunai lodged in his limbs. Fortunately, the kunai that had pierced through the flames had lost their vigor, resulting in nothing more than superficial wounds. With a bitter expression, he yanked the kunai from his arm and flung it to the ground, casting a glare at the elevated Takakura Naruto. A dangerous glint flickering in his eyes as he bared his teeth and remarked, What a pity, you almost managed to take me down. Surprised to see Inoue Chuan still alive amidst so many traps, Takakura Naruto felt a twinge of unease. His traps were nearly exhausted. Yet the opponent's prowess evidently surpassed that of an elite chunin. Given his own combat abilities, the forthcoming situation appeared rather grim. However, observing Inoue Chuan's disheveled state within his traps, Takakura Naruto was unwilling to let his morale falter. He let out a cold laugh and retorted, There is nothing to lament. Ending it all in one go seems rather dull, understanding that his adversary's traps were formidable. Inoue Chuan dismissed any lingering complacency and refrained from further verbal sparring. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, wary of potential traps, determined to avoid repeating his earlier mistakes. With caution, he drew a shuriken and hurled it at Takakura Naoto, having learned from past encounters. Inoue Chuan remained vigilant of possible traps lurking around him while continuously launching kunai connected by wire at Takakura Naoto. In a tit-for-tat manner, he gradually constricted Naoto's movement, driving him toward the perilous traps that were being further refined. Takakura Naoto, adept at sensing and setting traps but less skilled in direct combat, found himself at a disadvantage against the consistently pressuring Inoue Chuan. Despite realizing he was being cornered into a hazardous situation, he could only passively defend against Inoue Chuan's relentless assaults, helplessly watching his space for maneuverability dwindle. Meanwhile, Tsukikage Sera, dragging her injured body, continued to engage in a cat-and-mouse game with Egawa Denver. Although Egawa possessed immense strength, his bulkiness hindered his pursuit of the agile Tsukikage Sera within the dense forest. Frustrated, Egawa understood that the longer he remained in a stalemate with the wood-style ninja, the slimmer his chances of survival became. Just as Egawa hesitated on whether to resort to secret techniques, caught in a dilemma, Shina Yuna, who had been patiently waiting for an opportunity, suddenly struck. In the fleeting moment when Egawa's focus wavered, she appeared unexpectedly before him, exclaiming, "Narakujin technique." As the two cloud ninjas at the rear fell into crisis, Suzuki Taiga, who had been retreating with Yuki Yuro, was also caught up by Kakashi. His invisibility technique, the light escape, effectively concealed his scent, sight, and sound. Yet maintaining the jutsu inevitably hampered his speed, preventing him from advancing at full throttle. Ultimately, he was overtaken by Kakashi, guided by Hinata Kyuichi, just as his flawless technique revealed its flaw within Kakashi's Sharingan's range. Kakashi, utilizing his Sharingan, discerned a faint orb of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, darting swiftly ahead. Consequently, he instructed Hyuga Q to cease the pursuit and, with utmost speed, he ventured forth alone. Suzuki Taiga had long been aware of the pursuer behind him. Upon confirming that there was but a single follower, and with unwavering confidence in his own abilities, he paused to temporarily deactivate his stealth jutsu, took a breath, and placed the bamboo basket containing Ekizan and his companions at the base of a tree before turning to face the approaching Kakashi. Judging by Kakashi's physique and demeanor, Suzuki Taiga concluded that he was relatively young. In a feigned display of disdain, he remarked, "The audacity of a mere child from the wood village is quite remarkable. Daring to pursue me alone. Are you courting death?" Kakashi, ever vigilant and unperturbed, remained cautious against a potential ambush while subtly retorting, "I have never encountered anyone with such formidable stealth capabilities. Were it not for your misfortune today, crossing paths with both the Sharingan and Byakugan, the wood village might have struggled to contain you." Seeing through Kakashi's seemingly flattering yet probing words, Suzuki Taiga retorted sharply, "Ha! Knowing my prowess, you still dare to pursue me alone? If I am not mistaken, you are the fabled infiltrator from the Cloud Village, whose existence remains shrouded in legend." Kakashi responded with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing his words, Suzuki Taiga's eye twitched slightly. Though the movement was imperceptible, it did not escape the watchful gaze of Kakashi's Sharingan. To think I would encounter the legendary infiltrator. However, a mere child from the Leaf Village, capable of compelling you to act personally, suggests that this child is indeed extraordinary. Observing Suzuki Taiga's subtle expression, Kakashi affirmed his suspicions. Thus, it became evident that his adversary was at least a Jonin, and likely an elite Jonin, newly promoted to Jonin. Kakashi felt an immense pressure and, while fully guarding against the threat of a surprise attack, he intentionally engaged in casual conversation, hoping to distract his formidable opponent and enhance his own chances of success. Suzuki Taiga was not surprised by Kakashi's conjecture regarding Ekizan. He had anticipated that the abduction of Ekizan would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups in the wood village. Once rescued, Ekizan would surely receive superior training. Therefore, he resolved that, should the abduction of Ekizan prove futile, he must eliminate him to avert future complications. As Suzuki Taiga and Kakashi faced off, neither noticed that Ekizan was peering through the gaps of the bamboo basket, observing them, likely due to an exceptionally heightened mental capacity compared to ordinary children. The dosage administered to Ekizan did not render him unconscious for an entire day and night. Shortly after Suzuki Taiga took possession of the basket, Ekizan regained consciousness. Upon awakening in the cramped, dark confines, he initially appeared bewildered, but soon recalled the attack and realized he was likely imprisoned. For the sake of his safety and to prevent his captors from discovering that he had awoken, he chose to remain silent and endure the situation. Blessed by the art of dragging soft bones, even in the most confined of environments, Yueqian Heya effortlessly adjusted his body. He absent-mindedly touched the shinobi tools that remained with him, discovering only 2 training kunai still in his possession, likely overlooked due to his perceived lack of threat. Subsequently, he remained silent, observing the outside world through the narrow gaps of the bamboo basket. The occasional tremors in the swiftly passing trees indicated to him that he was being carried away. A sigh of relief escaped him. For as long as his captors intended to transport him, he was, at least for the moment, safe. His life was not in immediate danger. Before long, Yueqian Heya found himself gently set down. After cautiously adjusting his position, he caught sight of the back of the ninja who had taken him. Almost immediately, he recognized the Leaf Village ninja, Kakashi, who was engaged in a standoff with Suzuki Taiga. The distinctive features, silver hair, a mask, and a single Sharingan, were unmistakable. And Yueqian Heya knew that there was no other like him in the Hidden Leaf. Knowing that Kakashi had come to rescue him brought further relief. As a prodigious ninja, Kakashi's prowess was formidable. More importantly, Kakashi was a pivotal character in the original narrative, and it was unlikely he would meet an early demise due to this unexpected turn of events. Inwardly, Yueqian Heya silently prayed to the great Kishimoto Musashi, hoping Kakashi would prevail against his adversary, or at least hold his own. He tightened his grip on the 2 kunai he possessed. Through days of diligent training, his proficiency in kunai throwing had risen to a level of 212, surpassing that of an ordinary genin. Though the wooden kunai in his hands were of little consequence, they represented his only lifeline at this moment. Nonetheless, Yueqian Heya did not entertain the naive notion of ambushing Suzuki Taiga while his attention was diverted by Kakashi. Even if he managed to catch Taiga off guard and strike a vital point, the damage he could inflict with his current abilities would be negligible, and he would then have to face Taiga's furious retaliation. For the time being, he disregarded hiding in the bamboo basket, focusing instead on the confrontation between Kakashi and Suzuki Taiga. Despite Kakashi having seen through Taiga's intentions and recognized his identity, Taiga remained undeterred, confident in his own strength. After all, a dead man's knowledge was of no consequence. With time pressing, Suzuki Taiga made the first move, unleashing his signature technique. The light release, light sphere technique allowed him to create an invisible sphere of chakra around his body, measuring 2 meters in diameter, capable of isolating all images, sounds, and scents within its confines, a secret art unique to Suzuki Taiga. Even with the aid of the Sharingan, Kakashi could only perceive a faint sphere, utterly oblivious to the trajectory of Suzuki Taiga's impending assault within the luminous orb. His situation was perilously dire, compelling Kakashi to muster all his mental faculties and concentrate intently on the orb not far away, bracing himself for the forthcoming attack. Just as Kakashi was on high alert, Suzuki Taiga approached swiftly, and at a distance of less than 4 meters, several shuriken shot forth from the glowing sphere. Thanks to the observational prowess of the Sharingan, Kakashi adeptly evaded the shuriken. However, before he could land, the orb lunged towards him at an alarming speed. Uncertain of the orb's inner workings or whether it possessed offensive capabilities, Kakashi had no choice but to clumsily dodge while launching distant attacks with his shuriken, probing for weaknesses and preparing for a decisive strike. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Chuantian, ensnared by the illusion, was teetering on the brink of life and death. The moment he beheld Shina Yuna's offensive move, the synchronized Moonlight Sarah swiftly brandished his sword, aiming for the quivering muscles of Jiang Chuantian. With a technique from the Konoha-style swordsmanship, he aimed a lethal strike at Jiang Chuantian's neck. As victory seemed within reach, Moonlight Sarah felt an ominous premonition surge within him. Exercising caution and drawing upon instincts honed through prolonged missions, he tempered his strike, reserving strength for any unforeseen developments. Indeed, just as Moonlight Sarah's blade was about to descend, Jiang Chuantian abruptly regained consciousness. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Chuantian's physique surged, astonishingly reaching nearly 4 meters in height, almost double his usual size. His muscles bulged like mountainous formations, his eyes glowed crimson as if drenched in blood, and his veins writhed like serpents and dragons across his body. The chaotic flow of chakra coursing through him was palpable, explaining the sudden failure of Shina Yuna's illusion. Startled, Moonlight Sarah did not dare to linger. After delivering his strike, he swiftly retreated. However, the blow originally aimed at the neck instead carved a wound 0.5 meter long across Jiang Chuantian's chest. unleashing a torrential spray of blood as his life force erupted forth. Freed from the illusion, Shinya Yuna appeared paralyzed by the horrifying transformation of Jiang Chuantian. Standing frozen in place as if struck dumb. Now wielding forbidden techniques, Jiang Chuantian exuded an aura of menace, his gaze locking onto the stupefied Shinya Yuna. With a fierce kick, he propelled himself like a cannonball towards her, showing no mercy, and unleashed a devastating punch aimed at her head. Moonlight Sarah, unable to intervene in time, felt his heart shatter as he helplessly watched the terrified Shinya Yuna being struck. Her body crashing heavily against a tree large enough for several people to embrace. Her head tilted at an unnatural angle, blood soaked her hair and face, while torrents of blood gushed from her mouth, unmistakably indicating that she had succumbed to her injuries. Breathless and battered, Jiang Chuantian disregarded Shinya Yuna and ignored the gaping wound from which blood continued to flow. The exhalations from his nostrils were tinged with a faint hue of crimson. Mingled with a mist of blood, his scarlet eyes swept towards Tsukikage Sarah, and with a chilling voice laced with malice, he declared, "You have compelled me to unleash the blood explosion forbidden technique. Thus, you shall perish alongside me." Tsukikage Sarah, consumed by rage and recently liberated from the shadow of Shinya Yuna's demise, was struck with profound astonishment upon hearing Jiang Chuantian invoke such a formidable technique. According to intelligence gathered from the Mokuya village, the blood explosion forbidden technique was a unique, forbidden art of the Cloud Ninja village, albeit shrouded in certain restrictive conditions. Typically wielded by robust individuals like Jiang Chuantian himself. This technique could significantly amplify a person's strength and speed, purportedly increasing them by more than tenfold. However, its formidable nature bore a grave flaw. Once activated, it could not be halted, leading to the gradual erosion of the user's sanity, culminating in a tragic self-destruction. Aware of this perilous loss of reason, Jiang Chuantian understood that should he succumb to madness, he would be incapable of vanquishing Tsukikage Sarah in the treacherous confines of the forest and would ultimately meet his own demise. Recognizing the inevitability of his death, Jiang Chuantian wasted no breath on idle words, charging recklessly towards Tsukikage Sarah, intent on inflicting maximum damage upon Mokuya. Conversely, Tsukikage Sarah comprehended the catastrophic potential of Jiang Chuantian's forbidden art and knew that his only recourse was to evade the onslaught until Jiang Chuantian's own sanity unraveled, leading to his explosive end. Yet, what Tsukikage Sarah had not anticipated was the astonishing swiftness with which Jiang Chuantian moved after invoking the technique. He no longer exhibited the leisurely prowess of a cat playing with a mouse. Time and again, Tsukikage Sarah narrowly escaped Jiang Chuantian's strikes, his heart racing with dread as he evaded. However, the relentless acceleration of Jiang Chuantian's speed soon cornered him against a precipice, leaving him at the mercy of being torn to shreds. In this dire moment, Tsukikage Sarah could do nothing but desperately dodge, hoping against hope that Jiang Chuantian would lose his wits before he could close the distance. Yet, reality proved to be unforgiving. Just as Tsukikage Sarah prepared to leap from the treetop to another, an irresistible force seized his ankle. Suspended in midair, he felt a chilling terror course through him as he struggled to draw his sword in defense. However, all efforts proved futile. The disparity in strength rendered his resistance meaningless. Jiang Chuantian, gripping Tsukikage Sarah's foot as one would a mere chick, effortlessly hurled him against a tree thick enough for several individuals to embrace. Gazing at the shattered form of his foe, Jiang Chuantian relinquished the lifeless body of Tsukikage Sarah, yearning to assist Takakura Naoto. Yet, having fulfilled his obsession to eliminate Tsukikage Sarah, his consciousness began to blur, his blood surging with increasing velocity, and his veins buckling under the strain, bursting relentlessly. With no objective in sight and utterly devoid of reason, Jiang Chuantian ran aimlessly forward, unaware of how many mighty trees he had crashed into. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar towards the heavens, his arteries bursting, his colossal form collapsing with a thunderous crash, his flesh and blood withering like a candle extinguished. Meanwhile, in a desperate predicament, Takakura Naoto exerted every ounce of strength to evade the wire trap laid by Inoue Chuan, but ultimately could not escape entirely. In a moment of misfortune, he collided with a taut wire in midair. Like a cascade of dominoes falling, the setup by Inoue Chuan was triggered, and dozens of wires ensnared Takakura Naoto, binding him firmly in the air. With his hands and feet bound, Takakura Naoto struggled in panic, yet his efforts proved futile. Inoue Chuan stepped upon the source of all the wires, coldly observing the dying struggles of Takakura Naoto. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, the Year of the Serpent, the year of the horse, the year of the monkey, and the year of the tiger. Takakura Naoto, in terror, watched as Inoue Chuan completed the final seal and placed his hand before his mouth. Suddenly, a colossal, searing fireball surged forth. Inoue Chuan coldly regarded the helpless Takakura Naoto as he wailed, consumed by the roaring flames, reduced to ashes, and he exhaled softly. Casting a final glance at the remnants of Takakura Naoto, Inoue Chuan hurried back to assist his comrades. However, upon returning to the battlefield, the first sight that met his eyes was the lifeless body of Shinami Yuna. A profound sorrow engulfed him, accompanied by a wave of guilt for failing Kakashi's trust. Yet, his concern for Tsukikage Sera's safety compelled Inoue Chuan to decisively follow the very obvious trail left by Jiang Chuan Tian, fervently praying for Tsukikage Sera's safety. Alas, fate was unkind. When Inoue Chuan found Tsukikage Sera, she lay in a pool of her own blood. Witnessing the grim fate of his comrades filled Inoue Chuan with immense guilt and unrestrained fury as he recklessly pursued the direction Jiang Chuan Tian had taken. Yet he was deprived even of the chance for vengeance. Not far into his pursuit, he stumbled upon Jiang Chuan Tian, who lay sprawled upon a blood-soaked expanse. His once robust body reduced to mere skin and bones, drenched in blood, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. The sight of Jiang Chuan Tian's demise reminded Inoue Chuan of the blood-burst forbidden technique of the Cloud Ninja Village, explicitly noted in the intelligence provided by the Hidden Leaf Village, an art that allowed immediate withdrawal when used by an enemy, awaiting their inevitable demise. However, having never encountered such a technique before, Inoue Chuan could hardly fathom that his first encounter with this terrifying forbidden art would cost him 2 teammates. With tears brimming in his eyes and guilt consuming his heart, Inoue Chuan carefully gathered the bodies of his comrades and Jiang Chuan Tian, not daring to linger, and continued his pursuit, following Kakashi's signals. On another front, through the constant probing with Kanai, Kakashi had confirmed that the sphere used by Suzuki Taiga for invisibility bore no offensive capability. Moreover, the trajectory of the Kanai passing through the sphere indicated that Suzuki Taiga had remained at its center all along. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the luminous sphere rushed towards him at an alarming speed, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, skillfully unleashing a fire-based ninjutsu, enveloping the area ahead with a colossal fireball. Skillfully evading the great fireball technique, Suzuki Taiga realized that Kakashi had vanished from sight. Just as he scanned his surroundings cautiously, Kakashi's voice unexpectedly resonated from beneath him. Earth release, body flicker technique. A hand shot up from the ground with remarkable speed, seizing the unsuspecting Suzuki Taiga and dragging him underground. Observing Taiga's head protruding from the earth, Kakashi hesitated not a moment, swiftly slicing towards his carotid artery. In a bizarre twist, as death loomed, Taiga revealed a chilling smile. His body then transformed into a surge of electricity, launching an attack towards Kakashi with fervor. Not good. It's a lightning clone. Realizing the imminent danger, Kakashi concentrated chakra into his hands, striving to withstand the oncoming electric shock while leaping away, remaining vigilant against Taiga's counterattack. Despite his efforts to resist the onslaught of the lightning clone, Kakashi felt a numbing sensation coursing through his body. Lightning release, body flicker, with extensive combat experience. Suzuki Taiga anticipated Kakashi's likely reactions. At the moment Kakashi landed, paralyzed, Taiga unleashed the ninjutsu he had prepared. Nevertheless, faced with the ensuing lightning release, Kakashi managed a response. Lightning release, Thousand Birds. A fierce arc of electricity manifested in Kakashi's hand, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing bird cries, forcefully striking the ground, successfully dispelling Taiga's lightning release. Silver hair and a Sharingan. You must be Kakashi. A prodigy at such a young age, indeed impressive. In a bid to conserve his dwindling chakra, Suzuki Taiga dispelled the ongoing light release. Light wall, gazing intently at Kakashi with admiration. The land of wood truly nurtures geniuses. You have seen through my invisibility technique, haven't you? Unmoved by Taiga's praise, Kakashi remained vigilant, eyeing the now revealed Taiga with a stern expression. You would do well to surrender, as long as I am here. You shall not escape from Konoha. Humph. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Suzuki Taiga chuckled nonchalantly before suddenly changing his demeanor, coldly stating, "What a pity. Today, the land of wood will lose 2 prodigies at once." Kakashi comprehended the implication behind Taiga's words, his pupils constricting sharply as his crimson Sharingan fixated intently on him, awaiting his next move. Observing Kakashi's unwavering focus, Taiga's lips curled into a conspiratorial smile. After completing the hand seals, Taiga extended his right hand forward and shouted, once more capturing Kakashi's attention, light release, lightning flash technique. Kakashi, who had been meticulously monitoring Taiga's every action, was suddenly blinded by an intensely radiant light emanating from Taiga's hand. Instantly, his vision transformed into a blinding sea of white. Tears streaming down his face from the overwhelming stimulus, instinctively covering his right eye and letting out a cry of pain. Light release, light sword slash. Seizing the moment when Kakashi was ensnared by his own predicament, clutching his eyes in agony, Suzuki Takahiro swiftly approached him, his hand shimmering with resplendent light, akin to an unsheathed longsword, intent on slaying Kakashi on the spot. However, Suzuki Takahiro underestimated the prowess of Kakashi's Sharingan. The formidable ocular technique exhibited an extraordinary resilience to light, far surpassing that of ordinary eyes. Even as Kakashi's own right eye teetered on the brink of blindness under the blinding radiance, the Sharingan still discerned Suzuki Takehiro's movements with relative clarity. Squinting with his right eye, Kakashi, in a moment of dire urgency, unleashed his self-developed powerful ninjutsu, the lightning release, Chidori, launching a fierce counterattack. Although Kakashi's Chidori rivaled Suzuki Takehiro's light-based sword slash, a disparity remained between Kakashi and the battle-hardened elite Jonin, Suzuki Takahiro. And the unfavorable position of being on the defensive further complicated the situation. In the fleeting instant as they crossed paths, Suzuki Takahiro realized he had secured ultimate victory. And even his typically composed demeanor betrayed a hint of a smile. Kakashi, wounded in the chest, lost control and tumbled forward until he crashed into a great tree, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Yueqian, and, watching intently through the slats of a bamboo basket, observed the moment of their intersection. Witnessing Kakashi's sudden change in expression followed by the impact of Suzuki Takehiro's strike to his chest, sending him sprawling aside. In that instant, Yueqian felt a tightening in his heart, nearly succumbing to the impulse to strike decisively while Suzuki Takahiro was momentarily off balance. Just as he grappled with this internal conflict, the battlefield took an unexpected turn. At the precise moment Suzuki Takahiro passed Kakashi, an unstoppable black tornado surged towards him. Caught off guard, the smile that had just begun to form on Suzuki Takehiro's lips faded, yet being an experienced elite Jonin, he remained composed. Fiercely stamping his foot against the ground to alter his trajectory and evade the tornado's assault. Nevertheless, Inuzuka Kiba, having waited patiently for the opportune moment, unleashed a deadly technique that proved difficult to evade. Even while airborne, Suzuki Takahiro was overtaken by the relentless tornado, and despite his valiant efforts to resist, he was ultimately violently hurled away by the combined assault of Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru's ferocious technique, the Fang of the Wolf. Having expended a significant amount of chakra with his continuous use of the light release, light wall, and engaged in a battle of wits and might with Kakashi, Suzuki Takahiro, though he had succeeded in defeating the younger shinobi, was now at the brink of exhaustion. Thus, when Inuzuka Kiba launched his surprise attack, he found himself utterly helpless. Yueqian watched as Suzuki Takahiro was unwillingly sent flying by Inuzuka Kiba, blood cascading from him, his breath shallow. He then noticed that Takahiro was falling in the direction of the bamboo basket, to preclude any desperate struggle from Suzuki Takahiro that might turn against him. Yueqian resolved to take decisive action. After 4 years of intensive training, Kinzuya Ekizan sprang forth from a bamboo basket with a reflexive instinct. Wielding a shuriken in each hand, which he deftly hurled towards Daiga Suzuki, who was helplessly descending like a drifting leaf, his back turned to Kinzuya. To Kinzuya's astonishment, his shurikens found their mark, embedding themselves accurately in Daiga's back. However, due to Kinzuya's limited strength and the wooden nature of the unsharpened training shurikens, they only penetrated a mere 1 or 2 centimeters. Despite the imminent threat posed by Inuzuka's claw, Daiga Suzuki sensed the attack from behind and managed to glance back, only to be taken aback by the sight of Kinzuya, who had smartly concealed himself behind a large tree after throwing the shurikens, observing him with a calm demeanor. Gazing intently at the cautious Kinzuya, Daiga felt as if he were witnessing the emergence of a new star within the ninja realm. As his life ebbed away, Daiga sighed in resignation, a bittersweet smile escaping his lips. Was it a recognition of his own judgment, an acknowledgement of Kinzuya's potential, or perhaps a regret for not eliminating him sooner? His smile held profound significance. With a heavy inertia, Daiga collapsed to the ground. The shurikens, initially lodged shallowly in his back, were driven deep by the weight of his body, protruding gruesomely from his chest, covered in numerous wounds. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth and back, and Inuzuka clawed swiftly approached, ending his life without mercy. Upon witnessing Daiga's final breath, Kazuya hurriedly ran to Inuzuka's side, grasping her hand tightly. Appearing shaken, he called out with a trembling voice. Inuzuka was slightly taken aback by Kazuya's earlier calmness during the shuriken throw, and she smiled gently at his now quivering form, finding it more befitting of a frightened child. Having successfully safeguarded Kazuya, Inuzuka felt a wave of relief wash over her, allowing her usual carefree demeanor to resurface. She gently ruffled Kazuya's hair and spoke softly. "It's all right. Kazuya, you're safe now. Wait here while I check on Kakashi's condition, and then I'll take you home, all right?" "Yes, okay." Kazuya obediently nodded, releasing Inuzuka's hand. However, he remained uncertain of any lingering dangers in the vicinity. After letting go, he cautiously followed Inuzuka, like a frightened bird, unwilling to stray too far. Observing Kazuya's careful demeanor behind her, Inuzuka smiled, pleased with his response. After experiencing such a perilous event, his ability to maintain composure was remarkable for a child of his age, undoubtedly marking him as a prodigy. Kakashi found himself in a dire predicament. A slender wound extending from his left shoulder to his chest, continuously oozing blood. Inuzuka Zaka swiftly tended to his injuries and prepared the body of Suzuki Takahiro before allowing Ukahara to ride on Kuramaru's back while he carried Kakashi on his own. After a short distance, Zaku encountered Inoue Kawa, who had come to assist Kakashi after dispatching his adversary, along with Hyuga Kiyoshi, who had been observing the battlefield from afar with his Byakugan. The group then united and made their way back to Konohagakure. As Zaku pursued, Kuramaru tracked Kakashi's scent, allowing her to bypass the two cloud shinobi tasked with covering their retreat, following Kakashi's path directly. Long before Kakashi engaged in a struggle with the invisible enemy using his kunai, Zaku had already arrived at their battleground. Observing the fierce confrontation between Kakashi and his unseen foe, she deduced that her immediate intervention would be futile, so she concealed herself, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Unaware of Zaku's presence, Suzuki Takahiro focused most of his attention on Kakashi. It was only at the critical moment when he dispelled the light wall and prepared for a life-or-death struggle with Kakashi that Zaku seized the opportunity. Coordinating with Kuramaru to unleash the Inuzuka clan's signature technique, Fong Wolf Fong, which decisively vanquished the formidable Suzuki Takahiro, granting Ukahara Ye a chance to claim the kill. Excited by his successful takedown, Ye eagerly checked his attribute panel while lying on Kuramaru's back, anticipating some reward. However, the panel revealed no significant accolades. Aside from a slight increase in his divine attributes and kunai throwing proficiency following the battle, there were no additional rewards. Yet, Ye felt no disappointment. He believed in the merit of gradually honing his skills rather than relying on the whims of a game-like experience system. Were it as simple as gaining experience points from kills, few would refrain from indiscriminate slaughter, leading to an imbalance of mindset and an insatiable thirst for blood. Perhaps due to the loss of two comrades while rescuing Ye, Inoue Kawa maintained a sour demeanor throughout their return, often casting cold glances at Ye. Although Ye was unaware of the depth of Kawa's grief over the loss of his friends, he remained indifferent to Kawa's attitude. Recognizing that Kawa had played a significant role in his rescue, since Kawa chose to disregard him, Ye resolved to ignore him in turn after expressing his gratitude. Thus, Ye remained unfazed by Kawa's resentful gaze, muttering to himself that as long as Kawa did not overstep boundaries, he could stare as he wished. It would not cost him anything. Meanwhile, Zaku was acutely aware that Kakashi's team comprised 4 individuals, yet only 2 had returned, indicating that the others had likely met with misfortune. This knowledge cast a shadow over her earlier joy in rescuing Ye, as the weight of loss lingered in her heart. Although Inuzuka Tsum felt discontent with Inoue Kawa's attitude towards Yueqian Heya, she understood that he was in a foul mood and could not bring herself to chastise him. Thus, the group returned to Konoha village in this peculiar atmosphere without incident. Some first took the severely injured Kakashi to the hospital, then, accompanied by Yueqian Heya and Inoue Kawa, proceeded to report their mission to the Hokage's office. As they approached the door, the eager little creature, White Emperor, caught the scent of Yueqian Heya and Tsum, and rushed over to greet them. Yamanaka Kaichi, who had been anxiously waiting in the Hokage's office, quickly rose to peek outside upon seeing White Emperor. When he recognized Tsum entering, he rushed to the door and immediately spotted Yueqian Heya, whom Tsum was holding by the hand. Overjoyed, Kaichi embraced him tightly, unable to contain his excitement, and tears welled in his eyes as he affectionately tousled Heia's hair. His exuberance was so vigorous that it made Heya slightly uncomfortable. And more critically, It disheveled his hairstyle. "Uncle Kaichi, I'm back," remarked Yueqian Heya, who had never experienced paternal love before. Seeing Kaichi's expression filled him with warmth, and he instinctively felt tears welling up as he smiled. Meanwhile, White Emperor, feeling neglected as he was squeezed out of the embrace, voiced his discontent by circling around Heia's feet and occasionally nipping at his pant leg. However, upon confirming that Heya had returned safely, Kaichi quickly regained his composure. Resuming his usual calm demeanor, he stood up, affectionately ruffled Heia's hair once more, and cheerfully suggested, "Come on, let us go meet the third Hokage. I know you've been eager to see him." Kaichi placed a hand on Heia's shoulder and led him into the Hokage's office for the first time. Upon seeing Inazuka-tsum and Inoue Kawa, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, glanced at the somewhat bewildered and anxious Heya. He bent down with a kind smile and gently asked, "You must be little Yueqian Heya, right? Don't be afraid. I am the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi." Heya looked at the amiable third Hokage and then at Kaichi, who nodded encouragingly. Thus, he replied, "Hello, Hokage Grandpa. Such a good boy." The third Hokage chuckled, continuing, "Heya, how about I assign a ninja to protect you in the future? That way, no bad guys can bully you anymore." Standing behind the third Hokage, Danzō Shimura could not help but interject, "I think it would be best for us from the root to protect this child. He could come to learn with us. It is the safest place, and incidents like this will never happen again." Curiously, Heya observed both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzō Shimura. The third Hokage appeared considerably younger than at the beginning of the story, which made sense, considering Naruto had just been born and there were still several years before the plot commenced. It was only natural for him to appear younger. Meanwhile, Danzō had his right eye wrapped in white cloth. Heya tried to remember when Danzō had lost sight in that eye, but could not recall any such event. At this juncture, there remains a significant interval before the demise of the water stop and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Thus, it can be inferred that his right eye is not yet the Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the pensive Yuichiro Kinzuya, unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in his youthful mind, mistakenly believing that he had yet to fully recover from the traumatic incident involving the Cloud Shinobi. Regardless, he was resolute in his opposition to the notion of admitting Kinzuya into the root organization. Kinzuya was a child under the care of Yamashiro Kaichi, and their bond appeared to be profoundly strong. Moreover, Kaichi was the leader of one of the clans within the Inoshikacho trio, which had always been the core strength of the Hokage. It was imperative to prevent Danzō from encroaching upon this matter. Furthermore, Kinzuya was a prodigy so remarkable that even the Hidden Cloud village had been compelled to send operatives to abduct him. Thus, allowing Danzō to succeed was out of the question. The third Hokage chuckled lightly and remarked, "I believe it is best to refrain from this course of action. Kinzuya is still quite young and should be savoring the joys of childhood. It would be more beneficial for him to grow freely. We can assign a ninja to ensure his safety when he ventures outside, eliminating the necessity for him to join Root." Kaichi, fully cognizant of the third's intentions, promptly concurred. "I believe the Hokage is absolutely correct. Kinzuya will be attending the Ninja Academy next year, so there is no need for him to join Root." Upon hearing Kaichi's response, the third nodded in satisfaction, denying Danzō any further opportunity to intervene. He continued with a smile, "Let us proceed with this arrangement. I will assign a ninja to protect Kinzuya during his outings. Kaichi, please take Kinzuya home to rest. He appears to be quite fatigued." Upon hearing the third's words, Yamashiro Kaichi eagerly took his leave, escorting the somewhat lethargic Yuichiro Kinzuya home. Danzō, well aware that it would not be so simple to obtain Kinzuya, silently scoffed at the harmonious exchange between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yamashiro Kaichi. Once Kaichi departed, he nonchalantly inquired, wasn't Kakashi supposed to accompany him on the mission? Why hasn't he returned with them? As Inazuka-tsum and her companions entered the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself grappling with the same question. Now, upon hearing Danzō's inquiry, he settled into a contemplative silence, awaiting a report from Inazuka-tsum and Inoue Kawa regarding the mission details. According to Kakashi's speculation, the individuals who abducted Kinzuya were covert operatives from the Hidden Cloud village. Kakashi sustained injuries during the confrontation, and I have already taken him to the hospital for treatment. However, his injuries are rather severe, and it will likely take some time for him to fully recover. I have also brought back the corpse of the Cloud Shinobi. Inazuka-tsum stated gravely, "Covert operatives from the Hidden Cloud village? I did not anticipate their existence." After pondering Tsum's report, the third Hokage made a decisive statement. "Then you should take the corpse to Kaichi. It may yield valuable intelligence." Inoue Kawa succinctly summarized his mission's outcome, sorrowfully revealing that Tsukikage Sorero and Shina Yuna had perished at the hands of a shinobi from the Hidden Cloud Village who employed the blood-explosive forbidden technique. Upon hearing that 3ch Nin had perished in this mission, coupled with Kakashi's severe injuries, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was overcome with sorrow. He spoke solemnly, instructing, "Ensure that their final affairs are honored appropriately. Their names must be inscribed on the memorial stone, and the compensation should be adequate. Do not take this lightly." The grief-stricken Inoue Chuan promptly departed to carry out the third's orders. After listening to the reports from Inuzuka Zaku and Inoue Chuan, the third Hokage exchanged a meaningful glance with Danzō. It was Danzō who broke the silence, stating, "It appears that the Cloud Ninja hold this child in high regard." Having dispatched an elite J Nin and 2 elite CH Nin to seize him, the third Hokage responded gravely, "If that fallen elite J Nin was indeed a covert operative from the Village of Lightning, the ramifications of their loss will be significant. We must extract as much valuable intelligence from him as possible, as the situation on the front lines is far from promising." After a moment's hesitation, Danzō continued, "We must prioritize the protection of Uchiha Sasuke. Given the substantial losses suffered by the Village of Cloud, it is unlikely that Raikage will let this matter go unresolved." The third Hokage cast a curious glance at Danzō, aware that his old friend would not display such concern without reason. It seemed that Danzō had not abandoned his intention to bring Uchiha Sasuke under his wing, prompting the third to remain vigilant. "Indeed, you speak wisely. Once Kakashi has recovered and is discharged, I will assign him to protect Sasuke. It will serve as a brief respite for the boy and allow him to relax." The third mused, recalling Kakashi's recent loss of 2 teammates and fearing the toll it may take on him. With a sigh, he spoke softly. Danzō had no objections to the third's arrangements. After ensuring there was nothing further to discuss, he gracefully departed from the Hokage's office, supported by his cane. "Notify Suda Mitsuki to discreetly protect Uchiha Sasuke and document the child's daily life. If any irregularities arise, he must report to me immediately." Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Danzō paused for a moment before instructing the accompanying root ninja. "Yes, Lord Danzō." The masked root ninja complied immediately, utilizing the body flicker technique to vanish swiftly. When Uchiha Sasuke returned home, Yamanaka Keiko remained unaware of the grave incident that had transpired. To spare her worry, Yamanaka Hizashi had refrained from disclosing the truth, merely sending a brief message during lunchtime, stating that he and Sasuke had matters to attend to and would be dining out together. Keiko, upon receiving the message, thought little of it. Now that Sasuke had safely returned, it was a cause for collective joy, and further explanations were deemed unnecessary, saving much discussion. To maintain the ruse, Sasuke accompanied Hizashi for their meal outside before being escorted back to his room for rest. After the harrowing kidnapping incident, an unprecedented sense of urgency arose within Uchiha Sasuke. He contemplated the likelihood that the enemy would not relent, realizing that their next attempt could very well culminate in a lethal assassination. Carefully scrutinizing his attribute panel, Sasuke reviewed his existing skills to determine which would be most beneficial in his current predicament, prioritizing their practice accordingly. 1. Single-handed seal, proficiency 31. 2. Regular script calligraphy, proficiency 42. 3. Sword intent, proficiency 16. 4. Soft bone technique, proficiency 725. 5. Basic footwork, proficiency 77. 6. Basic sword technique, proficiency 997. Kunai throwing, proficiency 212. 8. Chakra refinement technique, proficiency 07. 9. Chakra control technique, proficiency 06. 10. Horse stance punch, proficiency 142. In total, there are 10 skills. Yueqian Heya has decided to eliminate sword intent, basic sword technique, single-handed seal, and horse stance punch from consideration. These skills presently hold little value for him, as what he urgently requires is the ability to escape peril rather than to engage in combat. He is determined to avoid desolate areas in the future. As long as he can evade immediate death, delaying his opponent slightly will suffice until he can receive assistance from the Leaf Village ninjas, eliminating the need for him to confront enemies directly, given his current physical attributes. Mastering swordsmanship and horse stance punch to their fullest extent would likely still leave him at a disadvantage against adversaries. The single-handed seal seems even more unnecessary, as a child who has yet to learn any ninjutsu has little use for it. Yueqian Heya meticulously devised a plan, choosing to focus his efforts on kunai throwing. Basic footwork and soft bone technique. Kunai throwing allows for ranged attacks without the need to close in on his adversary, ensuring his safety while also providing the opportunity to disrupt opponents and buy time when necessary. Basic footwork is vital, as it directly enhances his escape speed and thus takes precedence in his training regimen. One reason for selecting the soft bone technique is its rapid proficiency growth, which would allow him to master it in a short span of time. Additionally, Yueqian Heya is eager to see if it can evolve in the direction he anticipates, as this would prove immensely beneficial. Chakra will aid him in running faster and jumping higher. Therefore, both the chakra refinement and control techniques are essential to learn. However, these two skills have strict training time constraints, so they will not consume much of Yueqian Heya's time. Having established his plan, Yueqian Heya embarked on his training for the soft bone technique with great enthusiasm. Upon completion, he eagerly proceeded to the backyard to practice kunai, throwing, and basic footwork. Under the pressure of a sword suspended above him, he trained diligently, and the afternoon swiftly passed as he remained focused on his exercises. As evening approached, Yueqian Heya wished to seek out his friends for play. However, a twinge of concern nagged at him regarding potential dangers outside. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to venture out nonetheless. The moment he stepped outside, the world around him dimmed, and a figure suddenly materialized before him. With a rigid tone and an expression devoid of emotion, the individual declared, "I am Inoue Kawa, responsible for ensuring your safety until Captain Kakashi has fully recovered. Do you understand?" Recognizing this ninja as the one who had accompanied Inuzuka Tsum in escorting him back, Yueqian Heya noted the man's youthful appearance, likely in his 20s. Despite being aware of the man's unapproachable demeanor, Yueqian Heya smiled warmly and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother Inoue. I look forward to your guidance in the future." One does not strike a smiling face. Faced with the cheerful demeanor of Yueqian Heya, Inoue Kawa paused momentarily, his tone softening slightly. Yet his expression remained impassive as he advised, "Try to avoid crowded places and steer clear of secluded areas. There is nothing else to be concerned about. Simply proceed as you usually do. I shall protect you from the shadows." After receiving confirmation from Yueqian Heya, Inoue Kawa vanished in an instant, leaving Yueqian Heya to scan his surroundings, but he could not discern his presence. However, with the assurance of protection, Yueqian Heya felt a sense of relief and leisurely sought out his friends to play. The ranks of the children's brigade had swelled to 16, including Yueqian Heya, allowing for a greater variety of games to enjoy together. Having recently endured an abrupt kidnapping, Yueqian Heya gained a clearer understanding of the harsh realities and dangers of the ninja world, which deepened his concern for the future of his carefree companions frolicking before him. "Everyone, please stop playing for a moment and gather around me," Yueqian Heya called out loudly, bringing their merriment to a halt. The youngsters held a great deal of respect for their leader. Upon hearing his voice, they promptly ceased their activities and scampered over, forming a haphazard cluster before him. "Boss, did you call us to teach us how to practice shuriken throwing?" As soon as he reached Yueqian Heya's side, Ayashida Hirota eagerly inquired. This boy had been learning shuriken throwing in the horse stance from Yueqian Heya, and today he had triumphed over Uchiha Chrin in a school match. His enthusiasm for training at a peak. Observing Ayashida Hirota's impatient demeanor, Yueqian Heya chuckled lightly and posed a question to his friends. "Before we dive into that, tell me, what do you wish to become when you grow up?" "I want to be a ninja, just like the adult ninjas who protect the village," Ayashida Hirota exclaimed with unwavering conviction upon hearing Yueqian Heya's words. "I also want to become a ninja, so I can earn lots of money and buy all sorts of delicious treats," chimed in the plump boy Akasaka Aikir, his eyes seemingly fixated on a myriad of snacks beckoning him, saliva nearly escaping his lips. "I want to be a ninja," piped up a small boy with a runny nose, raising his hand. "I too desire to become a ninja, a great medical ninja like Lady Tsunade," a timid girl who had joined later said, revealing her admiration for Tsunade. "My father wants me to learn blacksmithing with him, so I can earn a lot of money." A small, dark-skinned boy lamented, tears welling in his eyes, looking as if he might burst into tears at any moment. In the land of fire's largest ninja village, Konoha, most children took pride in aspiring to become ninjas, influenced by their parents' guidance. The dreams expressed by his companions only fortified Yueqian Heya's resolve to help them grow stronger. Not for any other reason but to ensure they could survive in this unforgiving world. "All right, my dear friends, do not be disheartened. Even if you are destined to become blacksmiths or chefs, that is a matter for the distant future. For now, you may still join us in our ninja games and learn the art of shuriken throwing. Encouragingly, Yuichiro added, moreover, once you master blacksmithing and culinary skills, you will be able to repair our ninja tools and prepare meals, which is indeed commendable. I am quite eager to taste the shurikens and dishes you create. So make sure to learn well from your parents. After successfully lifting the spirits of the children, Yuichiro continued with a serious tone, however. Being a ninja is an exceedingly perilous profession. To survive in future missions, we must diligently train from this moment onward. Do you understand? Understood, leader. The children, sensing Yuichiro's earnest demeanor, responded with fervor. Their voices, though varied in pitch, resonated with enthusiasm. Watching from the shadows, Inoue Kawara chuckled at Yuichiro's earnest lecture to the group of youngsters, shaking his head in bemusement. Yet, the subsequent display by the children left him astounded. After delivering his speech, Yuichiro observed the excited children and urged them to commence their shuriken throwing practice without delay. The little ones scattered in pairs, eagerly finding their positions to begin their exercises. Yuichiro flitted about like a diligent bee, moving between groups to offer focused attention, nodding in approval, and occasionally halting the practice to sternly point out their shortcomings, teaching them through both words and actions. Observing the children as practice, Inoue Kawara's expression grew serious. To his astonishment, these youngsters, who had yet to attend a ninja academy, demonstrated shuriken throwing skills rivaling those of many second and third-year students. Taking a moment to assess Yuichiro, who was diligently guiding the children, Inoue Kawara made a mental note of this development, intending to report it to the third Hokage upon his return. Simultaneously, Suda Mitsuki from the Root organization witnessed Yuichiro's instruction, equally astonished and resolute. Though his report would be directed to Shimura Danzō, unaware that his actions would incite a more intense confrontation between the third Hokage and Danzō, Yuichiro remained fully absorbed in mentoring the children. Although shuriken throwing may appear inconsequential in the anime, with few ninjas meeting their demise by such means, even those who achieve Itachi's level of skill, this technique holds significant importance in the battles of Chunin and Genin, where chakra is limited and the number of jutsu is few. Consequently, Yuichiro placed great emphasis on the children's shuriken practice, deeming it an essential endeavor for all. Fortunately, the children were exceptionally obedient, and with their peers as motivation, each was determined not to lag behind, diligently heeding Yuichiro's guidance and making rapid progress. With satisfaction, Yueqian Kenzuya gazed upon the fervent training scene of his young troop and called out, gathering them once more. All right, everyone pause. Today's shuriken throwing practice concludes here. Come over to me. I will teach you something new. The breathless youngsters, upon hearing Yueqian's words, eagerly trotted to his side, their wide eyes sparkling with anticipation as they looked up at him. They were acutely aware of the progress they had made. Some had siblings who were already in school, flaunting their shuriken throwing skills, and the children knew that their own abilities were nearly on par. Following the suggestion of Takeda Hirota, these little ones had made a pact to remain silent until they could surpass their older counterparts, relishing the thought of an eventual triumph. Thus, they awaited eagerly, regarding Yueqian with utmost reverence, akin to a deity. When they learned that Yueqian would impart new knowledge, their excitement reached new heights. They had been observing Takeda, who, under Yueqian's guidance, had rapidly mastered the horse stance punch, and their envy had grown over time as they could only watch from the sidelines. Now, the opportunity to learn had finally arrived, and their hearts surged with enthusiasm. Boss, are you going to teach us the horse stance punch that Hirota learned? The eager watermelon-headed Akahara Jintaro was the first to approach Yueqian, bursting with impatience. Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Yueqian did not keep them in suspense, but replied directly, Indeed, however, you have two options. One is the horse stance punch, and the other is the swordsmanship I am currently studying. You may choose freely. I want to learn the horse stance punch. It's simply magnificent. Without hesitation, Jintaro exclaimed, striking a couple of poses of the horse stance punch, throwing punches and laughing heartily. It seemed that watermelon-headed individuals had an affinity for physical techniques. Yueqian humorously pondered whether Jintaro would become another master of such arts. I'll learn the horse stance punch too, chimed in the chubby Akasaka Ichiro. Upon noticing the boy's plump physique, Yueqian nodded with a smile. The horse stance punch suited him well, while swordsmanship would seem rather comical. Yueqian then observed the indecisive Ando Nariko and two other girls who appeared to be discussing something together. After a moment of thought, he cheerfully suggested, I believe it would be better for you girls to study swordsmanship, as girls inherently possess less physical strength. Relying solely on physical techniques could place you at a disadvantage and make it difficult to unleash your true potential. The hesitant girls joyfully accepted Yuqian's advice and joined the ranks of those learning swordsmanship. Ultimately, a greater number of individuals chose to learn the horse stance chuan, totaling 9. Among them, 6 opted for swordsmanship, which included 3 young girls. The remaining 3 were the unassuming Aoki Yuichi, who had joined the team from the outset, the slender boy Akiohara, and Muda Tetsu, whose father was a blacksmith. As they stood in formation, a thought suddenly crossed Yuichiro's mind, prompting him to inquire with a hint of concern, "Do any of you have bamboo, double-edged swords at home for practicing my swordsmanship?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Muda Tetsu exclaimed, "Boss, that's simple. My family has plenty of unused bamboo sword molds. We can just take those. However," he added bashfully, "I can't carry them all by myself." Just then, the usually reserved Aoki Yuichi stepped forward and offered, "Boss, my house is close to Muta's. I'll help him carry them." "Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Once the swords are retrieved tomorrow, we shall commence our training in earnest. For now, feel free to entertain yourselves," Yuichiro replied, satisfaction evident in his voice as he acknowledged the support of his subordinates. 3 generations, this is the situation. Inoue Kawara reported after safely escorting Yuichiro home. Under Yuichiro's guidance, the children's kunai throwing skills have significantly improved and their progress has been rapid. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded kindly, "Understood. Your sole responsibility is to ensure the child's safety. I shall personally oversee the rest." Meanwhile, on the other side, Shimura Danzō, having received the same report, paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. The news brought back by Sudamitsuki intensified Danzō's desire for Yuichiro. Yet he realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen had also taken an interest in him, making it impossible for the 3rd Hokage to assign Yuichiro to his command. If he could not secure Yuichiro under his wing, he would be left watching as the 3rd added another prodigious ninja to his ranks, complicating Danzō's ambitions to rival him. Frustrated, he struck the floor with his cane, realizing he had no other recourse but to temporarily set aside matters concerning Yuichiro, vowing to find another opportunity in the future. Meanwhile, far away in the Cloud Village, the Raikage was furiously demolishing his office. Initially, upon receiving a report from Suzuki Taiga, he had been overjoyed to agree with the proposal, risking Taiga's exposure to bring back the unparalleled genius from the Hidden Leaf Village. However, what he had not anticipated was the arrival of the ninja sent to assist, bearing only the news of Taiga's failure on the mission and the possibility of his demise. This news ignited the Raikage's fury. Taiga's death not only meant the loss of a crucial intelligence operative, but also posed a grave risk of the vast amounts of intelligence and military secrets he possessed falling into the hands of the Leaf. Such a turn of events could severely jeopardize the frontline forces currently confronting the Leaf, potentially leading to catastrophic losses. After a bout of frustration, the 4th Raikage finally managed to regain his composure and coldly commanded, "Quickly notify the frontline commander, Sirai. Inform him that Suzuki Taiga is dead and that the deployment of forces at the front may have been compromised. Immediate adjustments to our defenses are necessary to guard against a potential surprise attack from Konoha." Watching the Umbu member, drenched in cold sweat, hastily depart to convey the orders, the 4th Raikage, seethed as he glanced at the disarray in his office. He sank to the floor and picked up the intelligence report on Uchiha Kinzuya sent by Suzuki Taiga, delving into its contents. In the report, Suzuki Taiga elaborated on Uchiha Kinzuya's prodigious talents, which reminded of his encounter with the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The extraordinary abilities of the latter had evoked both awe and fear. With the recent passing of Minato, it was precisely this urgency that drove the village of Kumogakure to act against Konoha, avowed that they could not allow Konoha to nurture another genius of equal caliber. He resolved, at all costs, to eliminate the threat before Kinzuya could fully develop his powers. With a fierce determination etched on his face, ordered, "Summon the H-Getsu brothers." Responding to the command, H-Getsu Kai-Ki and H-Getsu Kai-T swiftly appeared before the 4th Raikage. The 24-year-old twin brothers, both Ch-Nin, excelled in assassination. Their impeccable coordination and strategic acumen had enabled them to successfully complete numerous missions targeting high-profile adversaries while ensuring their own safe escape. In terms of assassination prowess, they were among the most formidable in the entire village. I looked at the seemingly ordinary brothers with satisfaction and gruffly stated, "I know you both are exceptionally skilled in assassination. I have a mission for you, one of great importance and peril. The twins exchanged a glance and calmly replied, "Please issue your orders, Lord Reikage. We will do our utmost to accomplish the task." With their acceptance, A handed them the intelligence report, his tone softening. "Very well. The child mentioned in this report is your target. Take a look at the details, and then we shall discuss the time frame needed to complete the mission." After carefully studying the report, the elder brother Getsukaiki inquired, "Lord Reikage, is this information from Lord Suzuki? Have we previously engaged with the target?" The Reikage, already simmering with anger, instinctively furrowed his brow at Kaiki's question. He forcibly suppressed his rising temper and replied in a low tone. Suzuki attempted to bring the child back once, but the mission failed. According to the Umbu reports, Suzuki may already be dead. What? Lord Suzuki is dead? The brothers gasped in disbelief at A's revelation, the news of Suzuki Taiga's demise striking them with profound shock. They had always idolized Suzuki Taiga, envying his elusive prowess, and had sought his guidance on assassination techniques. Thanks to Suzuki's mentorship, they had honed their skills to reach their current level of expertise. I have always believed that with Suzuki Taiga's capabilities, no one could possibly kill the Hayes brothers. Thus, the news of his demise came as a shock. Even the two individuals, known for their profound composure and calm demeanor, could not help but display their dismay. However, upon noticing the displeasure in Reikage's gaze, they quickly collected themselves, transitioning from shock to serenity. The Hayes brothers engaged in a hushed discussion before addressing Reikage, stating, "Lord Reikage, given that we have already undertaken an operation against our target, it is likely that Konoha has become alert. We believe it would be more prudent to execute this mission after some time." Upon finishing their statement, they noticed Reikage's unwavering gaze upon them, leading them to fall silent. Heads bowed in trepidation. Despite their fear, they resisted the urge to yield, understanding the gravity of their situation. With the cautionary tale of Suzuki Taiga in mind, they were acutely aware that proceeding to Konoha to assassinate Yuki Kanzuya at this juncture would be tantamount to self-destruction. The probability of accomplishing the mission was exceedingly low, and even if they succeeded, their survival would be improbable. They recognized the stark disparity between themselves and Suzuki Taiga. If he could not escape, their chances were even slimmer. Thus, they understood that their only opportunity lay in acting when Konoha's vigilance waned. Reikage, observing their fearful demeanor, exhaled deeply. He understood that the mission was not an urgent matter. No matter how gifted Yuki Kanzuya was, he could not transform overnight. Simultaneously, he acknowledged the complexity of the task, which was not easily achievable. Nevertheless, he felt an undeniable impatience to avenge Suzuki Taiga and exact a toll from Konoha. Reikage was not a heartless tyrant, and he would not recklessly send his subordinates to their doom out of anger. Realizing that this was not the ideal moment for assassination, he gruffly inquired, "So, when do you plan to act?" Relieved to see Reikage's temper tempering, the Hayes brothers inhaled deeply, conferred briefly, and feigned an air of confidence, stating, 3 months, my lord. If you grant us 3 months, we shall assuredly eliminate our target." Although uncertainty lingered within them, they felt compelled to project confidence, hoping to persuade Reikage of their capability to dispatch Yuki Kanzuya, thus securing the precious 3 months. Surely, killing a child would be a straightforward task. Perhaps Konoha would not regard him with much concern. This was the only solace they could find. Upon hearing their request for 3 months, Reikage initially hesitated. Yet the confident smiles of the Hayes brothers swayed him. He acquiesced to their proposal, thinking that as long as they could ensure Yuki Kanzuya's demise, a delay was acceptable. After assigning the task of assassinating Yuki Kanzuya to the Hayes brothers, Reikage felt a sense of relief and dismissed them, redirecting his attention to the ongoing war at the front lines. Upon exiting the imposing doors of the Reikage's office, the Hayes brothers wore expressions of dismay. The task of eliminating an individual shielded by the vigilant ninjas of Konohagakure was no simple endeavor, even if the target were a defenseless child. "Let us return and prepare ourselves. We shall infiltrate the village at the earliest opportunity, observing his habits and routines. With 3 months at our disposal, we shall surely find our chance," Hayes Kyoshi articulated in a grave tone. "Very well, for now, this is the only course we can pursue," Hayes Akira concurred. Unbeknownst to Yuki, who was under the scrutiny of numerous influential figures, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and dared not to relax even for a moment. Upon returning home, he immediately commenced his practice of chakra refinement and control techniques. With a strict limitation of 1 hour per day, the progress in these skills was slow, merely advancing by 0, 1 to 0, 2 daily. which suggested it might take 1 or 2 years to reach the coveted level of 100. However, Yuki did not allow himself to be overly anxious. Adhering to Yamashiro Keiko's guidance, he diligently practiced for an hour before resolutely halting, wary of overexerting himself and jeopardizing his health. After completing his chakra exercises, Yuki gazed at the skills displayed on his attribute panel and contemplated the merits of learning ninjutsu. Techniques akin to the body replacement technique could prove invaluable in critical moments. Resolute in his decision, Yuki resolved to inquire with Yamashiro Keiko the following day, hopeful to secure the opportunity to learn. Even if she, considering his tender age, declined to teach him, he could seek instruction from Yamashiro Kaichi. Given the prior kidnapping incident, Kaichi would likely encourage Yuki to acquire more ninjutsu skills, thus enhancing his means of self-defense. Moreover, Yuki required genuine shuriken from Kaichi, as the wooden replicas used for practice lacked lethality and were ineffective in combat. Having experienced a kidnapping, Yuki remained on high alert. Although he now had Inoue Chuan discreetly guarding him, he was eager to equip himself further. His life was a matter of personal responsibility. Before retiring for the night, he reflected on the day's achievements and remembered to visit the injured Kakashi the next day. He intended to express his gratitude to Inazukatsume and to gather information from Chuan regarding the ninjas who had perished during the recent mission. Though he felt powerless to repay them now, he resolved to keep their memories alive and seek ways to honor them in the future. As he pondered the growing list of his responsibilities, he gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Yuki was surprised to find Yamashiro Kaichi unusually at home for breakfast. It was rare for Kaichi, who had been exceedingly busy lately, to dine at home. Upon inquiry, Yuki learned that Kaichi had spent the previous night delving into the memories of Suzuki Taiga. Due to the overwhelming volume of information, he had only completed his task in the early hours of the day. Overjoyed by the wealth of intelligence acquired, the third Hokage generously granted Kaichi the day off for his efforts. Initially, Yuichiro was somewhat hesitant to impose upon the leisurely Sange Kaichi, who was enjoying a rare moment of respite by sipping tea in the courtyard. However, adhering to the principle of resourcefulness, Yuichiro promptly approached him for instruction on the three-body technique. This technique encompasses transformation technique, substitution technique, and clone technique. The transformation technique allows one to metamorphose into other beings or objects. The substitution technique facilitates an instantaneous exchange with plants or animals to evade attacks. And the clone technique generates shadow images of oneself using chakra. Upon learning that Yuichiro sought his guidance on ninjutsu, Sange Kaichi appeared genuinely delighted and eagerly began to elucidate the concepts. These three forms of ninjutsu are fundamental techniques, representing the foundational applications of chakra. Thus, they are relatively easy to discern for an experienced opponent. Sange Kaichi cautioned Yuichiro against excessive reliance on these techniques, as doing so could render him vulnerable to counterattacks from adversaries. Before delving into the teachings, Sange Kaichi issued a word of warning to Yuichiro. Isn't it sufficient to simply practice well, so that others cannot see through it? Yuichiro inquired, his curiosity piqued by Sange Kaichi's remarks. The latter gently shook his head and smiled, not quite. Each of these techniques possesses inherent flaws. For instance, the clone technique, being non-corporeal, can be easily discerned by special abilities such as Byakugan or Sharingan, rendering the chakra expended and the time spent on hand seals futile. The transformation technique suffers from similar shortcomings. It can also be effortlessly identified by Byakugan or Sharingan, and moreover, maintaining the transformation chakra while in combat is unfeasible. Thus, should your opponent harbor any suspicion, a mere action on their part would expose your true identity. Oh, I see. Then, Uncle Sange, what limitations does the substitution technique have? Inquisitively, Yuichiro pressed on regarding the technique that intrigued him the most. This ninjutsu, seemingly akin to spatial manipulation, appeared capable of effortlessly evading various attacks. Yet curiously fell into disuse in the later stages of the anime, leaving Yuichiro eager to uncover its flaws and constraints. Responding to Yuichiro's curiosity, Sange Kaichi chuckled. While the substitution technique seems formidable, it has two notable limitations. The first is the necessity to prepare an object imbued with one's chakra in advance to serve as a substitute. One cannot simply utilize any object at hand. After stating this, Sange Kaichi paused momentarily, adopting a serious expression as he continued. The second issue pertains to chakra consumption. The chakra required for the substitution technique is not a fixed quantity. It is significantly influenced by the distance of its use. If within 1 meter, a A Genin-level ninja can employ it with ease. However, at 2 meters, even a Nin-level chakra can only be utilized a few times. Once the distance exceeds 3 meters, even a Nin-level chakra may be exhausted in a single use. In a grave tone, Yamanaka spoke, having just outlined the shortcomings of the substitution technique. He gently patted Yuichiro's head and remarked with a smile, "Now you comprehend the limitations of the substitution technique, correct? In battles among high-ranking ninjas, various expansive ninjutsu are incessantly employed. When attempting to escape beyond a distance of 2 meters, the substitution technique consumes a considerable amount of chakra, while evading merely 1 or 2 meters proves almost futile. Thus, in the realm of elite ninja combat, the substitution technique is largely rendered obsolete." "Oh, I see. But, Uncle Yama, is there no way to reduce the chakra consumption of the substitution technique?" Yuichiro, undeterred by Nakamura's explanation, inquired earnestly. The principle of the substitution technique appears to be a greatly restricted spatial ninjutsu, similar to the Flying Thunder God technique, which utilizes a formula for positioning. However, the Flying Thunder God, despite being a spatial ninjutsu, does not incur the terrifying chakra expenditure associated with the increased distance of the substitution technique. This suggests that there must be a method to address the shortcomings of the substitution technique. Upon hearing Yuichiro's words, Nakamura was taken aback, having never considered the possibility of improving the substitution technique. When he first learned of the correlation between distance and chakra consumption, he was initially skeptical. However, after experiencing the sensation of chakra depletion, he ceased to dwell on the matter. Observing Yuichiro's inquisitive demeanor, Nakamura sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "I must admit, I haven't pondered that question. You might explore it yourself. Perhaps you will uncover something valuable. However, do keep an eye on your chakra levels. The feeling of depletion is quite unpleasant." After discussing the flaws of the substitution technique, the subsequent learning became straightforward, as these ninjutsu required only 3 hand seals. Once Nakamura completed his instruction, Yuichiro swiftly mastered them. Although Nakamura was irked by the fact that Yuichiro's transformation into him resulted in a 300-pound, unattractive version, he felt immense satisfaction with Yuichiro's performance and had resolved to teach him the secret arts of the Yama clan. Nonetheless, he deemed it necessary to consult with other family members regarding this matter. Although Nakamura regarded Yuichiro as a son, others might not share the same sentiment, as he did not bear the Yama surname. Yet, Nakamura felt confident in persuading his family. Within the Yama clan, the position of the clan leader was paramount, and there were no elders to impede his decisions. In truth, he had the authority to make the decision unilaterally, but he preferred to discuss it with his family members in advance and seek their opinions, even if it required some effort to persuade them. It was certainly preferable to acting unilaterally and causing discontent. Despite successfully acquiring 3 new skills, Yuichiro felt little excitement, perhaps due to the ease with which they were obtained. After practicing the 3 ninjutsu briefly, he could not help but address the contemplative Yama Nakamura, saying, "By the way, Uncle Yama, could you provide me with a few kunai? I would like to carry them with me, just in case I encounter someone like last time." Upon hearing the words of Yueqian Heya, Yamashita Kaichi was jolted from his reverie. With a swift motion, he drew forth 10 shurikens, handing them to Yueqian Heya while imparting a cautionary reminder. "These shurikens are quite sharp. Please exercise caution while handling them to avoid injuring yourself. Moreover, they must never be used against your companions, understand?" Although he was aware of Yueqian Heiya's maturity, Yamashita Kaichi felt compelled to issue a serious warning. "Rest assured, Uncle Yamashita. During my training, I typically use wooden shurikens. I will only deploy these when necessary," Yueqian Heya replied, winking at Yamashita Kaichi with a demeanor that suggested trustworthiness. Observing the youthful exuberance of Yueqian Heya, Yamashita Kaichi couldn't help but chuckle. "I've been quite busy lately and haven't had the chance to spend time with you. Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I could take you out this afternoon." But I plan to visit Senior Kakashi this afternoon. He sustained such severe injuries while saving me, and I wish to see him at the Konoha hospital." Yueqian Heya hesitated in his response. Upon hearing this, Yamashita Kaichi quickly replied, "Oh, then I shall accompany you. It's only right that we express our gratitude to him. I can manage on my own, Uncle Yamashita. I know the way to the Konoha hospital very well. You rarely have time off. You should stay home and spend time with Aunt Keiko and Ino." Knowing that Yamashita Kaichi had not been home in quite some time, Yueqian Heya hastily declined the offer. After a moment of contemplation, Yamashita Kaichi realized he hadn't spent quality time with his family in quite a while and agreed to let Yueqian Heya go to the Konoha hospital alone. Still, he expressed his concern, saying, "But please be cautious. Even within Konoha, it is not safe during wartime. We cannot know how many spies might be lurking around. Don't worry. Uncle Yamashita, a ninja named Inoue Chuan has assured me he will protect me while I am out." Yueqian Heya quickly mentioned the third Hokage's assignment of Inoue Chuan for his protection. "Oh, if Inoue is the one guarding you, then you should be just fine." Yamashita Kaichi, familiar with Inoue Chuan's reputation as a distinguished nin, smiled reassuringly. Throughout the morning, Yueqian Heya diligently practiced his skills, continuously seeking guidance from Yamashita Kaichi regarding the challenges he encountered during this period. As an elite nin, Yamashita Kaichi was more than capable of mentoring Yueqian Heya. With each question resolved, Yueqian Heya noticed a remarkable increase in his skill proficiency. For instance, his shuriken throwing skill surged by 51 points in just one morning, a rate of improvement previously unseen. However, upon reflection, Yueqian Heya understood the reason behind this rapid advancement. Having accumulated numerous questions during his prior training, the resolution of these doubts all at once resulted in significant progress. Additionally, Yamashita Kaichi had imparted several new techniques for throwing shurikens, making such swift improvement entirely reasonable. Even though Yueqian Heya recognized that such a pace of progress could not be sustained indefinitely, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He also grasped the importance of seeking assistance in clarifying doubts. Despite the existence of attribute panels, it was unwise to work in isolation without the guidance of others. Much like the art of shuriken throwing, Yueqian Heya has only mastered the fundamental techniques learned from Aoshi Guantian. These foundational methods enable the shuriken to fly faster, farther, and more accurately, yet fail to allow for any significant variation in its trajectory. Although Yueqian Heya can elevate a shuriken throwing to its utmost potential using these techniques, he cannot manipulate the shuriken's direction. However, after receiving guidance from Yamamoto Kaichi, he acquired a new throwing technique that permits the shuriken to execute a graceful arc in midair. This realization led Yueqian Heya to contemplate that achieving a skill's maximum level does not signify its perfection. It is akin to possessing potential avenues for further enhancement. One can indeed augment it with additional techniques to introduce more variation. Thus, while the attribute panel enables him to maximize the techniques he knows, acquiring new skills cannot be achieved through solitary contemplation alone. The most effective approach is to seek counsel from others. In the afternoon, Yueqian Heya set out, carrying a bouquet of carnations prepared by Yamamoto Keiko. "Brother Inoue, are you there?" he called out eagerly upon exiting the flower shop. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the stoic Inoue Chuan appeared before him, asking in a deep tone, "What is it? Do you need something?" The promptness of Inoue Chuan's appearance attested to his unwavering professionalism, which Yueqian Heya noted in his mind. "Brother Inoue, I wish to visit Kakashi at the hospital. Would you accompany me? I have some questions to ask," Yueqian Heya said in a gentle tone. Observing Yueqian Heya's earnest demeanor, Inoue Chuan hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Haha, that is wonderful. Thank you, Brother Inoue," Yueqian Heya exclaimed sweetly upon receiving Inoue Chuan's consent. Maintaining his usual expressionless visage, Inoue Chuan strolled ahead of Yueqian Heya, speaking in a calm manner. "Very well, let us proceed. Feel free to ask your questions, though I cannot guarantee I will have answers for all of them." "All right. Brother Inoue, I understand that 3 esteemed ninjas sacrificed themselves to save me. Could you tell me about them?" Yueqian Heya inquired directly, following closely behind Inoue Chuan. Inoue Chuan abruptly halted, a surge of anger igniting within him as he turned to glare at Yueqian Heya. Unfazed by his anger, Yueqian Heya gazed back with sincerity. Recognizing that Yueqian Heya did not intend to invoke painful memories intentionally, but still perplexed by the reason behind his inquiry, Inoue Chuan impatiently asked, "What do you wish to know about them?" Seeing that Inoue Chuan remained relatively composed, Yueqian Heya felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a heavy tone, he replied, "They perished in their efforts to save me, and I must remember them. When I am capable, I shall repay their sacrifice." After a steady gaze at the resolute Yueqian Heya, Inoue Chuan's tone softened considerably as he replied slowly, "You need not dwell on this. Their purpose was to protect the village. Regardless of who was taken, they would not have stood idly by. Furthermore, the third Hokage has already made arrangements for their affairs. So you need not worry. Even though Lord Hokage has made the arrangements, I must remember those who have aided me. If their families encounter difficulties in the future, I shall do all within my power to assist them." Yuichiro steadfastly gazed at Inoue, earnestly declaring, "Please, Inoue and I, Do share their circumstances with me. Inoue glanced at Yuichiro, hesitating for a moment. He then recalled the young ones who had made rapid progress under Yuichiro's guidance and considered that informing him about the situation of Taihei Tomi and the others might not be detrimental. Perhaps it could indeed be of assistance. After all, even if he remained silent, Yuichiro would eventually uncover this information through other means. Having contemplated this, Inoue calmly replied, "Very well, I shall share their circumstances with you. I am somewhat familiar with the situation as I have been handling their affairs." "Thank you, Inoue and I," Yuichiro said solemnly. Inoue paused momentarily, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and then walked ahead with a sense of melancholy, prompting Yuichiro to hastily follow. As if speaking to himself, Inoue continued. "The three of them are named Taihei Tomi, Shina Yuna, and Tsukikage Sarada. Yuna is an orphan, with no living relatives. Taihei Tomi has a son named Taihei Rinta, who has just entered the ninja academy and is currently under his mother's care. Sarada belongs to the Tsukikage clan and has a younger brother named Tsukikage Kaze." After conveying this weighty information, Inoue cast a complex glance at Yuichiro and thoughtfully remarked, "If you wish to repay them, then assist Taihei Rinta. His home is near the ninja academy." Upon hearing the information provided by Inoue, Yuichiro felt a heaviness in his heart. Once again confronted with the harsh realities of the Hokage world, the relentless wars had inflicted countless sufferings upon its people. No wonder the dreams of those great figures were to bring peace to this realm. "I understand, Inoue and I," Yuichiro said, his emotions tangled, unsure of how to respond to Inoue. He chose to keep the information about those individuals close to his heart. The atmosphere between them remained silent. However, over the past 2 days, Inoue's animosity towards Yuichiro had dissipated, recognizing that it was unreasonable to direct his grief over his teammates' deaths towards him. After walking for a while, feeling at a loss for words, Inoue retreated into the shadows, leaving Yuichiro to jog alone towards the Konoha hospital. "Ah, little one, who are you looking for?" A charming nurse, captivated by the adorable boy, noticed Yuichiro before he could speak and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, sister. I am looking for Kakashi. Could you tell me which ward he is in?" Yuichiro, having played near the Konoha hospital frequently, was quite familiar with the surroundings and went directly to the front desk with a smile. "Kakashi, you say? I happen to know where he is. Let me take you there," the nurse replied eagerly, her demeanor suggesting that she would be quite insistent if he were to decline her offer. With a hint of surprise, Yueqian Heya also gazed at the enthusiastic nurse, his lips twitching slightly as he spoke. The spirited nurse took Yueqian Heya by the hand and led him to Kakashi's hospital room, departing with an air of reluctance. Glancing back multiple times as if eagerly awaiting a chance for Kakashi to express discomfort, thus granting her an excuse to linger in the ward. Observing keenly, Yueqian Heya noticed that as the nurse opened the door, Kakashi was hastily shoving something beneath the bed, likely some sort of adult literature. It seemed that Kakashi had not yet developed the audacity of later years to openly indulge in such material. Yueqian Heya mused darkly. "Kakashi brother, I am Yueqian Heya, the child you saved yesterday. I came to see you," Yueqian Heya said with a smile, noticing Kakashi, whose upper body was wrapped in bandages and whose cheeks bore a faint blush. "These are flowers for you. Allow me to arrange them," he added. As Kakashi appeared momentarily distracted, without waiting for a response, Yueqian Heya found a vase and placed the carnations he had brought by the window of the room. Clearing his throat, Kakashi curiously observed Yueqian Heya's bustling activity, coughed lightly to steady his racing heart post-embarrassment, and in a neutral tone asked, "Are you the child from yesterday? You're not injured, are you?" "Thank you for your concern. I am quite well." "And you, Kakashi brother?" Yueqian Heya inquired. Looking intently at him, Kakashi scrutinized Yueqian Heya and noted his lively demeanor, confirming he was indeed unharmed. He dismissed his own injuries with a calm tone, stating, "I'm fine as well. A few days in the hospital will suffice." What puzzled Yueqian Heya was the absence of Inoue Chuan, who had accompanied him. However, upon reflection, it was likely Kakashi had yet to learn of the demise of his two subordinates, which explained Inoue Chuan's avoidance, perhaps to evade any inquiries from Kakashi regarding their mission. Since it was evident that Kakashi remained unaware of Shina Yuna and Tsukikage Sarada's fate, Yueqian Heya prudently chose not to broach the topic, steering clear of unnecessary complications. After expressing his gratitude to Kakashi, he found the conversation dwindling and took his leave, heading towards Inuzuka's pet hospital. The ever-enthusiastic Hakurei, following closely, began to frolic, his long tongue lolling as he dashed about. In a gesture of appreciation, knowing that Inuzuka had a young pup named Inuzuka, Yueqian Heya purchased several toys along the way as gifts. Upon entering the pet hospital behind Hakudiai, he spotted Inuzuka cradling Inuzuka and greeted her warmly. And Inuzuka, I've come to see you. Inuzuka always welcomed Yueqian Heya with joy. Her face lit up upon seeing him. Embracing Inuzuka, she exclaimed heartily, he also. You frightened me yesterday. Thankfully, Hakudiai is clever and thought to come find me right away. Hearing her words, Hakudiai squinted at Yueqian Heya, barking proudly, seemingly urging him to offer compliments. Yueqian Heya knelt down to gently caress the neck of Baidi, providing it with a soothing massage, and cheerfully remarked, I truly owe my gratitude to both you and Auntie yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been utterly lost. He continued, however, you must keep this a secret and not divulge it to Annie Huizi, for she remains unaware of these events. Very well, this shall be our little secret. I shall not breathe a word to Huizi, Inuzuka Joie declared with a resonant voice. Yueqian Heya then presented a plush toy shaped like a dog along with a rattle, smiling as he said, Annie Inuzuka, this is a gift for you. This marked Yueqian Heya's first encounter with Inuzuka, as he had not seen him during his previous visit to the pet hospital. Inuzuka Joie graciously accepted the gift without hesitation, eagerly shaking the rattle in front of Inuzuka, who responded with gleeful laughter, reaching out with his tiny hands to snatch the rattle. As the rattle was placed into Inuzuka's hands, Inuzuka Joie smiled and said, Heya, you truly adores your gift. I am delighted to hear that. I sincerely hope he grows up swiftly so we can play together. Yueqian Heya replied with exuberance. Oh, that's still quite some time away. It will be several years before that happens. Just promise me, Heya, you won't bully ya, Inuzuka Joie teased. Yueqian Heya quickly waved his hands and assured with a proud demeanor, Annie Inuzuka, I would never bully ya. In fact, I won't allow anyone else to bully him either. I am the eldest among several children. Haha, is that so? I never imagined you could be such a formidable leader at such a young age. Inuzuka Joie laughed heartily. Of course, I will teach them many things. And by the time Ya is a bit older, we will undoubtedly be even more capable, ensuring his safety. You need not worry, Andy, Yueqian Heya vowed earnestly. Observing his spirited demeanor, Inuzuka Joie chuckled. All right then, Andy believes you. Once he is older, I shall let him play with you. Inuzuka Joie's vivacious and carefree nature made Yueqian Heya feel at ease in her presence. However, he knew better than to bring up Inuzuka Hana, for her mention would surely evoke a fearful reaction from Inuzuka Joie. After an extended stay at the pet hospital, where he frolicked with Baidi and the other animals, Yueqian Heya felt a significant alleviation of the pressures imposed by Yunrun, leaving him in high spirits. Returning home in the evening, he was summoned to the backyard by Yamamoto Kaichi, who assessed his mastery of the three bodies technique. Satisfied that he had not forgotten the method, he released him. Following his acquisition of the three bodies technique, Yueqian Heya realized that he would need to revise his chakra training regimen. He decided to temporarily set aside his chakra control techniques to focus on mastering the three bodies technique. Nonetheless, Yueqian Heya speculated that his proficiency in chakra refinement and control would naturally improve during the practice of the three bodies technique. However, without practical experience, he remained uncertain about the rate of advancement. Having made plans with his companions to teach them the horse stance punch and swordsmanship, Yueqian Heya promptly set out after dinner. Filled with enthusiasm, he first inspected the bamboo swords brought by Takiko Mutu and found them to be of satisfactory quality. He then commenced the instruction of the punch technique. All right, let us begin with the horse stance punch. Those who have chosen this technique, please gather around. While those interested in swordsmanship may observe for now, feel free to join in if you wish to learn. The eager youngsters, having awaited this moment impatiently, quickly formed two lines under the guidance of Qingdao Hirota. As the horse stance punch is fundamental, Yueqian Heya found it quite straightforward to teach. He first demonstrated the entire movement 3 times, then broke it down for further explanation. Afterward, he encouraged the children to attempt the punch themselves, providing individual feedback on their errors and shortcomings, guiding them to practice the correct motions. Once he entrusted Hirota to assist with the punch training, Yueqian Heya turned his attention to the swordsmanship students. Instructing in swordsmanship proved to be considerably more complex. The practice of soft bone technique, footwork, and sword techniques had to progress in tandem. Yueqian Heya pondered whether these young ones could endure the rigors of the soft bone technique, which is foundational for learning swordsmanship. Thus, he decided to simplify the version passed down from his teacher, Miyamoto Musashi. opting not to overwhelm them with all 48 movements at once, but rather to allow them to master the first 8 before progressing further. Although this approach might diminish the effectiveness of the soft bone technique, it would significantly reduce the difficulty, making it more feasible for the children to persist in their practice. Observing the delighted youngsters brandishing their bamboo swords, Yueqian He chuckled to himself, thinking they would soon discover the challenges ahead. All right, everyone, please place your swords here for now. We won't be using them just yet, he said with a smile, gathering the 6 children together. The swordsman wields dual blades, sharp and dangerous, capable of inflicting harm from every angle, thus regarded as the king of weapons, emulating his own teacher's instructional style. Yueqian He began to elucidate the essentials of swordsmanship before seamlessly transitioning to the soft bone technique. The soft bone technique, a remarkable secret art taught to me by my master Miyamoto Musashi, allows the body to bend and stretch at will, he boasted, demonstrating several challenging movements that left the children in awe. Upon hearing about the secret art and witnessing Yueqian Heya's astonishing maneuvers, the children's excitement surged, and they became eager to begin their learning journey. Sensing their complete captivation, Yueqian He enticingly remarked, though mastering the soft bone technique may involve some discomfort, once learned, it is incredibly powerful and serves as the foundation for swordsmanship. So, what do you say? Are you interested in learning? Master, you are truly remarkable. Please teach us quickly, exclaimed the charming Ando Nariko, raising her small fist to her chest, her voice as melodious as a lark, witnessing the awe-inspiring performance of Ekizen Ryoma. Even the typically reticent and composed Aoki Yuichi appeared inexplicably excited, grateful for his choice of kendo, his fist clenched tightly in eager anticipation. Ekizen Ryoma surveyed the impatient young ones before directing his attention to the often overlooked Oki Yuichi, offering him an encouraging glance and proclaiming, "Then Yuichi, why don't you lead the way for your friends?" Aoki Yuichi, having been singled out by Ekizen, felt a wave of surprise wash over him. Although he was among the earliest to know Ekizen, his reserved nature meant that their conversations could be counted on one hand. Nevertheless, Aoki Yuichi's admiration and affection for Ekizen were no less than anyone else's, though he had always kept these feelings deeply hidden. While watching his friends laugh and play, he stood quietly on the sidelines, reveling in their joy. Aoki Yuichi, an orphan currently living with his uncle, faced unkindness from his aunt, which fostered a profound sense of insecurity within him. However, upon encountering Ekizen, he discovered a genuine warmth in the way Ekizen treated them as if they were his own siblings. Even the sensitive Aoki Yuichi had never perceived any disdain or annoyance in Ekizen's gaze, only a kind and encouraging warmth. In the presence of Ekizen, the lonely Aoki Yuichi felt a long-lost comfort, and with Ekizen's guidance, he gradually integrated more fully with his peers, improving his relationships with them. Under Ekizen's mentorship, he made significant progress, and his feelings of inferiority began to wane. Thus, Aoki Yuichi held a deep-seated gratitude for Ekizen in his heart. "All right, master." Initially hesitant when addressed by Ekizen to take the lead, Aoki Yuichi's resolve strengthened upon meeting Ekizen's encouraging gaze. "Go for it, Yuichi. Don't let us down. I'm eager to be the first to learn." Ando Nariko, though slightly disheartened by Ekizen's choice of Aoki Yuichi, still cheered him on. "You can do it, Aoki-kun. I believe in you." Another young friend chimed in. Feeling the genuine support from his friends, Aoki Yuichi's eyes glistened with emotion as he firmly declared, "I will learn diligently. You can all count on me." Subsequently, placing his complete trust in Ekizen, Aoki Yuichi devoted himself entirely to fulfilling Ekizen's requests, enduring the pain and sweat without complaint. Yueqian Heya was immensely satisfied with Aoki Yuichi's performance. Having personally endured the agony of mastering the soft bone technique, he profoundly understood the torment that Aoki Yuichi was currently experiencing. Although Yueqian Heya had diminished the intensity of the training, such suffering was not something an ordinary child could endure with grit. "Hang in there, Yuichi. You're almost there," he encouraged, his heart wavering as he observed Aoki Yuichi gritting his teeth in pain. Upon completing all 8 movements, Aoki Yuichi felt his entire body tremble, his undergarments soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. "How did I do, boss?" he asked anxiously. After gritting his teeth for so long, he discovered a bitter taste in his mouth, tinged with the metallic flavor of blood. "You performed exceptionally well, far better than I did when I learned the soft bone technique. Haha," Yueqian Heya said, his heart skipping a beat as he noticed blood seeping through Aoki Yuichi's teeth. He firmly patted Yuichi's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Yueqian Heya had chosen Aoki Yuichi to be the first precisely because he recognized Yuichi's unwavering determination. He was not a person prone to surrender. Perhaps due to his inner insecurities, Aoki Yuichi always yearned to prove himself, to demonstrate that he was not inferior to others. Now, having received Yueqian Heya's validation, a radiant smile finally graced Aoki Yuichi's face. Yuichi, you were sweating profusely while performing those movements, and your expression looked agonizing. Was it really that difficult? Asked Ando Nariko, her tone laced with apprehension. It was manageable. Look, I completed them all, didn't I? Aoki Yuichi replied, not wanting to instill fear or discouragement in his friends. Really? Though skeptical of Aoki Yuichi's words, Nariko, unwilling to be outdone, timidly inquired, Boss, can I go second? Absolutely. If Yuichi can do it, I'm certain you can too. Since someone has volunteered, I wholeheartedly agree, Yueqian Heya encouraged. Once Ando Nariko began her practice of the soft bone technique, she realized just how challenging the movements truly were. However, inspired by Aoki Yuichi's example, she refused to concede defeat. Fortunately, with her naturally supple physique, Ando Nariko persevered through tears and cries of pain, ultimately completing all 8 movements under Yueqian Heya's encouragement. With 2 successful completions, the courage of the remaining children surged, each eager to face the trials set forth by Yueqian Heya. This was precisely the outcome Yueqian Heya had envisioned. As long as the first individual could endure to the end, the others would be less inclined to give up easily. The competitive spirit among the children was robust, as they would never wish to fall short in comparison to their companions. This was also the reason Yueqian Heya had chosen Aoki Yuichi to go first. After spending these days together, he held high hopes for Yuichi, recognizing his steadfast will and considerable talent. With proper guidance, this reticent child was destined to shine brilliantly in the future. Today, everyone performed admirably, particularly the one on the far right, who set a commendable example for all. After instructing the 6 little ones, Yuichiro realized that time was slipping away. With a smile, he remarked, All right, it's getting late. Let us conclude today's practice. Please take a moment to rest before heading home. As Yuichiro observed the little ones gathering in small groups to converse after hearing his words, he was suddenly reminded of the late Chunin, Taihei Fuji, and his son, Taihei Ryota. Ryota had recently entered the Ninja Academy, likely in the same cohort as Hirota Aoki. Yuichiro pondered whether Aoki was acquainted with him. With this thought in mind, Yuichiro called Aoki over and gently inquired, Aoki, do you know someone from your class named Taihei Ryota? Taihei Ryota? I don't believe I've heard of him, Aoki replied, tilting his head in contemplation, uncertainty evident in his voice. Boss, there are so many students at the academy. Aside from those in our class, I only recognize a few who are quite famous. Aoki scratched the back of his head before curiously asking, Are you looking for him for some reason? If you want to find him, I can ask around in other classes. I'm sure we can locate him. Yuichiro considered this for a moment before responding earnestly. Then I'll entrust this task to you. Remember, his father has just passed away, so please be particularly kind toward him. It would be best if you could become friends and bring him into our circle. Upon hearing Yuichiro's request, the young Aoki reflected on the sadness that Taihei Ryota must be feeling after losing his father and resolutely assured, Don't worry, boss. I will definitely become good friends with him. Thank you. I appreciate it, Yuichiro said, giving Aoki's shoulder a reassuring pat. Ha ha ha, no need for thanks, boss. I recently defeated Uchiha Nagao in a practical exercise, and now I'm something of a celebrity at school. Making friends will be a piece of cake. Aoki replied with pride, his enthusiasm bubbling over. Seeing Aoki's self-satisfied demeanor, Yuichiro playfully teased, I suppose many girls must fancy you now? Hee, indeed, boss. They admire me greatly, and some even wish to have me as their mentor. However, I've turned them down, Aoki laughed heartily, reveling in his own accomplishments. Aoki, one must never become complacent. When you believe yourself to be truly formidable, that is precisely when you risk being surpassed by others, Yuichiro advised sagely, observing Aoki's overconfidence. Uchiha Nagao was previously defeated by you due to his overconfidence. You wouldn't want to find yourself in a position to be bested by him again, would you? As if struck by a wake-up call, Aoki's previously buoyant expression faded, and he anxiously asked, Boss, what should I do? Quite simply, do not dwell on Uchiha Nagao, who you have already surpassed. Set your sights further ahead. The Chunin you aspire to become is an excellent target. Observing the troubled Qingdao Guangtian, who feared being surpassed by Uchiha Chaolong, Yueqian, he also spoke with a confident demeanor. Thus, you must continue to train diligently as you did before. learning and progressing alongside so many companions. Do not allow your own complacency to let them overtake you. I believe that Uchiha Changlong will no longer be your rival in the future. Is that true, boss? It seemed that the reputation of the Uchiha clan weighed heavily on Qingdao Guangtian's mind as he inquired with a hint of uncertainty after Yueqian Heya's encouragement. Yueqian He lightly tapped the head of this hesitant young lad and boldly asserted, "If you do not believe in yourself, at least trust in me. I can make you stronger than him now and ensure you remain superior." Haha, with your words, I feel reassured. Qingdao Guangtian seemed to be invigorated, as though infused with new energy by Yueqian Heya's encouragement, and he joyfully declared, "Rest assured, boss, I will work even harder. I do not wish to be surpassed by my friends." After arranging matters concerning Daping Lingtai and advising the somewhat overconfident Qingdao Guangtian, Yueqian He returned home contentedly. A few days later, Yueqian He encountered the timid Daping Lingtai. Perhaps it was due to the recent loss of his father, or perhaps the boy was naturally shy. But he kept retreating behind Qingdao Guangtian when introduced. It was remarkable how quickly Qingdao Guangtian had befriended him and managed to coax him out of his shell. "Lingtai, you need not be afraid. This is my boss, whom I mentioned to you. He is incredibly kind and has taught me martial arts and shuriken throwing, which is how I was able to defeat Uchiha Changlong," Qingdao Guangtian said kindly, smiling at the apprehensive Daping Lingtai. "Hello, you must be Daping Lingtai. I have heard about you from Guangtian. Would you like to join us and play?" Yueqian He approached Daping Lingtai, feigning ignorance of his identity as Daping Fujin's son, and inquired with a warm and pleasant tone that naturally eased the boy's wariness. Upon hearing Yueqian He's words, the anxious Daping Lingtai glanced at Qingdao Guangtian and, with his support, gently nodded in agreement to stay and play. "Then let Guangtian show you around a bit to familiarize yourself with the other children," Yueqian He suggested. Observing Daping Lingtai's reluctance, he then turned to Qingdao Guangtian and asked, "What do you think, Guangtian?" "Absolutely, boss. Leave Lingtai to me. I will take good care of him," Qingdao Guangtian eagerly replied. Then turning to Daping Lingtai, he said, "Come on, Lingtai, don't be nervous. There is nothing to be afraid of here. You are the oldest child among us." Daping Lingtai looked around and noticed that indeed, all the other children were quite young and happily playing, with few paying him any attention. Gradually, he began to relax. "Guangtian, who is this older brother? Can you introduce us?" Upon seeing a stranger child brought by Aoki Hirota, Ando Noriko, filled with curiosity, approached with a few of her friends, her voice as melodious as that of a lark. Observing the gathering of girls, the bashful Otera Rinta hastily concealed himself behind Aoki Hirota, stealing glances at the young ladies with a curious gaze. Recognizing Ando Noriko, Aoki Hirota promptly introduced him, saying, "This is Otera Rinta, my friend, albeit a bit shy, haha. What is there to be afraid of?" Ando Noriko initially pouted in discontent, her lips curling in an adorable manner, before smiling brightly and adding, "Hello, I am Ando Noriko. It's a pleasure to meet you." With the encouragement of Aoki Hirota and Ando Noriko, Otera Rinta managed to integrate rather smoothly, which also brought a sigh of relief to Weichi Kinzuya, who had been observing him. As long as he devoted himself to training and grew stronger, he could live well, thus providing some semblance of closure for Otera Tomi, who had perished because of him. On December 23rd, 48th year of the Leaf Village, under clear skies, time flowed like a river, and a month passed swiftly. After the turmoil of the Cloud Ninja abduction incident, Weichi Kinzuya returned to a tranquil life, diligently practicing his skills daily, teaching the younger ones martial arts, and caring for the increasingly growing Koine. His life was orderly and fulfilling. Beneath this calm exterior, however, Weichi Kinzuya's strength underwent a remarkable transformation. On a rare day off, Yamamoto Kaichi was persuaded by Weichi Kinzuya to engage in a practical training session in the backyard. "Uncle Yamamoto, be careful, I'm coming," Weichi Kinzuya shouted, akin to a young tiger's first roar, and in an instant, he hurled 3 shuriken from his hand. Interestingly, the 3 shuriken flew along entirely distinct trajectories. One flew straight, aimed directly at Yamamoto Kaichi's chest. Another traced a graceful arc, circling to strike the area behind Kaichi, and the third one, peculiarly, vanished from Kaichi's sight 3 meters away from Weichi Kinzuya. Initially expecting merely a playful spar, Yamamoto Kaichi was taken aback at the sight of Weichi Kinzuya's shuriken being released. Caught off guard, he reacted just in time to see the first shuriken hurtling toward him. Nevertheless, as an elite jonin of the Leaf Village, he quickly regained his composure. Retreating swiftly while drawing his own shuriken, successfully deflecting Yueqi Kanzuya's projectile. However, as if anticipating his position, Yueqi Kanzuya's second shuriken was already en route. Yamamoto Kaichi nimbly tilted his head to evade the second attack. To his horror, the third shuriken, which he had most diligently avoided, suddenly reappeared, flying directly toward the spot where his head had just been, as though he had unwittingly offered it his own head to collide with. With a cold sweat breaking out, Yamamoto Kaichi swiftly unleashed his chakra, launching Yueqi Kanzuya's third shuriken away from him. In the mountains, Yamamoto cast a solemn glance at Kanzuya Uchida, who stood motionless after launching his shuriken. Upon completing his throw, Kanzuya merely stood there, wearing a broad smile as he observed Yamamoto's reaction. "Kanzuya, do you wish to take your uncle's life?" Yamamoto remarked, exasperation evident as he noticed the mocking expression on Kanzuya's face. "How could I, Uncle Yamamoto? I am fully aware of your formidable prowess. With my strength, it is impossible for a shuriken to harm you, which is precisely why I exerted my utmost effort." Kanzuya replied, grinning at the flustered Yamamoto. His intent was to capture Yamamoto's attention right from the start. Yamamoto found himself at a loss against Kanzuya, ultimately. His predicament stemmed from his own carelessness. Kanzuya had indeed issued a warning prior to his attack, yet it had failed to register in Yamamoto's mind. Little did Yamamoto anticipate that, merely a month later, Kanzuya's shuriken throwing prowess would reach such a level. "Uncle Yamamoto, let us continue. I have never engaged in a real battle before, and I hope you can provide me with guidance. After our earlier exchanges, I trust you will take this more seriously and not treat it as mere child's play," Kanzuya expressed with earnestness. "Very well, then unleash all your skills." "You little rascal. You nearly embarrassed me," Yamamoto chuckled, feigning ferocity as he grit his teeth. "But if you fail to satisfy me, I shall impose a stern punishment. Then you best be cautious, for I am about to strike." Ignoring Yamamoto's jest, Kanzuya drew two shuriken, launching one to the left and the other to the right, before charging at Yamamoto wielding a bamboo short sword. Prepared, Yamamoto easily evaded the shuriken and countered with one of his own. Having focused most of his energy on other skills, Kanzuya's swordsmanship remained rudimentary, only practiced occasionally while assisting his friends. Nevertheless, his fundamental techniques were progressing steadily, and when employed with the agility of an antelope, they appeared commendable. Although Yamamoto found the engagement manageable, he could not help but marvel at Kanzuya's innate talent, considering he had only been training for 2 months. Kanzuya understood that his skills posed no real threat to Yamamoto, yet he knew that Yamamoto would remain defensive, pointing out his shortcomings, allowing him to showcase his abilities without the fear of inflicting harm. Seizing the opportunity, Kanzuya unleashed his repertoire of techniques: swordplay, horse stance punches, shuriken throws, culminating in a well-timed substitution technique to evade Yamamoto's counterattack, startling him in the process. Kanzuya continued until he was breathless, finally pausing to exclaim, "Phew, Uncle Yamamoto, you truly are remarkable. I find myself utterly helpless against you." Utterly at a loss, Ekizen Nanjiro hastily offered his compliments. "Indeed, of course," Yamamoto Kaichi replied with a cheerful laugh. His joy stemmed not from triumphing over Ekizen Nanjiro, but rather from witnessing the latter's remarkable aptitude for learning. "With your current capabilities, your ability to flee is commendable, which allows me to feel more at ease," Yamamoto Kaichi continued, his voice turning somber as he spoke earnestly. "However, should you encounter another assault, do not attempt to be brave. Given your strength, if someone is intent on harming you, they could easily overpower you with your own kunai, leaving you only capable of inflicting minor injuries in return." "I understand, Uncle Yamamoto. If I face an attack, I will flee at the first opportunity and leave the adversaries to Kakashi and the others," Ekizen Nanjiro replied with a smile. Half a month prior, the recovered Kakashi had taken over Inoue Kawa's role as Ekizen Nanjiro's bodyguard. Yet, observing Kakashi's recent despondency, devoid of any anger, it was evident that he had learned of the demise of 2 comrades. Once a youthful genius, Kakashi had been relentlessly beset by the deaths of family, friends, and mentors. Each time Ekizen Nanjiro beheld him, he felt as if Kakashi was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the weight of his grief. As Yamamoto Kaichi watched the recuperating Ekizen Nanjiro, he smiled and remarked, "Nanjiro, I see you have made considerable progress with the body flicker technique. How about I teach you a ninjutsu in a couple of days?" "Really? Is that true, Uncle Yamamoto?" Upon hearing Yamamoto Kaichi's words, Ekizen Nanjiro immediately inquired with excitement. "What ninjutsu will you teach me?" "Don't rush. The details of the ninjutsu shall remain a secret for now, Yamamoto Kaichi said, delighting in Ekizen Nanjiro's eagerness. Continue to practice the body flicker technique diligently these next few days, and you will find out in due time. Although Yamamoto Kaichi ultimately did not reveal the specific ninjutsu he intended to teach, Ekizen Nanjiro was already filled with anticipation. Surely, a technique worthy of being spoken of with pride by an elite jonin like Yamamoto Kaichi would be anything but ordinary. With a cheerful heart, Ekizen Nanjiro pondered the possible ninjutsu he might learn from Yamamoto Kaichi while reviewing his attribute panel to assess the fruits of his labor. Ekizen Nanjiro. Date of birth, July 13th. Konoha year 45. Age, 3 years and 5 months. Stamina, 583. Strength, 216. Speed, 503. Ninjutsu, 1162. Chakra, 456. Spirit, 1368. Skills 1. One-handed hand seals, proficiency 42.2. Regular script calligraphy, proficiency 88.3. Sword intent, proficiency 16.4. Soft bone technique, proficiency 105. Basic footwork, proficiency 2126. Basic sword technique, proficiency 124.7. Kunai throwing, Shi blade, proficiency 12.8. Chakra refinement technique, proficiency 53.9. Chakra control technique, proficiency 58.10. Horse stance punch, proficiency 564.11. Shadow clone technique, proficiency 560.12. Substitution technique, proficiency 602.13. Transformation technique, proficiency 591. A month has passed, and Yueki has made remarkable progress. Aside from his uncertainty on how to enhance his sword intent, all his attributes and skill proficiencies have seen significant improvement. And he has even developed 2 new skills, kunai throwing and soft bone technique. Building upon kunai throwing, Yueki has devised a new skill, Shi blade, which is a technique allowing the kunai to vanish mid-flight during his 3rd throw against Yamashiro Kaichi. In his quest to make his kunai silently lethal, Yueki sought counsel from Yamashiro Kaichi multiple times, experimenting with various throwing techniques while considering factors such as how to conceal the kunai from the enemy's line of sight. After continuous refinement, he successfully upgraded his kunai throwing, drawing inspiration from the Tao Te Ching, where what is unseen is called Yi and what is unheard is termed Shi. He named his stealthy projectile skill Shi blade. However, the current incarnation of Shi blade remains far from perfection. The kunai only disappears from a single enemy's field of vision for a brief moment, approximately 3 meters after release. The kunai vanishes from sight but reappears after flying an additional 2 or 3 meters. Consequently, experienced opponents can easily deduce the kunai's location and its ultimate target from its trajectory, making it effective only in rare circumstances. Yueki is contemplating further improvements to his throwing techniques to enhance the stealth and efficacy of Shi blade. Meanwhile, he has just attained a proficiency of 100 in the soft bone technique. Although he has already devised a plan for its subsequent upgrades, he has yet to implement it. While Yueki revels in his newfound strength, 2 unexpected visitors arrive at the entrance of Konohagakure. "Who are you?" inquired Uchiha Kentai, a member of the Konoha Guard, meticulously interrogating each individual wishing to enter the village. At that moment, he halted a caravan led by 2 unremarkable, yet strikingly similar merchants, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, who were scrutinized intently as he questioned them. Following the recent abduction incident involving Yueki, although the 3rd Hokage did not penalize the Uchiha clan responsible for the guard duties, he did sternly reprimand the leader of the guard, Uchiha Fugaku. After this incident, the Uchiha clan, feeling a loss of face, elevated the security measures in Konoha to several levels. Each security officer was compelled to remain vigilant, and such diligence naturally yielded commendable results, as they apprehended numerous spies sent by other nations lurking within Konoha. With their newfound accolades, the Uchiha clan became even more proactive, fervently seeking to secure greater achievements to stabilize their precarious standing within the village. Following the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha clan, already viewed with suspicion, had been severely marginalized. Their clan's residence was relegated to the outskirts of the village, constantly under the scrutiny of Konoha's higher echelons. "Greetings, esteemed sir. We are mere merchants from the land of grass, wishing to sell our goods in Konoha and procure local specialties to take back with us," the disguised merchant, Nagasaka Kiyoshi, said, gesturing towards several laden carts behind him, bowing and scraping before the security officer Uchiha Kenta. "Merchants?" Uchiha Kenta queried with skepticism, adopting an imperious tone. Have you visited Konoha before? This is our first visit, Nagasaka Kiyoshi quickly responded, adopting a look of feigned despair as he continued. My brother and I have been trading between the land of grass and the land of earth, but after our defeat at the hands of the land of fire, we were expelled and the borders were closed. After much deliberation, we decided to venture into the prosperous land of fire in hopes of finding a means of survival. Pleased to hear favorable remarks about the land of fire, Uchiha Kenta felt a swell of pride. As the Uchiha clan had played a significant role in the conquest of the rock village during the war. After thorough questioning and inspection, with no suspicious elements uncovered, Uchiha Kenta granted Nagasaka Kiyoshi permission to enter the village, albeit with personnel assigned to monitor his group. The composed Nagasaka brothers did not allow their smooth entry into the village to inflate their egos. For the following days, they diligently explored the shops within Konoha, selling their wares while also acquiring local specialties, behaving like any ordinary merchant eager for business. Following the tradition, after 3 days of surveillance without any findings, the Konoha ninjas lifted their watch over the Nagasaka brothers. After a few more days, confident that they were no longer being closely observed, the brothers revealed their true intentions. While meticulously maintaining their faade as merchants, they began covertly tracking the daily movements of Uchiha Sasuke, gathering intelligence. By chance, they discovered Kakashi, who had been secretly protecting Sasuke, inadvertently exposing the vigilance surrounding him. Unfazed by this revelation, the two brothers remained calm, patiently awaiting an opportunity to exploit any lapses in the protective detail, as well as identifying suitable locations for assassination where Sasuke frequently traversed. The infiltrated Nagasaka brothers meticulously monitored Sasuke's daily habits, confirming his travel patterns, and also noted his instruction of other children in their training. Observing the remarkable progress of the children, the two brothers could not help but marvel in silence, deeply impressed by the prowess of Yueqian Heya. They found it hard to believe that the rapid advancement of these children stemmed solely from their association with the prodigious Yueqian Heya. The Heya's brothers, feeling a sense of urgency, began to understand why Suzuki Taiha would risk everything to abduct Yueqian Heya. True to their reputation as elite assassins, the brothers executed their disguise flawlessly, managing to gather intelligence on Yueqian Heya without even a hint of suspicion from Kakashi. Consequently, Yueqian Heya remained blissfully unaware of the Heya's brothers' activities during this time, as he was wholly engrossed in anticipation of the ninjutsu that Yamashiro Kaichi was set to impart to him. On the night of December 28th, 48th year of Konoha, as New Year's Eve approached, Yueqian Heya experienced the first snowfall of his life in the world of Hokage. A vast expanse of white enveloped the earth, with snowflakes cascading down like feathers, transforming the entire Konoha village into a fairy tale realm. The White Emperor, witnessing snow for the first time, was exhilarated. Frolicking exuberantly in the snow, his once sleek black nose adorned with flakes, and his white coat completely obscuring any trace of black, resembling a lively snowball. Inspired by the White Emperor's delight, Yueqian Heya plunged into the snowy landscape, playfully chasing and frolicking, casting aside the burdens of stress and anxiety that had accumulated over time. Even Kakashi, who typically remained aloof and only revealed himself at Yueqian Heya's call, could not resist appearing amidst the enchanting scenery. Standing solitary and regal atop a high roof, gazing into the distance like a lone goose, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Keiko stood under the flower shop's eaves, cradling Ino in her arms, her brow slightly furrowed in concern as she watched Yueqian Heya revel in the snow, fearing he might catch a cold in the frigid weather. In contrast, Ino, nestled in her mother's embrace, was devoid of such worries. She clapped her hands joyfully, laughing at the swirling snowflakes and the playful antics of Yueqian Heya and the White Emperor, eagerly leaning out to witness the spectacle. It was clear that as she grew older, she would become less inclined to remain in her mother's arms. At that moment, within the ancestral hall of the Yamashiro clan, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Following his promise to teach Yueqian Heya ninjutsu, Yamashiro Kaichi swiftly convened the clan's decision-makers to discuss the matter of imparting the clan's secret techniques to Yueqian Heya. The Yamashiro clan was among the prominent families in Konoha, comprising several hundred members, yet only a select few held decision-making power, excluding those on missions or otherwise engaged. All relevant individuals had gathered in the ancestral hall. Having elaborated on Yueqian Heya's circumstances, Kaichi calmly inquired, "I propose we bestow our clan's treasured techniques upon him. What are your thoughts?" The elders exchanged glances, and ultimately, a respected elder, Yamashiro Kido, spoke. "Kaichi, as the clan leader, Your decisions are ones we will invariably support. However, the secret techniques of my clan have never been imparted to those outside our lineage. Setting aside whether outsiders can accept such a legacy, the fact remains that even though Kazunari is your adopted child, he is still an outsider. I urge you to reconsider this matter. Yamamoto Kaichi fell silent for a moment before responding in a grave tone. Uncle Kido, this decision has been made after careful deliberation. Leaving aside the question of whether an outsider can inherit our techniques, I truly regard Kazunari as my own child. As long as we do not treat him as an outsider, he will undoubtedly regard us as family. After a brief pause, Yamamoto Kaichi continued with an enticing tone. More importantly, Kazunari possesses a talent that I have never witnessed in my lifetime. If he is able to accept the inheritance, then entrusting him with the secret techniques of the Yamamoto family will not lead to disgrace. Rather, he may very well elevate them to a more profound realm. At that time, I believe he will not disappoint the Yamamoto lineage. Kaichi, how is that possible? How could he possibly develop the ancestral techniques of the Yamamoto family, passed down through so many generations, to a higher level? Your words are rather exaggerated, retorted Yamamoto Fuda, an impatient young genius of the Yamamoto family. Unable to contain his disbelief at Kaichi's assertion, which even he had never received. There is nothing impossible about it, Kaichi asserted with confidence. A look at the history of the development of our family's secret techniques reveals that such advancement often does not rely on numbers, but rather on a few exceptionally gifted ancestors who elevated them, passing them down through generations. Without those remarkably talented forebears, even with numerous generations of inheritance, our techniques might still resemble their original form and would never have attained their current state. Yamamoto Kaichi concluded firmly. Thus, we must seize this opportunity and devote ourselves wholeheartedly to Kazunari. At 17 or 18, in the prime of youth, Yamamoto Fuda instinctively wished to argue further, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately closing his mouth in frustration. The members of the Yamamoto family conferred once more, and it was ultimately Yamamoto Kido who spoke up. Very well, Kaichi, we all agree with your perspective. However, you are aware that studying the secret techniques requires passing the family's trials. If Kazunari's mental capacity is inadequate, or if any unforeseen circumstances lead to failure, you cannot disclose the techniques to him privately. Of course, Kaichi replied. However, I am confident that Kazunari's mental capacity will not be an issue. With the consensus of the entire family, Yamamoto Kaichi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I too hope that this child can pass the trials. If he truly manages to develop our family's techniques to a deeper level, that would be even better, the elder Yamamoto Kido added with a smile. Although the Yamamoto family may not be as powerful as the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, the relationships among its members are far more harmonious. It is precisely due to this blood bond, along with the unity and mutual support from the Nara and Akimichi clans, that the Yamamoto family has endured through the perilous warring states period and continues to thrive. Observing the sincere smile of Yamashita Kido, Yamashita Heya eagerly exclaimed, Then I shall have Kinzuya prepare himself, so he can undergo the family inheritance test in a few days. Is it not too soon? Yamashita Kido replied with a hint of doubt. I do not believe so. Given this child's mental fortitude, even if he were to fail the test now, his safety would certainly be assured, Yamashita Heya confidently asserted. Yamashita Kido stroked his beard and smiled with anticipation, saying, You hold quite a bit of faith in this child. Very well, as the new year approaches, I too shall prepare for the ceremony, scheduling it for 10 days hence. If he succeeds, he would undoubtedly be the youngest recorded individual to pass the test. I am eager to witness such a prodigy. Then, Uncle Kido, you shall await with bated breath. This child has astonished me on several occasions. I am certain he will not disappoint you this time. Ha ha. Yamashita Heya laughed heartily, feeling at ease in the presence of his kin. Ha ha. I too wish to see what this little genius, praised to the heavens by you, looks like. Yamashita Fuda remarked playfully, feigning indignation. Yamashita Heya glanced at Yamashita Fuda and teasingly retorted, I believe you, my little genius, should strive diligently. With Kinzuya's rapid progress, he may soon catch up to you. Should that happen, do not come to me seeking retribution for being outdone by your junior. Yamashita Fuda enjoyed a close relationship with Yamashita Heya, often seeking his aid when bullied as a child, which Heya frequently teased him about. Ha ha ha, indeed, Fuda. You must exert yourself. It would be quite embarrassing to be outshone by a child. Absolutely. I concur. I sense that Fuda has not been putting in enough effort lately. Perhaps he has taken a fancy to some young lady. If so, Do not hesitate to share, and I shall inquire on your behalf, Yamanaka Hizashi jested. The elders of the Yamashita clan joined in the playful banter, transforming the previously somber atmosphere into one of warmth and merriment. Only Yamashita Fuda, continuously the subject of their teasing, flushed a deep crimson, resembling a monkey's rear, while sporting his spiky hairdo, exclaiming in embarrassment that he would challenge Yamanaka Hizashi. Following a heavy snowfall, the village of Konoha, enveloped in a winter wonderland, welcomed the new year. Yamashita Keiko began the family as thorough cleaning a day in advance, while Yuichiro Kanzuya, for once, took a break, joining her in their busy preparations. To Kanzuya's surprise, the Yamashita family's new year was celebrated collectively, with the entire clan of hundreds gathering joyfully for the New Year's feast, all but those absent from the village. This was a rare experience for Kanzuya, who had always been an orphan. Yamanaka Hizashi busied himself introducing Kanzuya to other family members. Though Kanzuya was led around by Hizashi, meeting various relatives, he encountered the elderly, kind-hearted Yamashita Kido, and the spirited, spiky-haired Yamashita Fuda, who was known for his eccentric laughter. Yet, Uchiha Kanzuya exhibited no signs of impatience. Rather, he reveled in the joy of the moment, sweetly addressing his grandparents, uncles, and aunts with affectionate terms. The source of his delight was undoubtedly the customary monetary gifts bestowed by the elders during the new year. A sensation of receiving such generous gifts was one that few could resist. However, given the ongoing war, Konoha's New Year celebrations were far from the vibrant festivities of his past life in China, as the jubilant atmosphere dissipated swiftly. Returning to the mundane routine within just 2 days, Kanzuya began to explore the advancement of his flexible bone technique, contemplating the direction of its enhancement toward the bone contraction technique. Although both involve physical transformation, the latter presented a considerably more formidable challenge. The bone contraction technique necessitates profound internal change and exceptional control over one's muscles and skeletal structure. The distinction between the flexible and contraction techniques was significant, leaving Kanzuya uncertain if he could elevate the former to the latter, yet he felt compelled to experiment. The mere thought of mastering the bone contraction technique, which would allow him to alter his physique and appearance at will, was undeniably alluring for a ninja, offering immense value in stealth and intelligence gathering. He found himself irresistibly drawn to this pursuit. The Akimichi clan in Naruto possesses the ability to enlarge their bodies, significantly amplifying their strength. Yet this power demands a substantial amount of chakra, explaining why the Akimichi family indulges in copious amounts of food, even to the extent of becoming corpulent, to bolster their energy reserves. Kanzuya silently analyzed this phenomenon. Thus, it could be inferred that the ability to enlarge oneself is indeed facilitated by chakra. Yet others remained oblivious to this aspect. This hinted at underlying secrets yet to be uncovered. His current control over chakra was insufficient, prompting him to postpone his attempts at body alteration until his mastery of chakra improved. Since he could not fathom the techniques to manipulate size through chakra, he refrained from experimenting on his own body, aware that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Consequently, Kanzuya decided to set aside the ambition of altering his physique and begin with modifying his appearance. To change his visage, he recognized the necessity of mastering control over his facial muscles. With the ability to command these muscles, altering his appearance would become a simple endeavor. Having made this resolution, Kanzuya settled his mind, closing his eyes to attune himself to his facial muscles. Thanks to his foundation in chakra refinement, he instinctively directed his will into his face, beginning a meticulous observation of his facial muscles, analyzing which needed to be controlled and how to manipulate them for his desired changes. As Kanzuya observed with increasing detail, he became aware of the nasal, buccal, frown, and masseter muscles, all coming into his mental focus, ready to be commanded by his will. He could effortlessly adjust the tension of these muscles, and he soon discovered that as the muscles contracted, his facial expressions transformed in tandem. As he exerted control over his buccinator muscles, the corners of his mouth twitched incessantly. When he tightened his corrugator muscles, his forehead wrinkled deeply. Observing his face, which expressed a richness far surpassing that of any actor, Yuichiro found amusement in the peculiar array of expressions that manifested on his visage. He endeavored to willfully manipulate his muscles, laughing at the bizarre faces that emerged from his efforts. However, his mirth quickly faded as the excessive control over his facial muscles led to discomfort, despite his decision to halt when he began to feel soreness. His buccinator muscles continued to tremble from fatigue, causing his mouth to twitch uncontrollably, slipping from his grasp. In a bittersweet turn of events, Yuichiro massaged his weary facial muscles, hoping for a swift return to normalcy. Yet, a sliver of consolation came when he checked his attribute panel and discovered an upgrade notification for the soft bone technique skill. He was prompted to explore the upgrade path for this skill, which would grant him the ability of muscle manipulation. Without hesitation, Yuichiro opted for the upgrade. While he could not change his physique at present, acquiring a skill to alter his appearance would suffice for the time being. With newfound anticipation regarding chakra, he diligently practiced the body replacement technique, which not only enhanced his proficiency but also fortuitously improved his chakra refinement and control techniques, yielding multiple benefits. As his mastery of the body replacement technique surpassed 60, inching ever closer to 100, Yuichiro brimmed with excitement at the prospect of unlocking advanced skills. Conversely, the Hayes brothers, who had been lying in wait, were far from jubilant. They had hoped that the Konoha ninja would ease their vigilance during the new year, perhaps presenting an opportunity to strike. However, to their dismay, Yuichiro had not ventured outside for days, remaining in the company of the Yamanaka clan. Meanwhile, the frontline warfare had calmed due to the new year. Both Konoha and the Cloud Ninja tacitly ceased hostilities, entering a phase of cautious respite to gather strength for the next confrontation. Konoha seized the moment to redeploy some of the troops that had long been stationed at the front lines back to the village for rest, granting the perpetually tense ninjas a rare chance to unwind. Consequently, the security forces within Konoha village naturally grew stronger. The Hayes brothers, feeling increasingly stifled within the village, were unlikely to make a move under such circumstances. Their survival instinct prevailed. They could only yearn for distant relatives while exercising patience, immersing themselves in their assumed roles as merchants, even temporarily suspending their reconnaissance on Yuichiro. Fortunately, after the new year, Yuichiro returned to his previous routine, nightly traversing between the Yamanaka flower shop and Konoha hospital, which presented the Hayes brothers with their sole opportunity to act. However, what now causes trepidation for the two is the ever-watchful presence of Kakashi, who remains closely linked to Yuichiro. They have gleaned from intelligence reports originating from the Cloud Village that Kakashi's identity is known, and though certainty eludes them, the information hints that Suzuki Taiga may have perished at Kakashi's hands. This revelation has rendered the Hayes brothers increasingly cautious. They understand that if Kakashi indeed possesses the strength to confront or even slay Suzuki Taiga, their mission to eliminate Yuichiro would be exceedingly arduous, even if they risk their lives in the attempt. During the festive New Year period, the ominous clouds of war between Konoha and the Cloud Village have begun to dissipate somewhat. Both sides tacitly opted to restrain their actions during this celebratory season, granting the opposing ninjas a rare moment to catch their breath. This is evident from the scarcity of injured warriors being sent back to Konoha Hospital from the front lines in recent days. As the intensity of the conflict waned, Yamashiro Hachi found himself with a rare window of time, dedicating his efforts to personally mentor Yuichiro in his training, particularly focusing on enhancing his mental fortitude. On the 7th day of the new year, the appointed time for Yamashiro Hachi and Yamashiro Kido to assist Yuichiro in his inheritance trial had arrived. Early in the morning, Hachi took the spirited Yuichiro to the Yamashiro family shrine. Upon their arrival, they found a considerable gathering awaiting them, including 2 elderly men who were to oversee the ceremony alongside Kido, as well as Yamashiro Fuda, who had expressed his eagerness to witness Yuichiro undergo the trial. Many members of the Yamashiro clan were present, their purpose being to ascertain whether Yuichiro could successfully endure and pass the inheritance test. Yuichiro is the first person of an external lineage to accept the Yamashiro family's inheritance trial in many years, and the clan's secret techniques impose exceedingly stringent demands on the strength of one's mental capabilities. Thus, the onlookers were curious to see if Yuichiro, who had been highly praised by Hachi, could indeed match the accomplishments of the Yamashiro clan. "Ha ha ha, Yuichiro has finally arrived," exclaimed the wildly haired Yamashiro Fuda upon spotting him. Yuichiro had grown quite familiar with this eccentric uncle. Since the annual gathering, Fuda often visited the Yamashiro flower shop, frequently taking Yuichiro out for leisure, displaying a nurturing disposition. Despite his seemingly quirky demeanor, one cannot deny his warmth, vivacity, confidence, and enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to Yuichiro was the impending inheritance trial, so he felt slightly bewildered upon seeing such a crowd early in the day. Yet, he quickly composed himself and politely greeted the elders of the Yamashiro family present. "Shall we commence?" Kido inquired, observing Yuichiro's lingering confusion. Hachi, exuding confidence, smiled and replied, We can begin at any time. Over the past few days, I have ensured that Yuichiro's mental state is optimal. He will undoubtedly pass the trial. He then beckoned to Kazuya Uchiha, affectionately ruffling his hair, encouragingly saying, Kazuya, shortly you will be receiving a legacy. There is no need to be anxious. Simply follow Grandpa Kaido's instructions. Can you manage that? Caught off guard by the sudden announcement of this inheritance, Kazuya felt bewildered. Nonetheless, the notion of a legacy sounded remarkably grand. And he curiously glanced at the oddly clad figures of Kaido Yamamoto and the others, nodding in acquiescence to the request made by Heya Yamamoto. Then let us proceed. Upon seeing Kazuya's realization, Kaido Yamamoto spoke with a grave tone, leading the way into the family shrine. Kaido, along with the other two elder members of the Yamamoto family, walked ahead towards the main hall of the shrine, where a stone slab adorned with the family crest awaited. As Kazuya sought to advance alongside them, he was halted by Heya, who held him back. Together with the others, Kazuya stood outside the hall, alternating between curiously peering inside at the three individuals forming seals and observing Heya and the others who were equally fixated on the interior. Noticing Kazuya's inquisitive gaze, Fuda Yamamoto playfully stuck out his tongue, only to be met with a fierce glare from Heya, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze and feign an expression of solemnity as he focused on the figures depicted on the family crest. At Heya's urging, Kazuya settled his mind, refraining from looking around and instead intently observing the trio of Kaido Yamamoto. The three of them executed their seals in perfect unison, and the sequence appeared to be extensive. For nearly 10 minutes, they maintained a pace of 2 seals per second, during which the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if an unseen pressure were descending from the shrine's ceiling. Upon completing their intricate sequence, 3 peculiar statues began to rise gradually from the underground, emerging from the periphery of the Yamamoto family crest. Startled by this occurrence, Kazuya's curiosity was piqued. The statues depicted an immensely large-handed monkey, a fearsome beast with a tiger's face and a human body, adorned with wings, and a creature topped with horns, dragging 3 elongated tails, each ending in a sharp point. Having never encountered such figures in the Naruto anime, Kazuya stood entranced before the 3 statues that seemed to emanate an aura of formidable power, feeling as though he were confronting authentic ancient deities. Even Fuda, who typically exuded a carefree demeanor, adopted a cautious stance, refraining from even a breath. Hey! Kaido Yamamoto called out gravely. Kazuya, with considerable effort, diverted his attention from the statues, only to discover that Kaido, positioned by the family crest, appeared breathless, as if summoning the 3 statues had drained a significant amount of his energy. Heya exhibited a remarkable calmness. When Kaido summoned him, he composedly took Kazuya's hand, guiding him to stand beside Kaido, indicating for Kazuya to remain still before stepping into the center of the family crest, encircled by the 3 statues. Yueqian Heya also gazed at Yamazaki Kazuchi with astonishment as he deftly drew a kunai, decisively slicing a wound on his thumb, and subsequently pressed his bloodied thumb onto the foreheads of the 3 statues. After Yamazaki Kazuchi marked the statues, they seemed to come to life. Their originally stony eyes became radiant, emitting 2 faint beams of cold light that converged above the crest of the Yamazaki family emblem. Once Yamazaki Kazuchi stepped back from the stone bearing the emblem and returned to Yueqian Heya's side, Yamazaki Kaido and the others breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their lengthy sealing process. Meanwhile, Yamazaki Kazuchi did not remain idle. He signaled to Yamazaki Fuda, who stood at the entrance of the hall, and Fuda promptly handed over a large bag he had been carrying. From the bag, Yamazaki Kazuchi extracted a peculiar creature resembling a small fox with 3 eyes, which struggled vigorously in his grasp, though to no avail. This was a heart beast. Its blood could temporarily enhance one's spiritual energy. Observing Yueqian Heya's curious gaze fixed upon the creature, Yamazaki Kazuchi softly explained, "Is uncle going to kill it?" Yueqian Heya inquired, brows furrowing with concern. Noticing Yueqian Heya's apprehensive demeanor, Yamazaki Kazuchi chuckled lightly. "There is no need to kill it. We only require a small amount of its blood." Relieved, Yueqian Heya carefully avoided the creature's sharp teeth, gently stroking its head. Yamazaki Kazuchi cautiously made a small incision on the heart beast's foreleg, collecting a few drops of blood before returning it to Yamazaki Fuda to tend to its wound. "You must remain still. I am going to draw the family crest on your face, understood?" Yamazaki Kazuchi instructed, squatting down beside Yueqian Heya. "Yes, I understand, Uncle Yamazaki," Yueqian Heya solemnly replied. The crest that Yamazaki Kazuchi painted on Yueqian Heya's face was quite simple. He adorned both cheeks with the Yamazaki family emblem and placed a dot on his forehead, completing the task swiftly. After finishing the face markings, Yamazaki Kazuchi placed a hand on Yueqian Heya's shoulder, waiting for Yamazaki Kaido and the others to complete their seals. As the sealing progressed, a new sculptural image began to emerge at the convergence of the three statues' gazes. Initially hazy, it gradually became clearer as the three completed their seals. And upon their conclusion, a tangible sculpture resembling jade fully revealed itself, seemingly weightless as it hovered in the air, emanating a gentle glow that imparted a sense of sanctity and solemnity. At the moment the statue appeared, the members of the Yamazaki family, who had been quietly standing at the entrance, uniformly bowed in reverence, offering their devout prayers to the statue. Yueqian He stared in awe at the newly manifested statue, fixated on its transition from ethereal to concrete, yet remained perplexed as to how it had come into being. The newly emerged jade sculpture depicts a woman clad in a flowing gown, though merely the size of a palm. Yet, as Yueqian He gazes upon it, he perceives her every smile and frown with astonishing clarity, her countenance exuding a gentle warmth, her features akin to a picturesque painting, embodying the essence of ethereal beauty. However, as he yearns to observe her more closely, he discovers her visage shrouded in a veil of obscurity, resembling a blue lotus hidden in mist, beautiful from afar yet untouchable. What he previously perceived now feels like a fleeting illusion, slipping away from his memory. Very well, it is time for you to undergo the trial of inheritance. In the mountains, Heya and several elders fervently offered their prayers before awakening Yueqian He, who was lost in his desire to discern the true form of the statue. They guided him to stand before the jade sculpture, positioned at the center of the stone slab inscribed with the family crest of the Yamamoto clan. And faced with three imposing statues, Yueqian He felt his heart flutter with trepidation. He had no choice but to redirect his focus to the exquisite jade statue. Although her true visage remained elusive, he was at least reassured that no terrifying figure would suddenly materialize to startle him. You must now attempt to channel your spiritual energy through the blood of the heart beast located at your brow, and then attune yourself to the sacred statue. If you can establish a stable connection with it, you will have passed the trial of inheritance, Yamamoto Kaido instructed, his tone laced with anticipation. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Yueqian He nodded vigorously and closed his eyes, concentrating on the method of harnessing his spiritual energy that Heya had taught him over the past few days. As he focused his energy at his brow, he noticed a small luminescent opening where the heart beast's blood was placed, emanating a gentle glow. Understanding this to be the effect of the heart beast's blood, Yueqian He cautiously directed his spiritual energy outward through the tiny aperture. Once he penetrated the opening, a vast expanse unfolded before him, reminiscent of the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, as the entirety of the space came within his perception. The expectant gazes of Heya and the others, the hidden insects lurking in the corners, and the more menacing visages of the three monstrous statues, all of it flooded his mind, overwhelming him momentarily. Fortunately, he did not lose sight of his critical task, and quickly rallied his spirits. Since Heya and the others had not specified how to establish a stable connection with the sacred statue, Yueqian He ventured toward the jade sculpture, contemplating that proximity might facilitate the connection. As he moved closer to the statue, he sensed an increasing resistance, and the malevolent glint in the eyes of the three monstrous statues intensified, as if they sought to devour him to prevent any desecration of the sacred figure. Under the immense pressure, Yueqian He felt his heart race, fearing that if darkness enveloped him, he would find himself consumed by the monsters. However, gazing at the eager eyes of the mountain spirit, Wakihira Kinzuya gritted his teeth and persevered, advancing toward the sacred statue while striving to discern its true visage. Soon, he approached the gentle halo emitted by the statue. Its light was soft and neither blinding nor scorching, yet it formed a resilient barrier that steadfastly obstructed Kinzuya's exploratory steps. Undeterred by the supernatural, Kinzuya relentlessly collided with this seemingly gentle luminescence, yet it effortlessly transformed his force into nothingness, gently returning him to his original position. After multiple failed attempts that left him frustrated, Kinzuya ultimately restrained his impulses and regained his composure. Placing his hand gently upon the luminous barrier, he endeavored to experience the statue's radiance with a tranquil heart. Gradually, he discovered that his own spirit began to emit a similar light, soft and sacred. Once he resonated with this shared luminosity, Kinzuya noticed that the statue's glow no longer repelled him, and even the three nearby statues regarded him with softened gazes. No longer appearing fierce, but rather like proud mentors observing their protege. Tentatively, Kinzuya extended his hand toward the statue bathed in light. encountering no resistance as it slipped into the radiant circle, feeling no oddity in his palm. A surge of joy welled within him, and driven by insatiable curiosity, he leaped into the luminous embrace. To his astonishment, the moment he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming force of attraction emanated from the statue, rendering him powerless to resist as he was drawn into its interior. As Kazuya found himself within the sanctum of the statue, bewildered yet unharmed, he steadied his racing heart and surveyed the space around him. To his amazement, the interior revealed a profound passage, seemingly leading to infinity. As he peered into the radiant light at the tunnel's end, a figure emerged, a woman embodying the very essence of celestial beauty. In that instant, it felt as though the world lost its color, leaving only her regal presence standing amidst the cosmos. While Kazuya stood entranced, the woman appeared to sense his gaze, turning her head to meet his eyes. In that moment, time seemed to fracture as her eyes locked onto his. She smiled gently and, with a delicate gesture of her finger, beckoned him forward. The mysterious woman's fingertip seemed to touch Kazuya's forehead directly, sending a shiver coursing through him. And as her figure began to fragment, an emptiness enveloped his heart. Meanwhile, the passageway, having fulfilled its purpose, began to collapse, as darkness engulfed him while the tunnel imploded. Kazuya felt a powerful suction pulling him from behind, mirroring the force that had drawn him into the statue. Helpless against this new onslaught, he was thrust backward, witnessing himself being expelled from the passage away from the statue until he was violently jolted back into his own body. The spirit plunged rapidly into his body, causing Yueqian Heya to instinctively retreat several steps, clumsily collapsing to the ground. Yueqian Heya had undergone numerous experiences on a spiritual level. Yet for Yamamoto Kaichi and the others waiting outside the statue, it was merely a fleeting moment in the past. They remained oblivious to Yueqian Heya's encounters within the sacred statue, only witnessing him standing before it, before he suddenly stumbled backward and fell to the ground. "Are you alright, Yi?" Seeing Yueqian Heya unexpectedly fall, Yamamoto Kaichi hurriedly approached to support him, his tone filled with concern. Yueqian Heya's mind was still occupied with the distant figure of the woman from another time and space, rendering him oblivious to Yamamoto Kaichi's inquiry. Appearing dazed and lost, Yamamoto Kaichi's worry for Yueqian Heya intensified, as the family's legacy inherently carried side effects that could impact the soul, potentially harming those with insufficient spiritual strength. If the soul were severely injured, it could lead to a state of stupor, or worse, death. After Yueqian Heya exited the statue, it transformed into countless points of light, mysteriously vanishing as it had appeared. Following the disappearance of the statue, the three monstrous guardian statues slowly sank into the ground, their expressions now devoid of the fierce demeanor they once bore, instead exuding a sense of tranquility and perhaps even anticipation. However, no one noticed the change in the statues. All present were entirely focused on Yueqian Heya, who lay in Yamamoto Kaichi's arms. It was only after the sacred statue vanished that Yueqian Heya emerged from the shock imparted by the mysterious woman. Although it had been but a fleeting glimpse, the breathtaking figure of the woman had etched itself deeply into his heart, an impression so profound that it would likely remain unforgettable for a lifetime. Yi, can you hear me?" As Yamamoto Kaichi shook him vigorously, Yueqian Heya soon regained his senses, catching the anxious call of Kaichi. Once he came to, Yueqian Heya touched his forehead, wearing a look of wistfulness, and then gently smiled at the worried Yamamoto Kaichi, expressing his gratitude. "Uncle Kaichi, I am fine, please do not worry." Upon hearing Yueqian Heya's response, Yamamoto Kaichi was overwhelmed with joy, his excitement causing him to fumble as he embraced Yueqian Heya tightly, exclaiming in relief, "It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. You frightened me terribly just now." Having witnessed family members suffering soul injuries during the inheritance trials, which mirrored Yueqian Heya's recent behavior, Yamamoto Kaichi had almost resigned himself to the belief that Yueqian Heya had sustained such an injury. Guilt welled up within him, nearly bringing him to tears as he regretted ignoring Yamamoto Kito's advice and hastily bringing Yueqian Heya to undergo the inheritance trial. Now, seeing Yueqian Heya restored to his former self, Yamamoto Kaichi let out a huge sigh of relief, only then realizing he had been sweating profusely during the ordeal. Amidst the residual fear, Yamamoto Kaichi resolved never to engage in such hasty actions again, understanding that had anything happened to Yueqian Heya, he would carry an unbearable burden of remorse for eternity. The onlookers from the Yamashita family breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Yueqian Kazuya was unharmed. Yamashita Fatai, who had been the most anxious just moments ago, exhaled deeply and, in a belated manner, proclaimed, "I told you Kazuya would be fine. Now you see, don't you? Ha ha." His words were met with disdainful glances from the crowd, but once the certainty of Kazuya's safety settled in, the atmosphere lightened. And everyone was eager to indulge in some light-hearted banter. Just after Fatai had spoken, someone quickly retorted, "Fatai, you're the best. The ground beneath you must have cracked because you were so overjoyed. Haha. I think I just saw someone so nervous they were about to wet themselves. And it certainly wasn't you. Was it, Fatai? Hee. I'm just concerned about my little nephew. Unlike you lot, who pretended to be nonchalant while clearly anxious. How hypocritical. Haha. In response to the teasing, Yamashita Fatai immediately countered. All right, you lot, enough of your antics. Let us see if Kazuya has succeeded before we continue. Watching the spirited exchange and the growing irritation on Fatai's face, Yamashita Kido came to his aid, redirecting everyone's attention back to Yueqian Kazuya. Hearing Kido's reminder, Yamashita Hai composed himself and smiled, asking, "Kazuya, how do you feel now? Try to channel your mental energy and see if you can project it outside your body." "Okay, Uncle Hai, I'll give it a try," replied the now calm Yueqian Kazuya with a smile. Emerging from Yamashita Hai's embrace, Kazuya sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate his mental energy. As he focused his energy at the center of his brow, he was astonished to find a strangely enigmatic eye floating within his consciousness at the spot where the mysterious woman had pointed. It appeared to be gazing directly at him. Startled, Kazuya momentarily lost his concentration, causing his mental energy to dissipate. After taking a deep breath, he gathered his mental energy once more, cautiously venturing toward the eye within his consciousness. As Kazuya drew nearer to the eye, he felt an inexplicable warmth, as if it were his own eye, and encountered no resistance. The moment his mental energy made contact with the eye, it effortlessly merged within it. The eye within his consciousness shifted, and Kazuya felt a sudden clarity wash over him, reminiscent of the expansive view he had experienced during his mental projection when exploring the sacred statue. However, this time the scope was considerably smaller, revealing only the surroundings within 1.5 meters of himself. Kazuya was filled with curiosity, for he understood that his mental energy remained within the eye of his consciousness and had not left his body. Yet, why was he able to perceive his surroundings as if he were projecting his mental energy outside? What was this eye? Did Hai and the others who had also received the inheritance possess something similar? A cascade of questions flooded his mind. However, Kazuya quickly set aside his inquiries, for he noticed that Yamashita Hai and the others were eagerly watching him, awaiting to see if he could indeed achieve mental projection. As Yueqian, he also pondered the matter of separating his spiritual entity. He felt a slight tremor in his eyes and soon found himself once again in the external world. Unlike the character Ino Yamanaka from the Naruto anime, who could only launch linear attacks with her spiritual form at first, Yueqian, he discovered he could freely maneuver his spiritual entity, soaring unrestrained through the air. However, after leisurely circling the rooftop twice, he became acutely aware of his growing fatigue. It seemed that the energy expended during this separation was considerable. Hastily guiding his spiritual entity back into his body, he felt a slight ache in his head. Nevertheless, he mustered his spirits and smiled at Yamanaka Hai, who stood vigilantly beside him, saying, "Uncle Hai, I can now release my spiritual entity, just as I did when I applied the heart beast's blood earlier." "Really? That is wonderful." Haha. Upon hearing Yueqian's confirmation, Yamanaka Hai, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, burst into hearty laughter. The members of the Yamanaka clan surrounding them also rejoiced, their faces alight with joy as they applauded Yueqian's achievement. After successfully completing the inheritance trial and enjoying a brief celebration with his kin, Yamanaka Hai led Yueqian home. "Uncle Hai, during your inheritance trial, did you see a beautiful older sister?" After much contemplation, Yueqian, he could no longer contain his curiosity regarding the mysterious woman from a distant time and space, and he posed the question, "What older sister? Are you referring to the sacred statue?" Yamanaka Hai inquired, perplexed. Although he was unaware of the truth, Yueqian, he understood that it would be prudent to keep the matter of the mysterious woman to himself for now. He thus responded, "Yes, Uncle Hai." "Did you manage to discern what the sacred statue looked like back then?" Upon hearing Yueqian Heya's question, Yamanaka Hai carefully recalled the circumstances of his own inheritance trial, uncertainly stating, "It seems I did not see it clearly. Each time the sacred statue was summoned, it appeared to be shrouded in a veil. So did you find yourself curious about its appearance?" "Indeed, I tried very hard to see, but could not make it out. I wanted to get closer to the sacred statue, yet I was unsuccessful which only intensified my curiosity. Yueqian He, feeling a pang of guilt for the small fib he told to his devoted Uncle Hai, resolved to keep the matter of the mysterious woman to himself. So you wanted to approach this sacred statue. No wonder you were frightened and fell to the ground. Upon hearing Yueqian He's words, Yamanaka Hai laughed heartily. Tell me, weren't the 3 divine generals enshrined in the ancestral hall quite terrifying? Did you also consider approaching the sacred statue, Uncle Hai? Upon hearing Yamanaka Hai's teasing, Yueqian He realized that he too had experienced the unsettling gaze of the monstrous statue. The sensation was indeed terrifying, as though one might be torn apart and consumed at any moment, leaving him still apprehensive upon reflection. My father warned me about this before I undertook my inheritance. But I didn't believe him. I wanted to get close and see the sacred statue. But the presence of the 3 divine generals was even more fearsome than my father described. It nearly caused me to fail my trial. Reflecting upon the amusing incidents of my youthful innocence, I am reminded of my late father. Yamachihai's countenance bore a blend of melancholy and nostalgia as he mischievously remarked, however, the 3 divine guardians cannot truly cause harm, which is why I refrained from cautioning you against approaching the sacred statues. Were you not frightened? Perhaps. Contemplating the typically composed Yuuzhan Kinzuya, I imagined he too, like my younger self, had been utterly terrified. Yamachihai's wicked sense of humor prompted another round of laughter. Are you referring to the 3 statues surrounding us, uncle? Why are they called divine guardians? Observing Yamachihai's triumphant expression, reminiscent of a child reveling in a successful prank, I felt a twinge of annoyance yet suppressed my feelings. My overwhelming curiosity compelled me to disregard his eccentricities and eagerly posed a counter-question. In the lore of our family, they are considered the protective beasts of the sacred statues, historically referred to as divine guardians. As for when this appellation originated, there are no documented records within our lineage. Yamachihai, as the patriarch of the Yamauchi clan, conveyed this with a simplicity that suggested his understanding of family history was quite profound. It appeared that Yamachihai was not well versed in these matters either. Having gleaned no useful information, I endeavored to inquire further, hoping to unearth insights from the distinctions in our experiences during the trials. Uncle, my grandfather Yamauchi Kaido mentioned that the method of passing the trials involves establishing a stable connection with the sacred statues. Yet, I remain rather perplexed. How did you establish this connection? Are there any particular techniques? When I established a stable connection, I stood before the sacred statue, absorbing its radiance, and prayed with utmost sincerity, which allowed me to sense the power emanating from it. Following this, my mental strength significantly solidified, enabling me to leave my body without the statue's protective glow, traverse a distance, and execute attacks while infiltrating others' beings. Yamachihai earnestly shared his experiences, hoping to guide me in navigating the complexities of the Yamauchi secret arts more efficiently. Upon hearing Yamachihai's words, I realized that my method of receiving the inheritance differed significantly from his. Members of the Yamauchi clan likely did not penetrate the sacred statue's interior as I had. If this was a trial of inheritance, then it must have been passed down from that enigmatic woman. But who was she? Was she still alive? After so many years of the Yamauchi legacy, if she were alive, where might she be now? Did the world of Hokage encompass such vastness? My insatiable curiosity led me to pose another question in my mind. Uncle, is mental power subject to free control? Aware that the original text depicted Yamamoto's technique of mental rotation as solely capable of linear strikes, yet recognizing that his spiritual energy was freely controllable, Yuichiro couldn't help but inquire further. As one's mastery over spiritual energy strengthens, the ability to direct it becomes achievable. However, complete control remains a formidable challenge, a level I have yet to attain myself, as I can only slightly alter its course. Yamamoto replied earnestly to the inquisitive Yuichiro, contemplating why Uncle Yamamoto had not attained the same level of control despite having inherited the technique for so long. Yuichiro pondered whether it was due to the incomplete nature of their inheritance. He instinctively touched his brow, reminiscent of making contact with the enigmatic eye within his consciousness, considering whether he should disclose this matter to Uncle Yamamoto. If the Yamamoto clan could all receive the full inheritance, their powers would undoubtedly surge. Yet, he wondered if such an inheritance might harbor dangers. Moreover, with the destruction of the passage within the sacred statue, could it be that only one person could receive this inheritance? After much deliberation, Yuichiro resolved to keep this to himself for the time being, opting instead to observe further. Uncle Yamamoto, during my trial, I approached the radiant edge of the sacred statue under pressure, and I felt the aura it emitted. I have just discovered that I can manipulate my spiritual energy with ease. Why is that? Although he had decided to conceal the matter of the mysterious woman, Yuichiro felt it unnecessary to hide his newfound ability to control his spiritual energy freely, knowing that this revelation would eventually come to light when Yamamoto taught him the family's secret techniques. Upon hearing Yuichiro's words, Yamamoto was taken aback, incredulity etched across his face. Yuichiro, are you saying you can control your spiritual energy freely already? Is that true? Indeed, it is true. Just moments ago in the shrine, I maneuvered my spiritual energy to soar through the air twice. Understanding the significance of this ability for the Yamamoto clan and recognizing the impact of this news on Yamamoto, Yuichiro spoke candidly, akin to a child proudly showcasing a beloved toy. In return for their sincere kindness, I shall reciprocate with the same goodwill towards the Yamamoto clan, hoping they grow stronger, thus enhancing their chances of survival in the perilous world of ninjas. However, the magnitude of this revelation left Yamamoto utterly stunned. As he stared blankly at Yuichiro, his astonishment evident as he sought confirmation once more. Yamamoto's desire for Yuichiro to embrace the family legacy stemmed not only from a wish for his protection in his future ninja endeavors, but also from a hope that Yuichiro would delve deeper into the family's secret techniques. Little did he anticipate that, having just completed his inheritance, Yuichiro would provide such crucial information. Yuichiro, could you share with me how you managed to succeed during your trial for the inheritance? In the mountains, Hachi Yamamoto could scarcely conceal his inner excitement, exclaiming with fervor. Of course. Yuichiro Kazuya responded with a smile, seemingly indifferent, as if he were entirely unaware of the significance this held for the Yamamoto family. At that moment, after my spirit had left my body, I was uncertain of what to do, so I thought it prudent to approach the holy statue, believing it could not lead me astray. However, as I endeavored to draw nearer, I felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the statue, making it exceedingly difficult to approach. While the three divine generals appeared as if they would devour me. When Yuichiro recounted this, he paused, a look of trepidation crossing his face. Before carefully organizing his thoughts to continue, I felt a little hesitant to advance, yet could not conceive of any alternative methods to pass the trial. Thus, I braced myself and tentatively proceeded, only to discover that although the pressure to move forward was immense, the three divine generals merely glared at me menacingly. Refraining from any further action, realizing that these generals would not harm me, I felt reassured enough to continue my approach toward the holy statue. However, I soon encountered a radiant barrier encircling the statue. Despite my considerable efforts, I could not breach this luminous ring. Eventually, I calmed myself and began to peacefully absorb the radiance of the statue, experiencing its sacred grandeur, which ultimately allowed me to complete the trial. Yuichiro paused here. Aware that there was no need to elaborate further, once someone reached this stage, they would navigate the subsequent challenges on their own without his guidance. He himself had passively completed the inheritance. Nevertheless, due to the collapse of the passage leading to the unknown, Yuichiro was uncertain whether the statue would reconstruct a pathway upon being summoned again. It was conceivable that even if someone were to enter the statue in the future, they might not receive the same inheritance he had. Upon hearing Yuichiro's account, Hachi Yamamoto felt a twinge of embarrassment. Realizing that his failure to inform Yuichiro about the proper approach during the inheritance trial had inadvertently led to a more favorable outcome for him. However, if Yuichiro's assertions held true, it seemed that their family's method of receiving inheritance over the years had been fundamentally flawed. With his heart tumultuous, Hachi Yamamoto felt an urgent desire to seek confirmation, swiftly lifting Yuichiro and returning to the family shrine. When Hachi Yamamoto arrived at the shrine, only Kaido Yamamoto and two others remained. He recounted Yuichiro's experiences to the three elders, who listened in astonishment, then hastily summoned the recently departed clan members back for a council. The situation unfolded thus, and once everyone had reconvened, Hachi Yamamoto reiterated the events, eager to hear others' perspectives. Kazuya, can you truly control your spirit freely? Kaido Yamamoto inquired, unable to contain his astonishment. Yuichiro nodded affirmatively, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he replied, indeed. Just moments ago, I flew around the rooftop a couple of times, though the exertion on my spirit was quite taxing, leaving me thoroughly fatigued. Wow, that is truly remarkable. I have long harbored dreams of wielding mental power freely, envisioning the myriad possibilities that such an ability would bestow. Suddenly lost in his own fantasies, Yamamoto Kazuto found himself chuckling in a rather inappropriate manner, saliva nearly escaping his lips. Uchida Kazuya, observing this, felt a sense of foreboding. Believing it would be best if this fellow never attained the ability to control his mental power freely, lest he commit unspeakable acts. Yamamoto Kaido, undeterred by his occasionally erratic junior, spoke with grave seriousness, stating, "I believe we must recruit more individuals to attempt Kanzuya's method, to see if they too can successfully complete the trial and gain the ability to wield mental power at will. Can we undertake the trial a second time? If given another chance, I would gladly participate." Yamamoto Hashin, unable to suppress his yearning for strength, exclaimed excitedly, "Me too, I wish to try as well." Soon, others began to echo his sentiments. "Everyone, let us remain calm. Even if we are to attempt this, we must do so one at a time. Us three old fellows cannot endure such tumult. Today we can conduct the ceremony at most 2 more times," Yamamoto Kaido said, observing the fervor of the clan members with a touch of helplessness. "Allow me to go first. To see if this method of inheritance truly enhances our control over mental power," Yamamoto Hashin eagerly interjected. At over 30 years of age, he had struggled against his mediocre talent, and despite his relentless efforts, he had only attained the rank of a typical chunin. Understanding the significance of this opportunity, he was determined to seize it, fully aware that the first attempt might harbor unknown dangers. Yet, he knew that if he missed this chance, it could be a long while before he had another, and at 30, he could no longer afford to wait. Seeing the resolute and urgent demeanor of Yamamoto Hashin, the others refrained from contesting his decision, recognizing the considerable risks associated with being the first to try. "Hashin, have you truly made up your mind?" In spite of witnessing Hashin's unwavering resolve, Yamamoto Kaido could not help but voice his concern. "Yes, I appreciate your assistance, uncle," Hashin replied, feigning nonchalance while affirming his determination. Upon receiving Hashin's confirmation, Yamamoto Kaido exchanged a glance with Yamamoto Hachi, who nodded in agreement with Hashin's request, permitting him to proceed with the trial of inheritance once more. "Very well, Hashin, the clan leader has consented to your request. Please take a moment to rest and prepare. We must also ready the ceremony again," Yamamoto Kaido stated earnestly. "Thank you, clan leader, and thank you all, uncles." Upon hearing that his request had been granted by Hachi, Yamamoto Hashin expressed his gratitude with great joy. Under the guidance of Yamamoto Kaido, several elders of the Yamamoto clan swiftly resumed the ceremony. The 3 divine generals were summoned once more. Though they retained their fierce demeanor, Uchida Kanzuya felt no fear this time. Instead, he sensed a warm and amiable aura emanating from the fearsome statues, akin to the way a family elder regards their younger kin. "Enter, Yamamoto, but do not force yourself. Prioritize your safety and show respect to the sacred statue, do you understand?" With breathless urgency, Yamamoto Kaido solemnly cautioned Yamamoto Kazushi as the ritual progressed to the unveiling of the sacred image. Filled with emotion, Kazushi nodded gravely, offering a prayer to the statue before stepping heavily into the stone block adorned with the family crest, standing solemnly before the divine figure. Since he did not require the blood of a heart beast, Kazushi was able to project his spiritual energy externally. Thus his face bore no markings from the heart beast's blood. The onlookers, with fervent devotion, prayed to the statue while anxiously observing Kazushi's condition. Their concern stemmed from 2 sources. Firstly, the uncertainty of his safety, as only Yashikata had succeeded previously, leaving them unsure if his method would work for others. And secondly, Kazushi's trial outcome directly impacted their own potential for significant power enhancement, a matter of great importance to them. At that moment, Yashikata's attention was drawn to the statue, noting that the mist that had previously enveloped it had dissipated, revealing the exquisite jade form in all its clarity, sacred, solemn, and inviolable. Though the statue's visage was undeniably beautiful, it paled in comparison to the mysterious woman Yashikata had glimpsed in memory. The woman seemed to radiate an ethereal glow, her mere presence gathering the brilliance of the world around her, and a gentle smile that illuminated everything. Yashikata found himself unable to recall the environment surrounding the mysterious woman, as if she existed in a void. Yet, he understood that there were indeed elements around her. She had captivated his attention so entirely that he had no energy left to regard her surroundings. While Yashikata was lost in these thoughts, 3 terrifying roars resonated within him, jolting him to sudden awareness of the 3 divine generals. He quickly turned to them, only to find them standing majestically, seemingly unchanged. It was then he noticed Yamamoto Kazushi, who had been standing before the statue, suddenly weaken and fall back like a collapsing mountain. Seeing the other members of the Yamamoto family frozen in shock, Yashikata was the first to react. He rushed forward, managing to catch Kijushi just before he hit the ground, gently lowering him down. Kijushi's face was ashen, and two horrifying blood tears streamed from the corners of his eyes to his chin, his expression one of utter terror, an unsettling sight for Yashikata. As Yashikata supported Kijushi, the statue vanished, and the three divine generals slowly sank into the ground. As they disappeared, a clear hum resonated in the hearts of Yamamoto Heichi and the others. Once they regained their composure, Heichi approached uneasily, taking Yashikata's place to support Kijushi. After falling to the ground, Yamazaka Kijushi was besieged by an excruciating headache. Gripping his head tightly, devoid of the strength to even call out, his spirit had been wounded by the divine general. Yet it seemed that the general's intent was merely a warning, without any malicious intent. After assessing Kijushi's condition, Yamazaka Kaichi let out a sigh of relief and promptly retrieved 2 medicinal pills intended to restore spirit, administering them to Kijushi while contemplatively stating that such an occurrence had never transpired before. It was likely that Kijushi's actions had offended the sacred statue, prompting the divine general to issue a warning. Yamazaka Kido glanced at the composed Weichi Kanayoshi standing nearby and sighed. Yamazaka Kaichi bowed his head in silence for a moment before suggesting, "Let us wait until Kijushi feels better to inquire about the specifics." The hope of gaining strength seemed to dissipate in an instant, and the atmosphere in the shrine turned somber, punctuated only by Kijushi's occasional pain groans, which sent shivers through those present. Fortunately, a mere 10 minutes later, Kijushi ceased his moaning. Despite still clutching his head, it was evident that he had recovered significantly. Rubbing his temples heavily, Kijushi exhaled deeply toward the heavens and, still shaken, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Chief. I am all right now." Yamazaka Kaichi breathed a sigh of relief, smiling with a sense of liberation. "It's good that you're fine. It's good." "Kijushi, could you share what just transpired?" inquired Yamazaka Kido softly. "Uncle Kido, let us not rush. Let Kijushi rest a bit longer," replied Yamazaka Kaichi with a gentle demeanor, closing his eyes and pressing on his temples. Kijushi meticulously recalled the events that had just unfolded, his brow furrowed in distress as he spoke. "Chief, I am fine now. I will recount it." As I faced the sacred statue, feeling my spiritual energy detach, I was immediately overwhelmed by the immense pressure from the divine general. A force far greater than what I encountered during the inheritance trial, as if it were compelling me to submit to the statue in prayer. Kijushi recounted with a calm tone. After glancing at Weichi Kanayoshi, he continued, "Due to Kanayoshi's words, I disregarded the warning from the divine general and, summoning my courage, attempted to approach the statue. However, as I moved forward even slightly, the divine general's might surged suddenly." Reflecting on the divine general's ferocity, Kijushi could not shake off the lingering fear, pondering where he had found the audacity to press on. With a self-deprecating tone, he remarked, "Thus, it is said that men die for wealth and birds perish for food. I was utterly blinded by the temptation of enhanced power, foolishly ignoring the divine general's clear warning in my reckless desire to approach the sacred statue, only to be struck by the furious roar of the divine general." Upon hearing Kijushi's account, the others fell silent, contemplating that if they were in his position, they might have made the same choice, having narrowly escaped disaster. Kijushi had come to a clearer understanding. Although there was a tinge of regret, he felt that since he had exerted his utmost effort, there was nothing to lament. As if he had attained enlightenment, he calmly stated, "Chief, judging by the divine general's reaction, it seems that those who have completed the trial should not undergo it again. I suggest we find a child who has yet to receive the inheritance to test Kanayoshi's method." Regarding the matter of finding a child to attempt the methods of Ekizan and Yamamoto Kaichi hesitated, for he had just witnessed the vacant expression of Ekizan and upon completing his inheritance, a sight that pierced his heart with anguish, rendering him nearly lifeless. Fortunately, Ekizan and ultimately emerged unscathed. Otherwise, the weight of grief would have been beyond redemption. Having experienced such torment, Yamamoto Kaichi was unwilling to subject his kin to a similar fate. What if the next outcome did not align with everyone's hopeful expectations? Perhaps it would be best to pause this matter for the time being. After a prolonged silence, he finally mustered the courage to speak. "Elder." This upon hearing Yamamoto Kaichi's words, Yamamoto Kido was poised to retort. However, Yamamoto Kaichi raised his hand, speaking with righteous conviction, "Kido uncle, I understand your sentiments. Yet I cannot advocate for forcing our children into perilous ventures. Should any child wish to willingly explore the methods of in the future, I would not oppose. Let them decide for themselves. It shall be so. Very well, let the future children determine their own fates." Observing Yamamoto Kaichi's resolute stance, Yamamoto Kido acquiesced. Do not lament, Kido uncle. As long as we stand united, willing to safeguard our family and loved ones with our very lives, regardless of our ability to freely wield our spiritual power, we shall remain the mightiest. The Yamamoto clan will endure eternally. Noticing the regret etched on Yamamoto Kido's face, Yamamoto Kaichi spoke with unwavering assurance. Indeed. As long as we remain united, none shall dare to belittle us, exclaimed Yamamoto Hizashi, seated on the ground. We are the epitome of unity. Alongside the Nara and Akadu clans, we shall carry our legacy forward together. No one can extinguish our existence. The Yamamoto family shall prevail forever. Indeed. The survival of the Yamamoto clan through the ages is rooted in our solidarity and the bonds we share with our brethren and allies. If we were to compel our kin into danger due to overwhelming power, it would indeed spell our doom. Observing the fervent enthusiasm sparked by Yamamoto Kaichi's words, Yamamoto Kido felt a rare surge of passion and glanced at Yamamoto Kaichi, feeling a sense of relief. Since there are no objections, Kido uncle, and you are weary, let us conclude today's assembly here, Yamamoto Kaichi said with a smile. Futai, please escort Kijushi back home. Let him rest well at home for the next few days. The spirit of the Yamamoto clan had greatly benefited Ekizen and Ya, illuminating the strength found in unity and trust. He felt a warmth in his heart, believing that only such a family could ensure lasting peace and continuity. Ya, your talent is exceedingly rare. As long as you continue to strive diligently, you will undoubtedly become a remarkable individual. I shall devote myself wholly to your instruction. How about it? Do you have the confidence to meet my expectations? After bidding farewell to the members of the Yamamoto clan, Yamamoto Kaichi resumed his journey home, inquiring earnestly. Of course, I shall not disappoint you, replied Ekizen and Ya, brimming with confidence. Ha ha ha, I knew you would respond thus. Yamamoto Kaichi laughed heartily, then softened his tone, saying, Now, let us return and rest well for the day. Tomorrow I shall begin teaching you the secret arts of our Yamamoto family. What say you? Ekizen Kinzuya's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cheerfully replied, Sure. Thank you, Uncle Haichi. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Haichi felt an even greater thrill than Kinzuya himself. He was eager to witness the extent to which Kinzuya could wield the Yamamoto family's secret techniques with his newfound ability to control spiritual energy. Just the thought of the family's mystical arts shining brilliantly in Kinzuya's hands filled Haichi with anticipation, making him eager to commence the teachings without delay. Hand in hand, the two, one tall and one small, strode confidently towards the Yamamoto flower shop, exuding an air of pride akin to that of two majestic roosters, drawing the attention of many passers-by, both young and old. Ah, you two are back. Where did you go this morning? Yamamoto Keiko asked with a smile, observing the duo preparing lunch, amused by their exuberance. To avoid causing unnecessary worry for Keiko, Haichi refrained from disclosing that Kinzuya was undergoing a trial for the inheritance of their family's techniques. Poor Keiko remained blissfully unaware of the true situation. Ha ha ha, Keiko, you would never guess what I took Kinzuya to do today, Haichi exclaimed, brimming with pride. Now that Kinzuya had successfully passed the inheritance trial and no longer concerned about Keiko's potential anxiety. Heh, you didn't take Kinzuya somewhere inappropriate, did you? You seem so confident I wouldn't figure it out, Keiko teased, unable to stifle a chuckle at Haichi's boastful tone. Of course not. It's a very important place. Take a guess. Haichi quickly clarified. An important place? Keiko furrowed her brow in thought. The Hokage's office? Hokage Rock? The Leaf Academy? As Haichi shook his head in denial with a smirk, Keiko pondered further and tentatively asked, You didn't take Kinzuya to the family shrine, did you? Noticing Haichi's stunned expression, Keiko realized her assumption was correct. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she fixed him with a scrutinizing gaze, asking with concern, What on earth did you take Kinzuya to the shrine for? Haichi felt a twinge of guilt under Keiko's piercing stare, clearing his throat awkwardly before confessing the truth about Kinzuya's trial for inheritance. Upon hearing that Kinzuya had undertaken the inheritance trial, Keiko's heart sank momentarily. But she relaxed once Haichi finished explaining. She affectionately ruffled Kinzuya's hair and then, with an admonishing tone, questioned, Haichi, Kinzuya's training has already surpassed that of ordinary children. Why are you so impatient to have him take on the inheritance trial? Seeing the rare worry etched on his wife's face, Haichi sighed and said, Keiko, rest assured, I would never have him attempt something beyond his capabilities. Before deciding to have Kinzuya undertake the trial, I thoroughly assessed his spiritual strength. As Yamamoto Keiko gazed upon the expression on Yamamoto Hachichi's face, she noted a slight softening, yet she remained unsatisfied with his response. Yamamoto Hachichi continued, asserting that Kazuya's innate talent far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and his future accomplishments would undoubtedly be unmatched. This, however, also implied that he would face far more trials than the average person. It was crucial for him to seize the present moment to grow, so he could eventually confront various challenges with greater composure. Is Kazuya doing well? Yamamoto Keiko pondered, recognizing the wisdom in Hachichi's words. In this tumultuous world, overindulgence offered no benefits to children, yet she yearned for Kazuya to experience a joyful childhood, even if it meant confronting the harsh realities of life a few years later. What she remained blissfully unaware of was that Kazuya had already become ensnared in a tumultuous vortex. To survive within it, he must cultivate strength and strive to break free. Rest assured, Aunt Keiko, I am perfectly fine, and I have acquired remarkable abilities, Kazuya declared, eagerly alleviating Hachichi's concerns. He animatedly shared how he had gained the power to control his mental energy at will, leaving Yamamoto Keiko utterly astonished. As a member of the Yamamoto family, she understood the profound implications of such mastery. Kazuya continued his daily routine, enjoying life as usual. After dinner, he retreated to his secret hideout to play with his friends, teaching them the art of shuriken throwing, martial arts, and swordsmanship. To his delight, his companions were diligent, devoid of any lazy or insincere individuals. Much like Kazuya, who could visibly track his progress through his attribute panel, these young ones were also advancing at a remarkable pace. In such an environment, any lapse in effort would see them outpaced, and those who might contemplate slacking off quickly realized their peers were surpassing them. Thus, no one dared to be complacent. Moreover, the desire for strength was a shared aspiration, and the exhilarating sensation of daily improvement was undeniably addictive. Consequently, Kazuya felt no need to motivate his friends. They were naturally driven to excel in their training. Boss, am I particularly foolish? During a moment of respite after their training, the timid Ichiro Akasaka approached Kazuya, dejectedly sighing. Kazuya, taken aback, replied with genuine surprise, how could that be? I think you're quite clever. Why would you think otherwise? Then why am I always the weakest? Ichiro's disbelief manifested as a near tearful expression. I assure you, I have never shirked my duties. I have worked hard, yet my progress remains the slowest. Several newcomers have even surpassed me. Upon hearing Ichiro's lament, Kazuya placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and calmly inquired, Ichiro, can you recognize your daily improvements? Indeed. I have come to realize that I have significantly improved compared to before. Speaking of my progress, the little chubby boy regained his confidence, and a smile graced his face as he spoke softly. Let us sit down and talk, Yueqian, he suggested, settling down on the grass beside him, indicating for the little chubby boy to join him. Life begins with inherent distinctions. Each individual possesses unique talents. Your slower mastery of martial arts and shurikens does not imply that you are less intelligent than others. Yueqian, he gazed at the little chubby boy with sincerity, earnestly stating, you will discover your own talents in due time. Then, you too shall progress swiftly and surpass your peers. Is that really true, boss? The little chubby boy, still lacking in confidence, inquired with a hint of skepticism. Absolutely, Yueqian, he affirmed. What matters now is not to dwell on the notion of being less capable than others, but to earnestly seek knowledge from them. I believe that Hirota and Jintaro are more than willing to assist you, aren't they? He placed an arm around the little chubby boy's shoulders, smiling encouragingly. Yes, they practice with me every day, but I have never won, the little chubby boy admitted shyly, scratching his head. Haha, it's perfectly fine to temporarily lose to friends. The essence of friendship lies in mutual support and learning from one another. As long as you persevere and continue to improve, you too will become formidable, just like them. Yueqian, he encouraged. When the time comes for you to shine in your own area of expertise, you must assist them just as they are helping you now. Seemingly convinced by Yueqian He's words, realizing he was not dull-witted and aspiring to assist his peers in the future, the little chubby boy finally set aside his inner turmoil, his brows lifting with joy as he exclaimed, Thank you, boss. I understand now, and I will keep striving. That is splendid. Go and play now. Look. Jintaro and the others are worried about you. Yueqian, he observed, noticing Akiyama Jintaro glancing over periodically, having already sensed the little chubby boy's unusual demeanor. Upon hearing Yueqian He's words, the little chubby boy turned to Jintaro, playfully waving at him, and then cheerfully declared, Thank you, boss. I'm off to play now. As he watched the little chubby boy skip towards Jintaro, Yueqian, he chuckled to himself. pondering whether he was on the verge of acquiring a skill akin to that of a spiritual mentor, as he seemed to be consistently helping these little ones navigate their emotional struggles. However, witnessing their healthy and joyful growth under his guidance and observing their rapid progress filled Yueqian Heya with a profound sense of accomplishment. With a heart brimming with satisfaction, he strolled contentedly along the path leading back to the flower shop in the hills. In contrast, the Hayes brothers, masquerading as merchant assassins, were experiencing a less favorable mood. Their feelings were indeed mixed. On one hand, they were relieved that Kakashi, who had been responsible for Yueqian Heya's safety and had caused them considerable stress, had not been following him these past few days, having been replaced by an ordinary Umbu ninja. As the intensity of the frontline warfare diminished, Konoha village bolstered its defenses, intensifying security measures. Although the two brothers felt their disguise was remarkably effective, they were acutely aware that such subterfuge was not a sustainable strategy and would eventually reveal their true identities. Currently under the protection of two vigilant ninjas, they recognized the formidable challenge of assassinating their target, Yueqian. Even if they succeeded, escaping would become an insurmountable task. The astute Hayes brothers ultimately resolved to take advantage of the extended duration of their mission to leave Konoha village and momentarily evade scrutiny. They reasoned that if they were to engage in a desperate endeavor, it would be wiser to do so closer to the mission's conclusion, when the village's protection of Yuki might be less stringent. Departing the village proved relatively effortless, as they blended in with a convoy of trucks laden with various goods acquired over the past few days, encountering minimal inquiries. The Hayes brothers found refuge in a nearby town, where they discreetly gathered intelligence from Konoha while revising their assassination plan based on the information previously obtained about Yuki. With a month and a half remaining in their mission, the brothers decided to infiltrate Konoha again when the security measures relaxed, strategically postponing their assassination attempt until the final fortnight of their allotted time. After nearly 2 weeks of investigation, they significantly refined their intelligence on Yuki, meticulously documenting his techniques with kunai, swordsmanship, and martial arts. Nevertheless, they concluded that Yuki himself posed little threat, as his abilities were hampered by a lack of physical strength, rendering them nearly ineffective. The Hayes brothers believed that as long as they could delay his protectors, eliminating Yuki would be a trivial matter. The following day, after breakfast, Kiba Yamashiro eagerly took Yuki to the backyard to teach him the Yamashiro family's secret ninjutsu, the mind transfer technique. This technique involves projecting one's spiritual essence to occupy the body of an opponent. There are 2 crucial elements. First, one must successfully penetrate the enemy's body with their spirit. Second, the spiritual essence must be stronger than that of the opponent to suppress and control their body. Kiba's expression was grave as he explained. He elaborated that, like himself, who could only move his spirit in a straight line, if the essence failed to strike the target, it would be unable to return swiftly, resulting in a significant threat to oneself. He paused before continuing, however. Ensuring a complete entry of one's spirit into the opponent's body during the mind transfer technique is an exceedingly challenging task. After earnestly conveying this, Kiba cast an envious glance at Yuki and added with heartfelt sincerity, "But you are different, Yuki. Your ability to control your spirit freely makes it considerably easier for you to infiltrate your adversary's body. I am genuinely excited to witness how you will make our Yamashiro family's secret techniques shine in the future. Rest assured, Uncle Hai, that day will come soon," Yuichiro confidently declared, without a hint of modesty. "Ha ha, that's wonderful," Shanzhong Hai replied, his laughter echoing with delight as he observed the spirited Yuichiro. He then continued with a light-hearted demeanor, "As for the second point, it is significantly easier, for our innate mental prowess far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Once we have completed the inheritance trial, our spiritual essence will become even more solidified, allowing for accelerated growth in the future. And the gap between us and others will only widen." Yuichiro could deeply resonate with this, having checked his attribute panel promptly after returning to the mountain flower shop yesterday. He discovered that, besides acquiring a skill known as Hard Eye, his 3 attributes of vitality, spirit, and energy had experienced substantial growth. Yuichiro's stats were vitality, 6275, strength, 2450, speed, 7432, spirit, 14112, energy, 7082, mentality, 19265, skill, Hard Eye, proficiency 01. Yuichiro understood that the Hard Eye was the eye residing within his consciousness. capable of perceiving objects within a radius of 1.5 meters without any blind spots. He then made a simple comparison of his attributes before and after the inheritance, noting that his vitality had remained fairly unchanged, while speed, spirit, and energy each increased by approximately 20 points, and his mentality surged by 50 points. The enhancement in speed was likely due to an increase in brain reaction time, while the rise in energy stemmed from the bolstered mental strength that improved his chakra production. The growth in spiritual attributes was a direct result of the solidification of his spiritual essence. Although Yuichiro was elated by the significant rise in his attributes, he felt a twinge of concern regarding the rapid increase in his mentality, which was now nearly 8 times that of his strength, the lowest value. He recalled that the attribute panel had warned him initially that an imbalance among the 6 attributes could lead to unforeseen changes, without knowing whether such changes would be advantageous. Yuichiro dared not allow the disparity between the two to grow too vast, fearing adverse consequences that could leave him in despair. However, Yuichiro found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He was still too young to engage in strength training. Yet the natural growth of his strength could not keep pace with the rapid development of his mentality. He could only watch helplessly as the gap widened between the 2 attributes. At least thus far, I have not encountered anyone whose body my spiritual essence could not occupy. Zhang Yue boasted proudly, observing Yuichiro's contemplative expression. Snapping back to reality, Yuichiro noticed Zhang Yue with his nose in the air, exuding an air of self-importance. And he tactfully praised, "Hee, Uncle Hai, you are truly remarkable." Indeed, the secret arts of the Zhang family were formidable, particularly suited for espionage, playing a significant role in intelligence gathering and covert infiltration. Of course, they were also applicable in combat, especially in coordination with the Akimichi and Nara clans, offering control, output, and unpredictable tactics that rendered opponents defenseless, thus establishing the legendary reputation of the pig, deer, butterfly. However, there is one crucial point that you must heed. When you exert control over another through your mental essence, not only will your own body become immobilized, but any harm inflicted upon the other party will reverberate back through your mental essence, resulting in your body experiencing the same injury indirectly. Yamashiro Hachi solemnly articulated this notion. Yuki Kanzuya had a faint recollection of this principle, recalling the instance in the Naruto anime where Yamanaka Ino suffered injuries due to such circumstances. Yet, Yuki Kanzuya found himself perplexed by the underlying rationale and curiously inquired, "Uncle Hachi, why is this the case? Why does the harm inflicted on the other's body feedback through my mental essence to affect my own body?" This question has been the subject of extensive research within our clan. Our preliminary conclusion is that there exists a reciprocal interaction between the human body and the mental essence. Physical injuries can influence the mental essence, and conversely, harm to the mental essence can impact the body. When our mental essence occupies another's body, it becomes passively linked to that body. Thus, while we may draw energy from the other's body to replenish our mental energy, it also means that if the other's body is injured, our mental essence will suffer, consequently affecting our own physical form. Yamashiro Hachi spoke slowly, pausing to observe the contemplative expression on Yuki Kanzuya's face before gently asking, "So, Kanzuya, do you understand what I have conveyed?" Although he still grappled with the intricacies of the interaction between the mental essence and the body, Yuki Kanzuya found the subsequent explanations comprehensible. He smiled and nodded earnestly, affirming, "I understood the latter part." "Good, as long as you grasp that," Yamashiro Hachi replied with a reassuring nod and a smile. "What I wish to impart is that the timing of employing the mind transfer technique is of utmost importance. It is essential to ensure not only your own safety, but also that the body you control remains unharmed. This is a challenging feat for an individual to accomplish, hence the necessity for teamwork." "I understand, Uncle Hachi." Upon hearing Yamashiro Hachi's words, Yuki Kanzuya responded earnestly. He recognized that Yamashiro Hachi was emphasizing the importance of unity among teammates. The synergy among members of a team could unleash extraordinary power. Yuki Kanzuya was aware of the numerous formidable characters within the Naruto universe who had been defeated by those considered weaker through sheer numbers. Thus, even without Yamashiro Hachi's counsel, he was determined to foster strong relationships with his teammates. After elucidating the functions and drawbacks of the mind transfer technique, Yamashiro Hachi proceeded to teach Yuki Kanzuya the hand seals required to execute the technique. After a single demonstration, Yuki Kanzuya successfully learned the hand seals and promptly managed to utilize the mind transfer technique once. However, he was still far from mastering the nuanced application of this ninjutsu. The crux of the mind transfer technique lies in the judicious selection of timing and the finesse of controlling the opponent, skills that can only be honed through extensive practical experience and thoughtful reflection. Upon realizing that Yueqian, he also successfully mastered the art of mind-body transformation. Yamashita Kaichi ceased to provide guidance on the intricacies of hand signs or the swift execution of ninjutsu, drawing from his experiences in teaching Yueqian He the three-body technique. He acknowledged that the latter possessed the innate talent to progress rapidly without the need for external instruction, thus achieving mastery in a remarkably short time. Having saved time, Yamashita Kaichi began to share his own combat experiences with Yueqian He, imparting lessons learned from both the successes and failures encountered while employing the mind-body transformation technique. Along with the subtleties of seizing opportunities in battle, he recounted several instances where he faced dire threats due to his inability to act or control enemies. Hoping that Yueqian He could internalize his wisdom and avoid making the same mistakes in future confrontations. Kaichi's paternal affection was evident, and as Yueqian He observed the animated discourse of Kaichi before him, he felt a warmth enveloping his heart. He was immensely grateful for having encountered Yamashita Kaichi at the onset of his journey. It was not merely because Kaichi had taught him various ninjutsu or ensured his survival, but because he had allowed Yueqian He to experience, for the first time in 2 lifetimes, the profound embrace of paternal love and the comforting warmth of home, akin to the meticulous care provided by his mother, Yamashita Keiko. Contemplating these sentiments intensified Yueqian He's desire to address the matters surrounding the death of his father, Yueqian Qing. Although this issue had little bearing on him, as he seldom recalled his father whom he had never met, it undoubtedly remained a thorn in the hearts of Yamashita Kaichi and Keiko, a constant source of unease, fearing Yueqian He might inquire about it. As Kaichi continued his narrative, he noticed the shift in Yueqian He's demeanor, sensing a cloud of melancholy hovering above him. With curiosity, he inquired, what troubles you? Is there something you do not understand? I miss my dad, Uncle Kaichi. When will my father return? The weight of the moment pressed upon Yueqian He. And seizing the opportunity for candid dialogue, he maintained his somber expression and boldly asked. Taken aback by the unexpected question, Yamashita Kaichi felt a tremor within his heart. Yet his composure allowed him to quickly regain his calm. Ruffling Yueqian He's hair, he responded with an air of nonchalance, Your father must have been delayed by his mission. But considering it has been several months, I believe he will return soon. Uncle Kaichi, you have said that before, Yueqian He replied, deliberately lowering his gaze. Biting his lip gently before raising his head to meet Kaichi's eyes, tears shimmering within them. With a quivering voice, he pressed, Uncle Kaichi, has my father already passed away? I heard some friends say they were raised by their relatives, living off pensions and the care of family. You mentioned my father's belongings and pension when you were at my home. Before Yamashita Kaichi could respond, Yueqian He continued, tears brimming in his eyes. Recognizing the expression on Yueqian He's face, Kaichi understood that the boy had already come to a grim conclusion and was merely seeking confirmation from him. In silence, Yamamichi Kaichi bent down and embraced the weeping Weichi Kanzuya, holding him tightly and gently stroking his head. After a considerable time, as Kanzuya gradually ceased his sobbing, Kaichi released him and spoke with a tinge of sorrow. Let us go see your father. He must miss you greatly. The moment Kaichi uttered these words, Kanzuya's tears began to flow once more, uncontrollably cascading down his cheeks. Kaichi, in a flurry of concern, sought to comfort him, feeling a pang of heartache at Kanzuya's sorrowful visage. After a while, once Kanzuya had regained some composure, Kaichi lifted him into his arms and made their way to the flower shop. Yamamichi Keiko immediately noticed the tear-streaked Kanzuya cradled in Kaichi's embrace and hurried over, her brow furrowed with concern. What troubles you, Kanzuya? Did Uncle Kaichi bully you? Tell Auntie, and I shall make it right. Since Kanzuya had come to their home, Keiko had rarely seen him cry. Witnessing his tear-stained face and swollen eyes filled her with an overwhelming sense of empathy. Before Kanzuya could respond, Kaichi interjected, Keiko, could you prepare a bouquet of white chrysanthemums? I intend to take Kanzuya to pay respects to Aoki. Keiko, fully aware of whom Kaichi referred to, instantly understood the reason for Kanzuya's distress. Without uttering another word, she tenderly caressed Kanzuya's face, gently wiping his tears with a handkerchief before turning to meticulously arrange a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Unsettled by Kanzuya's sorrow, Keiko decided to accompany Kaichi and Kanzuya to honor Aoki Weichi. She cradled Aino in her arms, while the unusually quiet Hakudiai trailed closely behind her. This little creature seemed to sense his master's sadness, choosing to follow with a drooping tail rather than darting about as usual. Upon arriving at the memorial stone, Kazuya found himself at a loss for words. He placed the white chrysanthemums at the base of the stone and stood there, heartbroken, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at Aoki Weichi's name. After all, Aoki was the father of this body, and seeing his name stirred a profound sorrow within Kazuya. Both Kaichi and Keiko stood silently behind him, and after a considerable time had passed, Keiko noticed that Kazuya remained deeply engulfed in his grief. She entrusted Aino to Kaichi and moved forward to embrace Kazuya, offering him support and solace. Kazuya looked at Keiko and gradually began to rein in his sorrow, softly saying, "Thank you, Aunt Keiko. I am all right now." Kazuya, Aoki was a hero. He protected the village and safeguarded what he cherished with his life. I believe he wishes for you to grow up joyfully, so please do not be sad anymore. From now on, consider me and Aunt Keiko as your parental figures. Share your troubles with us, and do not keep them bottled up, all right? Kaichi stepped forward earnestly, conveying his heartfelt words. "Thank you, Uncle Kaichi. I understand," Kazuya replied in a subdued tone, expressing his gratitude. "Enough now, Kaori. Don't be sad any longer, otherwise Aoki will think you are unhappy and that I am bullying you." With a feigned lightness, Keiko Yamanaka released the burden from the shoulders of Kawaki Weichi, saying, "Look, as soon as you cry, Ino starts to cry too." Upon turning his head, Kawaki Weichi found Ino gazing at him, her eyes brimming with tears. On the verge of sobbing, he quickly composed himself, waved to Ino, and, with a playful grimace, elicited a laugh from the little girl once more. Observing Kawaki Weichi's emotional stabilization, both Hachi and Keiko Yamanaka breathed a sigh of relief. "Let us return home. I shall prepare a grand feast for you. And you must eat well, so Aoki can rest easy," Keiko Yamanaka said, taking Kawaki Weichi's hand with a charming smile. The matter of Aoki Weichi weighed heavily upon her heart, constantly worrying about when Kawaki would inquire about his father's return. Now that it had been resolved, Keiko felt a great lightness, as she could finally interact more openly with Kawaki Weichi. After alleviating the burden of Aoki Weichi, Kawaki Weichi grew closer to the Yamanaka family. Particularly Keiko, who had previously tread carefully, fearing to remind him of Aoki Weichi and uncertain of how to respond. Their interactions became far more relaxed. Believing that Kawaki had only recently learned of this news, Keiko had been particularly attentive, employing every means to bring joy to Kawaki, anxious that he might dwell in the sorrow of losing his father. Meanwhile, as Kawaki Weichi acquired more skills, his days became increasingly busy. Nonetheless, he made a concerted effort to dedicate as much time as possible to practicing the heart rotation technique, which was crucial for his current stage, as its power depended on the strength of his mental fortitude rather than physical prowess like his other skills. However, Kawaki harbored some concern. With the cultivation of the heart rotation technique, his spiritual attribute was advancing at a rapid pace, consequently widening the gap with his physical attribute. Wary of the unknown changes mentioned in the attributes panel, he began undertaking simple running exercises. Although the enhancement of his physical attribute yielded modest results, it was better than nothing. After dinner, as was customary, Kawaki proceeded to instruct the children in their training. With the increasing number of young trainees, his actions had already attracted the attention of the third Hokage. At that moment, the scene of Kawaki guiding the chubby boy in the horse stance and thrusting punch appeared within the crystal ball of the third Hokage. The third was intrigued by the abnormal rate of progress exhibited by the children and was curious about Kawaki's teaching methods. He understood that even he, the self-proclaimed master of ninjutsu, might not achieve such rapid advancement with these youngsters, especially since Kawaki was currently instructing 20 to 30 of them simultaneously. The third Hokage observed every move of Kawaki Weichi with rapt attention, noting that his comprehension of the horse stance thrusting punch had indeed reached an extraordinary level. The discerning eyes of the third Hokage could not be mistaken. The proficiency of Ekizen Ryoma's horse stance punch had reached an impressive 964. And it was anticipated that within a day or two, he would achieve the perfect score of 100. Such a level of mastery, even in the simplest of techniques, was something many prodigies would struggle their entire lives to attain. Perhaps it was precisely because Ryoma had fully comprehended this technique that he was able to impart its essence to others, thereby facilitating the rapid progress of the young ones. The third speculated. Naturally, the third Hokage was pleased with Ryoma's guidance of the children in their training. In his eyes, these blossoming youths resembled the tender shoots of a great tree. The stronger they became, the stronger the future of Konoha would be. This filled the third, who bore the heavy responsibility of protecting Konoha and was troubled by the transitional phase, with immense joy. With a grave expression, the third observed Ryoma diligently instructing the children. He took several contemplative puffs from his pipe, murmuring to himself, "It may be time to have a word with that young man. I hope he does not become the next Orochimaru." As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. His most esteemed disciple had strayed from his expectations, committing numerous acts that evoked public outrage, leaving the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, somewhat disheartened. Yet, gazing at Ryoma within the crystal ball as he kindly guided his companions, beloved, relied upon, and trusted by them, the third couldn't help but smile wryly. As if rejuvenated by the vigor of his youth, he thought to himself, "Ah, how I have aged. With so many bonds tying him to the children of Konoha, how could he ever become an Orochimaru? He is destined to be a ninja like his two teachers and Minato." After watching Ryoma for a considerable time, the third finally arrived at a decision, one that would shape the future of the entire ninja world. Just as he envisioned the future, the Umbu conveyed the news of Shimura Danzō's visit. "Oh, Danzō, is it?" The third mused, puzzled by the unexpected purpose of Danzō's visit. Nonetheless, he commanded, "Please, show him in." "Sarutobi, I have a matter to discuss with you," Danzō stated as he entered the Hokage's office, his demeanor calm and unhurried. "Oh, what is it?" The third was genuinely perplexed. He was unaware of Danzō's intentions, but had learned over the years that the calmer Danzō appeared, the more determined he was to achieve his goals. Thus, he remained on guard, wary of falling into his schemes. "It is this. I feel that I have grown old and wish to find a successor to cultivate, someone who could take my place in the future." "What do you think?" Danzō remarked, seemingly unaffected by the third's odd gaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood his old friend all too well. He was acutely aware of Danzō's ambitious nature. He was always coveting the position of Hokage, and it was impossible to persuade him to retire. Given Danzō's proposal, it seemed that this successor was something he was determined to secure. The third Hokage, intrigued by the intentions of Shimura Danzō, cautiously inquired, "Oh, I see. So, whom have you set your sights on?" Danzō nonchalantly replied, "It is not someone of great significance, merely a child adopted by Yamashiro Kai, named Uchiha Kazuya." Coughing slightly, the third, who had been smoking, was momentarily taken aback and composed himself before feigning a troubled demeanor. "Ah, so it is this child. That presents a dilemma." "What kind of dilemma?" "Does Yamashiro Kai look down upon our root and intend to prevent me from taking Uchiha Kazuya as my successor?" Danzō, having endured too much from the third, became agitated and retorted sharply. Uchiha Kazuya was someone Danzō held in high regard, especially after witnessing the rapid progress of numerous children under his tutelage. The prospect of nurturing such talent for Root filled him with fervor. Securing Kazuya would inevitably elevate Root above the Umbu in due time. "That is not the case," the third said leisurely, observing Danzō's flaring temper. "I have already resolved to take him as my apprentice, and I envision him succeeding me as Hokage in the future. You are aware that the position of Hokage far surpasses that of the leader of Root in importance." Seeing Danzō's countenance darken, Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately added fuel to the fire. "I was initially concerned about misjudging, but since you also recognize his potential, it seems our insights are aligned. Clearly, my decision to take him as my disciple is indeed a sound one." Ultimately, Danzō returned empty-handed in his pursuit of Uchiha Kazuya. In terms of status, strength, and his relationship with the Yamashiro clan, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Hiruzen. Moreover, considering the notorious restrictions associated with Root, it was improbable that Yamashiro Kai would ever permit Kazuya to follow Danzō, unless he had lost his senses. Seething with rage, Danzō clenched his teeth and forcefully struck the floor of the Hokage's office with his cane, shattering a piece of it. He cast a lingering glance at the Hokage's office before reluctantly departing, longing to remain there forever. After enduring repeated defeats at the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzō's desire for the Hokage position reached an almost obsessive intensity. He believed that his continual subjugation by Hiruzen stemmed solely from the latter's position as Hokage, while he remained hidden in the shadows of Root. Fuming with indignation, Danzō also bore resentment towards Uchiha Kazuya, who could potentially become his rival in the future, and subsequently recalled Suda Mitsuki, whom he had previously dispatched to protect and monitor Kazuya. Should Kazuya become aware that Danzō had withdrawn his protection and surveillance, he would surely rejoice, for he had no desire to be under constant scrutiny. Having the familiar Inoue Chikawa to safeguard him was sufficient. and he preferred that route maintain its distance from his affairs. Certainly, among those who rejoiced at Shimura Danzō's removal of the protection over Yueqian Heya, the Hayes brothers, lurking in the neighboring town, were particularly elated. They had been counting the days, fervently praying for Konoha to ease its guard over Yueqian Heya. As for Shimura Danzō's lack of respect towards himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen paid it little mind, considering their long-standing friendship. However, he would occasionally seize the opportunity to remind Danzō of who truly held the title of Hokage. With the matter of Danzō settled, Hiruzen resolved to summon Yueqian Heya the following day to formally take him as his apprentice, wishing to avoid any protracted uncertainties. Observing the diligent training of Yueqian Heya through the crystal ball, Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction, eagerly anticipating their meeting the next day. "Senior Hachi, the Hokage requests your presence. Please escort young Yueqian Heya to the Hokage's office immediately." Early the next morning, as Yamashiro Hachi was preparing to continue guiding Yueqian Heya in his ninja training, he received a notification from the Umbu. Puzzled, he glanced at Yueqian Heya, unsure of why the third Hokage had summoned them. Nevertheless, Hachi resolutely complied with the order, swiftly carrying Yueqian Heya towards the Hokage's office. "Lord Third, J-nin Yamashiro Hachi has arrived," he announced respectfully upon entering the office after the Umbu's announcement. "Oh, Hachi has come," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, lifting his gaze from the documents he had been reviewing. He greeted them with a warm smile. In response to Hachi's puzzled expression, Hiruzen approached Yueqian Heya, crouched beside him, and gently ruffled his hair. "Hello there, Heya. Do you remember me? Of course, you are Lord Third Hokage, the protector of Konoha. Yueqian Heya replied confidently, facing the amiable Third. "Ha ha ha. Do you wish to protect Konoha just as I do?" Hiruzen asked, seemingly pleased with Heya's response. "Absolutely. I will protect Aunt Keiko, Ino-chan, and all my friends. I aspire to be a hero like my father," Yueqian Heya sincerely articulated, conveying his true feelings. However, he added silently to himself that merely becoming a living hero would suffice. The third Hokage, satisfied, affectionately patted Yueqian Heya's head and inquired, "Do you know how to protect them?" "By diligently training to become stronger and helping them grow stronger as well, so that no one can harm them," Yueqian Heya replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Just like you are doing now, by guiding your friends in their training?" The third Hokage asked with amusement. "Yes, they have made significant progress. And as long as they continue to strive, they will undoubtedly grow even stronger," Yueqian Heya asserted with conviction. The third Hokage, stroking his beard with satisfaction, continued to smile and asked, "Do you believe you are strong enough at present?" "Ah, are you referring to me?" Life, often likened to a theatrical performance, relies heavily on one's ability to act. He scratched his head, feigning modesty as he remarked, "I still have a long way to go. I almost got caught before." "Ha ha ha, what an amusing little fellow." Sarutobi Hiruzen was exceedingly pleased with Heya's demeanor, recognizing that he possessed the astute cleverness of Orochimaru alongside the innocent straightforwardness of Jiraiya, making him quite endearing. "What if I were to take you on as my disciple and teach you, enabling you to grow stronger? What do you think?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with a grave yet determined expression. "Really? I have heard that the Hokage is the most formidable person. Do you truly wish to teach me?" He asked, his voice trembling with heartfelt excitement. He understood that having a good mentor is crucial, no matter the place. Much like Lin Lei had grandfather Dellen and Xiao Yan had Yao Lao, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with an enigmatic smile while stroking his beard, nodded affirmatively. "Ha ha ha, is that true? How splendid." He exclaimed with overwhelming enthusiasm. Then, as if just realizing something, turned to Yamashiro Hai and asked, "By the way, Uncle Hai, can I learn from Grandpa Hokage? If the Hokage is willing to teach you, then of course you can study under him. This is an incredibly rare opportunity." Yamashiro Hai replied, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement, mixed with a hint of trepidation and envy. He was acutely aware of what it meant for Yueqian Heya to train under Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the third Hokage was renowned as a master of ninjutsu, the most adept at mentoring disciples, as evidenced by his previous students, legendary figures in the ninja world, all standing at the pinnacle of their craft. This implied that Yueqian Heya, favored by Sarutobi Hiruzen, might one day rise to greatness akin to theirs, a prospect that left Yamashiro Hai inexplicably exhilarated. Moreover, with Sarutobi Hiruzen advancing in age, there loomed the possibility that Yueqian Heya, as his disciple, could potentially become the next Hokage. even if this hope seemed exceedingly slim. Yamashiro Hai was willing to take that gamble, fully committing to support Yueqian Heya. For if this ambition were realized, it would provide unprecedented support to the Yamashiro clan, potentially elevating them to a status akin to the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, significant families within Konoha. Grandpa Hokage, I wish to train under you. Please accept me as your disciple. With Yamashiro Hai's consent, Yueqian Heya bowed respectfully, earnestly beseeching. Ha ha ha. I never expected to take on another disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with hearty laughter, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Rise, Heya. I will do my utmost to cultivate you into an exceptional ninja. I hope you will always remember the words spoken today. Protect your family. Protect your friends. Protect Konoha. Be a great ninja. Well then, Hai, you may return now. He will remain here with me. I shall arrange for someone to escort him back later. With the successful acceptance of Yueqian Heya as his disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed with delight. Very well, Third Hokage, I shall take my leave now, and I entrust you to your care. In the midst of the mountains, Yamanaka Hizashi could hardly conceal his delight. Gently ruffling the hair of Uchiha Kazuya, he spoke with fervor, and upon receiving the nod of approval from the Third Hokage, Hizashi promptly exited the Hokage's office. Teacher, what should I do now? In the tranquil Hokage office, after Hayai's departure, Kazuya found himself alone with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly feeling a wave of nervousness, stammering as he spoke. There is no need to be anxious, Kazuya. You need not call me teacher anymore, from now on. You may address me as grandfather. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Kazuya's unease with a warm smile. Yes, grandfather. The Third Hokage, exuding an aura of approachability, wore a gentle smile reminiscent of a wise elder, making it difficult to believe he stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, his hands stained with countless bloodshed. Under his influence, Kazuya immediately felt at ease, cheerfully responding. Ha, that's the spirit. Hearing you call me that brings me joy. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily. Kazuya, you will train under me from now on. Feel free to ask me anything whenever you encounter a problem, understood? All right, thank you, grandfather. I actually have a few unresolved questions. Could you teach me? As soon as Kazuya heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's invitation, he eagerly seized the opportunity to inquire. Very well. Go ahead and express your thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with confidence and a friendly demeanor. It's like this. Uncle Hizashi mentioned that the body replacement technique has two drawbacks. One is the necessity of having a substitute object imbued with one's own chakra, and the other is that the chakra consumption escalates dramatically with distance. I have encountered these two challenges while using it, so I was hoping to explore ways to improve this jutsu. Do you have any good suggestions? Kazuya asked expectantly. This inquiry was one he was eager to resolve, as his proficiency in the body replacement technique had reached 82, and he anticipated achieving mastery within the next 10 days, at which point he could upgrade it. Kazuya was keenly looking forward to receiving guidance from the Third Hokage to facilitate a smooth enhancement of the jutsu. In his view, the body replacement technique held immense potential. Once its flaws were addressed, this space ninjutsu, often discarded by higher-ranking ninjas, would undoubtedly shine in its true glory. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Kazuya's bold question, as the body replacement technique was a fundamental jutsu known to nearly all, and countless individuals had researched it, exploring various methods for improvement. However, it seemed as if they were bound by the constraints of its rules, yielding minimal results. Many had contemplated enhancements to the body replacement technique and discovered some methods that yielded limited effectiveness, such as strengthening sensory abilities or improving chakra control. After some contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, however, the results are quite limited and fail to fundamentally alter the jutsu. Grandfather, why would enhancing sensory abilities improve the body replacement technique? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's suggestions for enhancing the jutsu, Kazuya immediately inquired. Regarding this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed considerable confidence as he elaborated. This is due to the fact that at the moment we employ the body switch technique to exchange positions with other objects, our eyes are unable to perceive the location of the items. Thus, we must rely on the chakra imbued within the objects to ascertain their whereabouts. This method poses no issues when the distance is minimal. Even those with slightly diminished perceptive abilities can easily discern the position of the objects. However, when the distance exceeds 2 meters, most individuals find their spatial awareness significantly obscured at the moment the jutsu is initiated, resulting in the failure of the body switch technique. After articulating his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath and concluded, therefore, in order to execute a body switch technique over a distance greater than 2 meters. Possessing a formidable perceptive ability is indispensable. Uchiha Kakashi attentively absorbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's analysis, simultaneously reflecting on his own experiences with the body switch technique, earnestly contemplating ways to enhance his proficiency. When Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, Uchiha Kakashi seemed to have a revelation, his voice trembling with excitement as he inquired, "Grandfather, you mentioned that in the fleeting moment of employing the body switch technique, our eyes cannot perceive the item's location, necessitating the use of chakra perception to determine it. Are there perhaps alternative methods to ascertain the position?" Uchiha Kakashi was undoubtedly pondering his own innate ability, the mind's eye. If the mind's eye could clarify the surroundings at the moment the body switch technique is executed, might it not imply that he could transcend the primary limitation of the technique, allowing him to navigate freely within a 1.5 meter radius? Merely contemplating this prospect filled Uchiha Kakashi with exhilaration, compelling him to stifle the impulse to immediately seek a location to test his theory, waiting instead for Sarutobi Hiruzen's response. Alternative methods? Upon hearing Uchiha Kakashi's query, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered intently, yet found no fruitful insights, replying with a hint of resignation. "I'm afraid I am uncertain about this matter. I am not a sensory ninja and possess limited knowledge on the subject. However, it is indeed possible that other methods exist." Noticing Uchiha Kakashi's uncontainable excitement, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with curiosity, "What is it, Kakashi? Do you perhaps possess a superior perceptive technique?" How could that be? If even you, grandfather, cannot find a solution, how could I?" Uchiha Kakashi was taken aback, lamenting his lack of mastery in cultivating his abilities, momentarily revealing his thoughts through his expression. However, he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a steady demeanor as he replied, "I merely believe that this is very likely achievable, which is why I am a bit excited." The existence of the mind's eye remained a closely guarded secret within him, a trump card best kept hidden. Regardless of whether it could be applied to the body switch technique, Uchiha Kakashi had no intention of divulging it. Even if there are other methods, their efficacy may be limited. The primary constraint of the body switch technique ultimately lies in the consumption of chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked nonchalantly, dismissing Uchiha Kakashi's peculiar demeanor. "Grandfather, is enhancing chakra control merely a means to reduce chakra consumption?" Uchiha Kakashi promptly followed up with his question. Kakashi, you truly are astute, having grasped that concept so quickly." Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard, visibly pleased with Yukihira Kanzuya's response, and said kindly, "Indeed, enhancing chakra control is intended to minimize chakra expenditure. However, even if one achieves an exceptional level of chakra control, the amount of chakra saved pales in comparison to the staggering consumption associated with the body replacement technique. It is merely a drop in the ocean, with scarcely any discernible effect." Noticing a hint of confusion in Kanzuya's eyes, Hiruzen offered an analogy. "For instance, if a person originally possessed enough chakra to replace an object from 2 meters away, after improving their chakra control, they might extend that range to 21 meters. Yet, this enhancement would have almost no impact on the outcome. Do you understand now?" Kanzuya fell silent, initially believing he could rely on superior chakra control to reduce the chakra cost of the body replacement technique. After Hiruzen's explanation, it appeared that such an aspiration was unattainable. "Grandfather, why does the chakra consumption of the body replacement technique become so terrifying with just a slight increase in distance?" Kanzuya asked, frustration evident in his tone. Hiruzen paused, uncertain how to address Kanzuya's inquiry, and ultimately replied with a hint of resignation, "Perhaps it is a limitation of the rules." Hearing the term rules for the first time, Kanzuya inquired with curiosity, "Grandfather, what are the rules?" Hiruzen chuckled, "You will understand when you encounter them in due time. For now, focus on mastering the fundamentals." He ruffled Kanzuya's hair with a smile. "However, you may continue to ponder this. Perhaps you will discover a method to improve the body replacement technique. Your idea of employing alternative sensory methods in its application is quite intriguing." In an effort to encourage Kanzuya's enthusiasm, Hiruzen continued, "Well then, thank you, grandfather. Your guidance has greatly enhanced my understanding of the body replacement technique. It has been immensely beneficial." Kanzuya expressed his gratitude sincerely, setting aside his earlier doubts. Upon hearing Kanzuya's words, Hiruzen laughed heartily, responding, "Ha. Imparting knowledge and resolving doubts is the duty of a teacher. I merely hope you do not stray onto the wrong path in the future." "Rest assured, grandfather, I will not," Kanzuya replied, knowing Hiruzen was concerned about him following in Orochimaru's footsteps, which he took lightly, smiling. After posing a few more minor questions, Kinzuya recognized that Hiruzen was likely preoccupied with his own matters and politely excused himself. Before Kinzuya departed, Hiruzen instructed him to come to him any time with questions. He then asked Inuzuka Kawaki to escort Kinzuya back to the flower shop in the mountains. Upon returning home, Kinzuya was warmly greeted by Yamashiro Kaichi, who eagerly inquired about what Hiruzen had taught him, expressing envy that Kinzuya could receive instruction from the third Hokage. Eventually, overwhelmed by Kaichi's incessant questioning, Kinzuya had to excuse himself, claiming Hiruzen had advised him to practice diligently the knowledge imparted that day, successfully escaping Kaichi's relentless curiosity. First, one must open their mind's eye, and then employ the ordinary substitution technique to observe whether the mind's eye can continuously perceive the surrounding environment during the execution of the technique. Yuki Kinzuya had previously noted that at the moment of utilizing the substitution technique, his vision plunged into darkness, with only objects infused with his chakra radiating a distinct signal to indicate their location. Such objects, imbued with personal chakra, resembled brilliant sources of light, instinctively drawing the body towards them, culminating in a swift exchange of positions. Even after successfully executing this technique numerous times, Yuki Kinzuya remained perplexed about how the position swap occurred, as if merely fulfilling the technique's requirements allowed one to exchange places with the corresponding object. It was akin to a program. Regardless of the operator's understanding of its functionality, simply inputting it would elicit its inherent performance. Perhaps this exemplifies the power of rules. As the third Hokage had articulated, Yuki Kinzuya mused. Ceasing his ruminations, he resolved to first ascertain whether his mind's eye could perceive the environment at the moment the substitution technique was activated. If successful, future applications of the technique need not rely on chakra-infused objects to denote positions. With unwavering focus, he concentrated his mental energy into his mind's eye. And with a proficiency level of 82 in the substitution technique, Yuki Kinzuya adeptly executed the technique while in the state of his mind's eye. Upon completing the positional exchange and arriving at the object's location, he was suddenly beset by a severe bout of nausea, collapsing to the ground in violent retching. During the spatial exchange, under the gaze of the mind's eye, the previously invisible darkness became manifest. However, what Yuki Kinzuya beheld were countless chaotic vortices swirling about him, layered and intricately interwoven in a tumultuous dance. The once stable space around him had transformed into a state of extreme disorder. In that fleeting moment, as he beheld these vortices, time seemed to stretch into eternity, and he felt an overwhelming drain on his mental energy, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. After enduring the technique, he could no longer withstand the toll it had exacted. Once he had finished retching, Yuki Kinzuya's complexion was ashen, haunted by the vision of the chaotic vortices. Even without a phobia of clusters, he found the seemingly infinite array of swirling shapes, sizes, and colors intolerable. What were these vortices? Why were there so many? What connection did the true nature of the substitution technique have with these swirling forms? Despite his instinctive desire to distance himself from them, an insatiable curiosity and yearning surged within him, akin to countless cat claws scratching at his insides, compelling him to delve deeper into the secrets concealed within these vortices. Taking a few deep breaths, Yuki Kinzuya managed to suppress the urges within him. He resolved to refine his mastery of the substitution technique before embarking on this exploration. Although uncertain whether a deeper understanding of the technique would aid him in deciphering the mysteries of the vortices, he decided to wait a while longer. A mere observation had drained his mental energy significantly, leaving him in a state of disarray. Besides the disorienting effects of the vortex, the rapid depletion of his mental strength was a contributing factor to his violent retching. Yueqian Kinzuya was acutely aware that his remaining mental capacity was insufficient for another attempt at observing the spatial vortex. A forced endeavor would surely lead to his unconsciousness. After tidying up the mess on the ground, Yueqian Kinzuya dutifully engaged in the practice of ordinary ninjutsu, hoping to enhance his proficiency and expedite his skill advancement. Meanwhile, within the ancestral hall of the Yamamoto clan, the gathering of clan members summoned by Yamamoto Hai was stirred into a frenzy by his proclamation. What? Is this true, Hai? The first to react, Yamamoto Kido, stood up involuntarily, his voice trembling with disbelief. Yamamoto Hai nodded solemnly and, with pride in his tone, declared, I personally took Kinzuya to the Hokage's office, where the Hokage accepted him as a disciple in my presence. This is splendid news, exclaimed Yamamoto Kido, filled with elation. Haha. Are we about to produce a powerhouse of the Sannin level from the Yamamoto clan? Just the thought is thrilling. The notion that Kazuya, Hei's nephew, had caught the attention of the third Hokage was indeed enviable. Ha ha ha. I always said Kazuya was no ordinary person. Now you all believe me, right? Yamamoto Fatai, overwhelmed with excitement, stood up proudly. TCH, we already knew Kazuya was a genius. Did you need to say it? Another chimed in. Indeed. I remember it was you who opposed Kazuya's acceptance of the legacy. Now you can't backtrack, can you? Yamamoto Hai said with a playful smirk. Hi, I was mistaken. I was blind to his potential. Please forgive my past folly and forget that trivial matter. Look how well I treat Kazuya. Yamamoto Fatai feigned a pitiful demeanor, rushing to cling to Hai's leg and lamenting, eliciting laughter from the crowd. All right, let us not get carried away, said Yamamoto Kido, grinning broadly, clearing his throat. He continued, let us first discuss how to respond to this matter. The jubilant assembly gradually settled down, each member quickly returning to their seats, sitting upright with attentiveness. Coughing lightly, Yamamoto Hai focused the clan's attention on himself, speaking with calm authority. I believe we should increase our investment in Kazuya's resources, whether in ninjutsu or other areas. We should strive to meet his needs. Yamamoto Kido nodded with a smile, responding with composure, since the third Hokage has taken Kazuya as a disciple. He will undoubtedly have no shortage of ninjutsu. We can provide him with all the ninjutsu of the Yamamoto clan, and we must also enhance his protection and guidance. Additionally, let us inform the Akimichi and Nara clans so they can prepare as well. The others exchanged knowing smiles, aware that with the renowned third Hokage as his mentor, Yueqian Kazuya would indeed lack for ninjutsu. It seemed that wisdom truly comes with age, and Yamamoto Kido had articulated every point with precision. Indeed. Uncle Chido's words are quite sensible, Yin-E of the Yamashiro clan remarked, expressing profound admiration for the astute Chido, and feeling fortunate to have such a wise elder to assist him after assuming the role of clan leader. The third Hokage has dispatched a member of the Umbu to protect Heya, so I believe his safety should not be a concern for the time being. However, Yin-E added, turning to Chido with a smile, should we not invite the heads of the Akimichi and Nara clans to discuss this matter? Chido stroked his beard, squinting his eyes in a smile, and replied, Yin-E, some matters cannot be rushed. For now, simply inform them of the third Hokage's decision to take Heya as his apprentice. There is no need for further elaboration. They will know how to respond. Upon hearing this, Yin-E pondered for a moment, grasping Chido's intent, and calmed the restless heart that had stirred since leaving the Hokage's office. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Chido. I nearly lost my way. Chido, satisfied, nodded without further comment. He had discerned early on that Yin-E was becoming overly ambitious, seemingly eager to showcase his capabilities and hastily aiming to leverage the momentum of Yuichiro Heya to expand the Yamashiro clan. However, such aspirations were fundamentally unattainable. Not only was Heya merely newly accepted as a disciple of the third Hokage, but even if he were to become Hokage in the future, the Yamashiro clan could not freely expand under his protection. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly provoke a coalition of resistance from the other clans of Konoha, leading to inevitable consequences. Let us remain poised for now, the composed Yin-E stated. Keiichi, it falls upon you to convey this news to the Akimichi and Nara clans. The graceful Keiichi from the Yamashiro clan, of similar age to Yin-E, stood at approximately 175 meters tall, sporting a pair of small mustaches and a dignified appearance. His amiable demeanor and witty conversation made him frequently responsible for diplomatic relations on behalf of Konoha. Upon receiving Yin-Ye's command, he promptly stood up with a cheerful smile, exuding a refreshing charm, and remarked in a calm tone, Very well, I shall take my leave. After arranging for Keiichi, Yin-E sent the remaining clan members away and engaged in a lengthy discussion with the three elders, ultimately deciding on the future direction of the clan before taking his leave. The following afternoon, while practicing alone in the backyard, Yuichiro Heya welcomed two new friends. He curiously observed the four individuals, two portly figures and two with pineapple-like hairstyles, trailing behind Yin-E. Heya, these two uncles are the friends I mentioned to you. This is Nara Shikaku, and this is Akimichi Choza, Yin-E cheerfully introduced upon arriving in the backyard. It was evident that he was delighted by the visit of his two friends and was fully aware of their purpose. Hello, Uncle Shikaku. Hello, Uncle Choza. Heya promptly greeted with politeness. Upon first sight, he had deduced their identities. They were indeed Yin-Ye's companions, the other members of the Inoshikacho trio. specifically the fathers of Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. Greetings, you must be Kawaki Uchiha, for we hear your name mentioned by Kaiji every day. Nara Shikaku remarked with a smile, though his face bore 2 long scars, lending his grin a somewhat fearsome aspect that might very well frighten children into tears. Is that so? Kawaki Uchiha chuckled lightly and responded, I have heard Uncle Kaiji speak of you on several occasions. He recounted tales of your comradeship in battle, mentioning how you have saved him numerous times. Is that correct? Ha ha ha, indeed. However, Kaiji has rescued me as well. We are the mightiest duo. Observing that Kawaki Uchiha was unperturbed by the scars on his face, Nara Shikaku felt a sense of joy, relieved that his amiable conversation did not frighten his companion into tears. Kawaki Uchiha promptly interjected, I know, it is the pig, deer, and butterfly trio. Kawaki, you have been training alone at home for too long. I have found you 2 companions who will train alongside you from now on. Yamashiro Kaiji remarked with a smile, noticing Kawaki Uchiha's enthusiasm. Are they members of your clan, uncle? They seem to resemble you. Following Yamashiro Kaiji's gestured direction, Kawaki Uchiha spotted 2 young boys who shared a striking resemblance to Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza, and inquired with a smile. Hello, I am Nara Shikami. It is a pleasure to meet you. The little boy standing beside Nara Shikaku was nothing like Shikamaru. Rather, he appeared quite lively. Upon noticing Kawaki Uchiha's inquiry, he took 2 steps forward and cheerfully introduced himself. Greetings, I am Kawaki Uchiha. I look forward to your guidance, Kawaki Uchiha remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle at the boy's pineapple-shaped hairstyle that mirrored Nara Shikaku's. I am Akimichi Yado. I look forward to your guidance as well. Akimichi Yado, who was preoccupied with devouring snacks, reluctantly set aside his treats at Akimichi Choza's prompting and mumbled his introduction. Faced with Akimichi Yado's greasy hand extended towards him, Kawaki Uchiha hesitated to refuse but thought it best not to hurt the chubby boy's feelings, and thus lightly clasped his hand, smiling as he said, I look forward to your guidance. Akimichi Yado beamed with delight, pulling out his snacks and cheerfully offering, would you like some? I can share. Thank you. Kawaki Uchiha responded gratefully while retrieving a chip from the snack bag, perhaps noticing that Kawaki Uchiha had taken only a small portion of his chips. Akimichi Yado grew even happier, licking his greasy fingers before eagerly resuming his feast, leaving Kawaki Uchiha feeling somewhat awkward about the chips in his hand. Let the children play among themselves. How about we step outside for a drink? Yamashiro Kaiji suggested with a smile, observing the young ones engaged in pleasant conversation. Certainly. My wife has been quite strict lately, and I have not had the chance to enjoy a drink in ages, Nara Shikaku readily agreed, his eagerness evident. Seeing both men in agreement, Yamashiro Kaiji turned to Kawaki Uchiha and said, Kawaki, you all enjoy yourselves. I will step outside with these 2 gentlemen for a moment. Uncle Kaiji, please go ahead. I will take care of Shikami and Yado, Kawaki Uchiha quickly assured them. As soon as Hachi and his companions departed, Nara Shika eagerly inquired, Hey, Kanzuya, I have heard of your remarkable skills. Are you brave enough to challenge me? Shika, you and Ijin must be around 6 years old this year. Don't you attend a ninja school for your studies? In response to Nara Shika's challenge, Ekizan Kanzuya countered with a question. We primarily study at home, only attending school occasionally. Nara Shika, somewhat impatient at Kanzuya's query, reluctantly answered, possibly due to family admonitions. Is that truly the case? Ekizan Kanzuya asked in astonishment. Does that mean you have quite a bit of free time? Indeed, as long as we complete our family's ninjutsu training and attend the essential courses at school. The rest of our time is ours to manage, Nara Shika replied swiftly, observing Kanzuya's readiness to inquire further with a furrowed brow. Before Kanzuya could speak, Nara Shika interjected, Hey, are you done yet? You're not afraid to compete with me, are you? Ah, my apologies. I was merely curious about your school life. Ekizan Kanzuya responded, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor in the face of Nara Shika's impatience. So, what do you wish to compete in? Please, do tell. Upon hearing Kanzuya agree to his challenge, Nara Shika immediately scanned the surroundings and spotted a target, used for practicing kunai throwing, hanging from a tree. He grinned and proposed. Let us compete in kunai throwing. 10 throws from 10 meters away. Let us see who hits the mark. Very well, who shall go first? Kanzuya asked, unable to suppress a chuckle at the thought of kunai throwing. Noticing Kanzuya's peculiar expression, Nara Shika felt a hint of confusion but confidently declared, I shall go first. You can prepare yourself in the meantime. All right, I have no objections, Kanzuya replied with a smile, stepping aside with Akidu Ijin to observe Narashika's kunai throwing. Surprised by Kinzuya's decisiveness, Narashika approached the target, positioning himself 10 meters away. After carefully aiming, he released his first kunai. Thud! Narashika's initial kunai struck the target successfully, albeit at the edge. He breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to throw the remaining kunai. With utmost seriousness, Narashika completed the remaining 9 throws, and upon seeing 8 kunai skewed on the target, he beamed with delight. This performance exceeded his usual standard, and he felt he had done quite well. Believing his performance was enough to outshine Kinzuya, Narashika walked up proudly and declared, "So, what do you think, Kinzuya? Not bad, right? You are in the first year of ninja school this year, correct?" Kinzuya replied calmly. Observing that Narashika's kunai skills did not surpass those of his companions, he couldn't help but smile as he asked, "Is that as impressive as you think?" "Yes." "What of it?" Narashika responded, puzzled. "Then such a level is indeed commendable." Kinzuya chuckled lightly. Narashikami finally grasped the implication behind Ekizen's words. Realizing that he was being subtly criticized for his lack of skill, his nose flared with indignation, and just as he was about to retort, he observed Ekizen striding past him towards the spot where he had just thrown his shuriken. "Watch closely, I shall begin," Ekizen declared playfully. Casting a cheeky glance at the sulking Nara, Nara lifted his gaze to see Ekizen deftly conjuring 3 shuriken in his hand. With a swift flick of his right arm, he launched all 3 shuriken towards the target. Nara immediately shifted his focus to the target, and with a sharp thud, the 3 shuriken struck it almost simultaneously. Just as Nara was absorbing the shock of the moment, before he could turn his head, 3 more shuriken followed suit, landing with precision on the target. Astonished, Nara watched in utter disbelief as Ekizen completed the rapid and resolute throw of 9 shuriken, as if he required no aim whatsoever. To Nara's astonishment, the first 9 shuriken had encircled the center of the target, maintaining almost identical distances between them. "So, Nara, where do you think my last shuriken will land?" Ekizen's triumphant voice broke through Nara's stunned silence. "Right at the bullseye." The words materialized instinctively in Nara's mind. Before he could utter them, Ekizen released his final shuriken, which soared directly towards the target center. It struck the bullseye perfectly. However, it appeared to lack the necessary force and, after a brief pause, fell to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Nara could not help but chuckle at the impressive display of Ekizen's shuriken throwing prowess, the earlier frustration dissipating entirely. How embarrassing! Ekizen feigned a dramatic sigh before exclaiming, "Hey, Nara, I hit 9 times, and you only 8. I win, right?" Ekizen's intention was clear. He sought to avoid overwhelming Nara with his superiority, understanding that it could sour their future interactions. Acknowledging the evident disparity in their skills after witnessing Ekizen's remarkable feat, Nara could only respond with a resigned smile. "You win, I concede." "Huh, that's the spirit. I am indeed quite formidable," Ekizen declared, adopting a childlike demeanor as he reveled in his triumph. Meanwhile, Akimichi Yado, munching on snacks while observing their friendly competition, nearly choked on his chips upon witnessing Ekizen's extraordinary shuriken throws. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Ekizen, how did you become so skilled at throwing shuriken? What is your secret? Want to learn? I can teach you." Ekizen replied coolly, mimicking a famous character. "Really? That would be fantastic." Akimichi Yado laughed heartily. "Ekizen, I'll treat you to my favorite chips if you teach me." "Of course, no problem." Ekizen graciously accepted the unopened bag of chips from Akimichi Yado, smiling brightly. As he watched Yueqian Kinzuya begin to indulge in his potato chips, Akita Yoshido wore a troubled expression and lamented, "My shuriken throwing skills are the worst in the class. It truly vexes me." Yueqian Kinzuya chuckled at the sight of Akidu, whose face contorted in a comical frown. Unsure whether his distress stemmed from his lack of shuriken prowess or the imminent demise of his beloved chips. With a playful smile, he returned a few of the chips he had sampled, exclaiming, "Yoshido, the remaining ones are for you. This flavor is delightful and I absolutely adore it." Astonished to reclaim his chips, Akidu hesitantly inquired, "Kinzuya, if you give me back my chips, will you still teach me how to throw shuriken?" "Of course I will. If you share your favorite chips with me, I shall impart my shuriken techniques to you. True friends must share," Yueqian Kinzuya declared earnestly. "Ha ha ha. Thank you, Kinzuya. You shall be my best friend from now on." Akidu laughed heartily, inadvertently smearing Kinzuya with greasy remnants of the chips. After successfully persuading the somewhat obstinate Narashikamaru, Yueqian Kinzuya found himself followed by 2 eager companions. These children, whenever they had a spare moment, would dash to the mountain flower shop to learn alongside him, providing Kazuya with practical training partners. Consequently, his proficiency in both martial arts and swordsmanship accelerated significantly through this hands-on experience. In addition to shuriken throwing, Akido Yoshido also took up learning martial arts under Kazuya's guidance, while Nara Shikamaru joined in the study of swordsmanship. Naturally, the two boys, who spent their days shadowing Kazuya, became integral members of his youthful brigade. When Aoki Hirota and others learned that they could frequently accompany Kazuya, envy filled their expressions. Thanks to their ample time with Kazuya, the pair made rapid advancements, surpassing those who had been learning from him for longer, like Aoki Hirota, within a month. Such remarkable progress delighted their respective families, who wished to send all their children to learn from Kazuya. Kazuya, we shall head home now. See you tomorrow. Nara Shikamaru and Akido Yoshido cheerfully bid farewell while standing together. Yes, see you tomorrow. Travel safely. Yueqian Kazuya waved goodbye, watching as they disappeared around the distant corner, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Since his reincarnation into the world of Naruto on October 10th, 48 years into the Hidden Leaf Village, for months had swiftly passed. From once being a timid child, nervously lying in bed, overwhelmed by confusion, to now having acquired numerous skills, including scaling walls and trees and deftly navigating rooftops as a budding ninja, Yueqian Kazuya had grown immensely. He had also garnered friendships and affections, most importantly experiencing familial warmth for the first time, receiving meticulous care from Yamashiro Haichi and Yamashiro Keiko, and gaining a lovely younger sister. Kazuya was thoroughly content with his current life and resolved to protect it fiercely. As his abilities continued to develop, his confidence in safeguarding them only grew stronger. Goodbye, boss. Take care on your way. As Qingdao Guangtian and others observed, Yueqian He also prepared to return home at the usual hour. They ceased their practice and spoke in unison. Well, don't practice too late. Return home early, and if you live nearby, you can go back together, understood? Noticing the little ones, already panting yet still fervently training, Yueqian He reminded them. Stimulated by the achievements of Nara Shikami and Akido Yoshido, these children had become increasingly motivated and dedicated to their practice. Yueqian He worried about their tender age and the risk of injury from overexertion, thus repeatedly offering his earnest advice. All right, Captain, we understand. We'll practice a little longer and then head home, Qingdao Guangtian replied loudly. The pressure on him was considerable. As the former leader, he had consistently kept his younger peers in check. However, under Yueqian Heya's guidance, the talents of individuals like Akiyama Kintaro began to shine, hinting at the possibility of surpassing him. The unassuming Aoki Yuichi was diligently honing his skills, making significant strides in swordsmanship, yet his modest demeanor kept his true prowess enigmatic. Even the young girl Ando Noriko was no less impressive. Her progress far exceeded that of Aoki Yuichi, demonstrating remarkable abilities that clearly reflected her hard work. Beneath her sweet smile lay an indomitable spirit. With so many competitors emerging behind him, Qingdao Guangtian felt a weighty pressure. Had he not been secretly striving to improve himself, he might have been surpassed by his former subordinates long ago. However, with the sudden emergence of Nara Shikami and Akido Yoshido, who consistently trained alongside Yueqian He, a sense of foreboding crept over him. Indeed, those who initially lagged behind him overtook him within merely a month. Fortunately, as they did not address Yueqian He as captain, he managed to retain his position as the second-in-command for the time being. Watching the young ones diligently pursue their training, Yueqian He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It would have been disheartening had he invested effort in teaching them, only to have them approach their training with a lackadaisical attitude. However, he also contemplated the necessity of learning medical ninjutsu, as the focused training of these youngsters often led to injuries. Thankfully, the proximity of the hospital allowed for swift treatment of their wounds without any serious incidents. Yet, if he were to master medical ninjutsu himself, he could provide more immediate care for the children. Moreover, Yueqian He had achieved a chakra control proficiency level of 15. Through a month of practical combat, he had extensively utilized chakra for various enhancements, such as accelerating movement speed, increasing the velocity and force of shurikens, and employing the shadow clone technique. Consequently, his skill proficiency had also improved at a quicker rate. Upon reaching a chakra control proficiency of 15, Yueqian He could barely shape his chakra into threads, enabling him to manipulate shuriken's trajectories in midair. The moment to commence learning medical ninjutsu from Yamashita Keiko is truly opportune. First, he must consolidate his medical knowledge, and by then, His chakra control should have significantly improved, enabling him to embark on the study of medical ninjutsu, which demands rigorous precision in chakra manipulation. On a particularly dark night in Konoha village during February, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, obscuring any glimmers of starlight. As if a storm of rain and snow were imminent, the biting cold wind swept through the streets where the few passers-by hurried along, each yearning to return home and seek refuge in the warmth of their cozy beds. By 9 o'clock, most shops lining the streets had shuttered, leaving only a handful of taverns aglow with dim lights, where shadows of solitary drinkers indulged in their melancholic solitude. Yuichiro had bid farewell to the little ones, tightening his clothing as he pondered the intricacies of medical ninjutsu, while absent-mindedly trailing behind the White Emperor on their path back to the flower shop in the mountains. As he rounded the corner past a tavern, a sudden jolt surged through him, prompting him to halt instinctively. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a tremendous explosion erupted from his left. Boom! The tranquil night was abruptly shattered by a cacophony as the roof of the tavern beside Yuichiro was blown away, and the wall nearest to him crumbled into fragments. Bricks, wooden beams, and liquor erupted in a chaotic spray, momentarily illuminating the darkened Konoha village with a fierce blaze. Several nearby establishments fell victim to the collateral damage, ignited by the liquor that spewed forth, casting an eerie glow across the once obscured street. Caught off guard by the sudden upheaval, Yuichiro swiftly gathered his wits, instinctively cradling the White Emperor and dashing towards the opposite side of the street. Eager to distance himself from the tavern, which continued to erupt in explosions. As he activated his mind's eye, he carefully shielded the small White Emperor in his arms while fleeing towards safety. Though Yuichiro reacted swiftly, he was ultimately a moment too late. Before he could cover much distance, several shards of flying debris struck his back and arms, while a deluge of liquor and dust engulfed him, leaving him disheveled and covered in grime. Fortunately, the enhanced vision from his mind's eye allowed him to narrowly evade the stones hurtling towards his head from behind. Though he still endured several painful impacts that caused him to grimace in discomfort, yet he remained relatively unscathed. However, what truly unsettled Yuichiro, now fully aware, was the sight of an explosive tag suspended ominously at the street corner, with a dark, unidentified substance stretching beneath the pavement, extending from the tavern to the opposite side of the street, hinting at malevolent intentions. Confronted with these alarming anomalies, Yuichiro swiftly deduced that the tavern's explosion was no accident and likely aimed directly at him. Faced with the impending detonation of the explosive tag, he resolved to flee towards the other side of the street, distancing himself from both the explosive and the ominous black substance. At the moment the explosion occurred, Inoue, tasked with protecting Yuichiro, happened to be on the rooftop of a sake shop. Although he sensed something was amiss immediately and attempted to use his body flicker technique to escape, he was slightly delayed and sustained an injury to his left foot from the blast, landing with blood oozing from the wound, crouched on the ground. Nevertheless, he managed to evade immediate danger. Aware that Yuichiro was in dire straits, Inoue wasted no time and dragged his injured leg towards Yuichiro, intending to pull him out of the explosion's reach. As if fully aware of both Inoue's and Yuichiro's reactions, the detonation seal hanging at the street corner exploded the moment Inoue approached Yuichiro, igniting the mysterious black substance beneath the ground and creating a sudden wall of searing flames between them. While Inoue excelled in fire-based ninjutsu, he was ignorant of earth and water techniques. Faced with the impenetrable wall of fire, he found himself at a loss, reluctantly opting to navigate around the temporarily blocked path, striving to reach Yuichiro from the rooftop despite his injury. Meanwhile, Yuichiro found himself in a precarious situation. On one side, the sake shop continued to erupt in explosions, while the other side was barricaded by the raging firewall. Through the inside of his mind's eye, Yuichiro could perceive numerous traps surrounding him, each step fraught with peril. Thankfully, with the aid of his mind's eye, he managed to withstand the barrage of flying debris, albeit at the cost of sustaining several blows, narrowly evading the traps as he crossed the street to the side farthest from the sake shop. Across from the sake shop stood an ordinary-looking clothing store, brightly lit and with its doors wide open. Although no one could be seen inside, the atmosphere was serene and inviting, almost tempting the beleaguered Yuichiro to seek refuge within, as if it were the optimal escape route. However, a sense of unease gripped Yuichiro's heart. He immediately deduced that the enemy would not leave such a gaping vulnerability unguarded. Given the chaos outside, it was implausible that the interior remained undisturbed. Cautiously approaching, he quickly scanned the area with his mind's eye and, without hesitation, turned and sprinted towards the opposite side of the street. When Yuichiro first acquired the mind's eye skill, it allowed him to observe only objects within a radius of 1.5 meters. However, after a month of practice, his proficiency had reached 128, enabling him to see objects up to 32 meters away. Through the vision granted by his mind's eye, he discerned a detonation seal affixed to the door behind the clothing store's panel, realizing that the enemy had undoubtedly set a trap within, ensuring that entering would spell his doom. Hidden nearby, the Hayes brothers were already astonished at Yuichiro's narrow escapes from their traps. Now, witnessing him merely glance at the clothing store they had rigged before decisively fleeing, they were even more bewildered. Hayes Akihiro could not comprehend why Yuichiro would avoid the clothing store, which seemed to be the best option to evade the debris from the ongoing explosions outside. Yet, Yueqian Heya also seemed to possess an uncanny ability to perceive the traps within, merely casting a casual glance before decisively opting to withdraw. Ninjutsu, Phantom Shadow Clone Technique. Unbeknownst to him, Nagasaka Hiyoshi was still astonished by his choice. As he sprinted with fervor, he stabilized his hand seals and unleashed a new ninjutsu he had upgraded from the Shadow Clone Technique just half a month prior. A thick plume of smoke enveloped Yueqian Heya, only to dissipate swiftly, revealing 4 identical shadow clones beside him. The clones generated by the Phantom Shadow Clone Technique were mere illusions rather than physical entities, akin to those created by the standard Shadow Clone Technique. They could not be employed for offensive or defensive maneuvers and could be discerned by special methods. However, the 4 clones could be sustained as long as Yueqian Heya supplied them with chakra through his chakra threads, executing evasion and offensive actions under his control to confound the enemy. As long as the opponent lacked specific discerning techniques, they would prove to be quite effective at deception. Realizing that these assaults were directed at him, Yueqian Heya understood he must buy time, thus decisively employing the Phantom Shadow Clone Technique in hopes of baffling his adversary and creating an opportunity for escape. Aware that the commotion would soon attract the Leaf Village's security forces, he knew that a mere delay would incite those eager to eliminate him. With the 4 clones trailing him, Yueqian Heya remained vigilant of his surroundings while hastening his retreat, aiming to distance himself from the blast radius of the tavern explosion. Nagasaka Hiyoshi could not fathom how Yueqian Heya had discerned the traps within that establishment and was taken aback when he suddenly employed an advanced clone technique never before seen in the open. He felt immense shock, having followed Yueqian Heya for over a month without witnessing him perform any ninjutsu. He had never anticipated that such a young child could conceal his prowess so adeptly, leading to their misjudgment of Yueqian Heya's capabilities. Approximately half a month prior, as the conflict between the Cloud Ninja Village and the Leaf Village intensified, a significant number of Leaf Ninjas were dispatched to the front lines. The Nagasaka brothers, who had been lying low in a neighboring town, soon learned of the thinning defense within the Leaf Village. With their mission deadline approaching, they began to stir once more. Subsequently, the brothers disguised themselves as merchants and infiltrated the Leaf Village, as their previous visit had resulted in only lax surveillance from the security forces. They then resumed their covert observations of Yueqian Heya, whose proficiency in throwing kunai, martial arts, and swordsmanship left a profound impression on them. While the rapid progress of the children he taught instilled a sense of dread, having undergone similar training at the Ninja Academy. The Nagasaka brothers were acutely aware that the children's rate of advancement far exceeded their own during their time in school. If Yueqian Heya could continue to foster such growth in those children, the combat prowess of the Leaf Village would undoubtedly outstrip that of the Cloud Ninja Village in the future. The 2 brothers, terrified by this astonishing revelation, immediately comprehended why Suzuki Daiga sought to abduct Ekizanoya. Concurrently, they grasped the necessity of their mission with renewed clarity, vowing that they would stop at nothing to eliminate Ekizanoya, thus resolving the lingering threats to their village. Fortuitously, as their surveillance continued, they were elated to discover that one of the 2 ninjas guarding Ekizanoya had withdrawn, and even the renowned Kakashi had been replaced. Sensing an opportunity, the brothers commenced meticulous preparations for their assassination plan, ultimately launching what they perceived to be a flawless attack. As they witnessed Ekizanoya employing ninjutsu to create 4 shadow clones and flee towards the opposite side of the street, Hasegawa Kyoki, though astonished by Noya's adept concealment of his prowess, did not hesitate. He promptly activated a trap in the direction Noya was heading, aiming to ensnare him in the narrow alleyway before the tavern, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, even if it meant exposing himself in the process. Suddenly startled while fleeing for his life, Noya was confronted by a web of interlaced steel wires that abruptly appeared before him, completely sealing off the street and blocking his escape route. Realizing he could not leap over the barrier, even with the aid of chakra, Noya quickly drew a kunai and hurled it at one of the wires, hoping to test its integrity. The kunai met the wire with a shower of sparks, inflicting minor damage but failing to sever it. Noya understood that severing the wire with a kunai was not a feasible option. In a desperate predicament, as he evaded the explosive debris from the tavern, Noya fervently sought an escape route. Just as he contemplated utilizing chakra to scale the wall and flee through the exterior of the adjacent clothing store, Inoue Kawaru, hindered by his injured leg, finally navigated past the wall of flames and appeared atop the clothing store's roof. Noya, seeing Noya momentarily safe, Inoue Kawaru exhaled in relief and called out in delight, intending to leap down and rescue the disheveled Noya. Be careful. Positioned near the clothing store, Noya's keen perception allowed him to glimpse the interior. At the very moment Inoue Kawaru prepared to descend, a shadow flashed through Noya's line of sight, hurtling towards the unsuspecting Inoue. But before he could issue a warning, Noya found himself overwhelmed by the urgency of his own situation. Seizing the opportunity while Inoue's attention was diverted, the Hasegawa brothers resolutely initiated their final, lethal strike. The two individuals exhibited a remarkable synergy, with clearly defined roles. The elder brother, Hasegawa Kiyoshi, targeted Inoue Kawa, launching a surprise assault from the clothing store with the intention of catching him off guard from an unobserved angle. Meanwhile, the younger brother, Hasegawa Kiyotaka, closely followed suit, hurling two kunai embedded with explosive tags through the store's window towards Yukikawa, aiming to eliminate this true objective in one fell swoop. Through the perception granted by his mind's eye, Yukikawa anticipated the incoming kunai, distinctly noting the explosive tags attached to them. Thanks to his inherent talent derived from his kunai-throwing skills, he was adept at discerning the trajectory and final destination of Hasegawa Kiyotaka's projectiles in midair. In a moment of inspiration, Yukikawa swiftly adjusted his position, launching 4 kunai that collided precisely with Hasegawa Kiyotaka's 2 kunai in the air. While the disparity in strength between Yukikawa and Hasegawa Kiyotaka rendered it impossible to knock down the latter's shuriken, altering their course proved to be a simple task. The 4 kunai Yukikawa released collided with Hasegawa Kiyotaka's, striking their front ends. One of Hasegawa Kiyotaka's kunai, redirected, soared far off towards the sake shop behind Yukikawa, resulting in yet another explosion within the establishment. The other kunai landed exactly as Yukikawa had anticipated, striking the wall where the Hasegawa brothers had affixed their wire trap. The explosive tag did not disappoint, as a violent blast instantaneously compromised the anchor points of the wires, scattering the previously orderly web into disarray. Having prepared for this eventuality, Yukikawa nimbly navigated through the gaps in the wire trap and darted towards the distant street. Hasegawa Kiyotaka, who had been awaiting the explosion's aftermath, was momentarily taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. He had never anticipated that Yukikawa's kunai-throwing prowess would reach such heights, allowing him to deftly and accurately manipulate the landing points of his own kunai. This feat surpassed anything Yukikawa had previously demonstrated before the younger ninjas, a skill that even many seasoned jonin would struggle to replicate. Moreover, Hasegawa Kiyotaka could not fathom how Yukikawa had swiftly discerned the explosive tags on the kunai, let alone conceive the idea of using them to create an opportunity for escape in such a brief span of time. Despite the turmoil within, Hasegawa Kiyotaka was resolute. He would not passively watch as Yukikawa fled. Fueled by a surge of murderous intent, he pursued the opening left by Yukikawa. The preceding deafening explosion had drawn a crowd to the street, and upon witnessing the clash of ninjas, the onlookers hastily sought refuge in safe locales, hoping for the Leaf Village ninjas to swiftly neutralize the threat. Such occurrences were not unprecedented, and the villagers of Konoha were well aware of how to respond in such situations. Although Konoha was considered one of the safest and most peaceful places in the ninja world, unexpected incidents still transpired. Just as when a spying ninja's identity was revealed, they would never surrender without a fight, always striving to create chaos in hopes of escaping amidst the confusion. Through the years of education and constant reminders within the village of Konoha, its inhabitants are acutely aware that intervening at this moment would only complicate matters further, risking their own safety amid the chaos. Hence, they prudently prioritize their own preservation, leaving the task of extinguishing the flames to the ninjas in due course. In light of this circumstance, the streets have grown eerily deserted. After escaping the barbed wire, Yuzin also found himself with a clear path ahead. He first exerted himself to shove the White Emperor towards the edge of the street, preventing it from sharing in the misfortune that could befall him. Then, as he sprinted for his life, he shouted for help, hoping to attract the attention of the ninjas racing from afar. Upon traversing the trap of the barbed wire, Nagatani Hiroto wasted no time in launching 5 kunai, probing Yuzen's true form. Due to the proximity of the encounter and his lack of mastery over the shadow clone technique. Although he perceived the incoming shuriken with his Byakugan, Yuzen could only evade with his real body, leaving the clones unguarded. Despite maintaining for clones, Yuzen's true self was ultimately revealed. Elated at discovering Yuzen's true form, Nagatani Hiroto quickly closed the gap, and with a cold, merciless gaze, drove the kunai into Yuzen's heart, oblivious to the impending shock that would soon engulf him. At the very moment the kunai pierced Yuzen's flesh, an uncanny realization struck him. The Yuzen he had attacked dissipated into a wooden sphere amidst a cloud of smoke. Body replacement technique. How could this be? When had this individual employed such a technique? Could this diminutive sphere truly serve as a substitute? Nagatani Hiroto stared incredulously at the wooden ball, scarcely larger than a pigeon egg, impaled upon the tip of his kunai, as a torrent of questions flooded his mind. Though Yuzen's body replacement technique had yet to reach its pinnacle, it had nonetheless demonstrated its prowess. Besides offering a marginal increase in range under equivalent chakra expenditure, its most significant advantage lay in the substantially reduced size of the object containing one's chakra, which could now be a mere pigeon egg rather than a lengthy piece of wood. Yuzen surmised that this capability stemmed primarily from his heightened perception afforded by the Byakugan, rather than a significant increase in his mastery of the technique. Having successfully evaded Nagatani Hiroto's attack through the body replacement technique, Yuzen did not relent. For the limitations of his chakra meant that he merely appeared 1 meter behind Nagatani. Once Nagatani regained his composure, he could readily launch another ferocious strike. While the ninjas en route to assist were still some distance away, with no options left, Yuzen found himself compelled to engage in a desperate struggle for survival. As the astonished gaze of Hasegawa Hiroshi settled, Yuki Kanzuya maintained his 4 shadow clones, each raising a hand to construct a square in front of them, seemingly locking onto Hasegawa Hiroshi. The incessant surprises had left Hasegawa on edge. Upon witnessing this bizarre scene, panic surged within him. He swiftly slashed forward with his shuriken, obliterating all 4 of Yuki's illusory figures. However, after dispelling the clones, Hasegawa stood frozen, his body caught in the motion of throwing the shuriken, a grimace twisting his features as if he were struggling against an unseen force. With the technique of mind transfer, Yuki Kanzuya, positioned behind Hasegawa Hiroshi, had successfully diverted his attention using the clones. In the blink of an eye, he invoked the mind transfer technique, silently chanting within, allowing his spiritual essence to enter Hasegawa's body. The clone, now positioned behind Hasegawa, had captivated the elite ninja's attention just as he regained his composure, enabling Yuki's technique to succeed. Once the technique was complete, Yuki's spiritual essence seamlessly integrated into Hasegawa, resulting in Yuki losing control over his own body. Collapsing weakly to the ground behind Hasegawa, hands by his sides, head bowed. While Yuki's mental prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, he now faced the elite ninja Hasegawa Hiroshi. Despite the superior refinement of his spiritual essence, Yuki found himself outmatched in quantity. The battlefield remained within Hasegawa's body, and Yuki could only grit his teeth and endure, launching wave after wave of mental assaults to wrest control from Hasegawa. Although the battle was arduous, it concluded swiftly. Nearly 2 or 3 seconds had passed in the outside world before Yuki emerged victorious. Blessed by the goddess, Yuki possessed an extraordinary innate mental capacity. And the 2 decades of his previous life had not been in vain. Though not comparable to the rigors of a ninja's training, they provided some degree of enhancement. Having temporarily extricated himself from danger, Yuki, now in control of Hasegawa's body, exhaled deeply, standing composed as he beheld the approaching ninjas ready to rescue him, obediently raising his hands in surrender. While he contemplated using Hasegawa's body to assist Inoue, he quickly dismissed the notion. Despite having seized control, Yuki's hold was tenuous. Hasegawa continued to resist, striving to expel Yuki's essence from his body, and he could succeed at any moment. Engaging in battle with a body that could slip from his control at any time seemed reckless. Should Hasegawa succeed in expelling Yuki's essence mid-fight, it would spell disaster for Inoue. Even in the absence of being physically overwhelmed, Hasegawa Akira's reckless antics and deliberate inflictions of harm, even seeking his own demise, presented considerable complications. The injuries sustained by Hasegawa would indirectly reflect upon the body of Ekizen Kinzuya, which was already in a precarious state. Thus, it was prudent to avoid further risks. Another reason for his caution was the unwavering confidence Ekizen had in Inoue Kawa, a distinguished nin poised to ascend to jonin status. Although currently hindered by an injury, it was presumed that in a one-on-one encounter, he would not face any mortal peril. As the explosion reverberated, Uchiha Kai rushed towards the scene, only to find Hasegawa Akira surrendering with raised hands, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the past, adversaries had been frantic and desperate in their resistance. This was the first instance he encountered an opponent surrendering inexplicably. However, despite the apparent capitulation of the foe, Uchiha Kai remained vigilant, cautiously halting at a distance, armed with kunai. As he approached Hasegawa Akira while glancing at the feeble child seated on the ground, contemplating how to subdue Hasegawa without inflicting harm. "Greetings, senior. I am from the Yamanaka clan, and my name is Ekizen Kinzuya," Hasegawa Akira remarked, observing Uchiha Kai's cautious demeanor, forcing a smile as he urgently exclaimed, "I am losing control over this individual. Please find a way to subdue him." Uchiha Kai was taken aback by Hasegawa's words, momentarily at a loss. Staring incredulously at the grounded Ekizen Kinzuya before casting a puzzled glance back at Hasegawa, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Are you implying that you have utilized the Yamanaka clan's secret technique to control this child?" Being a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kai was well acquainted with the Yamanaka clan's secret arts and their implications. Upon hearing Hasegawa's assertion, he grasped its meaning, yet he found it hard to accept. He scrutinized Hasegawa's expressions, attempting to discern the truth behind his claims, and cautiously sought confirmation. "Yes, please act swiftly to restrain him. I am on the verge of losing control," Ekizen Kinzuya replied, striving to maintain a calm tone to instill belief in Uchiha Kai and prompt him to secure Hasegawa. However, he did not neglect to add, "But please avoid causing any harm to his body, as it would also affect me." Uchiha Kai was aware of this inherent flaw within the Yamanaka clan's techniques and ultimately chose to place his trust in Ekizen. He efficiently and carefully restrained Hasegawa Akira, maintaining a state of heightened alert throughout the process, prepared for any potential counterattack from Hasegawa, only exhaling in relief once he was completely subdued. Even at the conclusion, Uchiha Kai felt a lingering daze, unable to fully comprehend that Ekizen could exert control over an enemy. "All right, he is now restrained. You may come out," Uchiha Kai muttered, his mind still in a haze. Hasegawa Hiroto struggled with all his might, and upon realizing he could no longer move, he uneasily inquired, "Senpai, he won't commit suicide, will he?" "Rest assured, once you emerge, I will immediately subdue him. Using the sedative now would affect you," Uchiha Kaido replied kindly. Appreciating the meticulous nature of this young man before him, it became evident to him why this individual was capable of overpowering adversaries. The members of the Uchiha clan were not merely celestial beings lost in lofty thoughts. They held a deep respect for strength, possessed their own emotions, and bled for the peace of Konoha. They would rejoice at the emergence of a new prodigy, at least a portion of them would. "Ha, then senpai, are you ready?" "I am about to emerge," Yuki Kinzuya remarked with a smile, sensing Uchiha Kaido's goodwill, before exiting Hasegawa Hiroto's body and returning to his own. Upon re-entering his own form, Yuki Kinzuya was immediately beset by excruciating pain. His body felt utterly limp, and his chakra was nearly depleted. The peril he had just escaped felt distant, but now, as he relaxed, he became acutely aware of the myriad injuries that marred his body. Save for his head and face, he could only find humor in his plight, grateful that his charming visage remained unscathed, for he would still need it in the future. Gently rubbing his sore spots, Yuki Kinzuya cautiously lifted the little white emperor, who had been thrown out and suffered a nasty fall, injuring its hind leg. Yet, the little creature did not flee. It limped back to Yuki Kinzuya's side. Fortunately, by the time it returned, Yuki Kinzuya had managed to subdue Hasegawa Hiroto. Otherwise, he could only dread what might have befallen the little one. Once in his arms, the white emperor whimpered pitifully, and Yuki Kinzuya's heart ached for it. He quickly offered soothing words and carefully checked its injuries, feeling reassured that the wounds were not severe. "Kinzuya, you appear significantly injured. Perhaps I should take you to the hospital for treatment?" Uchiha Kaido asked gently after dealing with Hasegawa Hiroto. "Senpai, there is still an enemy ahead. He should be engaged with Inoue Kawa senpai. Please assist him first. I can wait," Yuki Kinzuya promptly replied, cradling the White Emperor. Do not worry about that. My clan has already dispatched reinforcements. First, I will take you to the hospital. Injuries cannot be delayed. Uchiha Kaido remarked with a smile upon hearing Yuki Kanzuya's concern for Inoue Kawa. Before Uchiha Kaido could finish speaking, several ninjas arrived at the scene. After briefing them on the situation and entrusting the unconscious Hasegawa Hiroto to their care, he led Yuki Kanzuya and the White Emperor towards Konoha Hospital for treatment. Upon his miraculous escape from peril, Yuichiro was swiftly transported to the hospital, where he received exemplary medical attention. His injuries, primarily inflicted by debris from the explosion, were soon alleviated thanks to the healing arts of medical ninjutsu. By D2 had his wounds bandaged and lay quietly by Yuichiro's bedside, feigning sleep. Clearly shaken by the ordeal, the atmosphere in Yuichiro's hospital room rapidly became lively. The first to arrive were Yamamoto Kaichi and Yamamoto Keiko, who rushed in with an air of urgency. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Yuichiro, cheerfully engaging in conversation with a nurse, which lifted the heavy weight from their hearts. With tears welling in her eyes, Keiko hurriedly approached, cradling little Ino in her arms. She knelt beside Yuichiro's bed, her gaze filled with concern as she examined him closely before asking, her voice trembling, "Are you all right, Yuichiro?" "Rest assured, Aunt Keiko, I'm fine now. A kind doctor has already examined and treated me," Yuichiro replied, attempting to sound nonchalant despite the tears in Keiko's eyes. Ino, oblivious to the situation, gazed curiously around the pristine white room, her big eyes wide with wonder. Upon spotting Yuichiro, she began to coo and stretch her arms towards him, yearning for a hug. However, Keiko was hesitant to let the little girl approach, knowing that Yuichiro was injured and any further mishap could complicate matters. Although Yuichiro insisted he was unscathed, Keiko had seen the numerous dark bruises marring his otherwise tender skin, a sight that tugged at her heartstrings. It was hard to believe that such injuries wouldn't cause him pain. Yet, in order to soothe their worries, Yuichiro maintained a light-hearted demeanor, engaging in cheerful banter. This only deepened Keiko's compassion for him as she wiped her tears and gently brushed the dust from his face. "Are you truly all right?" Kaichi, standing solemnly behind Keiko, regarded Yuichiro with a serious expression, reiterating his inquiry with gravity. "Nothing serious, Uncle Kaichi," Yuichiro replied, sensing Kaichi's concern in his simple question. With a sparkle in his eyes, he continued, "Thanks to the heart-turning technique you taught me, I was able to capture an enemy." His voice brimmed with youthful pride, yet his words sent ripples of astonishment through Kaichi. He had never anticipated that Yuichiro could achieve such a feat. Understanding that the ninjas assigned to execute assassination missions in enemy territories were far from ordinary, it underscored the remarkable challenge of accomplishing such a task at Yuichiro's tender age. "That's a relief," Kaichi exclaimed, a smile breaking through as he observed the spirited Yuichiro, feeling a sense of profound relief wash over him. After the couple Yamamoto Hachi and his wife visited, Yamamoto Kido and Yamamoto Fuda received the news and promptly arrived at the hospital room of Takeda Kanzuya. Soon after, Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza, accompanied by Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi CHG, came to pay their respects. Witnessing such a display of concern from so many, Takeda Kanzuya felt a warm glow in his heart. Before long, Uchiha Kakashi, who had brought Takeda Kanzuya to the hospital, pushed the door open and entered. He was momentarily taken aback by the number of visitors, but quickly recognized the members of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. After greeting Yamamoto Hachi and the others with a respectful nod, he smiled and approached Takeda Kanzuya. "Kanzuya, you need not worry about the situation at Inoue River," he said. "Inoue sustained some injuries, but they are not severe. He is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. I just visited him, and he asked me to convey his regards and gratitude for your timely warning." Uchiha Kakashi, who had been entrusted by Takeda Kanzuya to check on Inoue's condition, smiled as he saw Kanzuya's hopeful expression. "Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. I truly appreciate your help." Upon hearing that Inoue was safe, Takeda Kanzuya felt a weight lift from his heart and smiled brightly. Kakashi nodded, glancing at the gathering around Takeda Kanzuya's hospital bed. "You seem to have ample company here now, so I shall take my leave. Given the events of this evening, the tasks ahead for our security forces will not be light." "All right, thank you very much, Kakashi-senpai." Takeda Kanzuya sincerely expressed his gratitude once more as Kakashi prepared to depart. At that moment, Takeda Kanzuya lamented the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan, especially considering that there must still be many like Kakashi who deserve to live. Ultimately, It was the turbulent world they inhabited that claimed the lives of so many who should have thrived. According to recent intelligence from the Umbu, the recent actions of the Cloud Ninja resulted in the deaths of 8 civilians on our side, with 17 others injured, and 5 shops set ablaze. The Hokage's advisor, Mito Gatika, reviewed the information in hand before turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone grave. The Cloud Ninja have become exceedingly reckless, showing utter disregard for the losses suffered by the civilians of Konoha. This time, we must teach them a lesson, making it clear that Konoha is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Mito's report, Danzō, leaning heavily on his cane, spoke darkly, usually appearing as a benevolent elder. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, now assumed a resolute demeanor, standing tall like a sharpened sword, proclaiming that the legendary ninja was far from past his prime. Hiruzen understood the necessity of a response. They must ensure that the enemy pays a heavy price, lest they become emboldened and instill fear among the villagers. Relay orders to the security team for a comprehensive crackdown on spies within the village. It is better to apprehend the wrong individuals than to let any slip through the cracks. Conduct rigorous interrogations to thoroughly cleanse our ranks of these infiltrators. Additionally, instruct our frontline units to take the offensive and exert pressure on the Cloud Ninja's defenses. We should also deploy individuals to disrupt the logistics of the Cloud Village. Their supply lines are extensive, and we can surely achieve significant results. After a prolonged contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke with a glimmer of determination, proclaiming that a storm of bloodshed was inevitable. It should have been this way long ago, had we not been in a state of passive defense. How could the Cloud Village dare to encroach upon us? Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, the fervent Danzō gritted his teeth and retorted angrily. After voicing his disdain, Danzō cast a scornful glance at Hiruzen, who had consistently advocated for a defensive policy against the Cloud Village, as if to imply that had his strategies been employed earlier, many troubles could have been averted. Observing the aggressive Danzō, Mito Gate Ino stepped forward to support Hiruzen, who championed a defensive stance, and lamented. Although we have triumphed in the wars against the sand and rock villages, we are now faced with the calamity of the Ninetales, resulting in unprecedented losses. It is unavoidable to adopt a defensive posture against the advancing Cloud Village. It is all the fault of the despicable Uchiha. The incident with the Ninetales was surely their doing, for many witnessed the Sharingan in the Beast's eyes that fateful night. Always eager to undermine the third Hokage's reputation, Danzō seized the opportunity to redirect his ire towards the Uchiha clan, whom he had long viewed with disdain. Enough. This is not the time to discuss the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen interjected sharply, his voice commanding as he declared, "Let us proceed as I suggest. Instruct Kakashi and the others to devise a feasible plan immediately and notify the front lines to prepare for a counteroffensive. I want the Cloud Village to understand that as long as Konoha has ninjas, we will not allow the safety of our villagers to be jeopardized." Having resolved the forthcoming strategy, Hiruzen hurried to the Konoha hospital, where he offered solace to the wounded while delivering an impassioned speech. His message emphasized that Konoha would bolster its security measures, enhance public safety, and impose severe penalties on the perpetrators, all aimed at stabilizing the populace and boosting morale. After visiting the injured villagers and Inoue Kawa, he finally arrived at the hospital room of Uchiha Sasuke. Upon his arrival, only Yamanaka Ino and Yamanaka Keiko remained. Observing Sasuke, who was swathed like a mummy by Keiko's ministrations, Hiruzen could not suppress a smile, remarking, "Well done, young one. You have fought valiantly to protect our villagers." Hiruzen was already aware that the Cloud Village's target was Sasuke, and that he had single-handedly subdued a Cloud Ninja, feelings of astonishment and relief intertwining within him. Once he learned that Sasuke was out of danger, a significant weight lifted from his heart. In a bid to maintain morale and inspire confidence, Konoha Village chose not to disclose that the Cloud Village had aimed for Sasuke, instead portraying him as a young hero who risked his life to defend the villagers, which significantly increased his popularity among the common folk. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Sasuke asked in surprise, genuinely not expecting the third Hokage to visit him, especially when he presumed Hiruzen would be exceedingly busy at this time. "Our little hero from Konoha is hospitalized. As Hokage, it is my duty to check on you," Hiruzen replied with a playful smile, shedding his usual reserved demeanor. "I am no hero," Sasuke said, scratching his head in embarrassment. "How are you faring? You should be all right. I trust?" Sarutobi Hiruzen bent down to help Uchiha Kazuya adjust his collar, then turned to inquire about Yamanaka Keiko. Her eyes were still red from weeping. As she had been tending to Kazuya's wounds and could not suppress her tears, her heart aching for him. She repeatedly urged Kazuya to be cautious in the future, to which he could only obediently respond, feeling both helpless and grateful for her incessant concern. Rest assured, Lord Third, Kazuya's injuries have been properly treated, with adequate rest. He will recover in a few days, Yamanaka Keiko said, her tears threatening to spill again as she leaned into Yamanaka Kaichi's embrace, sobbing quietly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly, burdened with guilt. It is my fault. Despite a previous mishap, I did not take it seriously enough, and now this young lad has suffered. Please do not say that. Lord Third, you have been very attentive to Kazuya. Such incidents are beyond anyone's anticipation, Yamanaka Kaichi quickly reassured him, his tone respectful. Enough of this. A boy must endure some hardships and injuries. Such experiences are beneficial for his growth into manhood, right, Kazuya? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned with a warm smile toward Kazuya. Yes, you are the Hokage, so you must be right. Kazuya readily agreed. Haha, you cheeky little rascal. After spending some time together, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kazuya had grown quite familiar, often exchanging playful banter. Aware that Kazuya was teasing him, Hiruzen laughed good-naturedly. Kaichi, Keiko, I leave Kazuya in your care. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Having checked on Kazuya, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly bid farewell, as the village was in a state of unrest due to the espionage incident, and significant strategic changes were impending. Time was of the essence. Very well, Lord Third. Take care, Yamanaka Kaichi said quickly. Kazuya, I will return to visit you in a few days, all right? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Kazuya as he prepared to leave. No need, Grandpa. You should focus on your own affairs. Once I recover, I will come to find you, and then you must teach me ninjutsu. Kazuya waved his hands, startled yet appreciative. All right then, make sure to recover well. I will have the ninjutsu ready for you to learn, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a cheerful demeanor. Yes. Go ahead and attend to your duties. Goodbye, Grandpa. Kazuya bid farewell, his innocent charm shining through. After all, he was still a child. Having endured a day of training and an assassination attempt, Kazuya had reached his limit. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, sleepiness washing over him in waves. Yamanaka Keiko, ever perceptive, noticed Kazuya's condition and promptly urged him to rest. She had initially hoped to stay at the hospital with him, but Yamanaka Kaichi later persuaded her to return home under the pretext of caring for Ino. In the following days, Kazuya remained obediently in the hospital to recuperate. He grew quite friendly with the doctors and nurses, laying a solid foundation for his future endeavors in medical ninjutsu. Yueqian Kazuya's companions learned of his injury from Nara Shikamu and Akita Yoshido. They brought handmade gifts to the hospital to visit him, which alleviated the monotony of his hospital stay. Kazuya also paid a visit to Inoue Kawa, whose injuries were primarily from the initial ambush that had injured his foot. Although the Hayes brothers excelled in assassination, their skills in direct combat were lacking. With Kazuya's guidance, Inoue Kawa managed to evade Hayes Akihiro's sneak attack and subsequently engaged in combat with him with greater ease. Due to his leg injury, Inoue Kawa was unable to swiftly defeat his opponent and found himself in a stalemate with Hayes Akihiro. He believed Kazuya was in dire straits and fell into deep self-reproach until Uchiha Kai informed him that Kazuya was safe, which brought him relief. Kazuya and Inoue Kawa conversed for quite a while, and their relationship had improved significantly. Inoue Kawa had always admired Kazuya's character and, after sharing this harrowing experience, felt even more amicable towards him. He had intended to teach Kazuya the fire-style ninjutsu he was proficient in, but upon realizing that the current instructor was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. At last, I can be discharged. After 4 days, the fully recovered Kazuya was escorted by Yamashiro Keiko to complete his discharge formalities. Standing at the hospital entrance, basking in the brilliant sunlight, he exclaimed with exuberance. What's this, Kazuya? Are you so happy to leave the hospital? It truly saddens your sister, feigned the sorrowful Saori Kitano, pouting in response to Kazuya's exclamation. Saori, what are you doing here? Kazuya turned upon hearing her voice and was greeted by the cheerful visage of Saori Kitano, who looked playfully at him. Saori Kitano was the doctor who initially treated Kazuya's injuries. Though only 17 or 18, she had taken care of him during his stay, and due to Kazuya's charming looks and sweet demeanor, their rapport flourished. Of course, I came to see someone off. Who knew that someone would be so delighted to leave? Is it because your sister didn't take good care of you? Saori feigned disappointment, gently pinching Kazuya's cheek. Her pretense of unhappiness was merely a ruse. Her true intention was to tease him by pinching his cheeks, which she found immensely entertaining. Kazuya, however, had been subjected to this playful torment countless times over the past few days and lamented that his handsome face might become deformed. Yet, for the sake of his future studies in medical ninjutsu, he had to endure. Hee, how could that be? I truly enjoy spending time with you. As long as you don't pinch my face. Kazuya quickly wriggled free from Saori's playful grasp, covering his face with a smile. Hee, I can't help it. Your little face is just too delightful to resist. Saori chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. Thank you, Saori. I owe you a great deal for your care these past few days. Kazuya expressed his gratitude warmly. Embracing Ino, Keiko Yamanaka gazed at Saori Kitano, who was playfully frolicking with Kazuya Ekizan, her heart brimming with joy. It was evident that her elation stemmed from Kazuya's recovery. Upon hearing Keiko's words, Saori replied softly. You are too kind. Senior Keiko, it is my duty to assist, and I have learned so much from you over the past few days. Saori was acquainted with Keiko, who had previously worked at the Konoha hospital as a medical ninja before departing upon Ino's pregnancy. During Kazuya's hospitalization, they had met daily, fostering a strong bond between them. The knowledge required for a medical ninja is vast. Even a lifetime may not suffice to master it fully. Thus, continuous learning and practice are essential to enhance one's skills and save more patience, Keiko remarked with a smile, acknowledging Saori's compliment. Keiko, could you teach me medical ninjutsu? That way, I could help others in need, Kazuya quickly interjected. Of course, but I must first assess your chakra control. If it falls short, we may have to reconsider, Keiko replied without hesitation, though she offered a gentle caution to Kazuya. Upon hearing Keiko's affirmative response, Kazuya felt a wave of relief and exuberantly declared, Rest assured, Auntie Keiko, my chakra control is impeccable. I am quite formidable. Haha, perhaps we will end up working together at the Konoha hospital in the future, Saori said, her anticipation evident as Kazuya prepared to learn medical ninjutsu. She couldn't help but extend her hand toward him. Conditioned by reflex, Kazuya sensed impending trouble and swiftly darted behind Keiko, casting a fearful glance at Saori. Humph, Saori pouted, retracting her hand and scrunching her nose at Kazuya, displeased by his lack of cooperation. Well, we must take our leave now. Saori, do come visit my home sometime. Keiko chuckled at the playful exchange, affectionately ruffling Kazuya's hair as she warmly invited Saori. All right, Senior Keiko, I must attend to my own matters now. Saori responded with a smile, waving goodbye to Kazuya before hastily departing to pursue her own errands. Following his recovery, Kazuya seamlessly returned to his previous routine. The assassination attempt by the Cloud Ninja had left little mark on his life. Rather, it had garnered him newfound recognition within the village. Villagers warmly greeted him during his outings, and numerous merchants would often gift him with snacks and toys. In this context, Akito Yoshido, who frequently accompanied Kazuya, was overjoyed, as the majority of the treats found their way into his stomach, causing his already plump figure to swell even further. Meanwhile, Kazuya navigated his tranquil life with ease, successfully passing the chakra control test. His proficiency, rated at 18, surpassed that of the majority of lower-ranked ninjas, earning him Keiko's approval and marking the commencement of his medical training. The art of healing did not unfold as simply as Yueqian Heya had anticipated. It did not materialize into skill merely through a few hours of study. Instead, after several days of learning, there was still no discernible progress. Nevertheless, Yueqian Heya did not relinquish hope. He diligently continued to learn from Keiko Yamamoto, immersing himself in various medical texts, identifying medicinal herbs, and understanding human anatomy. Despite the monotony of this learning process, Yamamoto's patient instruction inspired Yueqian Heya to engage earnestly in his studies, in stark contrast to the arduous journey of acquiring medical knowledge. Yueqian Heya found his progress in learning medical ninjutsu to be considerably smoother. On the afternoon of his discharge, after passing the test of chakra control, he successfully acquired the healing technique from Yamamoto. For Yueqian Heya, mastering a ninjutsu was relatively effortless. However, the limitations of his youthful physique posed a significant challenge when it came to utilizing these techniques. Often, even a single advanced ninjutsu would deplete all of his chakra. For instance, during his battle with Hasegawa, merely employing the shadow clone technique, a short-range body replacement technique, and a chakra-efficient mind-body switch technique nearly exhausted his chakra reserves. Fortunately, he succeeded. Had he failed, he would have been left defenseless. Medical ninjutsu is among the techniques that consume the most chakra. And although he had acquired the healing technique, Yukihira's current chakra capacity allowed for healing only minor injuries, such as a cut finger from chopping vegetables. However, he felt no disappointment. Rather, he experienced immense joy as he witnessed the wound gradually mend under his care. To Yukihira, the significance of medical ninjutsu transcended that of ordinary techniques, as it possessed the potential to save lives. Although he was currently constrained by his chakra levels, he believed that in the future, its true brilliance would shine through. After spending 2 days at home, brimming with anticipation for the ninjutsu prepared by the third Hokage, Yukihira made his way to the Hokage's office with a spirited demeanor. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been preoccupied with the ongoing battles on the front lines. Following the initiation of a counteroffensive, Konoha had achieved notable victories. This was partly due to the surprise faced by the Cloud Ninja, who were caught off guard by Konoha's sudden strategic shift, and partly due to Konoha's seasoned ninjas, who had recently emerged victorious from conflicts against the Sand and Stone Ninja. These seasoned warriors were exceptionally skilled, adept in infiltration tactics, while the Cloud Ninja, having traveled a considerable distance, faced vulnerabilities in their logistics and supply lines, providing Konoha with ample opportunities. After gaining a significant advantage and imparting a profound lesson to the Cloud Ninja, the composed Sarutobi Hiruzen did not succumb to overconfidence. Before the Cloud Ninja could regroup, he recalled the infiltrating ninjas and shifted the strategy back to a defensive posture, leading to a stalemate with the Cloud Village, which stabilized the situation somewhat. Ah, Yukihira, you have arrived. Have you fully recovered? Sarutobi Hiruzen, having just found a moment of respite, greeted Yukihira with a smile. Yes, I am completely fine now, Yukihira replied, confidently patting his chest. How delightful, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, stroking his beard, and with a beaming smile inquired. Shall I teach you that ninjutsu now that we have some time? Grandfather, are you free to teach me now? That would be wonderful. I've been eagerly anticipating this. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Yuki Kinzuya exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Kinzuya, have you ever tested your chakra nature? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked gravely as he led Yuki Kinzuya to a training ground. Chakra nature? I don't think so, Yuki Kinzuya replied, tilting his head in feigned contemplation. Before curiously inquiring, Grandfather, what is chakra nature? Indeed, you have not yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed his suspicion. He had surmised that Yuki Kinzuya would be unaware of what chakra nature entailed, and Yamashiro Kai, noticing Yuki Kinzuya's youth, would certainly refrain from divulging such information. There are 5 common chakra natures: wind, fire, earth, water, and lightning. Each individual possesses a unique attribute, with the majority having only one, while some may possess multiple. The presence of a particular attribute influences the efficacy of corresponding ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, observing Yuki Kinzuya's curious gaze. How can I determine my chakra nature? Yuki Kinzuya asked, his tone laced with urgency and curiosity as he engaged with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is quite simple. Just channel your chakra into this chakra test paper and observe the changes it undergoes, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, having anticipated this moment as he raised the chakra test paper with a smile. Yuki Kinzuya took the test paper from Sarutobi Hiruzen, examining it closely, only to find it indistinguishable from ordinary paper. Kinzuya, go ahead and input your chakra. The paper will react differently. If it ignites, you possess fire nature. If it becomes damp, then water. If it tears in the middle, that's wind. If it crinkles, that indicates lightning. And if it shatters, it's earth. Just observe the outcome to ascertain your attribute, Sarutobi Hiruzen encouraged, his anticipation palpable. All right, I'll give it a try, Yuki Kinzuya said with a smile, and then, holding the chakra test paper in hand, he slowly infused it with his chakra. Then, to the astonishment of both, the test paper exhibited none of the expected reactions. Instead, it silently began to disintegrate from the front. Yuki Kinzuya stared in bewilderment at the vanishing paper before glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared equally perplexed. Noting Yuki Kinzuya's astonished gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat and said, Ahem, I too have never encountered such a situation. Perhaps it is merely an issue with the test paper. Try this new one instead. Yuki Kinzuya, speechless, took the new test paper and once more channeled his chakra into it. However, much like the previous one, the new paper silently disintegrated. Grandfather, do I lack a chakra nature? Why does the chakra test paper behave this way? In truth, Yueqian, he also felt no real urgency. He pondered that the presence of the attribute panel might be influencing his chakra. Nevertheless, he feigned the demeanor of a disappointed child, anxiously inquiring. Ahem, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who prided himself on his vast knowledge, cleared his throat twice and, feigning calmness, addressed Yueqian He. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. How about I teach you the ninjutsu I have prepared? Let us see if you can utilize it. Very well, Yueqian He replied, pretending to lack enthusiasm. Yet he could not suppress his curiosity and eagerly asked, Grandfather, what ninjutsu have you prepared for me? As a reward for your efforts, I have prepared a defensive ninjutsu for you, one of the foundational techniques of the earth release, which I excel at. You may attempt to learn it first. If it proves too challenging, I will provide you with an alternative ninjutsu that does not involve chakra attributes, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Thank you, Grandfather. I will study diligently. Yueqian He responded promptly. The defensive earth release was quite impressive, and he had long anticipated learning it. Thus, the prospect of being taught by Sarutobi Hiruzen filled him with immense joy. Yueqian He was not particularly worried about his ability to learn, with the attribute panel in existence. He possessed unparalleled confidence in acquiring new skills. All right, pay close attention and observe my hand seals, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out, then steadily formed 4 seals, in, yu, hai, and shu. To ensure Yueqian He could clearly witness the process of releasing the ninjutsu and observe the details of the hand seals, the third Hokage deliberately slowed his pace. Earth release, earth flow wall. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen spat forth a mouthful of earth, and to Yueqian He's astonishment, a towering rock wall, over 10 meters high, erupted from the ground before him, completely shielding Sarutobi Hiruzen behind it, providing him with steadfast protection. Witnessing the earth flow wall technique in person was far more exhilarating than viewing it on video. Yueqian He felt a surge of adrenaline. Unable to resist the urge to leap and cheer in awe, it was simply breathtaking. How was that, Did you see it clearly? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Noticing Yueqian He's eager expression, smiling as he did so. I saw it clearly, Grandfather. You are truly remarkable. You created such a tall rock wall in an instant. Yueqian He exclaimed in disbelief, gazing once more at the imposing wall before him. Even having witnessed it firsthand, he found it hard to fathom that such a high wall had risen in that fleeting moment. Ha ha ha, of course. I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily in response to Yueqian He's praise, his tone brimming with pride. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed had the credentials to be proud. There were likely very few individuals throughout the ninja world capable of executing the simple earth flow wall technique to such an impressive degree. The exuberant Sarutobi Hiruzen observed as Yuichiro walked over to touch the rock wall he had created, continuously testing its hardness. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he remarked, All right, Yuichiro. Those stones are genuine. Why not attempt to use the earth wall technique yourself? If you succeed, you can take your time at home to explore it. Yuichiro, somewhat sheepishly chuckling, was well aware that his rustic demeanor was being looked down upon by the third Hokage. However, he remained unfazed, enthusiastically striking the rock wall a couple more times, satisfied to see it withstand the impact before returning to Hiruzen's side, ready to commence his own earth wall technique. As Yuichiro prepared to begin, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but remind him, pay attention to the rhythm of your hand seals. The cadence will affect the flow of chakra. Be mindful of your chakra reserves as well. Do not be so enamored by the grandeur of the rock wall that you neglect your chakra. The sensation of depleted chakra is quite unpleasant. Yuichiro nodded in understanding, closing his eyes to reconfirm the details of Hiruzen's hand seals. Imitating Hiruzen's movements, he completed 4 seals in the same rhythm and cadence. Soon after, he felt a surge of foreign chakra in his mouth, and with a forceful expulsion, he cast a stream of mud before him. To his amazement, it took root as if it had been planted, rising before him to form a 3-meter-high rock. Though his earth wall technique was far from that of the third Hokage, Yuichiro took a few deep breaths, his heart racing with excitement. Possessing such supernatural powers was surely a dream cherished by every man. Sarutobi Hiruzen, relieved that Yuichiro's unusual chakra test results did not hinder his ability to perform the earth release ninjutsu, nodded approvingly at the rock before Yuichiro. With a warm smile, he said, Very impressive, Yuichiro. You succeeded on your first attempt, and considering your current chakra levels, achieving this is quite remarkable. It seems your chakra control is exceptional. You might even consider learning medical ninjutsu. Ha ha ha, Grandpa. I have already begun studying medical ninjutsu with Aunt Keiko. However, I am still at the initial stages. As there is an overwhelming amount of knowledge to absorb, Yuichiro exclaimed, slightly out of breath from the chakra expenditure, but filled with joy. Oh, is that so? That is splendid news. Medical ninjutsu is incredibly practical. Having a medical ninja in a team can significantly enhance the success rate of missions, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, momentarily taken aback before smiling with satisfaction. Yuichiro eagerly nodded, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and Keiko mentioned the same. Learning medical techniques will allow me to help many people and alleviate their suffering. Indeed, you must study diligently. If you only grasp the basics of medical ninjutsu, you may be unable to save lives and could even cause harm. Do you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him with a chuckle, observing Yuichiro's spirited demeanor. Of course, I am determined to become the finest medical ninja and assist as many people as possible, Yuichiro declared, brimming with confidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a profound satisfaction with Uchiha Kanzuya's attitude. Children require such confidence and vigor to forge a path towards greater achievements in the future. Kanzuya, he said, the Earth-style wall technique is a reward bestowed upon you by the village for defeating the Cloud Ninja and safeguarding the citizens of Konoha. Do not divulge it indiscriminately. Not even to your friends. Do you understand? His tone shifted to a more serious note, as if a sudden realization had struck him. Kanzuya was momentarily taken aback by Hiruzen's sudden seriousness, but quickly regained his composure, recognizing that the elder was imparting valuable wisdom. He nodded earnestly and replied, "Yes, Grandpa. I understand what I must do." Hiruzen was immensely pleased with Kanzuya's keen intelligence, yet he continued to impart further guidance. Nothing gained without effort is ever truly valued. To acquire something, one must first be willing to invest in it. If rewards come too easily, it breeds complacency and a sense of dependency, which can be detrimental to your friends as well. Do you comprehend? Kanzuya understood that Hiruzen was teaching him the principles of leadership, emphasizing the importance of gaining the respect of those beneath him and encouraging diligent work. However, he felt a bit uncomfortable. As an ordinary individual who had lived for over 20 years, he found it challenging to accept a perspective that elevated himself above others. He had been gradually ascending to a higher status, albeit unconsciously, rather than through deliberate action. Deep down, he yearned to forge genuine friendships with the younger ones, supporting one another with mutual understanding. Nevertheless, Kanzuya did not contest Hiruzen's advice. It was not erroneous to elevate his standing in the future, as long as he remained true to himself, treating others with sincerity and refraining from viewing his friends as mere tools. Grandpa, I understand your point. I won't allow them to become overly reliant on me, he declared, though his tone still bore a hint of gravity. Yet, he managed to maintain a composed demeanor. Haha, very well. Do not dwell too much on this. Simply enjoy your time with them as you always have, Hiruzen replied, his expression softening as he smiled broadly. Kanzuya understood that Hiruzen did not oppose him teaching the children the fundamentals of shuriken, swordsmanship, and martial arts, as these would ultimately strengthen Konoha's overall power, provided he exercised restraint in sharing advanced ninjutsu. Kanzuya felt a sense of relief, focusing on imparting these essential skills to the youngsters before their graduation would suffice. If necessary, he could always invent a few signature martial arts techniques to serve as their trump cards, with the myriad martial arts forms from his past life swirling in his mind. This task posed little difficulty for him, and teaching his own creations would not infringe upon the interests of others, leaving no grounds for dissent. Should he be completely prohibited from teaching those young ones, then Yuichiro would find himself in a state of helplessness. He could not bear to witness these companions, akin to other freshly graduated genin, embarking on missions armed solely with the rudimentary skills imparted by the Ninja Academy, a situation fraught with peril and high mortality. Being human, and having forged bonds with these youngsters over time, Yuichiro could not simply stand by as they ventured towards an uncertain future. As for how these children would acquire ninjutsu post-graduation, that matter would no longer occupy Yuichiro's thoughts. If, at that juncture, they proved incapable of achieving feats that surpassed the ordinary genin and thus failed to earn the ninjutsu bestowed by the village, it would render Yuichiro's diligent teachings utterly futile. Reflecting on these matters, Yuichiro felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, invigorated with clarity and purpose. He then eagerly engaged Sarutobi Hiruzen in an animated discussion regarding the techniques and nuances of the Earth Release Wall, posing numerous inquiries until all his doubts were resolved. With a heart full of joy, he bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen and merrily made his way home. After Inoue Kawasumi was injured and hospitalized, Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned a new ninja protector to Yuichiro, who remained shrouded in secrecy. Yuichiro had yet to encounter this guardian and was unaware of whether they were male or female. in addition to the personnel dispatched by the third Hokage, the Yamanaka clan. Shaken by the recent assassination attempts, also sent someone to safeguard Yuichiro. The chosen protector was none other than the jovial Yamanaka Fuda, with whom Yuichiro shared a close camaraderie. With Yamanaka Fuda by his side, Yuichiro felt a renewed sense of happiness. This carefree individual often lightened the atmosphere with jokes that never irked him, allowing for playful banter that made life significantly more enjoyable. In stark contrast to Yuichiro's cheerful disposition, Reikage found himself increasingly frazzled. He had long been apprised of the failed assassination attempt on Yuichiro, as the commotion caused by the Saka brothers was impossible to overlook. Before he could channel his frustration into action, further disheartening news from the front lines poured in. Although the duration of Konoha's interference with their supply lines was brief, the losses incurred by the Cloud Ninja were substantial. The lengthy supply routes were riddled with vulnerabilities, rendering a seamless defense nearly unattainable. Reikage recognized this as retribution from Konoha, but found himself powerless to counteract the defensive strategies adopted by the village. While Konoha had ceased its harassment of the supply lines, the threat loomed like a sword suspended overhead, potentially striking again at any moment. The Cloud Ninja were compelled to expend significant manpower and resources to safeguard against Konoha's potential ambushes, yet the length of the supply lines made this a daunting task. The war's toll on the Land of Lightning had become unprecedentedly burdensome. Nonetheless, the stubborn leader of the Land of Lightning and Reikage resolved to endure, hoping to sustain their efforts until Konoha might relent, which could yield territorial concessions and war reparations from the Land of Fire to alleviate their losses. Time flowed swiftly in its tranquil course, and before long, it was September of the 49th year of Konoha. Little Inoue was nearing her first birthday, already taking her tentative steps with Yuichiro's assistance. The little girl first learned to call Yueqian and also Oni-chan, which made Yamamoto Keiko feel quite pleased. She then devoted herself to teaching Ino to call her mama. Upon hearing Ino babble Okayasan, Yamamoto Keiko was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Kaichi, who was busy with numerous tasks, silently wept, yearning for the day Ino would call him Papa. September marked the beginning of the ninja school year, and Yueqian was about to embark on his student life. Fortunately, he need not worry about loneliness at school, for a host of little friends would be joining him, including the chubby Akasaka Ikaru and the watermelon-headed Akiyama Kintaro, all of whom were 6 years old. Even 5-year-old Ando Noriko, like Yueqian, decided to accompany her elder brother to school, and perhaps they would even become classmates. Yueqian, today is the day you go to school. How do you feel? Are you excited? Yamamoto Keiko rose early, not only preparing a sumptuous breakfast, but also selecting a dapper outfit for Yueqian. With great enthusiasm, she helped him dress, meticulously smoothing the edges of his clothes and collar. Observing Yueqian's vibrant and handsome appearance, she asked with satisfaction, "Are you happy?" "Yes. I think I will meet many new friends at school," Yueqian replied, seeing the excitement in Yamamoto Keiko's eyes, and he certainly did not want to dampen her spirits. Of course, the time spent at school is indeed the most beautiful period of one's life. I believe you will make many new friends, Yamamoto Keiko beamed. Seeing Yueqian filled with anticipation for school, she added, "Your uncle Kaichi will also come to attend your opening ceremony." "Really?" Yueqian paused, bewildered, and asked, "Does Uncle Kaichi have time? This is a very significant moment in your life. He certainly wouldn't want to miss it." Yamamoto Keiko replied matter-of-factly. Yueqian was deeply touched. Yamamoto Kaichi and Yamamoto Keiko cared for him even more than a biological son, subtly soothing the heart of the orphan Yueqian and allowing him to feel the warmth of a family. After a peaceful half-year, Yueqian had undergone a remarkable transformation, as evidenced by the significant increase in his attribute panel data. Yueqian, body, 1324, strength, 709, speed, 1439, spirit, 2107, chi, 1520, mind, 3087. Skills 1. One-handed hand seals, proficiency 546, 2. Regular script calligraphy, proficiency 456, 3. Sword intent, proficiency 16, 4. Bone flexibility and muscle control, proficiency 100, 5. Basic footwork, spiral 9 shadows, proficiency 16, 6. Basic sword technique, proficiency 100, 7. Kunai throwing, blade of hope, proficiency 765, 8. Chakra refining technique, proficiency 432, 9. Chakra control technique, proficiency 452, 10. Horse stance, 5 Elements Fist, Proficiency 748, 11. Shadow Clone Technique, Proficiency 100, 12. Body Replacement Technique, Vortex Instantaneous Technique, Proficiency 302. 13. Transformation Technique, Proficiency 100, 14. Mind's Eye, Proficiency 928, 15. Heart-Turning Technique, Heart-Turning Clone Technique, Proficiency 15, 16. Healing Technique, Proficiency 646, 17. Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart Technique, Proficiency 551. In the past 6 months, Yueqian Heya has reached the pinnacle of several skills, such as basic sword technique, basic footwork, and the most suitable for him, the heart-turning technique. Drawing from his past experiences, Yueqian Heya endeavored to merge and enhance his skills, creating new techniques reminiscent of the formidable movement style, Spiral 9 Shadows, from his former life. By combining his maxed-out basic footwork, Shadow Clone Technique, and his astonishing speed in forming hand seals, Yueqian Heya developed a technique that generates illusions while moving rapidly, due to its resemblance to the Spiral 9 Shadows. He whimsically named his technique the Spiral 9 Shadows. However, Yueqian Heya faced the dilemma of limited chakra, which constrained the progress of his various ninjutsu. Consequently, he focused his energy on the currently most effective heart-turning technique, which requires minimal chakra and primarily relies on mental strength, his highest attribute at present. Conversely, both the healing technique and earth flow rampart technique demand substantial chakra. Despite his proficiency, he often lacked sufficient chakra during combat, rendering them ineffective, akin to a delicacy with no meat, valuable yet impractical, leading to a temporary halt in their training. The body replacement technique, however, remained a source of great hope for Yueqian Heya. Despite an unfavorable experience during his initial exploration with the Mind's Eye, he never relinquished his determination. After acclimating to the technique, he eventually discerned the patterns of the spatial vortices, thereby overcoming its initial limitation. Yueqian Heya now possesses the ability to directly traverse between 2 visible vortices without relying on chakra-infused items for positioning. Nonetheless, this method does not leave behind an illusion to confuse opponents like the body replacement technique. It solely serves the purpose of repositioning. Thus, he aptly named it the Vortex Instantaneous Technique. The Vortex Instantaneous Technique has not liberated itself from the constraints of chakra, although it allows for a slightly greater distance than the Shadow Clone Technique when consuming the same amount of chakra. Yueqian Heya can only manifest up to 2 meters at best with his current chakra reserves, to truly evolve into a spatial ninjutsu akin to the Flying Thunder God technique. It appears there is still a long journey ahead. In contrast to his proficiency and skills, Yueqian Heya is now more focused on the enhancement of his 6 attribute values. He has come to realize that these attributes form the foundation of his abilities. Currently, his potential is hindered by his relatively low attribute values and youthful physique, making it challenging for him to fully unleash the capabilities of his various skills. Moreover, beyond the significant improvements reflected on his attribute panel, Yueqian Heya has gained even more in terms of mental fortitude. As his strength increases, he exudes an air of confidence that emanates from within, rendering him inscrutable. He maintains a demeanor of calm composure, as if nothing could easily sway him. What Yueqian Heya presents to the outside world is merely the tip of the iceberg of his true abilities. Many newly developed skills remain naturally concealed, serving as his trump cards and endowing him with immense confidence to tackle unforeseen challenges. A gentleman conceals his tools within himself and waits for the opportune moment to act. Yueqian Heya is increasingly adept at this philosophy. It is foreseeable that as time progresses, his hidden advantages will multiply, ultimately allowing him to wield complete control over his fate.